The other thing, right? Only Les could have taken a blast from that outlaw. It's got 2 barrels. Alfier, he's walking into heavy traffic. Les was there, and I don't think he'd expect Sevov to be in position either. 9-8, 1 round between them for Vitality. That's got to feel like a real olive branch being extended. The fact that they came in slow to start, and even the fact that they found that, what was it, a full thrifty round. They had like 4 classics and a sheriff and ended up picking up their first that way. That's given them these foundations to build on and be so close to the score of their opponent. Close enough that Fnatic start to panic. They're calling a timeout here.
I think the rough thing for Fnatic was, of course, having that round victory, but one that you have no players surviving. So the thing's becoming incredibly costly. And then a lot of the aggression hasn't really worked out for them. Even the sort of classic B-site combo where you have like the gate crash to the back of the site and then you have the raise run through. It felt quite easy for Sevov to isolate a duel and still get out of there because of counter utility that was being thrown in. I think Kix, as always, has been doing an excellent job of at least making those fights look good. Okay, he may have forgot to calm the kayak was there, but he did a lot of damage to him and made sure that he couldn't fight Sevov in the initial battle.
Also forgive him because he was pretty certain that he'd pushed him out of the position. Just a tiny bit of misutil.
He's a breach. He's got
hello.
to do, you know?
Is this good?
He's busy. You want to breach it, those
God damn it.
things. No, but obviously it's a flash in the pan. Good to see as well during that timeout. You've got Scut and Milan. Milan's someone that for a long time I think we've desired seeing in that head coach position. Done a lot of work for a lot of teams behind the scenes, and obviously we've seen him in the assistant coach spots, but him getting his chance, especially at a team like this, I don't think that's a chance that he will let fumble anytime soon. 9-8, 1 round between them.
No.
Fnatic, they've got their full buy. They've got some ultis to work with as well. Still waiting to see Crashies once they get the site, put that Viper's Pit into play.
Is it good now?
It doesn't matter. The Viper's got a bite to it in the pit or not.
I think he was literally like a few milliseconds.
His fucking app updated, motherfucker.
Like they lined up perfectly for Durka, but his opponent was quicker on the trigger.
Hello, check. Is this better?
Look at where the rest of the players are, though. They are spread across the map. You've got a deep hold towards B, and okay,
is it
sure,
good
Kayak's
right
taking
now?
space alongside
better. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Okay.
Going to leave him in position because the defense have rotated heavily.
Holy fuck.
Here. And I thought,
this is
okay,
actually a banger match right now.
And see, like, from
oh
the
my
shadows,
god, it started off like a snoozer.
Rotation. It's not that. They
it's
are
fire
fully
right now.
reliant
What's up,
on
everyone?
to hold on to B if they go that way.
The sleeper has awoken. If you know, you know.
I'm okay with it.
I can understand
every time
you play the
I
needed, and with the ults that they have, why not?
And it's less.
little insight into my brain. I'm so Dragon Ball Z pilled from like my kid days that when I'm gone for a while, I think of the Vegeta, the sleeper.
It has, and the rotation's coming in, but surely not. They're taking a while to get to backside, actually.
Right, let's get it.
They'll be here on time to potentially disrupt that plan, depending on utility. With 12 seconds, that's not ideal. In comes the Armageddon. 10 seconds on the clock. We're down to the last chance. The plant needs to be stuck.
Oh, what a seize!
It could change the game, but they're not there on time. And the full
Oh,
is cancelled. A huge piece of utility.
Dude, that util was nuts.
Very same util before.
That was crazy.
The aftershock hits hard.
I wonder if he calmed that one. I've got him. I've got him. That is just
Durka's behind the box.
Timing. Yeah, that's the thing. A little bit slow. The Nightfall gave the game away. Yeah, as I said, that was an almost guaranteed collapse.
Yo, the shooting the bodies is going wild,
the last
by the way.
few seconds. That is literal perfect timing coming out of Kix. And as I said, he's someone that is just incredibly intelligent player when it comes to this initiator. 9-9, scoreline equalized. Weaponry now, a bit of an issue. Ultimates either online or getting close, other than the one that was utilized in the last round.
I'm liking the trips, dude. The anti-back take trip, that's crazy tech, dude.
Right? Yes,
these box-in trips are fire.
Last coming down to the wire, putting Vitality neck and neck, putting the economy ahead for them. This is huge. Yeah,
okay, we don't need to zoom in on that, bro.
Massive. Again, that Viper's Pit still online for Fnatic. In a round like this, you'd love to have it. But Chronicle picked off early, that option completely gone, and with it, a lot of the hope for this round to fall into their hands. Alfier, one of those rifles, fighting solo, not able to find a result, and very quickly turns tail from mid. They're going to group up. we'll even see, like, Kayak 6 HP.
Dude, this guy has been
with the
really
Vandal.
impressive.
It could go to someone else. Boaster's been having a good game.
This guy's
Let's
fucking
see.
sick. Ooh! Oh my god, I knew that would be a wide
Getting a
jiggle.
little bit more information than he bargained for.
Fire
Takes
blind.
the
That
tag,
hit 3,
solid
maybe.
paranoia.
No, I hit 3.
Sivov
Good stall smoke.
decides to delay instead, and with those salvos, again, that clock is being burnt dangerously
real
low. I
utility
think
here, though,
Vitality are doing
after
a
that
great
salvos.
job at cycling that utility.
Let's see if Durka
just
gives him the
making these
support
fights
flash for a peek.
so incredibly awkward. Back they go towards the A site. Durka homed in with the sniper,
Oh,
but
wow.
he gets taken out by Alphia. You mentioned that
I know
rifle,
Safe was
it's
here, he
still
shot
in
the
hand again.
salvos.
They need
Oh
to
my
cross
God,
to the
Durka-
side, and they
Oh!
just about spot out Safe in the last second. Alphia's revenge
Dude,
from what was that
what?
previous half. And now even has the showstopper. Nobody is going to be facing
Yo,
the
this
shoot so
guy.
early. That gives
Fucking
Sivov a
Terminator's
chance.
coming in here.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
send a
tough.
live tweet. I don't have time.
Showstopper, even just to buy that extra time, but as soon as it's fired off, they know they've got an opportunity.
Holy
Capitalizing
fuck,
on
the
it.
flood,
Rolling
hit both.
Thunder goes through to the backside.
Boaster needs to
Heavy
help.
pressure put on these players now. Mostly
No help
stuck here.
meme.
Boaster's playing post plant, but you can't run down that much time with the stars. He needs
Boaster was
to
like
pick off
17
a
and
few. And in
4,
fact, they're
chat.
even blocking the star.
Yeah.
As the grab well comes in, trying to get that little
No,
bit of
there
extra
you go.
space. And although it won't work out, kills go their way. And with plenty of time
Vitality
on
are
the clock,
about
so
to
too does the
steal this
round.
fucking
10
map. No
to 9.
way.
Vitality started this out 5-0 down, and they've just taken the lead
my
on a side
God.
where we expected them to put up less rounds. Well, that's certainly not been the case so far.
No, and I think as well, this was a really good recovery.
Yeah, what's
after
up,
what was,
Kira?
I think, a fantastic start to the round. It was basically just a sandwich. The middle of it went Fnatic's
Shano?
way, where they
No
were
one's ever
able to
called me
get in
Shano.
late. They were able to find a pick. They were able to get
Bro,
a
if I-
showstopper. But that's
Yo,
made
if
this-
I see those pings in that Asher smoke right there, on God, I am drooling.
But the second
I am
it is fired, an
drooling. I'm
immediate
spraying that
swing from
motherfucker
Sivov.
all day.
Good read on his opponent.
I'm literally
and then
unloading my
having
whole
that
clip.
rolling thunder to get them back into the site, courtesy of Kicks having a
let me
sublime
send out
game.
a tweet real
And
quick.
again, you look at the scoreboard at the moment, and
We're gonna
I
get a
would
long
say
day
it's
at
somewhat
coaching,
the
so this is
unusual suspect.
fucking
Kicks
awesome.
at the top of the
I'm
board,
glad I'm not
Boaster
working
at the
the
top of the
broadcast
board.
today, so I
I
can do
don't
this.
think too many people would have called that coming into this map.
Yeah, we've
Oh,
seen
dude, guys,
before the
updates
Breach
are
have a field
sick.
day on this map in particular. So many tight laneways for you to individually use your utility, but especially when you're coming in with a Breach Tejo combo, I sort of expect it to be Safe being the highlight, taking advantage of all those pieces of
Or him
utility.
just sat back on the map somewhere, just activating stuns for whoever needs
Exactly,
it, like
right?
the old
Like,
DRX style.
That's usually what you're going to be relegated to, but Kicks has had a real fingerprint on most of these rounds, and for Vitality, it's been a saving grace. If he's a little quieter, Fnatic are in the lead and probably about to close out this map, but instead, Fnatic's map pick now under heavy threat. We've seen pauses called by them as well to try to combat this, but the momentum carries on in favor of the defense. That's now 6 out of 7 rounds in this half. Move on to the next, where again the
go,
credits
that's
are
what I'm
very
looking
low for Fnatic.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I think
that's the
Kayak
mid
was
orb.
14 and 7.
Accurate at the
He's now
halftime.
Interesting
14 and
lineup.
14.
Normally, we,
Yep.
in Americas,
So
we
has
see it
been-
from like left side.
He's been
I'm pretty
silenced.
sure.
Like that's it. He's been silenced. And again, we mentioned it when we talked about Durka and his need to almost teleport into risky areas. And now we're seeing the other side of it. It can be rough to be a Yoru on the
I
attack.
wasn't live when we.
Fact is,
Wait,
though,
you can't even
Durka
say
now
we.
has the operator and the dimensional drift. The same can be
By
said
the
for
way,
the other
Kira, I
side
don't
with
know,
the dimensional drift
are
at
you
least,
getting-
and a
did you
Viper's
get the
Pit.
alert on the
Something to get
tracking
them in
thing?
and something to hold on.
I don't know why. I should
Immediately.
at China.
Kayak is going to look to try and take that space, but it's a ruse for the other side of the map.
Durka thins the herd, and again, a round where Chronicle wants to put that ult into
Oh,
play.
sad.
Kayak with a risky maneuver, but they needed to recover something
Blind.
on that
Oh my
push.
God, this guy
Unfortunately,
literally
it's
is
left them in a
insane.
really tough spot. 5v2
Best
now with
debut
Safe
ever.
taking
Good
down
bait,
Alpha
jump
Air.
peek.
And Crashy's hold as he might. He's separated from his teammate. He's all alone, and you can't hold all those angles. Not when Vitality are flooding back in. It feels like there's a couple rounds now where we've
It was 8-4 half, right, chat? It was 8-4, and they only lost bonus, and all 5 Fnatic died on bonus. I'm pretty sure Crashy's died to the spike after winning a one-on-one in B main, if I remember correctly.
And you've got a real chance. You can divvy up the map a little bit easier, but they have been stopped at the word
Wait,
go
was it
every
5-7?
time.
10
Was it
seconds
5-7?
left.
It's definitely impressive. Again, you're looking back to a lot of the
No,
victories
no,
that we've
8-4,
seen
8-4.
out from this Vitality squad, and it was
Dude.
sort of reliant on
Oh
heavy
my
attacks. You
God.
go back to maybe
This has
the
been
loss they had to
kinda
T1 on
crazy.
Split. It was because they had a poor attack side. This time, though, it's almost
Fnatic was
looking
up
like
5-0.
one of their first games when they played versus Foot, an 11-1 defense. Well, maybe that's where we're going, because there's only been one round in this half for Fnatic, and I also have to caveat with
Kira, did you
they
see
had
the
0
keyboard?
players surviving in
Have
that
you
one
seen it
round, so
yet?
there has not been anything particularly competitive, and if it has, I feel like Vitality have been doing great work to recover. Now with the wind at their back,
Oh, you cannot see it.
confidence flowing after some quieter starts. I don't know, I think there needs to be something drastic to change for Fnatic if they're going to be able to take this map home.
If not, you can
Decent
retain it.
enough
Okay.
investment from Fnatic. They'll still have mostly credits for the
I
next.
tell the same thing to
and any
Jennifer. Whenever I
weaknesses
get
can
Jennifer
maybe be
presents, I'm
bolstered
like,
down by a side
look,
take with a pit going down. But
I'll be slightly
Chronicles'
buttered
first
if
death
you
so
return it,
far.
'cause it means that
Not sure
my
that that's
case is
something
bad,
you want to
but I'll
build a
learn
plan
as we
around.
go, and I'll get
Vitality
better.
have done very well at being disruptive, whether it's
If
Durka
anything,
getting
I'm more happy
aggressive
that
for
you get
those
what you
early
want.
picks.
I think the salvos
Oh,
as well
yeah.
from Safe. Like we're used to
Sell
him,
it, I care.
I go back a year or two, just first man in taking battles, but I think his salvos have been so
Little
disruptive.
guy, little spiders
A
crawling
good
up.
start though. That's less down, and a lot of the time
Alfio's
that's
gonna take
a
deep
solo anchor. You can see Alfio's going to try
Oh,
make
stun.
a move off of it. The stun
Oh,
is
that was
perfect.
such a good
the
stun
supportive
from
util
Boaster.
from
What
Boaster,
the-
and then the swing from Kayak.
Yeah, that's worked
Wow.
out wonderfully. I think a little bit
That
whiffy
was
up in heaven
a
before the stun
round-saving
landed,
stun.
but gets there in the end. Well, gets there in the end for Alfia.
Yeah, I'm a coach in
9
NA games.
rounds
I only
turning
work,
into
Saturday
10,
Sunday.
most likely. And the question for Safe and Durka is whether they go for it. They've got credits
She
to
was way
throw
louder
at this
than
one,
you,
but in a
actually.
2v5, it just
Okay.
feels
We're
wasteful,
at
especially when
15,
you want to
60.
build up
Give me a
as many
number.
opportunities to
Whoops,
contest
sorry.
in rounds as possible with this kind of a lead.
60.
It's only 2 rounds, and as we said, soon to be 1.
50 is nice.
Chronicle up, trying to catch these players off. Again, the economy of Fnatic, because of the investment they made here, being a little
47.
middle and keeping credits over for the next, they can afford to take risks, especially if it comes
Can't
at the
even hear
cost
the
of
number,
or the
man.
benefit of removing the
What?
operator, which is exactly what they get. Crashes with a double and in-zone flawless for Fnatic, and well, that's the first round this half that feels repeatable.
It's never had to be this low. What's going on
The
here?
first one they won with players alive, but that then an in-zone flawless, meaning that you come out with everybody standing. It's going to help them, especially if they were to slip up anywhere along these last few rounds
Really nice
before
shot,
overtime.
Alfia. Really nice shot, Alfia.
Oh, Boaster, I think trying to build
vibes
the
up.
confidence back up. We mentioned Alfia.
Yo, I was
having
watching
that
the 10
whiff early
piece
in the
VCT
game, having
really,
a few
so that's kinda
moments that
sick.
are not very
Yo, see that?
Alfia-esque.
Again with the boxing trips. I like this. No,
Decent
not
one
real
when
like
they needed it most.
aggro
Durka
info trips late in the
looking to
half.
respond
That's
in
that deep
kind.
orb we're seeing in mid.
He still had his ultimate for a while.
Oh, good
Another
prowler.
get
Good
out of jail
prowler
free
micro
card, but
from
instead this
Crashies.
time the gate
I was
crash
afraid he
will be
wouldn't
enough.
micro it over there.
I think Fnatic are very well prepared.
Attention
for
to
these sort of
detail,
plays.
even in like key moments, bro.
Especially with how
Crashies so
Seavolf
good.
has been as well. He's been a very aggressive Omen on this defense.
And you can see the idea here for Fnatic. They're almost playing against themselves when they were on the defense, playing for mid control and looking on the extremities for any sort of aggression. But
miss
Vitality aren't
Chris?
taking a bite of that. They're happy with this
You
more
missed
passive mid
Bolster
control, so they're
starting
not
this
actually
game at
losing
17 and
anything.
4.
Therefore, they don't have to react. And
Like,
especially with the A-side
what?
solo hold from Les and Cam up in heaven, they have so much information right now that to push B main or something like that would just be an unnecessary risk. We'll ignore that PC utility, although I did still bring it up. But as Fnatic look for some control, 40 seconds left, and they haven't really moved out of the traditional sort of
Oh,
spawn
keyboard is
control
fire.
you get.
Wait a
So long
second.
to get back control of the vents after it was received in any sound.
Nix with
made.
the 11 months. Thank you so much,
Be
Nix.
the Armageddon.
Dynasty,
Something
think
they're
of the
definitely
Premier.
wary of. I'm a
Lena,
bit
think of the
nervous now.
21.
Getting into the remaining 25 seconds off
fire.
the top goes Alfia. Needs his
Dude.
opening onto Les, and that's exactly what he finds.
Dude.
He actually had the spike as well. They sent that through over the top for him to get
The
that
counter
farm.
strafe back mid
That's exactly
satchel
what he's done.
into
A
the
man
peak in
advantage as Vitality are
fucking
looking
tap
to
was
challenge.
fire.
Yeah, they're looking to commit to this. Understandable indeed.
3v4.
Highlighted there, Crashy's late
Money
play
low.
through mid. And it's going to be off Chronicle's
They're going
contact
for this?
as they
They're
move
just
up
looking
through
for a
heaven.
pick. No
They'll be
pick we
trying to
save. No pick we
fire a
save.
few shots off from the side, spot the
They don't give
info.
it to us, we save, right?
Allow Crashes
Chat.
to come up and capitalize. In goes the
Oh,
stun.
we're
The
going.
backside push commences 5 seconds until
Late guy
Salvo,
heaven to
can't
kill the
wait
guy
for them. It's time to
protecting. This
take
is very
ground.
smart from
Here and now. Fnatic need this round, and Alpha seems content to lock it in.
This is
with
good play by the
kicks
Omen.
down.
Omen could secure it.
An
Here we
almost
go.
Retreat. The time is too far gone. They've caught Crashy,
Oh, no,
sure,
no,
but
no, all right, no,
it's a
no, no.
consolation
That's
prize. The round will still go to Fnatic. Viper's Pit still there. Chronicles had it for a while. 11-11, neck and neck.
what's
We're
good,
going the
Pete?
distance on this map, one way or another.
There is a reason. I always am hopeful that this map ends up as the third, as it always seems to give some of the best maps of Valorant, and this one has been a contest throughout. I said though, that was integral
Kayak
from
seems to be
Alfie. I do
underwhelming.
like, again, the way that Safe is utilizing
Still very young.
those
He's still
Armageddon
super
ults, but
young.
He was the one sort of blip. The fact
think we
he's
gotta
able
give him
to-
some
and it's
time to
kind
get
of what I
those,
said
like,
about him.
nerves
sometimes
out.
maybe you could show him out
You
of the
know?
game, but you get him annoyed, you get him a little bit pumped up.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you. I actually do think Kayak.
From 11-9 down.
I don't even think he's underwhelming. I don't think that's fair to him. The shoes he's filling are bigger than what he's capable of right now, truthfully. Like, he's too young to fill the shoes of fucking Durka. Like, think about who he's replacing, you know? Like, that's... He can't live up to that out the gate, I guess. I don't think he's doing terrible. I really don't.
At that point, you know, you're feeling like the game is under your thumb. But maybe they took their foot off the gas, or maybe Fnatic found another gear, whatever it is.
But they've
This
been
guy's
down to
coaching
a
kind of
lot
impresses me,
After the
truthfully.
last 2 rounds, it was Alfie finding a 1v1 on less, winning it, it opens
Oh,
up
fuck,
B.
I thought it
This
took a left
time,
knee.
they have a lot of counter utility to help. He goes over the top, finds
Quickly
less.
gonna snip
That's the opening on
something.
A. Those 2 picks changed around massively, because as I said, he is someone that's incredibly difficult to dig out of positions, but it also removes all utility. Everybody else can sweep in after, and definitely makes those holds a little bit tougher for Vitality, of course. Not done yet. They still have a purchase. Safe actually going to be the one manning the operator now. Getting aggressive in towards B main.
Now, Fnatic have been trying to bait out those pushes, get Vitality to play into their hands in a lot of these rounds. And a lot of it has been based around a bit of mid-control. Traps outside A and seeing what happens. But
Trap cam.
Chronicle's moving away from that A side. They're not going to be
Off
watching it
omen
at
blind or
all as
some
they now
shit?
look
What's the
to
trap?
late commit to
Nice
mid-control
shot.
and take over a little bit of B main.
Switch off.
Previously, it's been battles up against Cvoff, if any.
Yeah.
But now the op being there caught
We
them
got
by
the breach in the
surprise, and in a
back
round
line,
like
so
this,
we got
that's
the
exactly
cam
what you
into the
want, an
breach
opening
done.
pick, and Fnatic on the back foot.
Oh,
Taken though.
wow.
A little bit cheeky from Boaster, looking to try
Okay,
and
now
take the
into the
rounds
B-pop,
into his
because you
own
can see
hands.
what
I don't
that's
think
done.
Dirk
It's
is
forced a
gonna
lot
be
of pressure into
forgetting
heaven.
about that one anytime
Oh, he-
soon. Kicks to
too
respond.
early of a commit.
Aftershock to try and delay, but Chronicle's
Good
already on
timing.
the other side of it. Doesn't expect anybody
I
else
like how he played that
to be that
Aftershock.
close. Back to level peg, and again,
patient.
Safe looking to go through the additional utility, just waiting for
Ooh.
someone to try and hit that cross, and now just happy to take that man
30
advantage.
seconds left.
No time to pick. Chronicle stuck in the corner, and Les won't let him out.
1v2.
Kayak
we
grabs
go,
one
Kayak.
after the plant, but the reposition needed. The steps heard, and Cvoff on his trail.
See, like right there, I think he's Wing too much. Anyone that like plays the game at like a very high level knows you don't want to be caught running directly at someone. You never want to be caught. You always want to be AD peeking as much as possible. And you'll see that pretty much always. Like watch pros. They'll always AD peek. But he held W right there, like when he moved up, and it's just so free.
These aggressive operator plays, taking space in B main, and then being a bit cheeky
Yo,
on the
happy
edge of the
birthday,
utility.
Reed.
At this point, Fnatic may be expecting that they'll be
Yo.
respected a little bit more, and that wasn't the case at all. Now,
can't-
Fears
it's
betray
going to change
them.
up again. Durka back on that operator.
Thank
He
you.
still had his ult for a very long time, but as I said, a lot of these ultimates end up being situational. And if the picks go the way of Fnatic, for the most part, they haven't needed it.
You have a fairly easy solution for Fnatic in going
Ah.
Showstopper for entry and then Viper's Pit to claim the site. But that 1-2 punch is going to be expected. And often
VIP
Vitality will play back
for the
from it
birthday?
in terms of what they have to respond, keeping Safe, for example,
Or in front
alongside
of it.
Salvos, alongside... Well, yeah, exactly. We've got Cvoff playing inside B main. But the utility that's in play for Vitality, minus the drone now, could easily clear that
Chat,
back out. So I don't mind
I have a
Fnatic not going
confession. I
barriers
fucking
up,
hate
get in,
spiders,
take the site,
and that
because the
Tail
reaction
drone gives me
still
the
be there.
chills
But
every
late
time.
on, that's
I
exactly
fucking
what
hate
the
it.
play is going to
This was
be.
the plan.
Leaving the pit late into mid,
Oh.
fired up into heaven was the showstopper, but it won't land value, not in the form of a kill, but it's done damage, and it's sent Vitality into a
I like
deeper
the smoke
hold,
this
but
guy
now
threw in this
they're
line.
seemingly
Oh
looking
my
to
God.
retake that space.
That's
Kicks
so smart.
Inside of utilities, pushing forward alongside his teammate Cvoff. They don't want to relinquish
Ooh.
control, and that could be their biggest mistake.
Look at
Alpha
OT,
popping off with players soon to emerge from that smoke.
Fnatic playing this super
Second
well. They're
one
playing
place.
patient with it.
The time
I
on
mean,
it is
Alfia,
ticking. This is so many enemies to try and find, and Alfia just isn't stopping.
that was so well played how they played around that
After
smoke.
another in-zone flawless,
Holy
Fnatic
fuck.
break back, and I'll be honest, that's now 3 rounds that we've seen of the last 4 that I'm going to give credit to Alfia.
Absolutely. Yeah, the step up has been night and day. And you look back, I think since that whiff that he had and the 300 odd bullets shot into his corpse, I don't know whether that got in his head, but definitely the performance hasn't been there. There's been some whiffy moments, but he's warmed up now. He's getting excited. He's on his feet. Also a check-in as we get into our first round of overtime.
I know he's trying to
Chronicle
isolate the
will not
tail.
have
I'll
the
show you.
Viper's pit.
Okay.
I feel like that's worth highlighting because like I had it the whole game, but they never had an opportunity
First. What?
to use it, and I think that feeds into Vitality's aggressive, disruptive comp. How in their face they were being, and how unlucky Chronicle was in some of those early duels. He was the guy taking the flak at the op shot.
Go back in level.
Oh my god. This is
Always
not good,
expected
Chad.
this series
I
to
might
be
have
a
to step away in a
contest,
second.
but overtime in map
Sign
number 1
something.
might be in for a long, long day. Chronicle is in trouble. He's tried these aggressive positions. A lot of times the salvos were utilized in towards the vents. He tries to play in front of the vents and they use it in front instead.
He's, again, those early fights on the attack. Didn't matter if he was
Does
first,
Les
second,
call
or
the team
third. It
back
felt
after
like
that
their bullets
prowler?
were just magnetized to his body, but
He's calling
this
back.
time around,
He's
it's the
calling back.
utility that does him in.
I think they're
Grabbing
reading
him in
it.
that tight position and not letting him
They're not
go.
keeping 2-2.
Vitality move to the A site. Got Crashies and Kayak holding the line, and Crashies has
It's a
done pretty
decent
well,
setup.
usually in a bit more of a passive spot, and I think that would be because you have Kayak in play.
They left.
Caught it.
Dude, Les is
Crashies
playing
doesn't
him.
know there's players right around this corner, the entire team, in
Oh,
fact, coming his way, and that cage perfectly blocks what could have been
Only showed
a one
one?
and done, or at least a chance
What a seize.
to get out. The
I think
gate
he got
crash
So alone,
moving
look,
to
they
backside.
are on the other side. There's
He's
3
right.
players
Surrounded.
currently on B.
VCT.
They gambled and
Oh my God,
completely the wrong
Crashies versus the
direction. They
world.
gate crashed away from this position. So now he is tried to delay.
No
He's
one's close.
utilized
No one's
whatever
even
he can.
close.
Now it just comes down to, can he hold on to this backside?
Holy
Can
fuck.
he take somebody with him?
Ooh.
Otherwise this retake's
What
going to be
a-
incredibly
Ooh.
difficult. But he steps up when
What?
needed. A third kill for Crashies. He was left on an island, but somehow he has survived. This puts that timer, that clock on. Les already is the last man standing, and while Crashies has pulled out a
What
hero
a
round
hold
that
from the
never should have
kid.
been.
The best part about that is you see him go by and they're like, Alpha's on site. You deal with him real
Yo.
quick. And he just comes in with this shorty, raining down hell.
Damn.
Like, that's
Bro, his
literally-
team was so
just
far.
moments ago, we saw a rotation from Kayak to the other side of the map going, okay, we think this is a B site here. He is at the back alone. No one anywhere
Wow.
near him, and manages to get 3. We
That
talked
is an
about this guy back at
incredible
kickoff as at times
Those
being
coaches
a
are
bit underwhelming.
loving that.
Maybe not being at that level anymore,
Austin
but
Roberts.
wow.
Austin Roberts. Austin.
That was some vintage
Both have been
Crashies
singing
gameplay.
this.
And honestly, after last week, I was like, okay, can he do this versus the big boys?
This kid's been owning,
he
chat.
can do this
Literally
versus the big boys.
destroying
Just
EMEA.
did.
Look at
Right
him
in
up
front of
there.
our eyes. You
Look
see
at him. He's sitting pretty.
Play
One
even
sec,
got
I gotta go see
Scud
if the
up on
notary's
his
here.
feet. Milan's hand must
I'm
hurt after
surprised
that
they're still in the
high five.
camera shot, you
Yeah.
know?
Oh yeah, he crouched down a little bit. He knew the roof kept him at a reasonable height. But honestly, 13-12, Fnatic already providing us with a wealth of entertainment. Now they move to their attack side, but this is where the struggles have been. And in regulation, we saw all 4 timeouts used, but we moved to OT, some more come online, and Vitality popping it in right away. They know that the Fnatic of old, they just walk away with this. Once they're given that lead back, there's no contesting it. For Vitality, well, they've stolen one of those players, Durka. I called him the prodigal son, and at least towards the start of the game, I guess he hadn't returned. He was a little slow to start. Will be one hell of a time to step up.
Feels like the second it gets into OT, into the late game, Fnatic, I don't know if they're injecting their players with like the BS gene, like creating super soldiers, but whatever it is, it's working. A play that has given them an advantage. Maybe they shouldn't have had. A man down, 3 found alone on site. But to take their map choice, they might just need one.
Vitality have been fighting around mid. Certainly got the utility to do so. Deep flash and Hong fired right in onto them. Don't know if they noticed there's 2
Oh my
players
God.
there. I think they might have with how quick those shots
Oh.
came through.
Where's
I
my
think
sound
step
from?
back for whatever reason. And a very late play. Chronicle was playing right around here. Spotted
Why are we
that the
zooming in?
drone came through from Tejo, that they would have A main cleared,
Constance
gets himself into a
trip
corner.
switch ups
He's
right now
again
from
looking
Les.
for that reaction for Vitality to get it aggressive, but that hasn't really been happening.
Going
Again,
through
this is
their
a team
orb.
that
This is that
is
lurk
content
orb
to
we've been
give up
seeing
that
from
space
spawn
and
chat.
really
Throw it
fight them on the
over.
site itself. They
It
don't wanna
kind of
fight
makes
the
you
beaches.
unable to really play mid without your Viper. I mean, they don't have a Viper in this comp,
This
but it's,
was
so it's
one of
really
the
difficult to hold it.
real cruxes of the attack side.
Safe
from
is
Fnatic,
aware,
hitting
but
these
he,
sites with
dude, Safe is.
nigh on 15 seconds left.
30
but
seconds.
maybe
He's
they
playing
had a
fire
big
right
plan,
now
maybe
where
they
he's
had some
playing.
info. Right now, Safe is still set up and ready. Still actually.
Some would say it's
has those
not
salvos
safe.
available. Timing is going to be everything for them. 20 seconds left on the clock. He's now
Salvos
got
are
kicks
early.
alongside. And that said, he has bought them
Baited
extra
by the
time.
clone. 13. Oh!
They pick Durka, still 2 on the site though. Do they have the read?
Good smoke to
Kicks
flood in.
finds one, and from the smoke
No
comes
plant
six,
yet.
6 seconds. Plant
Woo!
needs to be found, but first you gotta find
Dude.
kicks. 4 kills on the backside. He says, Crashy's hold my beer. He'll do one better.
Hold my beer.
Neck and neck and another overtime.
You made
We thought
base
this
or
could
what?
be a belter of a series, Tom. I didn't think the first map would go this hard. Can't wait to see Lotus and Haven.
Oh, yeah,
But I'll wait as long as we need to. Give me more OTs.
Normally you warm up.
Oh
You get to the late
no!
game where you get these clutch plays out. Maybe everybody's a bit more exhausted, but it's just absurd.
Nice! Thank you!
Oh, that's the most, like,
It's been
polite.
amazing, dude. It's been amazing.
You
Wait
don't
till
have to mute Faded, guys. He's just going to say thank you instead. Safe, under pressure. A very aggressive stance, but they retreat off it. Not wanting to give up the opener as the full force of Vitality rotate back into support.
we're going back
Wanting
into
to
this
leave a
late
man
A
out
play.
alone, and while
Same base setup.
Pace is then
Crashies in kayak over here.
back down. Althea, as said, I think his confidence has been building and building. The last 3 rounds of
Tuition.
regulation.
I
Fnatic
feel like
managed to
when they
garner
show
under
2
his
like that,
belt.
they don't hit A. When they
See that
fake
on the
show 1, they hit
defensive side as
A.
well. I don't think
So
we
they show
witnessed him
2 and
this
they're
deep
like,
in
nah.
B main. Maybe we saw
Go
others,
back to
but
mid.
I think this is more of a confidence.
We
play.
might be doing a vent split here though.
Oh, Chronicle.
Wow.
Finally, the first death will be avoided. He's the one to pick off Durka. Big one to find as well. Vitality,
Another big
though,
moment
they're
for
gonna
Crashies.
stay
They're going into the
strong in their
blender
play
setup.
towards this A site, moving up into heaven. He said
No
Kayak
TP out.
playing that little deeper, but
They're
it's going
stuck
to be
in
sold
it.
as a fake. They won't know that there's a player aggressive because Crashies is in that same old position, playing
Great
passive.
line.
He's drawing their eye.
Good sees. He
Sends in
realizes
the
right
sees
away
as
what's
well, and
happening.
Kayak gives his position away,
God
but it's
damn,
well
Crashies
worth
is
it.
seriously owning.
Landing himself the pick. And they know there's still one in heaven. Sevov
I'm sorry, my
down
goat.
low. TP, he won't get away. Oh, he will. Barely avoiding
Whoa.
those shots in the smoke down to cover his retreat.
Whoa,
Will
he
not make it
spammed
to sight though.
Down A.
The spam through that smoke picks him off and leaves one player less. Good in the
time.
clutch, but no time to even plant the spike. This round is done. And it
Damn,
falls in favor
dude.
of Fnatic.
It seemed like Fnatic in this round did excellent work, giving up space, but then having
Crashies
a response
in
to whatever
nuts
they gave
form
up.
out
Like,
here,
they
huh?
managed to find that opening pick, as you mentioned, Chronicle.
Bro went to EMEA, got that good nutrition, you know, like he got what? Dude, that's crazy. That's actually crazy, that shot that they observed.
Around and fight alongside without much presence. That's. I was about to say, I knew he spammed, but I didn't think he caught him that early. It's a little bit unlucky
So
for
unlucky.
Sevov, but I think by that point the round was already firmly in the favor of Fnatic.
Did you guys see this
On the
play?
coaching
Hold up.
staff had decided we're actually
Pretty
going to
sure.
take a pause after the victory,
Gotta
wanting to
find.
close out this map here and now. It has been a defensive marvel
it was
throughout the game. It was only those, like, obviously the
Thought it
last
was
3
weird.
rounds coming in and a 3 cluster in the middle as well that sort of maybe made us think the tide would change at some point. Someone has to break that run of defense rounds eventually.
Oh, you're seeing it there. This pause maybe even called by Boaster. Maybe it was called by the coaching staff just to reset the mental, get them on the straight and narrow. It's been a long game. The longer it goes on, the more you know you've put into it, the more that it feels like is on the line. You can see deep breaths from the coaches. You can only imagine how the players feel. 14-13. One more for Fnatic,
we
and
go.
things started to go right in that
I got what
last
I'm
one. We've
looking
seen
for, but
Chronicle
it'll
with
be a
that
sec,
early
'cause-
pickup. Boaster still paving the way for the squad. Vitality seeing the same struggles. But this defense
Got that normal
is where they've been
nutrition.
putting up those
I'm not gonna lie, I
rounds. They
did
looked
always
great
feel really
swapping
good
into the
as
second
a
half,
player after boot camping in the
revitalized
NBA.
team.
I always
See if
felt
it's the
like
same in
my
overtime
body
number 2.
functioned better
I think
without
they
all
try
the
and
fucking shit.
sell Althea as a ruse.
Ultra
while the rest of the
processed
team
stuff
go
I
back, but
normally
an
eat.
aggressive position from Durka is one that's going to be difficult to hold on to. Obviously trying to bait him out with the teleport
nice
back
P.
and the fake smoke.
Spike down B.
Works
Alright, they
out
got
in
the
Durka's
space though.
favor.
The,
Adds
your
Crashies down
commit
already.
this. Recall backside.
She's gone. Indeed.
I don't think he
Three
expects
players around this
this.
position as well. 2 players make that with Seavoff down. One up in heaven. Kicks not yet spotted. And that TP into backside from
Lurk
Kayak has gotten
heaven
them
from the
so much
raise.
space
Oh my God,
to
Les.
play with Alpha Air on the lurk, but he's being caught. Les knows that game.
What?
It's not one you're likely to beat him on. Numbers back in favor of the defensive side. And a retake with not even
How
needed
did
yet.
Les
Salvo's
do
come in
that?
to delay the plan.
General irritation. Obviously
Good
Fnatic
plant.
this time with a lot more on the clock.
Still a hard
Will
retake,
now be
though.
in their favor.
Good
Aftershot
positioning.
to try
I
and
love this from
create
Kayak.
a more awkward
Hard to
scenario
get
for
out.
Kayak, but he's not really been cleared. Even still, Kix manages to win the battle, and just like that, they fall like
Bro, Vitality was on some bullshit this round. Holy.
Vitality. We go again.
Vitality was on some utter bullshit this round.
Quite, I mean, we
Oh
say it
my
sometimes, but
God.
blink and you miss it. Genuinely, I feel like that was synchronized. The opening pick
I want
by
to see
Durka
Les's kill.
onto Crashies as well, causing problems.
Oh,
You
it's
don't
a
have that
go.
same
Bro,
ability to
tank the
reveal them,
molly.
to grab the information. We saw Seavoff put in that
Here it is.
precarious position.
Oh, it wasn't that
Les,
crazy, actually.
If he goes down there, the round
It felt
is
like
in
such a
trouble with
bigger
Alpha still
adjustment when I
roaming
was
around
watching,
and
the
the
other
potential
preview.
for the spike to move back in the other direction. But after the pause, it seems like Vitality
Wow.
were the ones to make best use of that time down. 14-14, overtime number 3. Fnatic are back on the defense. The B-side hold from Boaster has been strong enough that I'm surprised Vitality don't just start on the A.
Why are we tweaking this much from map 1? I don't know.
Time that we saw
I've been on my
Lotus having
deathbed
that
for like
success.
3 days.
running into the B side. It was the aggressive take, the pause, and then
I am
going
tweaking
back
right
for it.
now,
But a
though.
lot of
You're
the time,
right.
that was when Boaster had swapped.
Yeah.
I think with his utility, he's much more able to slow them, but also isolate the player at the back of the site. That was the issue. If somebody TPs to the back of the site and you don't have anything to cover, you can't turn and face because you're stuck in the mud.
Am I feeling better?
Here though,
My left ear has been
present
ringing
shot.
since the broadcast
you
on
already see
Sunday.
at the back.
It's like
Gate
never
crush,
happened to me
more
before.
rotations have been thrown in.
I
Clear that
was
there's
very
a-
scared
an
about
idea.
it, but people have told me that
Maybe there's going to be a ruse sold. I'm looking at safe
it's
outside
just
B main.
an ear infection will
Potential
go
for
away in like a week
maybe
or
a
two.
salvo or two to be thrown in just to sell the idea there on that side of the map.
Look at how
Oh,
much
no.
space they've given up over on Fnatic.
It's very annoying though to
You
have
to
a
be
ring
worried
in my
about
left
fence
ear
push-up now because there is
24/7.
just no information to play with. Chronicle steps out wide, picks one but goes down. TP comes in, gate crash used to good effect by
Lurking
Kayak and
mid.
Flown going through. It
Going
confirms
into
that he's
Boaster.
here. They start to suspect maybe those rotations have come into play.
They won't
And
be
so
able to
the
get back
site
in
will
B
be
with
a
the
bit
rotate.
more open. They've
Alpier
made the
has
right
a
call.
satchel maybe.
But Boaster on the B site, well, he called earlier, let me back on B. And here he
Alpier
is.
stuck out of the
he has to
site.
hold off against the whole squad. 12 seconds. Plant
Boaster v World.
needs to be connected very soon. That
Wow.
paranoia, perfect
Good blind.
from Seavoff. That's a double pickup from him with the paranoia alongside his buddies. And now a plant that should be difficult for Fnatic to get back into. That jump was heard, and Durka's more than ready for the angle from Crash. He's a cleanup
Great round by
for
Vitality. Good pivot
and
back
an
to B right
attack
there.
side
Great
win,
call.
setting them up to potentially close this
Good call
map
by
out.
Safe.
Where you look back at how this has gone so far, Fnatic have been the ones that have had opportunities to close out this map,
Shouldn't I get that
at
checked
least in
out?
overtime.
Literally the first thing. So I went into the broadcast, guys, with a building sinus infection, and it got progressively worse because those days were very
The
long.
risks of him still being on that side.
And so by Sunday, my sinus infection was so fucking bad, and it spread to an ear infection.
But as we know, when you get
And
into
so
OT,
my head
not.
was killing me when I left the broadcast on Sunday. And I went to
Still
urgent care
around
first thing
B
Monday
main.
morning and got
This is where
meds.
Durka's caused problems, but
But-
he's pushed in that little bit
Yeah,
deeper.
it was definitely worrisome. I'll
Push
say
doesn't
that.
come through, so the alarm, or boom bot rather, put into play. Durka was waiting for the repeat, but it's
it's
not
the
coming
same
It's
through.
spot
pressure,
as
but
the
it's a lot
last
less
defensive
pressure
OT.
now.
So I think
Now that I've
Durka
been
sat
on,
there
like,
thinking,
antibiotics
they're
and
not
stuff.
going to expect me to do the exact same thing twice.
They wanted that drone to see them. There's no way that Chronicle didn't know that was coming into play. It's been pushing up in A main when they don't give contact every round. We even saw him not long ago play behind this box on his own, so the drone didn't see him and he could fill in the space. They knew that they were going to show 2 players there.
It's that cam.
And then nothing. A complete freeze, a complete stoppage on the play, and Fnatic start to rotate over. I'm curious if they think maybe Vitality will have started to leave the A site, leave it a bit more open with just less here. That's not the case.
No, I think because Durka still has complete vision
Is that
into
Cam a
B-main,
trap for the
there's
breach
not
Taya?
really been a mass reason to pull those rotations away. Also, someone normally challenges him. So instead, they're going to go walked into a pretty stacked up site. The TP
wow,
stun
the
is
TP is
perfect,
so
though.
good
That's safe,
again from
eliminated
Boaster. The
immediately,
stun.
but
That's a
still they have
Boaster
to try
stun.
and deal with less.
Damn, double
This
cages
time,
is good.
He comes up, Trump, still sat at the back of the site.
This
Second
guy is
already
still
dropped,
the
looking for more, but
fucking
eventually
goat.
dealt with. And now Durka, the man returning to
23.
face his old team, is all that
The finish.
stands. His IGL on the other side, and well, anything you could do, we could do better.
That
Fnatic,
finish
they'll
boy
pull
got
off an
finished.
attack side round as well.
That's
feel me on
really
that track?
impressive as well because Vitality were ready for that A hit.
Yeah.
They had passive play in mid, giving it up completely. We even saw a smoke from Vitality on the defense into
like the
B
flash.
Heaven to stop that angle from being peaked because they didn't know if the push-up was coming. But it was a gamble. And I think it comes from the fact that Fnatic have not played mid. If anything, the only time they've really been around mid for that early fight is when they go into A Heaven and then go back through vents.
Bro sounded like a gorilla.
The take
What?
instead was set around, let's give them mid,
Chronicle
let's
on that
gamble that they
gorilla
won't take it, and
cosplay,
stack
bro.
the A side a bit more heavily. It worked, at least in terms of having numbers for the fight, but still, Fnatic are able to break through. Another OT.
Oh,
and Kayak
God.
in a
Oh!
risky position, but one that has a
Bro,
wealth of
the
rewards,
individual
a two-piece
pop-offs are
pickup,
insane
and
right now.
Vitality miles behind in this attack round.
Crash used to do that before, expecting Durka to try and be cheeky on the cross, and that's the second time he's been punished for the exact same play. Obviously, about 10 rounds between the last time it happened. Crashy's less in a 1v1, and less has taken it home.
All right, doable now.
Still, though, a hefty rotation
Big
of
Lord
players.
Kevin here.
Boaster
the
trying
new
to make
guy.
sure the cross to sight is not going
Might
to
have
be an
heard.
easy
Yeah, he
one,
heard,
and
dude.
they've also
What? He
lost
just
the battle
spammed
within
him.
Heaven, leaving just
He
two
heard the
standing, and
Omen
they know
smoke and just
exactly
deleted him.
where Kicks is going to be. Less to try and fight back, needs an ace to take it, and well, with Dimensional Drift just basically being as awkward as
Let's see this Chronicle replay.
4K of his own, and Fnatic now with another chance to close.
I'm fairly
Well,
sure he
the
just heard the
focus is
Omen
very
smoke
much
and just
around
fucking owned
Durka
him.
playing his old team, and of course that's a very deep storyline with all the international events they've not just played at together, but won together as well, and the EMEA ones too. Let's not forget, he got the bucket. But for Fnatic, having someone like Kayak coming up against Durka, if you have a bad game, the immediate comparison is going to
Holy
be,
shit,
oh,
I did
well.
like insanest flick, bro.
Yeah, he just did the wall bang.
Bro, what?
Comparison's always going to be that, oh, well, Kayak's not as good as Durka. It's a down.
I saw that shit in the mini map and I was like, nah, surely he made a noise or something.
40.
What?
The reality is,
No,
he's doing better
he
than
just
Durka, but
fucking
he's
heard an
had
Omen
rounds that are
smoke and
all
two bullet
down
of the
to him.
wall.
Big
What?
confidence builder for such a young talent. Although he's been through the ringer himself. 16 to 15.
Now I see why
Chance
Floor
for Fnatic
fucking
to close out their
sent that
map pick
tweet.
and forget
I couldn't even engage
how
with
close
it.
this has been. Take a little bit of a breather before they move on to Lotus, where Vitality decided to take it today. The attack side
Floor
again,
was,
we're
like,
seeing the same sort of scenario play
glazing
out,
Chronicle.
waiting for that aggression. Drone changes position this time. It's going to get a bit of information that they're waiting outside mid, something that hasn't been seen in a lot of these rounds.
Back once again.
Oh, shit.
Chris hit that shot on
Blood.
the Chronicle, an attempted retreat, and he will
Caught.
get away.
Caught.
Not this time.
Fucking
Hyper Scream now
actually
offline, and
caught.
because of
Wait,
that,
wait.
they're going to sell the idea that they're going into the B side. I like the idea. Look at the rotation. That is the full squad going through the spawn. Everybody feeding their way back to B. You've just lost your lurker
What?
over on the A side.
30
You see
seconds
an
left.
immediate response over on the B side. You expect that to be the complete commitment.
It's a
Instead,
Boaster
they're walking
masterclass.
into a free A side.
Oh
Of
my
course,
God.
Fnatic have to take the time to do
Good
so.
pause.
Have to take the time to get in, but they'll have a post plant.
Dude, that's
and
a long
potential
cage though.
late
He's waiting.
position.
It's time to make a
Oh my
decision.
God, he's gotta
Gate
run.
Crash is going to be going offline fairly soon. And there's no way to
No,
way
you
to make
can't
a
take
call
that.
any different now. Gate Crash gone. Kayak moving
There's a
into
big
A.
flank.
Going for the flank.
Double
it
duelist
looks like
in
he'll
heaven.
be good. Catching one at least, knowing the push is coming in, communicating that to his teammates. It results in a
Is
trade
it?
to start with. We're waiting for Kayak
32.
to complete this full wrap around, and it's a free kill presented. He will capitalize. Looking up top for safe. A good
Safe.
idea. Oh, it's a messy fight, but when he wins, Durka on the other side though. Facing his replacement
How did they win
and
this?
taking him down to keep the game going. Another overtime needed to separate these teams on split.
Oh,
How would they win this?
The longest map was, of course, yesterday,
What?
Foot versus Mate. And obviously that was an 18-16. We are going to at least 18-16. We'll see if that continues. I think we've been there most of the time. We've had the longest maps in history.
Ember bind.
Fnatic should have closed this
Thinking back
out.
to a little bit of
Oh yeah, that's some frustration
FPX
for
Forza.
sure.
Or maybe, if you want to talk about Fnatic.
I think the
Fnatic
coaches
mech,
thought they had it.
Yes, yes.
And on Split as well.
Even man down, they were in such a
These
good
teams
spot.
have
Oh, they're hitting
Been
weak
there,
site.
done that,
They are
got the
hitting weak
t-shirt,
site.
but
Seize is the
what has
holding
been
play.
An absolute
This is the
journey
fade.
of a map. Someone eventually has to take it. It
no.
seems like that could have been it.
Okay, they got a quick rotate
But
though.
up for
They're
the
reading it.
Durka 4K.
They insta rotated.
Crashy's about to be under pressure once again. He thrived in it when we kicked off OT.
Chronicle could swing and catch that.
Last big pickup. Kayak's been bailing them out
Oh,
of rounds.
he's fucked.
When
He
things
is
get
fucked.
dicey, Crashies has done the same with these A-site holds, but no 3K this time.
3v4.
Zivov is picked off at least, but look how quickly the
Oh.
response is there.
This round's
Les
cooked.
always causing
Off
problems.
retake, he needs to get
In
a
your
gun.
blind side is where he lives, and a double
double
stack
fist.
up will send Boaster to the Shadow Realm. It's only Alphayer looking to bring this back. Vitality of 4 players alive, plenty of time to work with, and an op not great.
What a call by Safe. Change of pace, just hit the A site, show that heaven pressure, pivot back into main. I actually think I broke down a play like this on America's broadcast last week. Like I said, I don't remember. I was fucking, my brain was so cooked that week, guys. Like, I felt like it was my worst broadcast performance of all time.
We saw a huge play
Like-
Crashies at the back of the elbow.
I felt
They
cooked
send
out
so
there.
much utility into that corner. There is no way he survives. They are so careful with it. And even, I think it was a paranoia.
I'm
while
pretty
he's
sure I
full
wrote down
spraying
that,
to
like,
make sure
the
there is
American
no
team doing
chance
that.
of that happening again.
All right, trap play
That
for
adaptation
the
makes the site
cross.
so much more open. And the learning curve for either side again puts
Less
Vitality
again
in
with
that
like a
driver's
deep
seat.
box in setup. Clearly an
Defensive
anti-Yoru
side at that.
type
We
play.
haven't seen too many attack rounds so far in OT.
It's like even if the Yoru TP is back here, you'll get info about it because of this trip, which is such a clever idea. Like, it's a really clever idea.
Minute 10 on the clock. Fnatic showing much more mid
Wait,
presence than most of the rounds,
gone.
looking to
Killed that.
make their way through.
Alfier's
but
been lurking
Alpha,
on the
this has been
raise.
a consistent factor. He's been lurking around B main, trying to pressure, trying to
Map point.
take Durka off the angle. This
5v4
time,
is a
run
chance.
into less.
Think about their attack rounds. When
Yep.
they won attack rounds, he was the focal point.
Why is
Finding
posted
either an
off
opener, picking off less, like winning that battle, as you said.
That's so
coming up with 3
disrespectful,
or
you
4 kills.
motherfucker.
This time they're going to have to try and deal without him, and that will burn the
What do you
clock.
want me to
40
say to
seconds
that?
left, and they are
What
only
do-
just clearing out positions in mid. The spike
I
also
don't know, man.
outside B without
He's
a
on
whole lot of
steroids
help.
today.
This
It's
is a
not him.
dangerous
What are
round at this stage
answers?
from Fnatic.
They failed to take down kicks as well. Still so much util online.
Stepped
He's forced
off.
forward though by the snake bite. A chance if they can pick him off, but instead it's kicks.
Traded.
Finding
Big
one up
fight here for
above.
Crashies
Less
again.
Consistent, and he's
It's
on
everything,
the side with
42.
just his dinner to finish. Boaster and Crashies.
Oh my
Crashies to
God.
take the kill,
1v2.
Keeping this
For the game,
doable
9,
for
8.
his side, but a plan has to be stuck surely. Barely any time left, and now no choice. Durka with the swing could end it all here, and that's exactly what he does. The final dagger in the back from their
What a
former
map,
squad mate.
dude.
And it is 18 to
What
16.
a
We
map.
went the distance here. Vitality 1-0 up
got
going
the
into their
B,
own
bro.
map pick.
Yeah, it's Lotus to come up next. We have not
That was
witnessed
such a
that
good
from
map.
Fnatic just yet.
That was a great map of Valorant. Holy shit, man.
Map from Vitality. It needs to be a recovery. But first,
That map made me a believer in EMEA. Like, what the hell?
He came with a bookie on me. What a good boy.
Oh.
Alpha was looking at my dog.
No, I by the way.
Let's go, bro. Guys, we're one step ahead of these, bro. My mom was on B as well, honestly. Like, on my mom.
Wait, what did he say? We're one step ahead of what? 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 He called them dogs? Bro. Bro, did you guys see this? Did you guys see this? This is one of the greatest things that has happened in VCT EMEA history. This right here, this is EMEA cinema.
The same position as before, and they're not going to clear it. That's 2 from Oni.
Come on, come on,
Not
come
gonna
on,
forget that one in a
come
while.
on.
It's so much time. And unfortunately,
Yes, look at him relaxing. Look at him.
Not even just
No.
wasting the bullets of one gun, but wasting the bullets
The
of
other Fnatic
two.
spray.
And this is what it's
No.
like to face up against
He's
your
still-
own teammate. You're gonna kick him while he's down.
What did they say on the desk earlier? Like, oh, you'd think there's some
Listen.
sort of a rivalry, but it's all friendly on social media. This ain't social media. They're all getting involved. The new guys in there too. Oh, they're letting them know that we're down to a classic. Running out of ammo to dump into the bodies. That is wonderful. And the post plan from
God,
Vitality
dude.
not even going to be challenged. Boaster
Oh my
hearing all
God.
those shots. I was going to say he must be wondering what's...
That's so crazy, man. It was 5-3 at that point, bro. It was 5-3. Like, god damn. God damn, bro.
No, let's see about it. You gon' speak about it, then be about it.
Holy. That's fucking aura right there out of Durka. Bro's not even having a good game. They're down 5-3. Doesn't care. Nah, don't. Nope. Gotta let him know real quick. Holy shit, that was a banger. It had everything. It had everything. It had like the team that picked the map with like a banger start, a little bit of a fight back. It's like this pistol was crazy. This pistol. Watch these shots from Les. I wasn't streaming this part, so where we go? That's the we're a little bit past here then. Dude, Les literally saved them with this pistol. I'm telling you. Where's it at? It's right here. So they're like in this shit scenario. Right here, this 2-on-3.
I wanna broke my monitor right now.
I hope you guys were entertained.
Man, that's
what
a
a way to
fire
kick
shot.
off a Friday here
like that
in the
about
Riot
you.
Games Arena. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here with Kakuka
Wow.
and Billy.
Check out
That
this
felt like
from
a
Les.
final, you know, it was
So
back and forth,
Durka,
and Kakuka,
or I'm sorry,
brilliant
Boaster
balance,
chilling
but
at
yeah,
17-4.
absolutely. I think that many
17-4,
times,
chat.
especially
Boaster,
when they get
17-4.
very far, teams start
8-4
losing the
lead.
plot a little bit, but I feel like every
It
single
looks
round that
like
we had, we were
Les
just
has no
glued to our
chance of winning
monitors
this
and
pistol
like,
from
oh my
here,
God,
right?
this is so interesting.
It's like
felt
they're
a team is
fucked.
throwing. I didn't feel like any
They're
of the
fucked.
teams
Watch
lost
this.
control at any point.
I have to agree. I think
Pop,
that, like, they were
pop.
still being methodical.
I was
throughout,
like,
still trying to
okay,
adapt.
now we got a
Seriously, when
game.
so
Now
hard
we've got a
to,
fucking
like, throw everything
game.
into sight,
When he pulled that
constantly trying to
out,
play around
I
with
was
each other, which
stoked.
is why it looked so competitive
I was like,
at
all
the
right.
end as well.
We were
I gotta go
trying
live
to
before the
see if
map's
we could
over.
predict where the shenanigans were going
I'm
to come
so
in.
glad I went live.
We did see some because Billy Durka, I think, put about 4 rounds of ammo into poor Alfia's, you know, icon on the floor there after killing him. Who can blame him?
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming up against people that you've played with, you'd hope that they can take it as like sort of tongue-in-cheek. But man, like watching it was just, it was funny to watch, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
about to go
exactly.
to like
This is how we hit
10
off
hours,
the
yeah.
entire map. It was Alpha getting that click and that click and that kill onto Durka. But then we see the revenge here with Durka just having some discipline, saying, yeah, I think I'm going to get that first.
Yeah, and then,
Yeah.
you know...
And then just, yeah, being like, you like this spot? You like it?
Shout out to the Fnatic spray though. He's still equipped the spray for this, so I mean you can't blame him for this. It was such an intense game as well. When Alpha stood up though, I was a little bit nervous. I was like, please sit back down, sit back down. And the reason that we even got to OT was just some brilliant gameplay from both sides. But let's take a look at Vitality on their defense.
There is a lot of like head-to-heads that are of course to be looked at, and of course we're speaking about the expectations that we have for Vitality and whatnot. One of the questions that I had is I want want to see Safe excelling
My
at Tejo. I
God,
want him
Cloud.
to be the best. And this was a
My
very
God.
good example of some of the struggles that Fnatic were having on the attack. Very well played. Less playing alone on the side is something that we saw a lot, or either on B or on A. Him in his position, he is able to dodge that Fade ultimate. And it is so important to work with the time. Look at the effect that this Armageddon is having. With him also getting the kill onto Boaster makes things way more easy for Vitality to prevent this. I feel like the utility was just on point as
Luxo debut
Kicks
today?
just gets the kill onto Crashes. And it's just
I
off
know
the
the
shooting
answer,
in
but I don't think I
Valorant,
can
right?
say.
Yeah, I think you have to consider as well, like how long
I have
the clock
inside
ran
info,
down
so I'm-
for Fnatic here in their attack, and they didn't really bait out any of that utility before then, which is why they have all of this Breach utility, all of this Tejo utility, and as well, you need to consider that Tejo ultimate if you are going to run the clock down like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I love also the mix and match that we were seeing between being reactive and being proactive with the Tejo utility, which I think is one of the key aspects. You need to
No,
condition it,
he
put it on an
cooked.
opponent, or we're going to fight for certain
He
zones on the map,
cooked.
We're going to put some pressure here. Or also, I'm just going to wait, now that I've conditioned you, to what we see to do against that, and that is when I stop. And I think that
My
he's
goat,
very good
dude.
at that.
I love
My
the same
goat.
story the other side. Vitality running out of time as well.
Dude, I was
Doing the
so
exact same
the
thing.
story behind this
Back on them.
pick
And we-
is I was
before this
talking
match
to
started, I don't
Milao, the BR dude that was on the desk with us. He's so fucking chill. That guy gave me so much insight and was like vibing with me hard in like that area where the smoothies are, which is where the pictures is. And he was like, "Oh, that's the guy right there." And I was like, "Wait, that's Luxo?" He's like, "Yeah." I thought he had like blonde hair. And he walked by. I was like, "Wait. Can I get a pic with you?"
Always forget as well about the supportive
shameless,
utility
bro.
that both of these
I'm so
players are able to
shameless.
provide. I mean, Bea, you said it before we even went into
Fucking-
this. Kicks is such an amazing player on split, such a strong breach. And then Boaster as well. There were so many rounds that he was pushing out of main with Kayak and just being able to get those first engagements, which is risky for someone that's on that controller as well, right? But I think that's a great thing that Fnatic did that I didn't see from them in kickoff, was taking more risks, which was really nice.
Yeah, and thinking about when we speak about the unsung heroes, even though Boaster was having and getting a lot of kills, he was being very successful. We saw in many rounds that he was very willing to drop his gun to someone else, to give it to Kayak, to give it to Alpha. It's not because he knows that he is getting the kills, but it's so important to make your teammates, if they're not having good rounds, feel comfortable, feel like you trust them, that you know that they can do it, and build that trust.
The way that he took a frenzy, like you said, he gave the gun to Alpha. Alpha had like 6 kills at the time.
I was hearing Tom and speaking about Kayak being completely denied when he was on the attack, just not being able to find kills.
The confidence is going to be very important. And very quickly, you mentioned, just how clean this game was. Neither side threw a 5v3, a 5v2, or a 5v1.
Yeah.
That's got to be one of the
That's
cleanest
what I'm
maps
looking
we've
for.
ever seen from two teams in EMEA after some of the shenanigans we saw yesterday. We won't talk about that, but let's talk about the next map. It will be Lotus. And this is where I do heavily favor Team Vitality.
Oh, you have to.
Speaking of experience,
No, you completely have to. I mean, you need to think about the amount of times that Vitality have played this already this year. It's been 4 times, and the only team to beat them on that map so far is G2 Esports. So of course you have to be worried for Fnatic.
yeah.
Did they ever want to change their comp?
No,
Ever.
the thing is that Crashes can fit in. I think that he's found a lot of comfort in
bench
the
comp?
Fade, and I actually really like it.
Dude.
Maybe I want to know
Powerful.
how much this is.
Okay, so for Fnatic to have picked this shot, like they clearly have to understand heavily how to play against Breach Teo with this comp. The Killjoy is kind of crazy to me, no? The Killjoy is kind of crazy.
Well, that I'm looking at being back on that Sentinel. We mentioned this last week, how strong he is on that agent and how much value he can bring when he's on that.
I can't wait.
It feels like we went excavating on Lotus and we found a fucking fossil comp right now. That's what it feels like. It feels like we dug up a woolly mammoth and it was fucking alive.
He has already delivered 18 to 16 on map number 1.
We're in Jurassic
It goes
Park right
in
now with
favor
this
of
comp.
Vitality. Now they
Bro, it's
come in
going
on
crazy.
their home turf on Lotus, where they wanted to see the battle go down today. Let's see if it's going to be an easy closeout to the game, or if Fnatic can bring something fresh to the server. Tom, when it comes to competition,
I saw the juvenile suspension thing, or whatever you want to call it. Bro, I was laughing in bed last night with Jennifer at some of the memes people were posting. Oh my god, she was getting so sick of it because I was laughing for like
if this still
fucking
works
40
without
minutes
the
straight.
same pieces of the puzzle as effectively as it did. The thing is though, Fnatic have always
It is
been
a
happy
long
if
time,
they
I'm not gonna
broke,
lie.
Don't fix it.
But
Well, exactly.
kind of
Let's see if
deserved.
Vitality can
But
break
also
Fnatic's
other
toys
people have gotten away with
as we move
worse. So I don't know.
push from Kayak. He's
I don't
being
know how I feel
spotted.
about it all, truthfully.
Safe. Taking his HP
I think a
bar
ban
down
is
to the
deserved.
last. The early fight
I
from
don't know how
Fnatic
long.
wasn't intended to be B.
It's interesting
take
that
it
some
for
other
space
people have
and
gotten
then
away
off
with
the
stuff,
air
is what I'll say.
Sending it back towards A
I
is
don't
a
want
risk.
that kind of behavior in the community.
Giving up this space.
I don't want people to think it's
The push
okay.
up that you'll typically see from teams.
I have 2 daughters of my own.
You know,
Yeah.
You should be expecting someone on rubble,
Good
but
trade
not
by
so
Crashies.
ready for kicks. Still, he only finds 1 before going down.
Yeah, people get away with some crazy shit.
Maybe they
Oh,
would have
God.
expected no. Durka
Bad death.
is waiting and watching. That now leaves this as quite a one-dimensional take from the side of Fnatic. It seems like there's a decent idea.
That's really, really good rotations, though, from Vitality. Plugging those gaps, they do not have a
They
Senti.
might just have an opportunity
So
to try and put the pressure
this
onto
lurk
Seagull.
is going to be open, and Fnatic thought they could
He is
abuse
all
it
alone
on
with
round
the rope
1
in
with a
his back.
trade
He's
and a
now compromised,
4v4.
Wants to fight forward. And good for the first.
Maybe 2.
That's all he's getting this time.
Let's
Crashes
fight.
knows there's a fight brewing with Safe, but has to go back to cover the plant.
Fnatic needs
10
next kill.
seconds left.
There it is.
And it's time to get that spike on the floor. Durka
1v2,
dropping down,
backside.
being heard, but there was no chance to stop the
Double swing,
defuse,
3-2.
or the plant, I should say. The defuse now certainly coming through. Spoilers ahead.
I didn't
Big
think he could
flank
get
from
there in
Les,
time.
and it's good to see he's still got that gameplay up his sleeve, even here on Lotus.
It seems to make
Wow, he got
very little difference what map or what
Oh my
even
God.
what agent you put less on. He's always going to be
That was
behind
one of
you. You've
the-
always got to watch out.
one of those scenarios I was
wanna
just completely
bring in
unaware of.
a stat that I think was truly ridiculous. So I'm going to ask you a question. I don't want you to look this up.
Okay.
Versus GX,
Oh, God.
Wow.
there were 15 opening
Another
duels.
pistol, 1
How
for
many
less.
do you think that Vitality won?
Ooh.
Vitality right now up in pistols,
Be a little
2-1.
aggro at times. I'm going to go in for 10.
14.
4, that's a few more.
Yeah. So it,
Out of
it was
15.
Yes,
Ooh,
it was a
goodness.
13-2. So they won almost every single opening duel. So obviously a hugely dominant performance from them, but I have to wait and see if they can do a similar sort of display versus Fnatic, and more so if it will matter. This has been
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't
incredible
even know,
map for them. The only
and
defeat
kind
they've
of
had
still don't even know what
was
the
when
whole
they faced
CMC
up
thing is. I
against G2.
kind of do. And that's where I
Best
was
teams in the
like,
world. And every other team they face, they've got a minimum
only so
of
much
8
Googling
rounds
I'm
on
gonna
the
do with that
attack.
shit, but-
And in most cases in EMEA, they've got at least 10.
I'll say he
Well, they have
deserved a
got
ban.
I was twinged a bit when you say G2.
He
the
definitely
best team in
deserved
the
a
world.
fucking
It's one
ban.
of the best. Just thinking on the last time that was true before that roster, and it was when Valorant was played in a very different way.
Yeah.
Glad we're past those times now.
Yeah, and then they got
Someone talked to my daughters that way in like fucking 10 years. Bro.
things change. Safe,
Clashing of styles.
They'd
solid
be
position.
banned
Obviously,
IRL, I'll tell you that.
only has a pistol. Same can be
That's
said
the way I
for
think about it, by the way.
entirety of opponents.
I-
Oh,
that-
yeah,
when- now that I have
you've been left
a
behind.
daughter-
You've been left out to dry unless, oh, already good for one. Now the rifles come into play. See, the goal here is to keep things as clean
I
as
thought he was
possible.
gonna swing.
Plant would be
There was a
nice
chance
for
if so.
Boaster, but not quite. A millisecond
Vitality
away.
playing so well with the fights.
Chronicle, who was left behind.
I'm so sorry.
You know what? He's going to get away with one. Always seems to. And that is a Bulldog in hand. There's a part of me that wonders if he goes for damage or if he just chucks out the map.
Yeah. 15 seconds left. He could even run and carry it through, but he'll have the credits in the next. Doing a dent to Vitality here could be worth it, but the players he'll fight might not all have weapons, and one shot landed should get that Bulldog back into play. Durka even dropped the Outlaw, so one of his closer teammates could pick it up. Nicely done by Vitality, not too much lost. A 2-0 start. And like we said, you know, Fnatic 5-0 up on the last map. Climbed back after Vitality took the lead, brought us to an overtime.
I'll try to
Had
get
many
it all
opportunities
for
to
you,
close it
certified
out.
on
Now,
my
looking at the
second
games
monitor.
yesterday, Tom, we've seen that crumble teams mentally, but I would be astonished if that was the case for Fnatic. Let's see if they can take this third round, though. Whether they're crumbling mentally or not, this will certainly lift your spirits.
I think no matter what, I
We're
won't-
challenging B.
even
They
if
have a
get
mount trap.
stomped here, I
It's a
won't
really
argue it's
powerful
down to
setup left
mental.
side.
I think this team's done
Damn,
way too
bro.
much. I might argue that it's down to Vitality being
On the bonus.
insane. And while Durka
Occupying
peeking into
this
a
smoke
position
right
that is
here.
being held not only by Chronicle, but also by Alfia. He still manages to quickly deal a death blow. This is going to, again, cause
Powerful
havoc.
early
It
round. You can
removes
see
that
they're going to re-clear
Viper wall that
B.
we love
Damn,
to see
they're
utilized
so
to take
active,
space.
bro.
Instead, they're just going to do things that a little bit more quickly. Less has now been maneuvered
This is a
away
crazy,
from
and
the
the
C side because
wall's
of that
active.
aggressive fight that they took.
Like,
He
their
lost the ball
layers
on
on this round are crazy.
Paranoia is going to keep them back a little
There's
longer.
nothing open.
With that deep information,
Fnatic
we're
need to
talking
play a
about for
very slow
Durka.
round,
Yeah,
and
they
they are.
know they're ready for this blitz to come through on the A side. Salvos to slow as soon as the door opens. Whoa, that was almost a big mistake.
So many
Pressure
kill
on, Safe
opportunities
knows
for
it.
Vitality here.
Buddy's coming
Look
around
at
the
this
corner.
shit,
He's
man.
down below in the well. Creeps
What
around the backside as
a
well,
play.
barely avoiding Alfier's gaze. And the 2 versus 4, thanks to that shot. Maybe even having a plant in it. Him
where
planting,
Boaster is.
you're never going to expect Boaster to still be in rubble till they hear his steps. They just heard him running. Durka was well within range, and you can see. Oh,
maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah, must have missed it.
Good reposition happen. This could
He has aggressive
even
position.
things
This
up.
could even things up if he wins. The fight's not clean, but he does get the kill. That's all that matters. Puts things back into a
Line slightly
2v2,
late.
and they've expected Bosa to run away, to go back to try and join his teammate. The thing is that tap, it
Oh my
forces
God, they
Alpha's
won
hand, but
this
he
shit.
still manages to survive.
Dude.
This takes over.
What
a
a
play from Alfia.
fucking round from
that looked
Alfia.
dead and buried, but put this man back on a killjoy.
He
and he'll
single-handedly won
It's
the
good
round.
to see him smiling down there early on. Had a bit of a shaky start to split and a few whiffy moments as well. But this was looking very clean.
Pick'ems.
I feel like those 2 or 3 steps were heard, but it can be hard in the moment to put those pieces together. Alfia, a bit whiffy up top as well, but onto Durka and finishing off kicks
The beast
with
is back.
ease. The beast is back. Well, let's see if that holds true. A 4-piece for Alpha and a round for Fnatic, but a full buy coming through from their opponents now. They had a lot of weapons to fight with in the last.
Well, now the trap
This
is
one
at A.
looked that little bit better.
Vitality look like they have some crazy ass setups here.
Definitely an opportunity loss for Vitality. How that round started off, I think.
Shifting over to C,
Boaster
your
being able to
TP's
get in
out.
from behind, but also just not being able to isolate Alfia. Like he was basically.
You can see safe
at one
drones
point
this
like
probably
a
in the
1v,
mid round.
Maybe 3 on the site.
Hits like 110.
Also mentioned
110, we drone front B.
That those 1vx, 2vx haven't really been happening too often.
Saw
Well, that
the
was one of
turret
them.
recall.
Space being taken. Durka, the first point of contact, doesn't want to
Got
overface,
one,
and
but
actually
he needs
Kayak
to
has found
trade.
2
Nade is
with
good.
utility and a shot.
Yeah, less going down to the nade as well as open the site completely
Mound
for
plan.
Fnatic. Plant and a man advantage to work with.
Fnatic are grinding these rounds out, man.
Even come out of this round with ult online, but wouldn't really need it considering Vitality are pretty low in terms of credits. That may come into play. If they even decide to go for this 3 versus 4, they lose 1 player and it's time to fall back. They see an onslaught of utility and it may just be the same. Salvos and a pop flash inside the smoke. Kix has got the
Oh my
cover
God,
he
this
needs to
is
follow
so
through on that
cool how
kill
they're
without
approaching this.
disruption. But when they step a little wider, Kayak and Alpha ready to clean off.
Wow, that was
all
such a
of
good
Siva.
approach.
And no idea that Crashies has wrapped around. What an adjustment!
What?
If he has
The
time.
He has it, I think.
Down to the last few seconds. but
No.
played enough.
No.
That was a clean engagement, but a
Dude.
fight that still goes to Fnatic.
What the f?
You have to give credit to Crashies
Yo,
with the
that's a
timing.
defender smoke when they're like flooding in.
Knowing
This
just about
smoke.
when he needed to peak, but
That
is
was
really
such a good
unlucky for
approach.
Sivov. Again, that
Attack
looked
smoke
like a round that
deep.
was done and dusted with
So that's a defender
the
smoke.
initial take and the hold, but they
Holy
somehow
shit,
made
this
that one
kid is
incredibly
crazy.
competitive and even just the
Oh
quick
my-
reactions at the
they got all
end.
these freebie rounds last game, so now it's time for us to get some.
Clearly both are feeling they should have won the last one. Already.
That's classic
Yeah,
Alfie. That's
immediately
fucking
dealing.
classic Alfie, bro.
Durka, and this was an aggressive push that we've seen
That's-
a few times.
That's the fucking 2023 Alfie peak right there. Bro hit that
For the
literally
response.
100 times that year, I swear.
Being a rubble take and while patiently playing as a squad to make sure that, okay, they're not going to be able to steal the gun away. They're not going to be able to get too much out of this one.
Stun salvo combo almost works out, but you hit it onto the player who can just blast back away.
Yeah, no, Joe.
Lucky you can
Fnatic
see
took full
they
control of the
went
game
for it
with that
just a
clutch.
second or
Yeah.
two ago. They would have had
That's
4
why I thought the
players
clutch
caught.
was so
Kayak would've
big.
made it out, but the rest be in the dirt. Instead,
Fnatic were in like
they
full control of the
rotated.
round. I
As
thought the
expected
flood
in a
idea
round
was
like this, when you
super
have
good
those
for
pistols,
Vitality.
you're very rarely going to stick into a full default with 40 seconds left. The best play and really the only chance most of the time is
I
to
feel like a
group
lot
up
of these early
and approach the
rounds,
round as a unit.
Fnatic
Now,
are playing really
it's not
well.
worked out
They're
to
winning the
disrupt
early
plant.
round.
C site taken for free and Fnatic able to set up into post.
Think back to the pistol when Les
We
got that
talked
double
earlier
flame.
about Alphier and Crashies potentially having ult for this, and indeed they do. But again,
I thought the
seeing
initial
them,
trade
if they commit even one
into
of those
Alphier's
ults,
lurk B
Vitality
was
can
pretty
be pretty
good.
happy about that. And they won't deal the damage to the weapons, but at least the ult economy will go down. Realistically, their goal here is not even to bait out
Yeah, they're
ultimates.
trying to get guns.
It's not to win the round. It's simply to sit outside.
They're gonna
B main
breach
and
Teo's
wait
stun.
for Fnatic to come.
Oh, hey.
Then they can make it really
they're
costly.
avoiding it.
Already cleared way too much space.
Yeah.
Outside of B. I think Fnatic realizing that something's
What's up,
afoot.
Leslie?
Just opt to run back in the other direction. Maybe an assist or two for Timmy the turret, but no, it's just going to be the spike. Obviously
roll it right
denying
now.
all of those additional orbs to their opponents, but Fnatic will take the lead. Now, something I want to just premise
Classic
again when you look
Alphier,
at this
bro.
map. Vitality have had some, frankly, ridiculous attack sides.
Okay.
Again, you're talking about 8 rounds.
Seemed like a
Team
fun
One
round.
Masters, 10 rounds versus GX, 10 rounds versus Team Liquid. They are incredible
So what-
at the attack side of this
You
map.
literally
And you
leave
look back
barrier and you're like,
historically,
well,
that was also where
alright.
Fnatic thrived. Like, they were very, very good at the attack side with this composition. Their late rotations and how they control the map. So
Here we
I
go.
think obviously important for
Showstopper,
Fnatic to put
pop
up a
on
good
B.
stint, but even 4 or 5 rounds at times can be enough on the defense.
Well, we have
So they
6
show some
ultimates
pressure
online
over
coming into
A.
this round.
They get no
3 for
reaction.
Vitality,
That has to be a
3
little
for
confusing.
Fnatic, but
They might
Fnatic
cancel.
side has the higher impact ones.
They throw a
lot of
cloud
the
smoke
time.
here.
Crashies
They
and
hear
Alpha
some
to
shots,
clear
so they
space
know
and
there's
Kayak
pressure,
to claim
right?
some heads.
So they're
Or do
trying to
just the
bait it
same
out maybe
as
with
the others.
these
And
fights.
this is why they can be much slower in their approach to this early round. They don't need to
What
have
is this shit?
a lot of space to springboard off of, especially when you're pushed up like that in B main. So often you're going to see just the Killjoy ultimate put into play there. Maybe. Kayak's good. Well, he is dancing around those shots, waiting for them to run out of ammo, and as they retreat and reload, he pushes on. That'll get them a plant, and again, we talk about the crowd control, just running the clock down. He won't get a kill with the showstopper, but he's got them a plant.
The worry is that they now need to do something else, because I think the plan was maybe to try and delay with the lockdown. That
I didn't
was
want to flood this.
removed with the spam, trying to push onto Siva, and they've done well. The bait into that, wrap back around. The thing is, though, they didn't
fall
actually end up
again, man.
planting. They're now going back over to the A side with the spike, almost trying to sell this ruse. And with the rolling thunder on the other
hit
side,
Kayak.
safe for Dirk combining. It looks like Fnatic might have overcooked this one a little bit.
Yeah.
The spike now has to go back once again, and sure, on a site hold, in a 1 versus 3, it was basically going back to the last map. Crashies managed to thrive. This would have to be the best of them, already giving away his position. Sure, he'll take down Durka,
Good bait
but there
out.
was nothing more to be had.
Yeah, the fact that Dirk is able to push
They
up
overcooked
behind
that
on
big time.
C there for free, it essentially trades back. Chronicle was able to catch
Let
Sivov
me-
off guard by making that late play towards A main,
do wanna
and
see
then
one
Dirk
thing,
did
though.
exactly the same to him.
Let's see where Kix was during all this.
The site hold as well, the Rolling Thunder committed by Kicks got them so much.
I want to give immense
And
credit.
again, sort of from the start, once out.
Dude, Kix staying like in a site like that and holding that through the beat, like that is really well played from Kix.
Push up because
I got your up.
they're not going to catch me. They're not going to hit me with a turret. I'll be able to sneak up, get a shot off, and gate crash out, and it wasn't even needed. 3-3. Vitality biting
They thought-
right back, and
Because
Fnatic
they
had the
thought
lead
they would
for a
get
moment,
close
but
to the
a fleeting
breach
one.
because they anticipated like a
utilized
breach
as
ult
well.
flood. And so they didn't want to stay in B. And so I see why they did what they
Maybe a
did.
Chronicle Viper's
But
pit
Kix
might
like
finally be
holding
seen.
over here really fucked
It is a
them.
mystery to us.
Actually, completely fucked them. Really well played.
Can just fight for that orb. A lot of the time, the defense are not going to play this far forward. In fact, it's interesting. The C site is where we've basically seen Durka almost every single round. Like, they are happy to just take the control, have him posted up
Loving
in
how
case
Fnatic's
anybody
playing
wants
the
to try
map,
and fight that
actually.
direction.
They're showing
But it
pressure
then
like
just
in
allows them
all
to
of the
bolster
lanes.
the other side of the map. You're seeing
Now
3
B.
play outside A. information.
Just like sniffing out
already
every trap
found onto
play.
Kayak as well, and they're going to make a play off this.
Here we go.
God, they've walked straight through the door. Seavoff, they knew he was there, but a
Damn,
little bit too late.
dude.
Did the pieces connect?
This guy is
Durka's
crazy
push-up.
good.
You lose that fight on A main, you got to go somewhere else. You got to take space.
Chat,
For a
was he
moment,
an
it looked
Omen
like they
one
would go
trick?
walking right into that operator, but instead the B site is their new target.
Was this guy
Alpha,
ever an Omen one
56
trick?
HP. But an ult online if they want to use it. Keep an eye on the
His
gate crash
Omen
for
is
Durka
so
as well.
good.
That's going to fade out. In fact, just now it disappears. He's now stranded.
30 seconds.
We
Starts to
never
back
played
off.
smokes.
Especially
God
with them around
damn.
that door to see. He's got to be
Ooh.
careful. The timing
Ooh.
for save couldn't be worse.
Ooh.
20 seconds. Less is the last man standing. Paranoia will force him out.
paranoia
He's going to
from
take
door.
some damage as he backs away. This will be a post plant.
Yeah, it reminds me of
Something
Tens. That's
that
a good show.
Vitality can deny.
He plays it like aggro, and he has really good instincts.
Not the easiest to make work on these kind of
Wow.
angles, and the
Good job by
lockdown put into
Boaster.
play. Now we
4-2.
save. There's no other choice. You can't get onto that lockdown.
Fnatic are looking really, really good this half. I think that this comp will have a much better time on attack, obviously, with no Senti and the power of double initiator combined with like the lurk Viper wall. It is going to be very difficult for Fnatic to be stacking the correct sites. And this comp doesn't have a lot of util to like flood in. So if they lose the site to this comp, dude, it'll be so fucking hard to retake. Like, think about the salvos coming back, the fault line, the aftershock, the omen blind, the orb, the molly. Like, if they're not moving correctly next half, they are fucked.
2-0, brutalize them. That's going to put Vitality in a good
Bro.
mental state, especially with this being their map pick. And like you said, second half, they move to the attack. All they got to do here is keep it close.
Yeah, that's the goal. But I will say, like, again, you win the pistol second round, and then 4 of the 5 have gone the way of Fnatic. They're definitely looking like they're building into this half with a clear game plan. Like, they go back for the same B take, knowing that, okay, if we get into the post plant, that lockdown is just so oppressive. Like, you're looking to try and get back into the site, but you have to give up every single piece of control.
That's
So you
fast right
hit
now.
that timing maybe 10 seconds after you
This
plant.
map,
Firstly, the clock runs down,
First
but
Blood's
also
heavily
it's almost
against
impossible because you
Fnatic.
then have to
Doesn't matter,
re-clear
dude. They're making
everything
really
you've
good
just
calls
had
in the
and
late
had to
round.
give up
Obviously, the Alphiar
because of
clutch
that
was
lockdown.
huge. With
What I will
Boaster.
say is now the ults have flipped. Crashes has been able to
They need to turn this
farm up
First
a
Blood
few
thing
more
around. I don't think they
orbs
can keep
to
that
try and
up.
get back that
No
Nightfall
way.
that was utilized in round number 6. But other than that, Dimensional Drift, and more importantly,
This
that
is such a
Armageddon.
good
We have
ticker, by
seen
the way.
so many ludicrous plays combining the Armageddon with the salvos, be it to clear a site that's been taken, or just to deny a plant in general.
Oh, Pick'ems. Dude, I actually forgot. Thank you for reminding me.
Like you said, ult's coming online for them, moving into this 3-4.
All right.
But the damage
This is
they've
where
been
we're at
doing in
right
some of these
now.
rounds
We do
hasn't
week
been
3.
enough to keep Fnatic in a risky spot, right? They don't just have one buy round to win and then they're into winning ways, get that little bit of a lead. Fnatic built up quite a bit of credits. Dispensing those ults in the last round certainly helped out. See if the difference can be made here on the server. And again, when we look at how things went in that previous map,
Potter
Tom,
has
it was
what
a
it
very
takes to
slow
never lose
start
to Sen in
for
VCT.
Durka. It was a quick start for Kayak, and it seemed like a real diff between the two. Durka woke up towards the end, heated up into that map, and by the looks of it, into the series
I
as
think
well.
Sen just
a much
outclassed
better
him in the
face to him. And
fights.
also,
I really
you can
do.
understand it when so much of his value on
I think in this matchup, EG are cooked because like I just trust Sen more in like the fights. Like, man, they could probably skill diff EG. Sen have like a very high skill lineup with very good foundation. EG has like high skill, but like their foundation is like a little shaky right now. I'm not gonna lie. Their roles are questionable. I think Potter had a little bit of an off read on the meta at kickoff. They wasted all that time with Sim, and it's clear like it kind of affected them a little bit. Icy didn't look like the same Icy in week 1 this week. Yeah, I think I go send there. Loud 100 Thieves. Do I hedge happiness? Do we hedge happiness right here? We might be hedging happiness. Dude, this Luxo just come in and fucking shit on us. Oh my god, I'll fucking lose it if Luxo comes in and shits on us, bro. This kid's gonna destroy us today. Oh my god, this kid's gonna destroy us. This kid is gonna destroy us. This kid is gonna actually destroy us today, bro. No, it can't happen. It's his first stage game, bro. It's his first one. He can't do it today. Nah, not today. Not today. There's no way it's today. Hold up.
4 out
a
of
little
5
bit of life.
rounds have gone to Fnatic. It's 4-3 on the
G2
board
versus
with Vitality
NRG.
with a real chance thanks to ultis coming online, thanks to Operator
fuck.
in play. But considering they were 2-0 up, yeah, recency bias goes to Fnatic. Seems like momentum
Truthfully,
is
chat,
in
what I
their
honestly
sails.
think in this particular matchup, I truly think, and it hurts my soul to say this, in this matchup, FNS is a liability. Like, G2 is just too fucking good.
I'd say there's a 50-50 chance.
Any game,
Like,
any day.
he needs to have a
Stood up
really
little
good
bit too
game.
quickly, took half the desk with him.
I've seen those cups, you can hit them and they don't fall over, and it's a miracle Fnatic haven't bought him one yet.
Maybe
I think there's a lot of matchups where you can get by with having
I
like
think most players
a
have,
fucking
like 17 drinks on their
brain
desk at
IGL,
once,
but
so
the
I've seen people come in
G2
with
is
4
what
keyboards
I think
before,
is
so-
the best team in the world, maybe.
it's a risky game. And
If
actually,
not, they're like
it's
a
risky
top
game that
2,
won
3
Kayak
team,
the
you know,
prize of
like,
the majority of his HP
they're
being
certainly in the
gone.
top
That's the
3
reason
teams
they
in the
had to
world,
avoid
in my
this
eyes.
C site, but it's also a reason that they've been able to challenge
They played near
quite a lot
flawless Valorant.
towards
I mean,
B.
they have
I think Safe's
5
definitely heard a
shooters.
step or two, getting that stun ready. But just because there's commitment here early,
T1,
doesn't mean
I
they're
wanna
gonna
see a
completely
rematch,
commit.
I
Bear in
really
mind, this is a
do.
couple of rounds in a row they've head
Call
towards
me
this
a
B site. It
coping
could all be a ruse.
Merkin. Oh, good blind.
Put through. Boaster blinded, but he's up close.
Oh my god.
Has his senses back just in time to hear Sivov backing off. And they know that up top Rubble is clear, but what isn't clear is their back. The push up is huge.
Dude, Durka
from
has him
Durka.
pinned in.
Cutting off that rotation that they need from the B site.
Good
I think he's hearing
rotations,
the
too.
turret, knowing that he doesn't want to be baiting it. No, it's actually looking the wrong way. He even steps out into heavy traffic, knowing he wants to flank up on A. Ingles the Tay-hold, Armageddon, slowing them down on the A site,
Dude.
drawing them into battles. They step forward on B, they step forward on A, and no ground really taken
2v2.
until now. The 2-piece pickup, and they've avoided Durka's ire by a matter of seconds with a
Holy
Viper's
shit.
pit down
Another
from Chronicle,
insane
by
late
the
round
way,
from Fnatic.
at long last.
Dude,
That makes
it seems like
difficult for
Fnatic
Durka.
is
Has to
fucked
give
in
up
these
the
rounds.
operator.
They know he's there now as well. The alarm bot went offline perfectly, time for him to get their dimensional drift used to try and clear out positions, wanting to try and get rid of Crash.
What?
He still wins that fight. And
That's the
Durka
one Les
gotta try and
doesn't
find
get?
Not only the Viper, but some space to play with. Went back. Has at
What?
least a little bit of extra HP, but that is ticking away. Needs Chronicle to fall, and he finds the headshot, but has to be wary of the player behind. That is Crashy's waiting.
What a fucking
Just on
save
the
from
edge.
Crashies. This dude's
Fnatic
cold as
came
ice.
close.
Bro didn't even fucking
It's
flinch.
that quick movement, that quick switch
What?
back to the A site
Hold on, hold
that works perfectly for them, catching a couple of players around that door position. And they now extend that lead a little further.
Phenomenal play by Crashes as well. This is a round that looked done. It looked to be in the gutter, and a big 3-piece from him.
You might
The
be a
first
young
two
gun,
getting
but
them.
I've got the cleanest guns in the West. I need a permit for mine.
Never heard anyone chat more waffle at the end of rounds. Well, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Good spirits. I'll tell you that. Keeps
It
the
must
smiles
be
on the
hard to be
face.
in a bad mood when someone just says stuff like that at the end of every
Oh
round.
yeah. No, he's a tough guy to be in a bad mood around. I'll tell you that. I mean, I'd say that for most of Fnatic, it is just like,
Yeah.
you look at it as a vibes team. We've seen that. I've seen Crashies popping the dances, but outside of that, they've cut the skill. They're some of the best pieces to any puzzle that you could possibly wish
Oh my
for.
God,
Vitality,
Vitality is
well, they're
here.
not able to put all the pieces together here. It's down to Sheriffs. A lot of weaknesses here on the defense, and on the attack, maybe you got a chance. Group up and just look to snowball into them. On the defense, that's a little bit more difficult to do, especially
He got
on
the
map with
info,
three
chat. He
shots,
did
at
the
least on
info,
split, you know,
TP.
hey, here you go,
He
B.
got the info.
But here, there's a tertiary option.
Yeah, and also just the way that Fnatic plays. As I said, they're constantly changing up late into the round. So even if you gambled and then you heard them go another way, you might have gambled correct at the beginning and then you second guess yourself, you get picked apart, and well, they are currently being picked apart. Seavolf, well, that's not gone to plan. Sheriff can be unkind. Unfortunately, that is now the spike crossing to the site. Eventually, will get the job done. At least finding one, you can see a slightly safer position being chosen, just to make sure there isn't really a chance, although another pick coming up. This position, though, should be nasty. I don't know how they're making this round competitive. That's a little whiffy, but the job gets done in the end.
Okay, Boaster, that, okay. All right, whatever.
From the flank, I think has
We'll
done
pretend that
enough.
the
Sivo
whiff didn't happen.
to try and fight versus the remaining two, and well, eventually a mini heart attack, but Fnatic get it over the line.
Fnatic 5 versus 5, I sleep. Fnatic down players post-plant, real fucking shit right now. Holy fuck.
That man didn't have a weapon, nor did the second pickup that they found from Boaster in mid, or in B, I should say. And the thing is, he goes up into heaven. This leaves the rest of Fnatic 3 players on the site, but they don't have control over their back. They don't have control over door. They have heaven, but they don't have the spawn side towards Waterfall.
Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah, I was about to say, you need to work on the synergy, lads.
No.
Honestly, that came down to Boaster. If he doesn't have success on the flank, then the round was thrown away by the lack of
not
control.
seen,
but
not heard.
It works out wonderfully.
Look at where he actually died. It doesn't even look like he's out far enough to even take any damage. That's a big start. A switch
Good Fatal, though. Fatal gives these guys no sound. Boaster chilling now.
Less over on C instead, and with him gone, you can already see that has been completely claimed by Kayak. Also, if the orb is still there, that could be a little bit too much.
They thought that he was in heaven, though. I think he
Honestly,
had the right
he did
play
work there. Drew
Like,
everyone over
you're
right
trapped,
side.
You're surrounded. You've got to spring on something. And especially with them thinking he's on the other angle, that's where the danger lies, that it would be a split through to B.
Clear all
it
up
makes
front
sense.
B.
Deep aggression from Kayak, knowing that Boaster had drawn forces in the other direction. And indeed, Showstopper online now, but that should be used as a safety net, especially now. 4v2, no need to throw it in. Even the nade there, delaying them further. And I think Vitality, whether they are a big fan of a waterfall retake or not, I don't really care. I think they're just falling back to save these weapons. And for Fnatic, that's exactly what they hope for. 7 rounds, now guaranteed to be on the board. And with 4 alive and op saved over as well, they're set.
Dude, yeah, Alfear does always win that C-long fight. It's kind of nuts.
That's the thing, though. The early fight from Alfear, having that operator, that was basically set up as a denial for Dirk.
Oh, we got to finish.
He's been peeking out most rounds, as said. He's been controlling
we got to finish,
that. So that was
and I'm not talking about Durka.
Wow. Being the alpha and just taking that clear fight. Kayak's made a bit of a slip up and gone down to the spike, but I don't think it's going to do too much damage to the economy. But instead, I think it was actually just a jump spot from
I have to pick Lev.
I believe barely even showed
I have
anything.
to trust in that lineup.
We'll have the replay of it. It must have been, literally just nothing. And that's enough Alfear to take the opener. And by that point, you've kind of lost so much control. Like, they had a free walk into C. And that's
I thought I'm safe here.
Well, TIL.
Yeah, they did. They had a free walk into C, but again, this is Boaster going for the TP deep in the spawn, surviving.
If I were coaching that team, I wouldn't think that's funny at all. These coaches have a much better personality than me. I'll say that. I would be pissed.
I survived a brush with death. I'm out of here.
I would be
Runs in the other direction and forces them to hunt him down.
I would be fucking
That's what
seething.
buys the C site for Fnatic almost for free.
Careful. It's been a rough half so far for Vitality.
Yeah. I obviously couldn't bring it up during the game, but I'd be pissed. Like, my blood would be boiling. It would be something I'd bitch about after the game.
Fnatic have been adapting throughout, be it with
Heaven
varying
Orb? What the fuck is
takes, be it
this
with
shit?
denial of C-Site in the last. Now what looks like a much more direct hit in towards this A-Site.
Oh, slowed completely. But he's got plenty of time still on that showstopper. Up close! And it's a big hit.
Damn, and he
Less
lived.
down. Nade chasing, kicks, and he's in trouble with the C's. Just about staying alive.
Pivoting
but
to
look
B.
at the reinforcements. They're
Alpha
all
not
coming in.
aware.
Durka from the back might be able to find value. In fact,
Oh,
he'll be pushed
what?
all the way back by Alphayer. While the take is coming into the B site, the space that was given up by Vitality trying to reinforce the back of A ends up
taking it
biting them in the
C?
back as Fnatic tap the spike on B and now avoid this walk-up. This could have been disastrous
holding
if we saw Durka able to capitalize. Instead, they make it to the C site, minus Alphayer.
It's kind of wild. We got to
latest
see
strike
Alfier
of all
in
time.
that
I think I
skirmish
had
and then
an
that
idea
skirmish right there.
Over on the Vitality side that they might opt to switch back. And yeah, you mentioned it. This
Big
is a
shot.
late rotation coming through, maybe a little bit too late. Boaster needs to hold the line for Chrono to get back in time.
Fnatic
Watches.
post plants, real shit.
Now knowing his teammates up close, but needing to try and deny. If there was someone spamming it, coming through on the other side,
What?
Chronicle's actually managed to find one more, but Kix
Dude,
is still
Safe held that
waiting
for so
patiently.
long.
Chronicle trying to face off versus two, needs a little bit more. Shots connected, but Kix is just sticking the defuse, even let's go. It takes a lot for Vitality to
4 on the
finally
board.
get back onto the board, but with 4, they close that gap at least a little.
Oh, maybe even enough.
I think 4 might be even right now, based on comps.
And yet, it could be a 7-5 half in their favor. A streak from Fnatic. 7 out of 8 rounds, but finally put to bed here. And
The
in
no
a round
Senti
where they
comp on
used that
attack is gonna be
showstopper
very
for the pick
powerful.
onto less. It's remarkable. What a job by Seaval
This series
up
has
top
been really,
by Safe
really good.
containing that deeper aggression. I think the over-rotation of the A site almost cost them. But the fact that they filled in
I
the
didn't
gap
notice.
so
What's his
quickly
posture like? Is it
stopped
good or
Fnatic
bad?
from being able to take advantage of the space that was given for free. So really well handled under pressure. 3 players stacked up on C. And early on, Kayak wanted to go there for the pick.
Fuck that
Just a
turret.
good job he did just to get rid of
Fuck that
that
turret.
turret. We've seen it a couple of times.
He's been
and it's
droning it
just
out
to put
every
further
round.
doubt
I like that. He's been literally been droning it out every round, so he's like,
through the drone. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder, a very aggressive take, but Chronicle still manages to land a couple of shots from
Sit.
afar. I don't mind the idea, but
bro,
not being able to fight from the player so deep.
actually
Look to
fucking
run back away.
sat
They've
that
left
push.
Less alone. Bear in mind,
Damn.
he does have the Viper's Pit and only a Spectre, so at some point, if he is going to utilize it, needs to be soon, but this was all a ruse. Again, the push and pull that Fnatic put through on this map,
Pit on
they
A,
baited
they're not
out
going
the
that way.
Viper's Pit, and they're not even going that way.
Big C mount fight. Kicks.
I don't know.
Timing, timing,
Look at
timing.
the position of Kicks. Oh, the flash is too deep.
He didn't know.
Chronicles
fucking
on for the
everywhere, bro.
third, and this is a beautiful read from Fnatic. Not that play, but the start of the round. They knew Vitality had pushed up when the alarm bot was broken as an addition. The reaction, I don't know if we'll hear it on the comms, but Alpha clearly called for it. They wrapped back, they were ready for that push-up. The
Get your
response
ace.
from Chronicle covering his teammates as the Rolling Thunder came in, keeping them alive and keeping the chances for this round alive single-handedly. 4 kills. He's down on 2 HP, and he'll not get a chance to bring the Viper's Pit online. It's the last round of the half. Les is walkabouts. He is
God,
running out
Boaster
of
called
time
Such
quickly.
a good half.
And I think at this point, you might almost just save the weapon for the stats.
Yeah, what can you even do at this stage? You're
done.
a 1 versus 4. Spike is ticking. You're on the other side of the map. You got completely
Bro,
baited
Les
by
literally
Fnatic
looks
by
like
playing early, like denying
how-
that aggression, and then just sprinting over towards that side of the map.
Like Les, when he's gaming, looks like how someone who's never gamed pretends to be a gamer.
Stellar half coming through from Fnatic.
Like his posture's
More
too
importantly,
good.
he
He's
got
too
his cast
relaxed.
up, and that's what it's all about.
He's too
A
relaxed.
nice 8-4 cushion.
How is
for
he so
Fnatic.
relaxed
Let's
out
see
there?
If it's enough for them to bring us to
He's
map
just a
3.
fucking chill
That's the
guy.
break.
Like what? Looks like he doesn't have fucking single molecule of anything that produces stress in his body. Bro's just chilling. All right, last game. This is actually a hard one. I'm not gonna lie. I think for my VCT America's Pick'ems, I think I went chalk like this. Yeah. I think I'm going to keep riding Cloud9's high. This week was one of the first times in my Pick'ems where I was like, I'm going to trust them. I'm going to trust them because I didn't trust them here and I should have trusted them here. And I said, I'm going to ride this Cloud9 high until they prove to me that I can't trust them. And I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to stick to it. Like, this was a fucking dominant win, man. Lev was utter shit. Lev was utter trash in that game. Don't get me wrong.
Welcome back, folks. 8 rounds for Fnatic.
I'm going to lock it.
Lead, and they're looking to
I'm going to lock it. I'm going with C9. I think this is the one where I'm... These two, actually, probably are my biggest question marks. I do think Energy can easily win this series, by the way. It's just going to require, like, a different look. But honestly, FNS teams always rise to the occasion in moments like this, which is why I kind of wanted to pick them. It's just fucking G2. If it was any other... Ooh.
Or it could make this a real uphill battle. Durka not liking the ladder.
An 8-4 half in the last map was not enough for Fnatic to take it over the line, and we've mentioned throughout, the Vitality looks so comfortable when it comes to the attack side of Lotus, so much so that a lot of the time we don't get to see much of their defense. Kayak realizing he needs to try and pad the gap after Chronicle is lost immediately. Does a little bit of chip damage, but
G2, MIBR crew are the 3 teams going to Toronto. Dude, I look.
Like they're gonna head towards the C-side.
I don't know if I said this on stream or just
players have earned a
in the green room and
whenever
shit.
I think of this C-side, I think of Alpha.
I do agree those are the best 3 teams.
Without the majority of his utility,
but it never plays out that way.
So
what I said was the winner of the Cloud9 Lev game is going to be the 3rd team, and one of those 3 teams isn't going to make it.
To go up, but that's not
I said that in the green
down
room,
in the dirt.
and then C9 won. I'm riding the C9 high right now.
A convincing set of opening duels for Vitality. It looks like that scoreline is about to get a whole lot closer. Considering half of their rounds come off the back of winning the pistol in the first half, it is certainly a breath of fresh air to see them keep themselves in. And
now they get this attack half with this comp that I was talking about.
We know they've got it in the tank. 5 to 8. The gap closes.
Like Fnatic could work a lot of miracles in that first half with great calling, like map control, insane posts, and util usage. This half will be significantly harder, like I said. Significantly harder.
Because, as I said, once Vitality get rolling on the attack side, it can be very difficult. I will say, I think Fnatic will have known this map is coming in the veto, though. If there was any side of any map that I would have looked to counter, looked to break apart, this would be the one. Look for tells, look for ideas of what your opponents have been doing and try to break them up. Now, obviously, Fnatic are going to be confident. It's the Lotus. It has always been a great map for them. But right now, even though the scoreline is firmly in their favor, it is definitely not over.
Okay, so they haunt the lurk out.
About those adjustments, about reading into Fnatic's play. What was it you said earlier, Tom? 2023, they've been running this comp since?
Yeah. Well, this is the 22nd time in a row.
If you
it's been 84 years.
If you don't have enough data there to see what their ideas are, what their objectives are, at least in terms of comp coming into this, you probably shouldn't be here. I think Vitality so far, they've had their reads at times, but Fnatic coming ahead in a lot of those battles. This one should not be one of them. Classics across the board, numbers towards C and B. Vitality have left the door open for a rotate back. I thought they were going to go for that. Instead, it's going to be Les crossing over, who runs into 2. Okay, runs through 2 of them. Never
runs
mind.
through
now
2.
It's just a free push back towards the other side of the map. I think they even had salvos to deny any cheeky peeks that could have come in from the corner. Those 2 kills completely changed the stature of this round, and while Vitality is still pulling in that sort of
your age
style of
dog years, human years.
2 pistols that you can afford to lose, and then 3 rifles. If they keep all 5 players up, or even if they keep 3 up, they're going to be coming in with an incredibly strong-looking bonus.
So far, it's not looking like there'll be any dents delivered. Although they're going pushing into the buggy. Well, that's going to quickly put to bed the flawless. In-zone flawless as it would have been. But from here on out,
oh,
fuck.
What
Give them a shout anyway.
You know,
I gotta take
it?
I do.
antibiotics again, chat. Here we go.
I think they've well and truly earned it with their support.
Well, 8-6. Both pistols, both follow-ups, now under the belt of Vitality. But this is the
Bro,
round
these
where things
motherfuckers
truly
are
get
huge.
interesting. You
Look
might
at
be
this
thinking, well,
thing.
Tom, this is
Look at that
normally a
thing.
bonus. This is one you'd
The size of my
heavily favor
finger.
to the side of Fnatic, but with those weapons being held
Titty
over
son.
to the next round, 2 players not
don't
investing,
think
able to buy
antibiotics.
back up into this one.
I forgot Jennifer brought me home a
least-
keycap.
From what I can currently see on the board, it looks like Durka might immediately invest into the operator. Mitch, I'm sure you're slightly more excited about a different gun.
I am indeed. The big boy out on Boaster.
Shoe pills, yeah.
My favorite players to see utilize
I actually like
this
to crush
weapon,
them up
although
and put them in a
it has
smoothie
fallen
and
by the
drink them.
wayside in recent memory.
I like my pills on the
Always
rocks,
consistent at
actually.
spamming this door. Man
Just
after my
ice
own
with
heart.
pills.
Timing's good for him. Has to set up a smoke. And for Durka especially, being here, knowing who you're up against,
Big
that's a
league
brave
shoe
play.
is crazy.
You know how this guy likes
Do
to
it.
play. The trigger finger, the only difference between an opening pick for Boaster.
I would love it if Durka
Vitality
whips
being
over
able
and
to approach
fucking
this late
off
round with their
headshots him.
operator still
I would
intact.
love
For
it.
now, looks like they will keep it. Oh, I could have spoken too soon. It's on his head.
Don't say it too loud. Maybe Boaster will hear you.
Do it! Do it!
White noise, I would be impressed if he can hear anything.
Look at
Wow.
the aggression, though. This is exactly
Nice
what I wanted to
ang.
see. Kayak in a
Love that
solid
offering.
position, spike on the deck, retrieving that is not going to be easy, and you can already see the rest of the team are having to try and hightail it back in the other direction. This aggression wasn't spotted out, and Vitality were basically looking for it for the majority of the round. Waiting for some support.
30 seconds left.
Durka's operator will be that first point of contact, looking for the head, but doesn't get anything, and Alfie
That's a pretty
immediately
cool
swings.
setup, I'm not gonna
Reds has
lie.
taken space on B
The
and does
double
manage to win
off
the fight,
angle?
but they need to get that spike first. Immediately teleporting away, but teleporting straight into the hands of Boaster with the Odin. The spike down, but it was irrelevant.
Damn. That's a big
As
purchase,
Chronicle
too. All right, let me take
Managed
that
to
shit.
remove his doppelganger. And Fnatic break back immediately. Now the problem with that bonus, Mitch, is although it was a bonus, they did buy an operator. So not only is that going to go into their opponent's hands, but also that takes the economy low enough that there is now a piece missing.
Exactly. We're bolstering the Fnatic buy, and at the cost of your own economy. Certainly not an
Hey,
ideal
chat, I have a question.
scenario.
Has anyone in chat ever tried this shit before? Like Beekeeper's Propolis? I don't even know if I'm saying it right. For allergies and stuff? I don't know. I've been having so many sinus problems. I'm just fucking doing everything right now.
The spams are coming through, and they've done damage. Les is down to 58. He might be relegated to the Stinger.
Do you reckon he didn't spam it in the last round just for the surprise factor?
Could be, yeah. Do it in the more
maybe
important
they won't
round.
expect.
Well,
Well, no, it's not even that. It's they wouldn't expect me to buy it, but now they know I have it. I'll just spam.
Could well be. The back off. Paranoia used to buy a little bit of space, but that stun is perfect. Boaster has to send it to the backside. Salvos are chasing him down, keeping him honest. Only one corner he can really fight from, and Crashies ends up going down, but Chronicle from the side, picking up a few. Stinger unsafe, alongside his Salvos have brought this back to even territory. Fnatic still have Chronicle though. He's tearing through the back lines as they push into the site.
Am I quiet?
It's only the first players through that end up breathing late, safe and
weird.
kicks. And they're up against it with the operator
so
of
quiet?
Kayak and the utility
Maybe.
clearing down below. Safe needs that
I
pick
think my
up
mic
top.
came unplugged.
That's the thing. His position revealed. This fight
Nice
might
shot.
be everything and has to turn tail.
Dude,
And
he needed to hit
unfortunately for him,
that.
that's the moment Kayak strikes.
I want Fnatic to give
Alfie
us map 3.
Combining, that's another on the board.
Come on.
And after winning the bonus, or winning,
Haven
against
would
the
go
bonus, and
insane.
now winning with the rebuy,
I saw
Fnatic have
Yori.
put themselves in a fantastic spot. A map that historically has always been theirs, but in recent times,
Has anyone ever
Vitality
tried that shit? The Propolis
took
stuff
their
or
crown,
whatever?
at least in EMEA.
I don't know. That's a really
They
good
now
mullet.
sit 3 rounds from taking
Does it
us to
work?
a map 3, taking us to Haven. Which, if we're being honest, you look at the comp that Vitality was running for a long time on that map. It was
Dude,
taken from
Chronicle is
Fnatic themselves.
so good.
Teacher.
Like, for how he
Versus
plays his
Padawan.
roles, the consistency
Question of who that
he
master
brings
may
to the
be.
team.
Lots of damage.
Wow.
And Chronicle the one to pick up the kill. The spams here from Fnatic, such an annoyance for the early rubble control. It's the 9. Vitality move to the B side. Zivov already in, and he's picked off one with kicks following
my
through.
God, that might not have
That's
been
the
worth
site
it.
claimed.
And
It's
guns.
upgrades found in a plant. Not
One more
yet
hit.
being
Gunner,
solved.
gunner.
Victor. They're going into Kayak. This could be a big problem. Where do you go now? The showstopper's on your tail.
Bro, just trying to run.
Spike down and spawn.
No.
Last
Forest.
He's going to go pushing right into the waiting arms of the Ark. He survives. But now he's sent forward by the nade. A second by the cherry for Kayak. And he devours the remaining players for Vitality.
When things look to get a little bit scary in the mid-round, it seemed like Kayak had a very good read on the scenario, posting up, just waiting for them to try and rotate back towards that C site. It has felt like throughout, Fnatic have been slightly ahead in a lot of those calls.
That's so annoying to play against, man.
I say as well, Chronicle is having one hell of a time. That's always the toughest thing, I think, when facing up.
Ow, ow.
Yeah, moving swiftly on. The toughest thing when facing off against this Fnatic is that I feel like
What the fuck is it? Bro, you never seen Forrest Gump?
Almost impossible to win. Like, you have to be on your A game every single time.
You kidding me?
We're currently 16 and 12.
Nice.
Vitality have taken a pause. Maybe
Oh, that's
even
a
the
classic.
last-ditch effort. As said, in EMEA, their attack sides have been formidable, but they are yet to get themselves a buy round. And in fact, that's been the story of this game. 2 individual rounds is all they've managed to garner throughout, excluding those pistols and seconds. I think the guys on Fnatic have got to be feeling incredibly confident. Moving forward into Haven, it really would feel like anyone's game. I thought, like, with Split going Vitality's way,
we wanted to talk
this
about
match was firmly in their hands. Theirs to lose. The Fnatic has proven that
Where is it?
they were well worthy of the test.
Oh, okay, here it is.
We're going to get a little bit of a blitz down from Fnatic again. That early rubble control we so often see, at least being feigned out. Yeah, Poster still with the big old gun. Clearly feeling like the spams have been working. Maybe he took a look at the
going
the tab.
crazy.
He's a bit further
the last
forward
round.
with the spams now, though. Before it was through a wall.
Your
now
ult
it's
probably
just
kick
right
it
up
off.
close.
He's realized the only thing that saved them last time was
There
that
we go.
wall. Let's take their map shields away. Fair enough. Big ult from Durka. Lots of info found.
They found Chronicle.
They didn't. I don't think they saw
I don't
Chronicle.
think they
no.
saw Chronicle.
No,
Oh,
they didn't.
They
no.
definitely didn't. Seavoff has teleported into the site. He was
What a
frustrated
fail
about not
ult.
receiving info. Now he's not giving it out.
Wow.
He was too busy looking to try and
GG. GG.
the site and in zone flawless. After the pause, that's moments after. Faded has taken time to explain how those ults could be used, where we can put those into
Damn.
play. And they get nothing.
Oh, it was kicks signaling the end of the round.
That was
screaming out off your feet.
a whack ass
They're
your
swept
roll. I'm
out
not gonna
from under
lie.
them through a snake bite is an ambitious play. And with 2 players ready to spam you down, there
Oh,
was
they know
no
it's
way
over. They know it's
getting away
over.
with
Breach
that
ult
one.
gone.
Chronicle
Pit line
feeling
up
his
here.
impact now, 18
That's a
and
really good
12,
pit. He
and the
can
snake
hide
bite assisting.
all the way
other
to waterfall.
kills, what is that? Kayak's taking him down. The spams have gone out of control. Durka tries to
Oh.
match them pound for pound,
You
but he comes
dare.
up short.
You dare try and use his own spell against him. That one's never going to work. An easy amount of damage, but taken by either side. An early advantage here
What
for
a map
Fnatic.
by Fnatic.
A fantastic haunt coming out from Crashies. You look at the ultimates, those are in their favor. Kayak, deep control on it. Where do you even go at this stage? You now have Boaster.
The Fnatic
bolstering
players
B,
in this series right now
and even this nasty
look fucking
little
crazy. I'm
trap
not gonna
play.
lie.
You got the Viper's Pit. You go, okay. Well, they blocked off C. And this is what happened in the
This
last
is
round.
so tricky.
They targeted
What the
Alpha.
fuck?
You know that this guy
Oh my
is going to be
God.
lurking in that spot. And now
Sup,
he's
bitch,
moved
kiss?
up. Buddy, you have got someone
No!
touching your back right now. Being caught out by the audacity of this Fnatic squad. The TP's not going to work. The Viper's
Pinned in,
Pit
though.
integrity is still there. And you can even see the reposition on B.
All
Crashies
one
is
shot.
taking back control, expecting them to come through, expecting
No one in
them
this
to clear his
line.
angle. He's pumping up.
Dude.
What is that from Chronicle? Just a spam through his own pit. Seavoff, good luck, my friend. It's another in-zone flawless. Fnatic as clean as ever to
Bro.
close out this map.
Fnatic are
Whose map pick was
cooking
this
right
again?
now.
They looked so clean here, and you talk about looking at the data.
Damn.
Well, it just got a whole lot better for Fnatic. 1-1. We're going the distance in this series after so many OTs. We were due a quick map, 13-6. We'll see you after the break.
Dude.
They lost 2v5, bro. They lost 2v5. They're nervous now. The beast is back.
You keep doing your live shots, okay? You keep doing your live shots.
Holy shit, bro. I thought I'm safe here. My boy. Good boy.
Excuse me? Can Chronicle call me good boy? What? He calls it. There's no way. There's no way. Bro, that's crazy. What a fucking bounce back, man. Yo, check out what the subreddit's up to, guys. I'm not gonna lie, bro does look pretty fucking tired here. It looks like he isn't something. He looks pretty fucking tired. All good. What losing this? That's bro. Well, how is that on the subreddit though? That ain't news. That's just a cook thread. People just getting cooked. That's fucked. Man. And then we got this. Let's talk about chat. Oh man. This is crazy. GE, man. These guys can't catch a break. They're actually playing pretty well, right? Not really, huh? This, I mean, TFM was supposed to be pretty decent. This is probably like in all this controversy, so I don't even know. Holy fuck, they got owned on map 1. They even picked that map? What the fuck? I haven't watched any of their games, but I do believe that Juvenile should be banned. I think, yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. He essentially was just, you know, blind DMing like a million different girls on Twitter. And the CNC thing, I didn't even know what the fuck that was. I'm not gonna lie until I Googled it. Yeah. 12 months is harsh. 12 months is very, very harsh in esports. The scene moves so fast. No matter which esport you're in, you're out for 12 months. You should find a new career. It's deserved. 100% it's deserved, yeah. I think when stuff like this happens, it's good that Riot comes down hard and sets a precedent like this. But I will say I'm surprised they let some other people get away with some things that are also questionable. But maybe they just don't have proof of those things, like hard proof like this. This is like hard proof, you know?
Good job! Nice kayak, bro!
Dude, he is lit up right now.
Nice! Good job, kayak, bro! Nice! Nice! Nice!
He wants us to win.
Chronicle is fired up after that map win over Team Vitality. And can
no, I respect people's like opinion on the other side. I do.
Thinking that Vitality were gonna bring her
Initially, I was like,
I was worried. I was really worried.
on the fence. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, man, if someone messaged my daughters that way when my daughters turned 18, I would not be okay with that. I would not be okay with that. If I am 36, I have 2 girls. I have 2 daughters. And if someone was my age and messaged them when they were 18, that shit, I would fucking lose it. I would fucking lose it. So, I don't know. Like, that's just kind of where I stand with it.
Look about the first bloods and first deaths, even though the numbers are not very outrageous, is more on the defense that we're focused on and the comfort that he found.
I don't have the full details. I don't.
We were a little bit concerned
So I'm like trying to tread lightly here. I don't have like a definitive take, and obviously I'm not low. Like my take doesn't even matter. I'm just a person. So I had no say in this ruling or anything like that. Obviously, I'm just saying my take on it. I thought a little bit about it. Because part of me was like, oh, it's just a dude trying to shoot a shot. And then I started to read like what it was about because I didn't know all the lingo and stuff. And I was like, okay, now. So like my mental has done like 180s on the whole thing, you know? Map 3 is Haven.
About how close that split was, how everything was to the brink of the second, how we didn't see players and teams throw in advantages and whatnot, but actually Fnatic coming together, it doesn't matter if it's a disadvantage. We saw this brilliant round with them getting the 4v2, but we also saw it as the map was getting deeper and deeper.
Yeah, I think what you find as well in a lot of these clutch situations is it's all like different members of Fnatic. It's not just relying on one sole person. And a lot of these clutches were in post plants too, so it's not like Vitality weren't being able to work their way back in. They were getting it into these numbers where they had the number advantage going into that retake. It's just that Fnatic, they were just so synergized and riled up with one another.
It's our home ground, isn't it? It's like we've done this on Lotus before. It takes us back. And for Alpha, the only player across any regional league right now that plays Killjoy on Lotus, we never see this. But as you mentioned before, you guys mentioned it, it matters what player is on what agent, right? And when you see him on this, it doesn't matter about the meta. The meta doesn't matter.
The thing is, there is very few agents that I'd be like, why would you put Alpha on that? Killjoy is definitely not one of them. And especially thinking of what the next map is going to be, it is good to see that he's feeling himself.
Like I'm not, look, I'm not saying like every 18-year-old can't look out for themselves, but I know what I was like at 18. Holy fuck, chat. I was so stupid. I was so stupid. Like, holy fuck. Still am, obviously. But, man.
How much will this confidence help Fnatic as
I don't know.
Pivot to a map where Alpha plays ISO?
Oh my god, it's only going to go through the roof at this point. And I think as well, we touched on it on the
36-year-old could have fucking
saying that, oh, we
manipulated the fuck out of me when I was 18.
I think this will be a real test as
to
what they've said, if that's actually true.
Probably fucking did without like obviously any of this crazy shit. Not like sexually related, but like, dude, an adult can get an 18-year-old to do like any kind of work or anything.
Vitality won both pistols. They also converted the next one. So in gun rounds,
you get manipulated to do shit, and you don't even realize, right? Like you don't know people have like bad intentions, or they're masking their intentions, or
disadvantages. Be ready to be trading for those
I don't know.
Right now,
it's different. It's just different.
And it's very concerning them throwing a 5v2 and a 5v3 after an entire split where they made 0 mistakes almost.
Like you
but
have
onto the comps here. Do you want to see safe on the ISO?
You just have like a lot more
I would love to see a
control over the situation.
So we can test everyone like pound for pound if they
a weird
really
vibe.
think that they can make it better.
I don't like it in the esport.
I don't want to see it. I want them to prove it.
Chat, between you and I've had conversations with like the highest people in Valorant. I'll just say like Anna Donlin and Waylon Roselle. Like I had a meeting with them, and they out front told me like the average age of this game is outrageously low. And so when I see that, it worries me, obviously. Like I said, I have 2 daughters. Like I don't want to hand them over a shit pile, you know? I want them to be able to... I don't want to introduce them to esports yet. They're definitely not ready, but I don't want to introduce them to like
he suffered so much of the global
trash.
Stage. This will be a good place, Billy, like you said, for them to just prove it. Because if they're going to come out and say these things, they have to back it up.
Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree. But even looking at this fan vote at the moment, people seem to be riding on the wave of Fnatic taking that second map. And I guess the saving grace for Vitality right now is that it was such a close map against Navi when we saw Fnatic play them. Like the fact that it got to 15-13 and it had to be a comeback. Yeah,
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know that. Rosica.
I guess that is a saving grace for
holes,
Vitality.
you know,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. You have to bounce back if you are a Vitality, if you want to.
True, the floor,
you know,
the floor
keep that
turnaround
place
has
as the
been so
number
awesome to
one in
watch.
EM.
I love, dude, her performance in that last game. Oh my god, dude, that split ace was crazy. Holy fuck, that shit was sick.
Comeback that they had to perform, and not only that, it was Alpha. If you guys remember, he stood up and he said, I am not losing this. I do not care what I need to do, what I have to do. And we just saw him from the defense just pushing through mid, pushing through C, pushing through garage. It doesn't freaking matter. He just thought, we are winning this. I do not care who's on the other side.
And if he was like that against Navi, what's he going to be like against Derka if it gets to that point?
He better not be spraying anybody's. I don't want to see that coming out of it.
He made it personal now. He made it personal.
But the problem is, that was a mental
On a complete
step up.
side
It
note,
wasn't a
chat,
physical.
what are y'all
His
doing
butt
right
was
here?
glued to his chair against
What are you-
Navi. And we saw
What are y'all
every
doing?
single time this man steps out of his chair is insta GG. The karma works so fast in this in this scenario, which brings us back to the fact that this is still a grudge match. This is still all about Derka versus Fnatic, and what are they going to play? Are they going to bring back the ice?
Wait, what?
They will, but it's Sivov, and Safe is going to play Sova.
This is one of the things that I had in my head, because if you
This kid's on the ISO. This is like a really good change, bro. This is such a good change. They struggled on.
put him in the open, give kicks, the Sova, and the solution is keeping Safe on that initiator role a little bit like the Deco, but a little bit less damage in utility, and Sivov on the ISO.
I honestly am really shocked at this, and I think as well, as much as we had said that Vitality's goals are kind of smoothed out now, looking at this Haven, I don't know if I stand by that statement anymore. We have seen kicks.
I think Safe is an insane ISO, but the problem is when they went to Bangkok and you know they're playing all these new regions, and the game is a little different, right? You don't have the reads that you do in your own region. You're reacting more on the fly, and IGLing from that role, holy fuck, that has to be so difficult. And I think it was almost a reality check where he's like, ooh, it's fun, I love it, but it's hard. It's very hard.
So far, Mitch and Tom, I cannot wait to
very
see how
hard.
this is going to end.
Well,
Calling from that role is crazy.
Not necessarily in the comp being run. I think it's a good idea from Vitality. It's a comp we've seen have legs, but Sivov?
Yeah, I think the Des touched on it, but Kix has only played Sova 6 times. He plays a lot of the other initiators, but Sova was never really in his wheelhouse or something that he proficiently played. So there had to be a choice made, and Safe is definitely someone who can play that initiator. But it's whether or not
Imagine being in the
Sivov's
ISO
gonna be
all
up to stand. Now,
IGLing.
aim-wise, no question.
Okay.
There is not a
Really,
question.
ISO plays
But he's
too long.
normally not so aggressive this round already.
Caught.
He's looking for that.
Caught.
It's actually Alpha here on the other side. Well, Derka, Sivov.
Damn, already the double duels
immediately.
diff.
What a start.
Shit.
A scrappy start indeed.
Info
but
spot on
what
2.
you expect, right?
Go away.
Running this composition, unless I'm mistaken as well, this will be the
I'm surprised they're not running it
first
down
time
A.
we've ever seen Sivov play this in an official. But when it comes to ISO, when it comes to this man,
This is his
second,
map, right? He got, was it 38 kills on Haven as a breach? So you then put him on an ISO. If anything, it should be easier.
45 minimum. Let's set the bar here and now. Anything short of it, he's throwing. But no, like he's played unbelievable. I think individually this guy is just off the charts. Second only to Zeus in week 1.
Fuck,
a
is that
chance
true?
to build up those stats again here now in the role where it makes
Less
a bit more
pistols are
sense where that
literally
expectation can be put
Fucking
on
some of the best in the world, I swear. Wait a sec.
Honestly dumb, but anything further will be impossible with Sivov quickly shutting him down. Crashies, the last man standing.
And he goes.
1v3. And already
Ow.
he's going to be caught, suppressed, and taken out by Kicks. 1-0 start for Vitality.
When we go out there,
See how
Who am I rooting for?
that setup can
True,
work in that
truthfully,
sort of
I'm not
team
rooting for
environment.
either team right now.
It's obviously a pretty
just
vast
loving the game
change,
right
but
now.
one that they feel works the best.
Like the shock lineup right there for the trip
Just this
from
1-2
save.
punch still looking exactly the same. That's the thing. It's in essence, it's a shame that we don't get to see the battle
This is how we should play every
exactly
single round.
how we wanted it. And well, there you go. If there's anybody listening from Fnatic, that's how they're going to play every single round.
There you go. Someone let Scott know. Let Milan
I think
in on the info.
they're not going to stay long.
What? How could he do such a thing? But yeah, you know, you look back at last map
Very
as well,
base-
Tom, and I think like,
base
you
hold.
can't undersell how bad that
Omen.
was for Vitality.
Put the Yoru
They win the
close.
pistol,
Save
they
protect
win the
Steve.
follow-up.
They got Cam holding
2
B.
times,
ISO holding
and they
A.
walk out with 6 rounds. That
And you can
is
see before all of that
astonishing.
starts,
And
they
for
drop a
Fnatic,
cage
it was
here
a big
for like a
shutdown,
late
but here
round
on
play.
Haven, we could
The
see
Sova
the same
comes back,
thing.
drones.
Pistol goes to Vitality. Follow-up should be theirs. This is a classic buy from Fnatic. Not
Cage
investing
just popped.
anything,
So
essentially.
after the drone, now they
Piece of
lose
utility, but
info.
even then,
So they know this
expect
guy's
to be held
here,
on until the
and
next
they
round.
know
Reveal
that someone's going to
sees that
rotate to
there's
pick
nothing
up.
outside A.
Really
The
good
push up
early
here from
round.
Kayak.
Really good early round.
I think a good sign for Fnatic going forward into this match is
We
the
did-
fact that
Y'all didn't see shit.
you have seen some excellent play from Chronicle in the last.
Didn't see shit.
Like, he is someone that, when he's online, as I said, he's almost impossible to stop. So the fact that you're going to have this aggressive defensive side, you're going to have that combination of Kayak and Alfia looking for fights across the map, you need an anchor. You need someone who's going to hold ground, especially on a map like Haven with 3 sites.
That ISO Psy was
So that's where I'm going to be focused, even though it's
Oddly
very
long.
easy to look for the craziness what we brought forward.
practicing his shock for the
He
trips.
might have missed that lineup.
No.
When they were going
No.
in
No.
the
No.
first
No.
time.
No.
Well,
No.
not in
No.
the previous round, in this one. So I
Okay.
think that was just to see if he could do it
He-
again.
no, he hit it
I
on the
don't even
first
know if
one.
that actually had any value. Yeah, I think it was just like.
But on
let me
this
check
round, he
I got
missed
my
it.
lineup correct.
Fair play. Sometimes it has to be done. Down to the spike. The rest of the Fnatic members go, and this is the early round.
I was grabbing
formalities
Kidjo.
out of the way. Low buy from Fnatic. Vitality do well to not step into a trap. And now, the full buy from both sides. There was
Yeah, look, there you go. There's the first
absolutely
one.
no need to
So
show that.
but that's the thing. I like the fact he goes back and goes, let me just check that. Yep, okay, that's right. There he goes. Does it again.
Right click is to bounce, right, guys?
And that's obviously if there's any trip up close, that will remove it from position. So
I'm looking at
I like that. You've already won the round. So
all
you go,
of the
okay.
shit that I
I'm
bookmarked since
you know,
last time I
pretty
streamed
much
right now.
No, I'm not really playing that Sova as much nowadays, so I don't mind it.
150 credits just to check. Why not? It's a low investment.
Baller.
So here we go, Fnatic,
All right,
they get the rifles up. And on the defense, this is where things really
ISO
start to heat up.
boom.
Alpha on the ISO, a big challenge for anybody to face off against, as we have seen a million
Right
times
in the
over.
Sova here after smoke on bonus.
Betting crashes.
Triple phase.
Interesting call. The flash up from Kayak. They're going to swing deep, but Vitality are playing super passive, allowing them to grab that early information. The rotation now from that gate crash towards the C site.
He heard
the
it.
step back on A as we slowly see Alpha look to reinforce.
Look how high this trip is. I don't know if anybody, because you're going to have the cage probably popped off
What, they
ribs.
think I'm on the other team, chat.
Already got close enough.
Did you guys know that my model is actually taller than everyone else's
Utilizing
model?
that gate crash, basically running in, destroying
IRL,
the
obviously.
trap, and then falling away back towards A. It will hold players there for sure.
There was a moment where it did look like Alpha was going to go towards spawn, fill in the gap on B, but they're relatively confident with leaving C kind of open. And then the B side had 2 players on
Bro,
it,
Discord
no
was
contact, no
fucking
moves.
slaughtering
Okay.
me, by the way, when I was on the
Boaster
desk with
says
Ender.
can
You
go
guys
on
are
over and
shameless.
Help out that A site. Kayak's now here, 3 players.
Ender's 8 feet
Boaster
tall, for
even
reference.
starts to get an inkling that this could be the A hit,
Oh.
and so he's now ready to pop the paranoia.
Whippy.
It's perfect, but
3 and
Vitality
4.
still come ahead. They cannot expect these numbers to still be
I-
here. Now they will. Alpha was the one to find a kill with Boaster
They
going
need this
down.
so bad.
12 seconds left. The plant needs to be found. The spike on backside
Wow.
and undeniable.
Fucking
They ran
deliberate.
into almost the entire team. A dump of utility and big swings from Fnatic. But Vitality, they've dealt with everything that came their way. And a 3v1 where Chronicle, as good as he's been, seems to just be locked out.
That's incredibly impressive. This is Fnatic's first buy round. And what basically happened there was they sold the fake on C, but I think it was Kayak then jump peeks it, just goes and checks. He goes, I have seen nothing.
Yeah,
so
dude.
I'm gonna rotate
They
to the
love
other
putting
side
me
of
in
the
like
map.
these like
then
baggy
they rotate a 4th player in, and if you have that much of a
sweatshirts
stack,
and
you
sweaters
come
and
out with
stuff.
2 kills,
I just
well,
I just
either
play
you've
whatever
done
they give
something
me.
bad or
I
your
give them
opponents have
no
done something
no
incredibly
complaints.
well. And I
They
think
love
that,
me.
Again, we're seeing the heat off of Sivov very early on in this game.
And
And I
you're
think it could be a
5-6.
brutal sort of switch if you go onto that ISO and you start badly.
If
Especially
Ender
someone
was
who's used to having
5'6",
the
I
ult,
would be
used to having extra
cooked.
util to maybe back you up. This is all about those firefights.
You guys could step on me.
Right now.
Not a bad start from him, and a phenomenal start for this squad. Again, look at that. They deal with Durka. One of the big problems creating that extra angle to fight from. Paranoia hits. Oh!
Dude.
He just saw him before it landed. And even then, Alfier finding that one kill, the fact that they had a late player
The
coming up short,
dink.
played perfectly into Vitality's hands because they're able to spot out the last guy, the fourth player, the one that would surprise
They'll
you
have your
normally.
ult next
He gets
round.
one, and then he's dealt with.
Same base setup,
Wonderful
chat.
stuff for
You can
Vitality.
see that they rock
An
the same base
inspiring round
setup
for their
on
squad,
their
no doubt.
anti-coast.
It's not just the fact that they beat down the
Silver
the first
protecting
full
Yori,
buy,
entering
it's
garage.
that Fnatic read
Omen
that
C,
play
ISO A.
perfectly, stacked up, and it still didn't work. Now they've got a light investment into this one. Chronicle saved over that Vandal and has the
So
regenerating
drone out
shields
A
to
in
bring
this
him back
mid
up
round.
to
They group
fighting
at C,
form,
and it's working
early on,
again.
Vitality
can't keep
again
getting away
avoid
with
any
this.
of this early aggression from Fnatic from going down in those fights, and it looks like they have picked the easier
Grab the orb,
of the
you're
sites to
welcome.
push towards. That's the rifle for Fnatic though, and
That's a good
Chronicle
one.
picks up the kill.
Second gun on the board.
Not a bad start. So, weapon down.
Spike planted.
Potential to utilize what they've got. Unfortunately, there's no ultimates, and even utility. You're kind of looking at, you've got the dart back online, a drone. Paranoia would have to be sublimely placed. Kick still has one remaining. Is wary that they're already coming in from behind. In fact, though, it's going to be that short play, but Sivov again. You talk about this guy already being, I think it was 4-0 going into this round, but
Guardian
he's
goes
fighting
crazy.
aggressively. He's facing off against opponents. Oh, okay. Kayak eventually
He could've got
gets the
two
job
there.
done, but Sivov is just flying. Another added to the tally, another round for Vitality.
That's a good line.
4-0 now in the lead, which, considering how that round started,
Some talent like bring their own shit. Like it has to get approved, but like Ender is like really into fashion, so
He was there for his teammate no matter what. Happy to
Me,
take
I could never.
the brunt of that retake force.
I just wear what
and
they
while
tell
he
me to
dealt
wear.
with them, well, it seemed to be easily.
I'm back.
I'm back.
4-0. Vitality are back in the driver's seat.
this is said I'm back when Sivov got a triple kill in a round and earned his ult.
Safe got one.
I'm back, guys!
All right, there's
the shock
shock
landing.
rule.
Good job. They tested it earlier. Kayak knows there's players coming his way. Has a gate crash to get out of there. Decoy
Pause
not going to be
champ?
working. They know that he's here.
Okay,
They saw the
just trying to
reveal,
draw some
and
util
time to
out.
get out.
I guess the only benefit there is some
Lurked up. The trip was broke.
I don't know if
Got
you
him.
realize how far
Oh
forward
man, and here's the
into
guy
site
rotating in the back
he's
lines
managed to
too.
get. Sivov
Wait, he didn't
fighting
hurt.
up against Chronicle. Well, he has not been missing so far. Kayak still at the back of the site though.
Wow.
To get one and escapes once again. The
Big
second
shot by
gate crash
Kayak.
utilized Durka.
He's pushing through
Seems
this.
like he might try something
No, he's
cheeky of his
not.
own.
Yeah, but he's conscious there's either a player or perhaps even the player he was just hunting down on the other
This is
side of the
such a big
smoke.
4-on-4.
Doesn't want to emerge from it. Ultimate activated from Kayak. Gonna clear out a lot of space.
Oh, he
Into
didn't
the
clear it.
corner.
Check.
But Les doesn't know. He doesn't know. He just knows that that player ran out there. He panics. He pops the cage. Information at least goes their way, and Kayak realizes, hearing the steps, that there's still
They're
one
lucky Les
outside
ran
garage.
away.
We'll look to
They heard
crunch
it.
on him later. And the push with the smoke up, Fnatic, they stand a
That's a
decent chance.
really
I
good
love
wall.
that from Alpha.
Free half,
The
free
wall
half.
is going to block them all from spams completely. It's almost fully diffused,
no.
but Alpha's been taken off the spike. A second player crashes, steps in, and he steps out just as quick. Sivov with a three-piece in this
Damn.
round. Fight
Wow, dude.
the dirt.
It's actually crazy. We talk about this squad and the fact that Trex has been a highlight player throughout VCT EMEA for the past few years. They pick up a man from the tier 2 playing
Dude, I can't
Story,
believe they
who was
spammed them
doing
all.
very well. Third
No
place
pings, they just spam
in the
them all.
first EMEA challenges. And now he's coming in against Fnatic. 10
Sunset.
and 0. 2 kills around at the moment for Sivov. And then
I agree, they should have body blocked. I love the idea to use the
or like picking off
contingency to
players
get
who are
half.
already stunned or flashed up. That was integral kills to stop them defusing. He's delivering on the highest
I mentioned
right
that
now.
like
The
maybe
conversations
last
we had
season.
about Durka and Kayak, and the
Season before.
storylines between the two, the pressure on Kayak to fill the boots of Durka, while Durka wants to take his boots back. But really, for someone like Sivov coming into this map up against Alphayer on the ISO, one of the best ISOs in the world, you gotta think that even if you can exist in his shadow, that's a success. But right now, he is shining a new light on Fnatic. Fnatic with a decent step up from Kayak. Two-piece already, Les and Durka down and out. But the man who's yet to taste death, Sivov, still alive, and weaker weapons.
I will say, it is an insanely attack-sided comp.
Recovered by that defensive side.
And so, like, it's going to be rough on defense for both teams.
Something, but not able to fall back into things. The shield helping out massively. Hunter's Fury utilized and will pick off Sivov.
The shield tanked one of the pulses, though.
Garnered a reward, and you can see the long run around from Crashies. He's hoping to try and find a weapon on his way back, or potentially box them in. The rest of the players are going to have to wait for him to get into position. That time will continue to tick.
I think Chase is going to win this round.
And that also means that they won't have his utility until he reveals himself.
Very much worthwhile, though, with that smoke put down by Boaster. Cerebral.
Break that safe.
Well, I thought because he could sneak his way through, but the reveal is needed. Broken. And some information to work with here. Trade starts out well. Crashy's on the recovered rifle, but now he's the last one standing safe. Looking to run away. Has Hunter's Fury. If he can get to safe distance to activate. Instead, he's looking for the kill, but Crashy's made the read. He suspected that's where...
Okay, that was pretty fucking insane. That 1v1 was high IQ as fuck from both of them. Like, crazy in-game IQ from both of them.
Incredibly close. I think those early fights being taken.
Like, Crashy's faking the stick with the ping. Like, the Sova dropping a dart while scanned. Crashy's faking the stick with the ping. Like, the whole thing was crazy.
Less with maybe a little bit of a late check of that corner.
And the awareness to, like, peek left like that.
Crashy's finding one with a Hunter's Fury and a couple more. They're on the board.
Let's go,
let's go. Them some time.
This is the wake, this is the wake round. Let's go.
Looking for two.
Alfia believes this is the moment that things will change.
Yeah, they need to get ult value off the Alfia, that's why.
So far.
That's hilarious. I think the reveal got stuck on the decoy, and because it hasn't got line of sight.
Pretty solid line for an ISO,
not getting revealed by it. So it's able to push up on the back of it. It'll be confusing to look at from the other side, but I guess Chronicle wasn't that confused. He's just wall banged Durka straight through the boxes, through the wall there, through two walls. You can see the holes just fading now. Not a bad opener for Fnatic, and they still have that operator of Kayak.
He shows presence. Cam, second contact. Third contact on the ISO is wild.
Potential from Alfia to this fight more awkward. Solid work though from Safe. The lineup might have been missed once, but the Hunter's Fury will put them back at level peg. And Alfia, in the meantime though, has managed to re-aggress and find less. This puts this into just the players looking to make their way into the B side. There goes that kill contract, looking for the fight. Looking to try and take the battle, and he will win it at
big round for Fnatic.
A clean sweep with a double from Boaster.
Still money on the board for Vitality.
Start their climb.
One step at a time from Fnatic as Vitality. Well, Sivov, he's not immortal anymore. 11-2.
Bro, that's what it sounds like.
Though, if he can just find a fraction of the flame he had moments ago, this could be a very different game we're looking at. That was nasty. I don't even know
some of these deaths from Durka? Yeah, I didn't even see him either.
Fair enough. And a big play by Boaster in the end. He had one of the best.
Bro, some of Durka's deaths, I'm like, I don't even know what he could have done.
Split, somewhere along those lines. Didn't slow down that much as the series, or the map, well, the map that felt like a series went on. You have to think that stamina would always be a problem in a match like this. It's gone the distance, and we're on map 3, but both teams, it doesn't look like either are pulling punches.
They proved as well that a 5-0 start doesn't mean jack. Like, both of these sides are very comfortable in streaking rounds back together.
I got the spike.
The last map was
triple hold on A looks good. Fnatic are huge fans of this corner.
That's much better though. Safe already dealt with.
On the weak side nonetheless, so.
Now pushing back into the stacked up A side. It was where they had mass success in their bonus round. Even walking into a stack of players,
to clear this out
was
means
sublime.
This spot is really fucking good. So you'll see Fnatic use this a lot.
Close corner. It's going to be clear. cleared by the decoy at least. And Seavoff the one to win that battle up against Alfie. Ult activated in the kill contract. He's been good in these, but Boaster in a heater of a series.
Man, this guy's 12-2, 13-2.
4v2. Fnatic seemingly locked out, and the
Holy
much more
shit,
direct
man.
approach from Vitality has worked wonderfully.
And he plays so smart.
Really impressive. Space taken by Durka, then Seaborth on the follow-up. It seems like somehow an even deadlier combination than when we had
Seriously,
Safe on it.
where
which
did Vitality?
Seems ludicrous
where
to
did this
say
guy
when you
come
look
from?
back to, again, the #1 and #2 duelists of the year. Coming out of last
French
year,
tier 2.
it seems like, again, the youngsters come up from
Damn,
that tier
huge
2
props for this
scene and
scouting
prove
call.
that there is such a wealth of talent within EMEA right now. What was looking like the start of a comeback for Fnatic has quickly been dealt with. And honestly, if I'm Vitality at this point, there is a part of my mind that goes, do we just fight for A every round? Because that's the second time. What was it? 4 players stacked up there the first time.
Yep.
This
Nice
time it was
pregame.
3 players stacked up there. And okay, sure, there was an ult in the mix as well that dragged the player into a 1v1, but
Dude,
other than that,
he's
it has
crying.
looked very, very easy for them to take that control.
Still, the ult dragged them into a 1v1, and I guess stopped that from being a double peak or at least a refrag from backside. Sure, but they'd also lost long control. So that player on backside, although they get pulled into the
Fnatic
kill
need like
contract,
2 more
they had
rounds,
a choice.
Chad.
Fight short with my
2 more
teammate
rounds.
and get swung on the left side and die, or fight long, and it's still 2 1v1s.
They won't come easy.
Situation doesn't change. So I think that push, very effective from Vitality. And like you said, 2 times now, we've seen that. We've seen numbers be there, and it didn't work out. For Fnatic, something needs to change in terms of that A-hold. And I think, yeah, that is the typical response, right? Start pushing up and taking the early control.
saw a Viper
post your
recently on
operator there
Haven.
in the early rounds. But again, there's problems with that. I mean, just look at how Vitality are pushing into those long-range angles. You're often going to see that wall come up from ISO, just completely blocking you out. We can just see...
I laughed so hard. I think I'm... What the fuck? Yeah, I booked part of this a while back, but I don't think I ever showed you guys. Nate chat with his... That's such a crazy tweet.
Available. He is
After
13
the
and
Sen
2.
game.
It can come
That
down
is
to
such a
as simply
crazy
as
tweet.
Shooting him in the face.
That
It's not
shit's so
an easy
funny.
thing to deal with, especially for Kayak going
Oh
in
my
with a
God.
lack of shields. It does
I love it.
Though, are going to try and respond to what has been that A pressure. They have set up 4 players to battle for that early control. The problem is, it's only the lurk that's currently there from Les. Instead, an initial fight for Garage in what looks like a C-long fight.
Dude, same. He's so fucking funny, man. Oh my God.
As you said, Fnatic do go for a long control. They push
The
up,
GOAT
and
content
now they find
creator.
out it's the other side
The
of the map that's
GOAT.
being hit. But I guess we get to put to the test Vitality's post plant. Double tap, the shield that ISO has will not be online as it's already been activated and no success found. So Seavoff at least will be a little easier to take down. This position.
That guy has so
for
many like
Vitality in the late round.
evergreen
Las's
memes.
lurks, we talked about them
it's
both being
insane.
impactful, and yeah, they're going to clear the standard side. Will they clear the left though? For now, the answer is no. Oh, the
Timing.
He went to his cam just as Chronicle swung
Dude, he's
out, and now
spamming.
the ult indeed gives all the info to Fnatic.
2v3. Half with the contingency, but the contingency's early.
If they are going to try and defuse, he can ping exactly where they are already. The spam's coming through.
Bro, I was
Already
trying to
knowing that it's
stick
halfway.
when the...
Just shoot me, my friend. That's all that's really needed. Well played by Durka and Safe. A duo as deadly as ever. And what was looking like a possible
No,
round.
we're not sticking when the your ult's just fucking literally right in front of us.
An ult like that, you
It's
can't
not
be
happening.
defusing the spike on the other side of a smoke, and they would have to be some silly geese.
Right here.
And he goes again. Look, Crashy's. I know he has almost no choice based on the time, but I think you just run away and save at that point rather than stick it. An easy reaction from
He's
Vitality.
so happy
Look
about
at
that.
how happy Faded is
Yeah,
with
he's
how that
super
one
happy.
went. The guy that sometimes keeps his emotions in check, but he couldn't help but crack a smile there.
Stood in the spot where the shock dart has been going every round.
Boaster's
That's
cooked.
rough for Boaster.
Great play.
He's yeah, immediately gone. Like, maybe not having that info, but
Causes the big
that's
flood
a
over.
rough
And
Way to
there
start
are
the round.
If he
outie.
doesn't have that info, it's going to be conversations with Chronicle because it's his trap that's getting
Thrown
dealt
out
with a
mid.
lot of the rounds. I think even as a cam watching it happen, so he's just going, oh yeah, Boaster, it's great. Yeah, you should hold from there. Yeah, we'll hold it together. I'll swing on your contact, yeah?
Good mid-round aggression after the drone.
My revenge. He has gone walkabouts. They do still have a couple of guns. Booster wasn't the biggest threat in this round. They are patient to mod the jump.
Alfier has caught some unfortunate timings, but he could have hard cleared that. He was a little sloppy with
really been a
it.
question.
Tried to go for the home run
Taken
play.
over. Chronicle's rifle is still well positioned, but is slowly moving away. Will have heard utility being popped.
Gonna wait to
Gonna
scan
hope
out.
that he can try something a little bit spicy, a little bit tricky, knowing that there's a player on the other side. I think that only ended up breaking the shield. That's unfortunate. Oh, for Crash, he's spoke about his individual level looking stellar. I don't know if it's up to this standard.
Maybe he pops the Hunter's Fury and takes down 4, you know, who knows? But I think if he did pop the Hunter's Fury, we'd have to pause the game while Fnatic pull a sub onto the stage. A questionable decision. I can't believe Dirk has just done that. He saw him and didn't even bat an eyelid, just jumping around for the bait.
He's done that a couple
I think
of times.
this is
I
hitting
feel like
must
Durka
win
is
for
one of those
Fnatic.
players where I hear a lot of people go like,
Snowballing.
I'm not a stats guy.
I don't care about stats.
Where's Sevoff's
I genuinely think he
ult
doesn't.
at?
No.
Like, as long as the first
if he
number,
cares about stats and does that.
yeah, I think the first number, like how many he's killed, I think he cares a bit about that.
Well, he could have had another one there.
True.
Did he get another killer?
Look at this, he takes his gun out.
Yeah, you're getting third kick.
Our audio.
Interesting.
Nah.
Just run that one back. 8-2.
Dude.
Vitality, well, they've even got some flair to their gameplay right now, and I'll tell you, it can't feel good to see Durka doing that up
Bro,
against you.
Dirk
You know
is
he's having fun.
so disrespectful, these motherfuckers. And I'm here for it.
Vitality, oh, they lose the opening pick. Seavoff down. Who steps up to
Here
fill
we
the
go.
gap? Boaster onto Durka. Kicks.
No,
He's
don't
had
let him trade
some
out. Don't let him trade out. Don't let him trade out. Get out. Get out.
Boaster's barely making it out, and they won't be able to hunt it down. Alpha pops the double tap. Sends in the
yes.
A real opportunity, and with the Hunter's Fury landing onto Kicks, this round seems to be cemented in
Hunter's
favor of
Fury goes
Fnatic. Some real
crazy.
heroic gameplay
Nice shot.
needs to be found and safe. Well, he's certainly going to give it his best shot. 2v3.
It's Hunter's Fury as well. Using it in this spot's always going to be difficult.
No one to take advantage of that ping.
Less revealed dimensional drift thrown in. They're going to have seen the aggression. Boaster can just wait
Less
on the other side,
Winsies.
and now Less.
Less Winsies.
He's got to pull off a
I'm telling
miracle.
you,
Nice
Winsies.
shot for the first. Even trying to wait for
Good
that
timing on
dimensional
Crashy's
drift
swing.
to end, but it was well timed by Fnatic. It took a moment for them to get back onto that board, but they will see themselves up to 3 at least.
Yeah, again, the foundation's being built one brick at a time. One more needed for Fnatic to have that 8-4, one more to be contested for. And it's this hold working out much better. You know, the direct hits from Vitality have been successful a lot of the time. Well, I mean, everything's been successful for Vitality so far. Trying to get in there and force the issue, they very much met their match. Seavoff falling in the
Alfier
early
needs to
round,
come
well, that seems to be
online, guys.
where hope fades at least
It's
somewhat.
definitely harder to
Guys,
play ice on this
14
defensive
and
half,
4 at
though.
the moment. We came in questioning, you know, oh, can he match up against Alpha here on the ISO? Well, he has done leagues better so far.
Different look
I
here.
think he might have as many kill contract eliminations.
So they're faking that
as
early
Alpha
round
has
with these
just
two that I
kills.
keep
No,
pointing
that's not
out.
necessary.
The fake of this early round, but they're like masking it with three defaulting AI.
Maybe it's not, could be 2 out of 3, but still.
That was a little obvious with this smoke, though. Only Omen shows.
Map number 1 especially. Some momentum on the attack for Fnatic, and who knows where this series ends up. I would be a fool to count out either of these squads, but it does seem like the mentality of Vitality right now is just flying. Confidence, having fun. So looking at the position though of
Again, I mentioned
it's the
Fnatic
setup of
loved
almost
this
like
spot,
a bait of
and
Crashies
since there's
who's
no
played
breach,
this
they're
spot
gonna keep
before.
going with
The
it.
A-site holds have really not been going.
Oh, this
to
guy's gonna
plan.
get 100
Maybe if they
Furied.
catch out less, it will be a slight improvement.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, they see exactly where that player is. Happy to take the assist. Crashies being spammed up, and the shock dart finds him. Vitality.
Great shot.
They still have a problem to deal with.
Okay.
Ultimate put through by
Got the Omen.
Alpha, and he's managed to pull kicks into a battle for his life.
Oh,
The shots don't
no. He
land, though.
never
And it's
fucking
Kicks
loses
to return
those.
with safe on the triple. It's enough to put Vitality 9-3 up at the half.
I'm actually shocked.
It's not looking great for Fnatic a first half with much to be desired, and the new boy
Alfier
on the block,
literally
Sivo,
never loses ISO ults when I watch this guy.
side him as well. But there is still a second half to come. If you're a Fnatic fan, you best believe in
Bro, what a
Curse.
shock by save.
It's the first time I beat him, guys.
See?
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's me, Mark, and Sean. Except this was Radiant, and everything else is true. Alpha, is it a Nightmare series? Is it that bad? I don't think it's been that bad. I see what you mean. He's like at the bottom of the scoreboard overall right now in this series. It doesn't feel that bad though. This game is definitely an L for sure right now. I guess this wasn't great. Considering he was like lurking a lot too in this half, like this attack half, he probably could have gotten a better production in that half. I thought he hit some nice shots here, did his job really, really well. I guess so, yeah, it's a pretty off series for him. You're right.
ISO, he's doing just the same. It's really impressive to see this guy play, but both teams as well, and I feel like this has been true series long, maybe less so on Lotus.
Yeah, this
where,
half has
again,
been rough. Yeah.
Vitality just found themselves.
Doesn't look like
throwing bodies
Alfier
into
in this
brick
half,
walls.
but attack
But it
ISO
feels
is
like
way
we have
easier.
this,
So
especially on split,
hopefully he can
constant
find his
rethinking
confidence.
of the strategies, constant evolution
pistol.
round to round. It's been fun to watch, but let's hope Fnatic have got a
Sheriff
big
on
learning
Doka.
experience about this attack side.
The scary thing is the last 4 pistols of the 5 have gone the way of Vitality. They have been dominant in these early rounds. Only the very first went the way of Fnatic, but they need to try and match up with what
Oh, there we
the
go.
last one. That's
There we
not a
go.
bad start.
Okay.
Alfia, a quiet first half, but he's already going to
It's
open
a
up in the
big
pistol.
first blood. No info now from the Sova.
On the attack as well.
Fnatic cut noise because they know
Confident. I think this half
there's a play that has to be
matters the
made.
most.
Here it is.
Aggression is
Smart play by
necessary.
Fnatic right
Will be
now.
the point of the spear. Double tap activated. In goes Kayak first, though. He's
Great
got
Omen
full
blind.
HP
Oh,
to work
gross.
with. And not
Gross.
anymore. A cleanup of the double duelist moving through the double doors. And Vitality
Dude.
even find Crashies with Sivov on a huge kill. Fnatic way behind now. This started out with an opening duel, and they've got nothing ever since.
Never expected 2 players to be sat behind the door in Garage is such an unusual position to see 2 people stand. Again, in a buy round, you'd probably never do
Dude,
that.
Fnatic were in
because of the
such a
risks
good
with
spot.
utility going through flashes, etc. But in this
Chronicles
case,
very deep
less
on the A
gamble on
line,
it.
so
Bolster
it's like in spawn.
trying to bait out,
30 seconds left.
push through spawn as well, hoping to try and find a fight, but the majority of this roster has looked to group up for Vitality. All 4 players wrapping
Okay,
around mid,
they're
and the
realizing
double
what's
tap
happening
is just
here.
a goal to
Wait,
sell the idea that
why is he
they're on
doing
B.
this?
Maybe there's a small
I
chance
thought he
for
would loop around with
an
Chronicle
isolated
doing
fight, but it
this.
really comes down to Chronicle here.
Wait, how does Les know?
He gets seen.
All the way around. No, he's not being seen.
but
Now
Les
he
is
has Sivov picked off,
How
and
the
Les
fuck?
sure finishes him off eventually.
What is this, a
That's
smoke
gonna
for
put
ants?
Boaster in a bit of an awkward spot. They're not going together, despite kicks being very low.
Oh,
Darko
come on,
swinging
get
alone
this.
goes down too.
Yes, we got a game. Let's go. Let's go. What is that? Wait, no.
Dropping it back on the stage. Oh goodness.
That's crazy. It's only the one coming out of Chronicle as well, and I don't know what it
Yo!
was. Maybe it was a sixth sense, but if you watch the way
What
that
happened to
Les ends
us?
up moving, it seems like he's
What
aware that somehow
What just
Chronicle is
happened to
behind.
us?
It becomes
Boom, 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 yaka!
irrelevant, is what I was going to say.
With the audio
It becomes
replay.
irrelevant
No,
when
another
they're opposed to
replay.
doing stuff like
This
that.
is yo.
They needed someone to give them a lifeline. They needed someone to win them a pistol. And it's the man dancing on your screen.
I really hope we were going to go back to Milan. It's
crazy
good to
reaction,
see them
bro.
imitating the exact same
I think
move,
they
the
twerked just
boom, boom,
afterwards.
yaka.
Yeah.
I think so. We cut the replay short. That's
Series delivery.
Look, send it to me in my
Oh
the
my
DMs
God.
later. We'll get that one sorted. Vitality 9-4.
Oh my
Having
god.
been a pistol that
That's
they
insane.
didn't seem to have any right in winning, especially
That
with
is
Chronicle not
insane.
having the mass value that it seemed like he needed. But Boaster, good in the clutch and good in this series as well, has given them a lifeline. Vitality, take classics.
Oh, that's
5
so
of them.
fucking funny.
No real investment to this round. And honestly, if they end up winning it, let's just call it there.
I want to get danced on too many more times.
What
It
is
can't
this?
be good for the mental.
The 5 garage?
Fnatic's goal with 3 rifles, 2 pistols is just to keep this clean enough. Doesn't have to be the greatest round you've ever seen. They lose a pistol or 2.
I don't
and
love
that's
this
absolutely
anti-eco
fine.
approach, by the way.
You can see the defense. They're attempting to swing back in. I like the usage of the vulnerability. Well, Durka, with any other gun, I'd say he's got an easy pick-off instead. He's been seen. This now becomes much, much tougher.
I guess when your IGL is literally doing that, maybe you do 5 garage on the eco.
Kicks. Happy enough to find a single kill.
No call this
Boaster's
round.
low. Some opportunities, perhaps.
Call came in late.
Desperately close to connecting, but it won't land, and so
Well,
an
that
extra
was-
rifle
that was
saved over. But that
too
was
much,
really the
man.
only question. Was it 2 or 3?
Oh, that was so good.
Maybe even 1 if he had a big round. 9-5. Fnatic 4 rounds behind, but here's the full buy for Vitality, and let's not forget, even in that pistol, they were able to find mass amounts of value in the late round. I think this is going to be a big challenge for FNC.
We are feeling it. Oh, I can feel it in my face.
I'm glad that's where that went.
Yeah, that was a plot twist. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect the face.
The censorship do a great job.
I
don't think
pleasantly
anything
welcome
ever
face
falls
right
through
there
the
as the
cracks.
word he
Never.
chose.
This is the round that matters.
What?
Fnatic, this bonus is basically as good as it gets.
It's like shit, man. I don't got enough salary to be taking another find.
Having rifles across the board, Boaster teleporting into the site. This is a very
sticking it.
aggressive start to the round. In fact, they'll
Alright,
get
they got the
plant in
post.
on B without too much resistance at
Ooh,
all.
and they have.
incredibly
Do they have the
quick
bone?
to
No,
get
they don't have
that
the
done.
bone.
And now
Fuck.
we look for what Vitality will respond.
We've at least still got that
Trip's
trap to
still
cover off
up.
Garage,
Yeah,
even
this is a
despite that.
big trip to
Durka's
have
not
up right
happy with
now.
Control. Can't just fight in from a few angles. He wants to open this up a little bit
Both
more,
front
but he's
side.
fighting into heavy Fnatic territory. Sivov, the return of perhaps the king, certainly
Good
on this
pressuring
server,
right now
but
by
he's being
Durka.
put down quickly. Returned by Les, keeps it doable. Boaster and Chronicle
Wow.
put this to bed though. And Les, despite tapping, he is quickly out of there. No real chance to take this across the line. All he wants is the weapon.
Chad, I want to just draw attention just that way we respect the totally different approaches to the same exact comp, by the way. Like, Fnatic's approach this half is so different than Vitality's, who was, like, very spread out into, like, a C hit, into an A hit. A lot of, like, 2-player garage control. These are, like, 5-man hits. These are, like, we're going to brute force into these sites with these double duelists. We're going to get in posts. Good fucking luck.
Just go full sprint. I guess they didn't catch that one.
This guy's losing it.
Is it hot in here? What? 3 rounds.
What time is it? We passed the watershed? We allowed,
Depends where
we allowed to put this on the internet? 9-6. That was such an integral round, though. Les is going to hold on to the rifle. That's all they really have to play with. On this defensive side, Ultimate's also starting to build.
You know you're laughing at this too, Tay. Don't lie.
Alfia wasn't happy
I feel like you're hating.
the space that was taken. He wants to really sell the idea that this is a
Hating.
heavy commitment in towards the seaside, but with nobody pushing anywhere near the smoke, I think Vitality will very quickly realize that that was a ruse.
Well, the shield was broken. Alfier was stepping back, but for Vitality, exactly like you said, that they made the read. See Science being left open. Gradual shift towards the right side of the map. Right where that Fnatic hit is coming through. 2 players on site already. Rotation in from Kicks. If you're going to make it work in a round like this, less with a rifle and his setup to play off and support
3-stack is
many,
here.
many players.
Good break.
This is exactly what you would want once he doesn't take his cam out before the fight. He's ready once these cages
I like
drop.
this setup to deal with.
Randall could catch them off
Wow.
guard, but it doesn't even get a
Well,
shot
there goes the
fired
setup.
before Kayak steps up to the plate. A nasty little double, and Durka won't get anything from behind.
Oh,
Bar
man.
the one, it's certainly not enough
Oh,
to
man.
slow
This is
the
cinema.
gradual push of Fnatic. 2 rounds behind, and Vitality, they might be starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah,
We're
they're
coming into a high
sweating.
round.
They're
If this one
sweating.
falls away, then we could be neck and neck.
Timeout.
We're seeing an almost identical start. It was 5-0 for Vitality.
I like this
team.
cam though. That's a good
Said
idea.
How little that can matter at times, but
Enemy remaining.
I'm
took
thinking.
a
Nice,
pretty
Kayak.
hefty
Good
response.
job, bro.
Bro, I feel like Pipson running around. I have no clue what's going on.
What? A random stray at Bipson. This guy is out of his mind.
Nobody send that to him.
Pipson
Nobody
just took a
send that to him.
fucking
I
stray.
want to show that to him next week with the
never
2 of
seen
them in the
that.
same room.
Oh my god.
Yo.
No idea.
That's incredible.
Boaster definitely doesn't know he's being outed right now.
Boaster, mate. That's the most toxic
Ooh,
I've
he
ever
coulda
heard
died.
Boaster be.
That's
I need
crazy.
more of that.
That's crazy. Wow, look at the pace.
Damn, I like
think
that
they've had
contingency
realization
following it
similarly
after they
to
heard the
last
off shot.
round, that this A
Wow,
side
that's
has been
actually really
incredibly
good.
difficult for both
This is a
sides.
full set
And with
play.
the full direct take. Well, Dirk is way too
Oh.
slow to realize what's going on.
What a
Chronicle
set
removes
play.
safe, and this is basically
Oh
round
my
over.
god.
There's still a minute left on the clock, but are you going to
Oh.
try and fight back in with 3 of your players still standing?
That
no
set play was
Yoru, and
fire.
you don't have yourself the Sova either. It just doesn't seem worth it. They've just got to save.
They got through the round only using the Yoru ult. Now the ISO ult. Holy fuck. Vitality might be cooked.
And a slight, like a couple second reaction in it, but that's going to cost you the round immediately. And you can see Vitality call for the save right off rip as soon as they lose that site. Even just the utility that Fnatic will, in their heads, still have left to play with, there's no point.
What was the play? I'll pull it
And
up.
add to that,
I'll
Alfier's
show.
got his ult, so good luck defusing.
Well, they're looking for the guns now. Rightly so. You are
That was a
looking at
very good
5-0
Yoru ult set
lead,
play.
and well, hello. That's where one of the guns
With
are.
this comp.
But they also have so many credits in the bank. The rest of the team are going to look to try and trade this one out. Not quite. Les will hold his ground.
I don't want to miss
Give him
like a
tight
listen
angle, give
in,
him a
dude. They've been
position
so good.
to play within.
Timeout.
Well, it seems like it's going to be a slow. What has
I
been
don't want to miss a
very,
fucking
very
listening, dude. I have the
fast-paced
clip up.
Haven so far.
Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so this is the play. So they spread out in an early default, right? They throw a denial of vision smoke on C. The ISO's just kind of listening for a mid push, holding garage. They show the Cypher over at A early with Cam Cage. The Yoru is ready to ult, right? Crashy's darted long. So when Yoru ults, they all are starting to come back already. Yoru pops ult. The big player here is once this op shot fires, this guy could stay around. Like, Yoru can't do anything about that. So the way they use the ISO contingency before they ever peak is really nice. They're following it up right here, going up short. The Sova branches off to long. The TP is there in case he needs to go back. Once they get here, the Omen blind will cut through sight. The ISO Vuln cuts through pocket. It's just crazy. It's so good. So, like, these players are in a crossfire. These guys are coming up short. That's a really good play. That's a really, really good play. Because you're so worried about this comp hitting C. It's a really good
Some players,
strat.
but just to make sure that they can make this one competitive.
I love the difference
God.
in players as well. We get to see a lot of folks
Man,
down on that stage. And
they
when
are
the
feeling
timeouts
the
are
heat
called,
right now.
Some players lock in, some listen intently.
Some have a nap.
Less doesn't change at all. It maintains exactly the. I'm thinking.
Yeah,
might
the
be a
whole
statue.
thing was the
Bar-
set
I'm not
play.
sure
It
much
was
moves other than his wrists.
very
when
well
it's game
coordinated.
day, when he's on that stage. You should see him on the court.
Holy shit, bro's hair is
But
so long.
I love the difference as well with Kayak.
What court would that be?
basketball court.
Okay, basketball. That could have been tennis.
It could have been. I have no doubt that he can play it. But the difference as well with kayak, you know, you always just see him lounging back. It's like he goes to his happy place. I want to know what that is.
No, he's lying back and he's imagining these Aspas.
Okay. Bro thinks he's Osboss.
Many of us do that. Not just during the
Except for
attack
him,
pauses.
it seems like it's at least within reach. Whereas for me, there's many dreams. I'd take just the hair. I don't even need the Valorant skill.
You say that about a lot of people.
Yeah.
This is a nice spot.
It's understandable. Well,
That dream died a long time ago.
fleeting youth.
All right, Dart for the short push.
9-8. Let's get existential with it. Dirk is down on mid.
Big
Picks
first
up
blood.
Boaster. The opening
No
pick
smokes.
for the side of Vitality. Something that's been
That's a little
missing
sloppy from
in
both
some
their
of
other
these
timeouts,
rounds.
truthfully.
Their opponents hot on their heels.
I think
Missed?
that missed.
Bro,
Yeah, it did.
I've seen
Yeah,
that a
another
couple
foul
times out of
from
Alpha
Alpha.
lately.
That was their attempt to
Why
bring
would
back
they
the
just
advantage,
blind
at least the
ult?
neck and neck.
It was
I guess
very
normally
close,
someone
but I
would
think
be
it
in
was
that
a
line.
millimeter off from
Yeah.
catching out kicks and
It's pretty rare no one would be in that
potentially
line.
even things up. That would have been maybe a
I would
controller
be
down on
shook
both
that someone.
sides and this kick.
Here's the problem. If I were on Fnatic, I'd be shook someone pushed C. If that hits nowhere.
He's only won it once, so maybe not believing
they don't
that
give
would
a
be the
fuck.
case. A stall out from Fnatic, and interestingly, Kayak is so much further forward than anyone else. Still a jump spot from Safe, just trying to get them extra information, but I think he's missed anything that could have been there, and I think realizes it as well because he's going to fall back to the site instead.
Drone up through A
There's
long.
a
That
scrim
is the
through this.
spike carrier droning, but intention to go back. Exactly. It's a ruse for Chronicle to embed deep into short and play that late flank kill. Get a great opportunity by the looks of things with the cross coming in. And indeed, he catches
44.
Durka.
Oh,
Chronicle
no.
with a valuable pick for Fnatic, putting them back into a reasonable position, but it's all falling apart on the site. Kicks, interrupts
Okay,
the
they got
fallback, and then Seavoth has the door wide open, steps through the frame.
That's a really big
Puts
round
his
for Vitality.
fist down. Fnatic
Keeping 4 alive is like the key thing here, right? Saving the ults, keeping 4 alive, because I was not seeing a world where like they get fucking 4 rounds out of the remaining ones. But this really changes things. They have 10 now. They have ults on the board. They have econ.
To my own hand, Shaw gets caught out by a lurk.
It's
but
back to like
it meant
50-50,
that
I think.
It almost forced Fnatic into a slightly more direct take.
A very
both
close game right
Kicks
now.
and Seavoth were very, very ready for that to happen. Both around that position. I think especially with the kill contract being used to try and clear it out, there
Sprinkles.
has to be something in their minds. That'll be
Kind
their
of
first
sprinkles.
round
Like
over on the defensive
cupcakes?
side. That's it. They had a lot of ultimates that were close. Well, all of them, bar the Neural Theft, are now online.
Flowing on the way, and they are certainly committing to it. Sometimes you can just gate crash out of Garage.
got the
We've
mid
seen it
push.
attempted before, and this time the exact same thing happens. The double tap about to fade. Alpha, he's not getting greedy. He doesn't
Why-
swing in as many a player would, and it
Why
might
did
have
he
been
waste a
mistake when
bomb?
kicked so close. Hunter's Fury, blindly thrown in, cancelled with one more burst. Safe was trying to bait anybody that might have lurked up short. He's still scarred from that lurk from Chronicle in the previous round.
Oh,
Good
nice.
dart.
Okay.
Really good dart.
He's had the read. Drone goes out, but it doesn't give him much more information. When you have a Yoru pushing a spot
I
on the
know.
map, it can very easily be a fake. And that's so unfortunate. I think he's just teleported away, so waiting to try and catch someone with that kill contract, and there will be nobody even remotely close to that
Vitality
position.
have had some
Fnatic
colossal
tried that
fuck-ups
bait,
here.
Succeeded, and now head into just one man. That man will be less.
Luckily for Seavoth,
Caught.
he had the trigger discipline to not just fire the ult
See, this is
through
where that
into
Vaughn would
empty
go
space.
crazy.
Hunter's Fury. It's not
All
even
good.
Hunter's Fury. It's Boasted
I-
with the trade.
oh,
But because
ISO,
the
the
ult's
ISO,
online,
no shield.
Gets another shot.
Take us
Double
back.
tap, not available, but Seavoth finds the pick.
This kid
and
is
now
crazy.
comes back in, ready to brawl. Fnatic have their work cut out for them at 2 versus 3. Happy to run that clock down a little lower, but the plan very
shield.
much needed by this squad now. 10 seconds.
No.
They know that someone has to
That
blind.
blind.
What they do, they're removed from the
No
fight, but
way.
they're on eliminations instead.
He still had
Taking the fight to the
paranoia.
backside.
Holy
Fnatic
fuck.
on Vitality's heels again.
There are moments that are swinging this game back and forth, and that was definitely
ISO
one
ult
of them. You mentioned
gone.
it. Seavoth holding
Sova
his
ult
ultimate,
gone.
A a rainy day in the
What a
end,
shot.
just about being able to put it into position, but it's this late call right down to the wire. 8 seconds on the clock as they look to take these final fights. And even a little bit worrying that in the middle of that, there was a reload coming through.
God
10 to
damn.
9. Fnatic break back immediately, and well,
They could go out front
with a few
again.
of those ults already expended. Hunter's Fury gone in the last round. I think the TP was used as well. And obviously the kill contract for Sivov. Everybody's back on level pegging again, except for the problem.
Dude, Vitality's
The
econ
economy
is
running
kind of
out
cooked if they lose this shit,
this
chat.
defensive side.
Mid push from Durka cancelled out with the gate crash. They don't see early
They're
contact.
gonna,
and I like
they're gonna
this from
force buy
Fnatic,
for the rest
just
of the
early
game probably,
freeze.
but
Gotta say in that last round backside C push, the main thing that stands out to me is many
Okay, they
players
ping for the
would make
corners.
the assessment of we can't really plant here. We have to just
Same
fight.
theory as
They do that
Fnatic, right? This
individually.
comp just has a
Fnatic
hard
moves the
time
team,
dealing with
even
this
in that
area.
moment of panic, 6 seconds on the clock, and they made the right call. Drone on its way around. It spotted 2. They know that there's heavy presence here now, and with Sivov often playing around this position, maybe they'll put 2 and 2 together.
So yeah, when you spot 2 against this comp, you can kind of assume a third is lurking around A. They want to activate this lurk, but they also don't want the lurk to get caught. Are they going to go back into it? Yeah, they are.
The spike is heading back towards C.
What a
They
call
are
by
selling
Bosa
this
right
as
now.
a giant ruse
Perfect round for a
towards the A
fake.
side. Of course, the majority can just leave, and they have
Yo.
fallen hook, line, and sinker for this one.
Sling
Only
garage,
one
though.
standing.
Oh,
It
God.
will be less. Might be able to try and hit the timing at least on one of the players, but Chronicle baits him in with the removal of the pin.
What?
And now they have that post plant. A 5 versus 4. Dimensional drift immediately used for Durka to try and clear some of these angles. Knowing there's a player on site, Alfia is already going to drop another teammate though, and this is looking incredibly problematic.
Bro, we got a tie game,
Big
don't we?
plays needed on the site, and it's Alpha still lurking around to find the value.
4v2.
Sivov with an unbelievable performance
Contingency
on
to get
ISO.
half.
You know,
Love
gets
it.
the fuse to halfway. They've even got the side angle covered. The swing out, though, instantly deals with him.
Ooh.
With Durka done in by Kayak, there was no hope left.
Does Vitality buy
We
here?
started out with more OTs than I
feel
care
like
to
they buy
count.
here.
An 18
It's
to
going to be a shit buy,
16
but I feel like they buy
scoreline.
anyway.
4 OTs needed, and we may need the same here, Tom. But if you look at the timeline, well, you said that they were doing exactly the same. 5 rounds, then the win back. Well, since then,
No.
the tide has turned back into
They
Fnatic's
ought not
favor,
to.
and it looks like that defensive round from
I thought they were
Vitality
gonna go like
might have
Vandal
been a
half,
flash in the pan.
just buy
Add
out.
to that the fact that in the next round, this one here, Vitality don't have money.
Damn,
the lead
dude, they're
back in
giving the
Fnatic's
lead.
hands. All they've left to do is to close it.
Actually has been a Boaster masterclass in both of these map wins. I'm not gonna lie.
This has been an absurd
He has called an amazing
resurgence
series right
from
now.
Fnatic.
Started split
Individually.
17-4. Bro, this is actually a
We've seen the
Boaster
depth
series.
This roster can bring, and on the other side of things, Dirk's been trying to pad the gap, but that's now a whole lot of aggression. 3 rounds in a row with a mid push, punished 2. The third got away, and in this case, trying to literally put the world on his shoulders. The problem is he's got that rifle, but if you don't teleport out of there, there is no
I had cookies
real
and cream
way
ice
to
cream
retrieve
yesterday.
it, especially if Fnatic just hold
I went to
on that
Heidi
ground.
Lao.
I think they will have
The
had
waiter
spot.
recognized me and told me secrets
safe.
about Heidi Lao that I never knew. I'm
Pausing
stoked.
again. This spot could be dangerous. Nice shot from Les.
That guy was a real one.
From the A side, but the spike's still very far away. That's
30
time
seconds
running off
left.
the clock, and Chronicle wants to make up for it with space. It's dangerous against a weaker buy to
Oh,
play
no.
like this, and that's a big mistake. Even the
Oi,
Tracer's
oi,
easy to fall
oi.
back on, but Sivov steps in to take
good.
the pick. An immediate response, though. Boaster and Kayak cleaning this up before it gets too dangerous. Les lurking inside the smokes, and he steps out with Kayak waiting.
Chat, did that set play that we went over work so well that they do it again? The Your ult set play A? They don't have any other ult, so it's not like they can like cook up some like different. They might have like a Yoru ult set play for C or Garage. Honestly, there's a lot of different things you could do. You could ult like through B into the back lines of C.
That is a streak of 6 consecutive victories through different rosters, through Durka being on the team, to leaving the team, to
No, they're in his head.
Masters. But this is the first time he's faced off against Fnatic, and I'll be honest, there's not been a good day for Durka. He had his moments in that first OT. That was where he really looked to step up and take over the match.
Early in the half, Les was setting up on A, I think. Remember I pointed out that hell cam and like the box-in trips. He moved his setups left side map.
In fact, you look at Alfie
that could be
on
the
other side,
adjustment
he's been
here.
having a rough time. But then the man who replaced him, Kayak, has been unstoppable. 19 and 14. The depth of this Fnatic roster showing the resilience.
I do think that there hasn't been many gun rounds thus far where like Vitality has tried to like mask their setup, right? Like make it look like something it isn't. It's always like insta aggression down mid, insta aggression at A. Like we're showing where the aggression is very early, and Boaster is just calling so well around this shit. Okay, let's see what we get here.
Forged in the fires of tier 2.
Looks like it's
now
a different opener, maybe.
Bring that chaos to the server.
Cam to control mid.
Fnatic 11 on the board. The chance to put themselves on the green and just tap it in to close us out. But it's this buy round that Vitality have hinged everything on. They've just had a chat with Faded. Their last opportunity, I believe that's both their timeouts burned up.
Sloppy with this cleared. Okay, no.
This has to work. Whatever iteration we see, it's aggression from Durka down on A short. Kayak commits the ulti, and that's a big problem.
It's a fake off of the play they did earlier, but the lack of the short presence, the lack of the contingency. Durka saw what it looked like last time, and he knows. What a play from Durka right now. What a fucking play. No way!
Kayak,
he's aware!
And Boaster on deceive off. The big player for Vitality put to bed early.
And they immediately look to fall back. Already seeing enough for them to know.
Oh my god, he was aware.
They're trying to run the steps over to A and make them commit in this direction. Look at them running all the way down as if this is the play. It really does seem like a Boaster masterclass in so many of these rounds.
Oh my god.
Just baiting their opponents, baiting the leaders.
Deep trips on both sides, doesn't matter, no one here. Les could win this round though right here. Two people here. Oh, spotted.
Look to run back and they're still waiting for Les. They're waiting for a flank on a site they never even took.
Wow.
Unbelievable. You come into a round after a timeout knowing, boys, this is where we have to stop them. That was the idea from Vitality, but look at how it's fallen apart. They won't even come close to the site where the spike is planted.
What a
Not
half.
even close to B.
From Fnatic
Up in
right
heaven,
now.
they sit and wait for this round to come to a close. And even then,
and this is like an off Alfier game too. I'm telling you, this is a fucking Boaster masterclass.
Oh! And he's hit kicks.
How do you pre-aim that?
Perhaps to put the economy in the dirt, and he's landed it. An end zone, flawless from Fnatic. This seemed to be Vitality's final
It's over.
hope. A history that they hoped wouldn't repeat here today. But it's written in the stars now. Fnatic with two
Bro came through that smoke like the fucking Grim Reaper. Just, how do you hit that?
Boaster. After the last two maps.
And Cron Hunt. Me and Crashies will cuddle.
And make love. He slips in and make love at the end.
This has been
what?
Some of the best attack side calling we've ever seen. Like think back to Lotus, the consistent switch ups, redirects, and bamboozles, and well,
slip that shit in there. Oh no!
Again, that's the second time he's just been matched pound for pound. That was literally the flank last time coming up, and then he purchased an outlaw to beat the other team's outlaw. It truly is ridiculous how. Almost in his hand, Kayak must be at this stage.
Cypher warfare.
All this money for Fnatic and Vitality. Go, okay, guys, we can get utility and get some decent weapons. Take the half shields.
They need ult value here.
Oh,
I see the posture you're talking about. Finally got
well, a lot of us are in a pretty vulnerable position.
Chronicle.
Fnatic.
This is everything. Sevov needs to try and win this battle. It's him versus Chronicle.
Oh, there we go. Oh man, the rookie has had such a good showing. Oh, that's tragic, actually. Fuck.
They took that 1v1 fight like we were.
Oh, he doesn't lose two in a row, surely.
It could be another nail in the
he don't lose two in a row. No.
Wow.
He knows. He's celebrating.
From Brazil. A champions winner who has suffered defeat at Fnatic before.
What a series, dude.
We look as Vitality, as was a favorite going into this series, but history repeats itself for a 7th time.
That's got to be heartbreaking, Tom.
Wow.
After Split going the way it did, Vitality digging deep to fight back into that map, taking an OT after facing so many map points. And then the last 2 maps, although this one 13 to 10, that second half, there seemed to be no way for it to go but into Fnatic's favor. Seavoff with a debut on ISO, performing phenomenally, but it just wasn't enough.
Think about the Boaster pistol clutch. Think back all the way to then. A 1v3, I think it was a 2v4 as well. That if they lose that, I think this is done. I think that Vitality just steamroll over it. But the leader stepped up. I think we talk a lot about his individual stats, but I think throughout the day he has been sublime. Whether it is the statistics ending this map,
bro, they got
17 to 12.
I don't know about them shoes.
High impact overall, but also I think the calling was honestly sublime. And then again, we always wanted to see what Kayak would do when he stepped onto the stage versus the man that seemed irreplaceable.
Yo,
he had a star-studded performance today. Even a little jig to finish things off.
Oh, it's good to see Milan and Scott joining them to soak in the celebration in front of the crowd.
They can finally have a rest.
It's good to see an Irishman down on that stage. It's good to see Boaster popping and locking.
She's like, bro, what? Get me out of this shot.
Yeah, that's the quota for the day. But what a series this was.
Dirk is good, but we have Kayak.
For a tight one, and we got it in the end. 13 to 10 on this final map. And again,
not even shit talk.
The praises of these young guns, of Kayak and of Seavoff coming in from that tier 2. And there's always the question, yeah, they can do it in tier 2. Yeah, Seavoff can get 38 kills in tier 2 on Breach on Haven, but surely not against Fnatic.
I think it's even more of a proof in the pudding that investing in the youth is the value, and a man who's still incredibly young down on the stage. It's going to be Alfia with Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. 19 years old, by the way, 19 years old. Now, Alfia, thank you for another stressful series and another comeback on Haven. You guys have got to stop doing this. At some point, you got to win it cleanly for once, right?
Yeah. I don't want to feel stressed anymore. I just want to win 13-3, 13-2, 13-4. But for that, we need to win pistol first. We lost every pistol.
Yeah, I mean, the pistol loss rate was a little bit... We won't talk about that. We'll focus on the positive. Now, the last time you played Haven on the comeback against Na'Vi, it was your mentor that carried your team. I think all of your teammates said it was because of you that you made that comeback. So this time, against Team Vitality, who was the person that made this happen?
I think I'm giving the point to Jake. I think his calls are like absolutely insane. Like he had all the time read. Like, I mean, I see him first time reading like this. It was great. Like we have also like the ex-player in the Vitality, so he knows what is he gonna do. Like he was telling us what is he gonna do, and we were reading like a beast.
Did he have it every time? You know correctly. You all followed him.
Glaze.
Yeah, we followed Jake on Haven, and with the 3-9 clutch, he win. It was like the life point, and we just win.
It felt like it was done at that point, right? Let's talk about Split, because this could have been a 2-0. What happened?
Okay, the first thing, I was playing Stretch for 3 days. And, and didn't start well, but I said to teammates, if I play Stretch again, I'm never playing this game again. So I just turned my normal settings.
Oh, so it was the tech pause was your fault. Was that you?
No, it was another issue.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because they were telling us it was a player changing settings.
Damn, Alfia is so much more comfy in these interviews. I love this.
You are the only player in any of the regional leagues that still plays Killjoy on Lotus. Every other team has decided not to play Killjoy anymore. Why is that?
I mean, I think my Killjoy is good. I mean, my Killjoy is never, all the time it was good. I mean, Lotus is basic map. You don't have to like Teo, Breach, Vice, this kind of stuff. I think you just go play. That's it.
Go play, that's it. Everyone in the audience is writing this down like, is that easy? Now, obviously with Durka being on the other side, he was your teammate for such a long time. Did that make you guys lock in a little bit more and take it even more seriously?
No, I mean, we were playing our game, but I think he wasn't not locked in today. He was doing a lot of mistakes, I think, because we had like enemy. I mean, I just saw the video. he shot my body 70 bullets.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Did you see it in the game?
At the moment, I didn't see it.
Okay, what was your reaction?
After I saw that, I said, I'm not losing today.
Damn! Let's get it!
Advice to future teams, do not shoot Alpha's body if you kill him. Last question. Before today, you were kind of the gatekeeper of ISOs in our region. You're the best ISO player. Sivov, on the other side, what did you make of his ISO?
I think he's a really good player. I didn't expect he's gonna be that good. But I think sometimes when I was fighting with him, I couldn't even give a react. I think he's a really good player. I can see the really good feature. I don't know. He's next one of the best players in the world, I think.
Yeah, second best ISO in EMEA now. You think better than Vert and Sage?
All of this.
Like on one match, you can't say anything.
Okay.
I'm still best.
Of course you are.
There's our humble
Thank you so much,
goat.
Alfia, for joining me. Congratulations once again. We're going to take a quick break here, but do not go anywhere because Pacey will be taking on Koi right after this.
Dude, oh my god. That was such a good fucking series. Wow. I think we're going to get a highlight package with comms.
We having a good life. So what about?
Not again.
We lost first map because we didn't sync so good with the one bounce. So wet.
Oh my god, I'm gonna drown in it.
You say, I say, is it good? And you say the line.
What's wrong? Why do I have to say the word?
Wait. I'm 12 and I don't know what Chronicle was saying when they blurred it out. Yo, Fnatic might be my new favorite team this year. Fnatic I might have done a complete 180 on Fnatic. I went from, God, I rooted against them so hard on that run as an NA fan. But man, now that they're not as good and not as dominant, I might have to root for them. They're too lovable. Immaculate vibes. And they got crashies now? Yo, I think I got to root for these guys. I think I got to root for them. That series was so fucking good, though. Here's our stats from Haven, because we didn't look at them yet. Yeah, they even had a crazy ISO diff. Holy shit, man. It was just a really off map for Durka. We saw a lot of these first bloods probably in the second half on those mid pushes, A pushes. Yeah, 1 in 5. Ooh, fuck. Safe and Durka. Even kicks, actually. Really rough second half. But that's what I was saying. This comp is so attack-sided. So when this comp is on defense against this comp, it's so difficult to stop it. It's like you just need to be making plays. And when they wasted the ISO ult and Sova ult that round, it was over. It was over. This round right here where they couldn't string them together. The Boaster 1-on-3 pistol, though. God damn, man. Who would have thought? It's a Boaster day in this matchup. Where is it at? Dude, it looked so over right here, chat. It looked so over. After this garage fucking muddy shit.
Activated. In goes Kayak first, though. He's got
Oh, man. It felt over right here.
a cleanup of the double duelist moving through the double doors.
I was about to call the game. This 2-on-4. Wow. Boaster really cooked right here. I'm not going to lie. He was so patient with it. Like, he comes all the way back, gets Spike right here. Drawing presence, by the way. He's shooting. He's making a lot of noise, which is very scary, right? Like, because he knows what this is. He knows that they know they have the Spike. He knows they're in a 4-on-2, but he also knows this is his win condition right here. And so he's drawing all the attention. He's purposely doing this. Draws all this attention. It's opening up time for Chronicle to get all this space. So Boaster then goes into B right now. He knows that someone could be holding this off angle. So he smokes that. He's kind of aware. He's a little bit unaware, though. He taps. He's realizing, okay, they're not in B. there's a very, very high likelihood they're pushing down mid. So he starts to realize it in about like 1 second what's happening because he clears out B. He's continuing to make presence. He's trying to open things up for Chronicle. He's realizing there's a high likelihood people are down here. He taps again to let them know, hey, I think we know you're down here, just so you know. The timing works out against Chronicle. He goes all the way to A, plants. Oh, he did get spotted by Les. That was so unlucky. This low smoke he does is so interesting. I've seen Omens throw this low smoke and like hide in it. You can crouch in it. I've never seen an Omen like peek over it like this. Like you can crouch in this shit, you know, like hide inside of it.
They're not going together, despite kicks being very low. Oh no. Durka swinging alone goes down too.
That literally changed the entire fucking game, bro. And we got to get the best part, actually.
For Fnatic, the Red Bull clutch, and he's dropping it back on the stage. Oh, goodness.
Oh, goodness. It's only the one coming out of Chronicle as well. And I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a sixth sense. But if you watch the way Les ends up moving.
I mean, Alfie's so funny. He changed his rares this week. He's like, I'm not playing Stretch anymore mid-game, by the way. I'm just, oh, this bloody idiot. Last week it was the Vandal. I'm not using this Vandal. Or Crosshair. I can't remember what it was. And then this week, I'm not using this Stretch res. I'm like, what are you using, brother? Can you get this? I'm carrying it.
Yeah,
no,
just get
oh,
shit.
Shit.
Isn't that the secret? I thought your secret was just using Forsaken settings.
I've actually gone back to my old CS Crosshair.
Oh, okay.
Speaking about strats, how much do you feel Scott has added to the team? Because of course he's been an addition that you yoinked from BBL from
He's
kickoff.
such a vibe, by the way.
Yeah, like he was up
he
cheering.
is a vibe.
Yeah, he seems very supportive from what we've seen.
I think the combination of Scott and Milan is just really good. They obviously knew each other before, and I think Scott is very good in VOD reviews with Milan. Milan brings that positive vibe as well. I think them as a combination is really deadly duo, and then I am able to kind of synergize with them too. So I think he brings a lot. He's bringing ideas. He's saying like in tac timeouts as well, or like even in scrims, like they're doing this. Bosa, this was a bit of a problem, very similar to kind of Mini.
Oh, that's a huge compliment.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's still got a long way to go though. So like, Scott, you better get back to work. But they're just working hard, and it's just nice to look over your shoulder whilst you're looking at Pokemon online cards prices, and they're working whilst I'm chilling. No, I'm joking, but I am working too.
Milan is definitely not working when the cards come out. I think he's right in there in the mix, right?
Oh, last night Crashes unboxed a blooming Espeon on the heart from the Fusion Strike. We were all going, we're gonna win tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, that's the secret behind this. You were shooting like crazy today. Out the gate on Split,
I love this
like
team. I love Boaster, bro.
It was crazy. But my question is, despite having a performance like this shooting, and Alpha and Kayak were very quiet in this first half, you decided to give your gun to them and go with a frenzy on an eco round. What was the reasoning behind that?
Well, you know, I'm not Angel.
What?
Kayak is our duelist. He's our star. I am having
Bro
a
is
good game,
just
but that doesn't mean
fucking
I'm gonna
throwing
win us the
strays
round.
everywhere.
And Alfia, these
First
guys
pips
are
and now
playing
an hour
such a
ago.
really hard win around. Mine is kind of random on the day. Granted, this day I was kind of banging it out. I was looking kind of juicy, but I think it's because I got no stress right now. Last year I had a lot of stress and a lot of problems, but this year I'm just kind of like, whatever happens, happens. I don't have a problem with losing anymore. And if we win, we win. And I think it's really like making me enjoy the game, enjoy competing again. Because last year, I just remember, I think I got loads more gray hairs and like I was bags under my eyes. This year, I've just got the bags under my eyes. Oh, they showed that whiff. That was terrible. But we managed to win.
I wanted to kind of reflect back on Haven because obviously it's what we've just seen, but Sivov coming into this Vitality, were you expecting him to be the one to jump onto the ISO? And was that a surprise for you?
Yeah, I was just saying that's the Bosa smoke. I'm coining it here because no one else does it, and I've won so many clutches. Sivov, on ISO, bloody hell, he came out shooting, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was 11-0 or something. I was like, oh, for goodness sake. I pressed tab, Alfie's on 1 kill. I was like, don't worry, Alfie, you're going to come back. And then Alfie comes back and he starts feeling it on attack. He's like, get me to attack, get me to attack. And I was like, don't worry, bro, your time will come.
I mean, you guys are always coming, but it's never normal, right? It's just Heart Attack City every time you watch Fnatic. You wanna say something to the fans that are all here, you know, having heart attacks alongside you as well?
I'm seeing some very familiar faces out there. I appreciate you all coming as always. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the game.
Alfia on attack.
Losing your voices for us. I love that. And I was
Alfir on attack, bro. Boaster pulled him up.
The game next week is going to be an interesting one. Now, it will be Apex. We've seen it on social media. The floor is very excited to play against Kron, but maybe a little bit too excited that she said, like, oh,
Bro,
if
Boaster
I
look
did
like a
Kron, I'm gonna
fucking
retire.
model
I
out
can't do
here.
that to
What's
my
going
Lotus
on?
King. How
Guy can dance,
how do
guy
you feel
can
about
sing,
Fine
looks
by me.
like
I
this.
saw that flick on
Calls.
Split yesterday, and
He's
I
shooting
almost,
now.
I was about to swear, poop my pants. Like it
floor?
was a crazy flick. She just bee hopping in B heaven like an absolute tank.
I mean, that's your duo. You were duo in the off season.
Yeah, she was good. I was like, we gotta keep an eye on her. But yeah, I think I'm just looking forward to each game. And also Saturday is Booster Box Bonanza, where we're going to open up booster boxes, so I'll be more excited for that. So I like to have a swift win if I can.
I would really like to keep my job and bring this back to Riot Games.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So, last question, we have Casey
That
versus
attack goes
Koi
kind of
coming
crazy
up.
with that boot,
Now,
huh?
they've
That's
both
cool.
been going through it, probably stressed as well. Any advice you would like to give them, maybe to lose some grey hairs, keep, the eye bags? What's your secret for them to...
What team is this, sorry?
Casey and Koi. I mean, you've seen how stressed they
Casey and Koi. Koi was our performance scrims yesterday, so we warmed them up well, I think. And any team we warm up seems to do pretty well, so good luck. But also good luck to Casey. Got some very familiar faces I like in there. I won't name them because then the others will be like, oh, why did you name me? But
Name them.
Yeah, Alves, Kazaish. Actually, Sugetsu is kind of growing up in my books now after waving me goodbye in Copenhagen. But yeah, I'm liking those players.
What did Sadak and Elite do to you, eh?
Elite
and
is
Martine?
nice. They're all nice. Yeah, they're all nice, really. So I've kind of dug myself a hole here.
You have to list
Back
all
to
of them.
you, Yinsu.
Thank you so much for that, Boaster. Congratulations once again. Thank you for everyone coming out to watch Fnatic. Make sure you stay for the next game. It is going to be a juicy one. As I said, KC have gone through some rough times, but their coaching staff did not shy away from talking about what's been going on behind the scenes. Take a look at this interview I did with Zaysh a little bit earlier. Welcome back to my weekly third wheeling session, and this week I am bringing you guys the coaches of KC. It's N and Zaysh. Welcome back. I have to go straight in and ask about the coach cam reactions. Everybody loves it. I know you're suffering a lot of the time. So tell me what's going through your mind. What do you think about the community, making stickers of your moments and enjoying your reactions?
Oh, I just don't face most of the time, so it's I think a question for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's same as when I was player. I'm very emotional, and yeah, most of the time I cannot control myself. Like so, everything is kinda what I feel on the moment, and then like sometimes he get pissed because I'm moving too much or like I'm doing like
I'm doing like stop.
Does that affect you sometimes when he's just looking like he's having the worst time ever?
Yeah, no.
You're
like,
just
why it should.
This is a good balance, I think. You have a bit of both ends. Now, the reason that
Bro, he's so cold.
I feel like you've been suffering is the fact
It's like,
that
why are you
we're
showing
seeing
any
your games
emotion?
this year. Every single match is so close, and it's so it's stressful. So, can you tell me why you think that you guys haven't been able to get a really important win on the third map and be able to actually get yourselves over the line?
To be honest, to not reveal a lot of stuff, like what's going on around and inside our team, I would say we have a big problems in some aspects, and one of them right now it's you can see clearly it's anti-ecos. Like we lost last time, we counted 5 anti-ecos on Pearl. So if we win at least one, like won last time one at least, it's GG. We would win probably. Of course, I don't know. Past is the past. But yeah, it's one of our problems, and sometimes we let's say. We have lack of X factor, and that's what we're trying to train in Prax. Yeah.
And last question. I'm glad you mentioned the X factor thing. Because it's Martine, right?
It's too shredded up.
Not usually
That's
Martine.
a problem.
He's out there. He's leading from the front.
That's actually a big
Icebox
problem.
was really, really good.
That's a really hard thing to fix.
You guys convinced
I've
me that the
mentioned this in
Omen
the past.
Martine
We'll go into it
worked,
later.
but I think other people might be confused. I'll come to you, Zaysh, as to why Martine's on the Omen.
I think with the actual meta, especially on Icebox, like double smoker is pretty strong. And Omen, you can play it as duelist because you have the TPs, right? Of course, it's not as fast as like a Neon Dash or like a Jet Dash or something, but it brings you utility that you can use. And Icebox, like if you check the past years, it's a map where you can play without duelist. And Omen does kind of the same job as Jet, especially on defense. You can get high grounds, you can play like on really high grounds and stuff. Even on attack, you can take the top tube and this type of stuff. So of course, as I said, it's less explosive than a Jet, but it brings you like other aspects kind of the game.
I'm convinced. I'm even more convinced that we're not losing a single anti-eco today. Am I right?
I hope so. I'm gonna...
They can't say that. That's a jinx.
It's going to happen. You guys wait and see. Wait and see.
He's like, bro.
I guess we will have to wait and see, but we do not expect him to be losing that. On the other side today, Movistar Koi will be going up against them. We see KC saying that they're trying to find their X factor. And when we look at Movistar Koi, we might think that actually something that defines them, it's playing that double sentinel composition that we see across a lot of the maps. I wanted to take a look at what we saw last week. They played against Foot on this Lotus. And even though they did not win this match, I think that there is a very big important part that comes with conditioning that they did very well on this Lotus. To give you a little bit of context, we have just gone through a tag pause call from Gaius, and I think we wanted to address how Koi is putting a lot of reinforcement.
I already got the link. I got ready. I'm just waiting for a break.
Both of the Sentinels utility on C, and at the beginning of the round, putting a lot of pressure onto A. With this conditioning put on, you have two options. You completely refuse that you're just not going to have that A side, or you go and fight for it. And what they think in the side of Foot is that is exactly what we're going to do. But as they say, conditioning is very important. Koi is going to be using the same utility that they had been using in the past. The response from Foot is going to be putting Zeus in this in rubble, helping him with a stun, and also with the eye to just create that pressure. And even though they're making a lot of noise, that is absolute music to the ears of the 4 players that are currently
she's using all the tools,
waiting and just thinking this is going to be great. Because one of the things that I did not mention is that we see that both Shadows and Filu have their ultimates, and they're going to be very, very important for this round. If this had not worked out, they could have used those 2 ultimates in a combo for a retake if needed. But with everything that is going on here, and as I play the round, you will see how everything just happens in perfect harmony. And all the trigger is probably pushing the button on this door. Timing is very, very good, because as we go onto the minimap, I'm going to very quickly show you what happens here. The Paranoia is going to be coming in from Gruvinho. We're going to see Filu using the flash, coming out of the smoke, and the most important part to force them out, that Armageddon, pushing them all into a very, very narrow funnel. Beautiful play from the side of Movistar Koi. What I mean with this is that they have it. They have the tools, they have the ideas. Maybe they might need a little bit of luck sometimes, and they definitely will need to be in top of their game today going up against KC.
Holy fuck, I'm worried for walking with heels across that stage, bro. I'm like, there's so many steps and shit.
I'm actually going to be giga mad if we don't see this map coming out of today.
I'm already scared on my trip.
But there are more than just one map in the pool, Billy. Talk me through one of them.
This Pearl, honestly, was a little bit of a difficult watch for me, because like you said, Movistar Koi, they're doubling down on this double sentinel, and of course this was the first time we got to see Shados jump into that chamber. But for me, this Pearl breakdown, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things, right? They chose to start defense, which of course makes sense, right? Because they are running that double sentinel. But for them to only get 4 rounds on their defense, running that double sentinel composition, and then move on to the attack and get nothing, concerning for me.
Painful.
Concerning, definitely concerning.
If you're Movistar Koi. Of course, love this graphic, but yeah, it looks devastating.
All right, I think we have a second. We listened to Kira's work of art. Let's...
Well, I said what I said. This is definitely Sentinel's game to lose, and we don't care whether we win or lose right now. The pressure's on them, so I said what I said, Kaplan.
It needs to be a Potter series, I'm not gonna lie.
Game on. Focus. You tweeted that, you've never lost to Kaplan as a coach. Your response.
Bro. It's a bit of a fraudulent narrative, though, because they did lose them in the offseason. So how do we feel about that?
I was glazing this coaching staff of Movistar Koi last week because of the expectations that we have of them. So when I see Foot running this composition and nothing has changed from kickoff, and a lot of the rounds that they are replaying from kickoff, I'm like, Movistar Koi, where's your prep? Yeah, why are we not expecting this?
Hopefully, hopefully we don't see Shadows on the chamber again on this one. I don't know. I don't want to be a hater just because he can play so many other things so beautifully. Yeah. So beautifully. But on the other side of this, you heard it from Boaster, Sugetsu is going up in his books. Has Sugetsu be going up in your books as well?
Absolutely. I think that this is like a prime Sugetsu time. Even though they were not able to get the win yesterday, the individual moments that we were seeing from both Martin and Suigetsu, there is very little players that look as pristine and perfect.
I haven't gotten to watch a lot of these teams yet, so I'm pretty excited about this matchup, chat.
There's very little things. There's very little players that shoot more beautifully than Suigetsu.
And what did you make of Zaysha's answer about Martin on Icebox? How did you? I don't know if you caught that.
I'm actually not really sure what to expect here. Surely K-Corp is favored here, right, chat? Like, I'm not very in tune with these two teams. I'm going to tell you the truth here. Head-to-head. That's nothing this year, even. Yeah, I don't know. They both look like the worst? I thought KC started like decently in kickoff,
It's nice that
right?
they feel as though they have the flexibility, and Martin can be the person that can jump onto that.
Yeah, they beat.
they
They beat Navi, lost to Vital. Oh, the Giants lost.
Koi can bounce back and Koi find a win. But what about KC? Is it as simple as don't throw any anti-egos?
I think that from the beginning of the stage, like last week, and after what happened in kickoff, we had that question of what is your identity going to be? Is it the harbor that we're going to be?
I mean, this isn't horrible, guys.
Martin being on that Euro jail.
This isn't horrible for
I'm gonna pick up
K-Corp.
what Kata said yesterday,
They lost to a really good Vitality team here.
But obviously,
This was questionable, right? Like,
you need to start showing results.
this is where it was like, oh man.
The beginning of the year
What the
that they
fuck?
had last year, you have to prove things. And for Koi, seriously, it's been like since July, since they get a win. And one of these teams is going to go 0-2
Crazy map to lose
I
like
was
this.
gonna say these are the two teams that are at the bottom of their group right now, right? So like it matters to each.
This is like a
both of them.
collapse
It really does
right
matter
here.
to both of them. So my expectations of Movistar Koi, I'm expecting the prep to be there. My expectations.
And then this was the eco game they were talking about, where they lost like 5
At
ecos.
this point, completely wrong. I looked at the star-studded roster that
And then they
have
probably
on paper,
mentally
and I'm
crumbled
still
here.
waiting to see
Both
something.
pistols.
And are they still on the same level? Is this a close matchup, in your opinion?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
absolutely. Because even though
100%.
they both lost, they both put up a fight.
BBL is
That
also
Lotus
very
ended up
good, so-
in an overtime, the Pearl not.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Casey the same.
Yeah,
Both of these teams are currently winless, but that is about to change, at least for one of them, hoping to make their mark on Group Omega and come out with full
They look lost in the
confidence.
mid-round.
Here is Casey and Koi.
I'm excited to see it. It's going to be a fucking shit show then. I know Flyak in mid-round. Damn, what a walk up. Who makes Toronto from EMEA? Ooh, let me see. I'm gonna go. Damn, man. EMA looks really good, actually, when I look at the teams.
There is a lot in stake here for both of these teams in this matchup, and a huge opportunity to
Playoffs
not
are gonna be
go
brutal
0
in
and 2
EMEA.
going into next week. But let's take a look at the map, Vetoes. What are we going to get?
Shit.
Oh, so Movistar Koi has decided to ban the Pearl. I was thinking that maybe they
Both of the
wanted to
choke
ban
maps are
the
gone.
Haven after what we saw during kickoff, and also what they banned in the past. But this
my
is very
goodness.
bold.
Icebox.
Yeah, they're gonna pick the Lotus. We were just speaking about it, and KC repeat the comfort that they found in the previous one. When we speak about preparation, and Billy,
That's
you
a-
were mentioning about that
that's a
coaching
fucking
staff. This should be
shirt
VCT,
right there.
one of the best speeders that they could have gotten.
Yeah, no, 100%. I was getting
I
a
wanna
little
see a
worried there
Ascent.
that they were kind of getting forced into battle.
I want to see Ascent. I want to see these double Senti comps that are just like frying. I want to see like a good IGL like break through them. I would love to call against double Senti on Ascent. I would love it. That's the shit I lived for in Counter-Strike. Being on some dog shit ass half, like when Cobble was like super defense sided, calling on attack there was awesome. When Nuke was super CT sided, I loved picking Nuke and grinding those rounds out. I felt like I could always out mid round. I feel like good IGLs shine in those type of setups. So if it goes Ascent, I really want to see what the IGLs bust out. Like that's what made me really like check out on Lev last. I was like, bro, Lev are doing nothing.
So is Haven happening?
It's like the first match, right? It's
Yeah,
just big
literally.
balls, vetoes.
It's, yeah.
around today.
I like it. I like the boldness.
Yeah, the mind games have started already. But let's talk about this Lotus.
So someone asked my EMEA picks for Toronto. Fuck, dude. This is so difficult. Like, imagine if playoffs started tomorrow. Dude, that's crazy. That is a crazy bracket if playoffs came tomorrow. Shit. Like, pick 3 of these teams. I think I'm going to get rid of this one. Double Senti? Double Senti? Okay, the Harbor into that. Dude, I had Sadak running a Harbor on Lotus. Man, I haven't seen this since like last year. Holy shit. I mean, Harbor is very fucking good here. And the Cascades are going to give problems to the Vice Flash. And it's going to be hard to like dive through with like Yoru flashes. I think it might work out pretty well for them, like low key. I'm trying to think of like the combinations they're going to use. Definitely drop like hella lurks on A. The Cascade is so good at taking mound control.
Okay, do you want to take that? Are you going to take that?
I guess I'll take it.
You could have given it back. She can't even reply.
That is true. That's true.
Loki a double.
No, I'm not funny enough in this moment.
Damn.
This is like I'm gonna be in the shower later, and I'm gonna think of the perfect banger, and then like it's over for Yinsu. But she's caught me off guard here.
No, she's actually done
Damn.
you. But we can
Yinsu
kind of talk
roasted
about those
him.
comps then, right?
You can't let the
Something
fucking
they were
host throw
alluding
shade.
to.
Nah.
Where do you
Bro.
sit on this? Is it really?
Me, I would never, ever. I got the mic for the next fucking 3 hours. This host better watch their mouth.
Koi are playing the comp that they're comfortable with.
All right, there's the Cascade to get that A control I was talking about.
From the comp that they had at kickoff, they did have some strong ideas, but
Bro, they
it's
dove. That's an
harder,
attack
so
smoke they dove into.
Reserved about.
Oh, they're cooking.
I am
Oh, they're
also
cooking.
reserved about it.
Look at this harbor wall.
But I'm always willing to be proven wrong.
I am fucking with this. Oh, I am really fucking with this.
Already we see Koi trying to re-clear this A space, and Casey are going to be caught off guard here.
Okay.
Yeah, looking at the damage so far, KC just falling like flies. This is simple work. This doesn't even seem complicated. Just re-clear. Oh, that wasn't pretty. It's a consolation prize, if anything, getting the kill
What the
in the
fuck
end,
is going on?
1v4 Spike, a million miles away, and with 50 seconds, you got to be pulling off miracles. First challenge, not clean enough, not going to happen.
Do we have any other util besides the control util? Does anyone have a piece of util?
It's not a tail.
Is there anyone?
It's literally the tail
Do we want to
to
get in good positions?
3 people coming out of that. I call it Hobbit.
Do we
I'm
want to
sure
not
we
play in the
have to
open?
call it
Mini.
Okay. The mini door.
Sure.
Man.
It's catching Casey off guard completely. Nice
I will never forgive you for
In
how
a
you betrayed
composition
me
that
this
doesn't have
round.
too much proactivity. It's nice
Okay,
to see
Corp.
that they're still.
We are now
able to-
enemies.
And
We
I
are now
guess
enemies
I do want
for
to
how
talk bigger
dirty
picture
you
about
did me
these
for
two
that
teams,
glaze.
because this is quite a defining game. It feels like
Oh,
a pivot
it's
point,
sad.
right? It feels
You
when we
did
start
warn
judging
me.
a little bit harder.
You
We
did warn me.
look a
All right,
little
there's
bit
the Cascade to take
closer.
mound control. We're
It's
at
a
it again.
high-stakes game for all the wrong reasons.
Yes, I think that is a really good way to summarize it, and we can kind of get into it a little bit deeper, but at some point, you do need to start matching those expectations on these rosters and looking at the results and being very genuine
the
about it.
hook.
I've never seen that.
The hook.
No, I haven't either. That's
The hook on Harbor?
That's funny. That must be new.
What?
What the hell did I just see?
Yeah, I think going on to
I'm baffled by that.
the Harbor with it too. It kind of
Yeah.
makes sense. It's
He's
nice
gone
from
for, like, a
Sadat.
theme there.
He's like actually role playing as Harbor.
He's finally got a use.
Like for KC, like in terms of like expectations, like this team has been built, you know, in mind of the fact that it's a French org.
Yes.
Paris
Go
champions.
champs. Yep.
But right now they're not winning games.
No, and it is strange as well because there's a lot about the team that was very highly spoken of. Oh, nice.
Double
Shadows. Yeah,
missile
lovely
kills.
stuff. Good work. And this Koi looked very in control. An in-zone flawless there just to get past round 2. It wasn't a heavy investment from KC, but yeah, you're looking at the investments from KC. Lord only knows what they spent on this roster because there are big names there, right? You're looking at Sadak as one of the biggest imports that came into this region. Storied sort of IGL,
like
you know, one of the big dogs.
together, like to me, like if you're building a team with Eng and Sadak, you know, you're
meant to be
aiming
pushing
high.
high. Yeah, so we'll see. This is early days. I think Lotus does sit obviously firmly in
All
Koi's
right.
camp of
Bonus. One
expected
kill.
results. This has been a solid map for them. And they've been
All
struggling
right.
for results
Cascade
themselves.
going
But they're very
through this
similar
wall
beginning
to
with this
front
kind
B.
of breaking of
Blocks
mini
info.
door.
Prowler
Rubino
to
could be
combine
playing
to clear
up
all of front B. They're going to
towards
clear Mound with a pinch. I like that setup. That's a good setup. They have Vice on the lurk. This is very risky, though. This is super risky.
There's a lot of work happening over towards Mound, but this fight, okay, Elite gets to keep his life.
Well, that's not even a good idea.
Yeah, and I want to just say that even though it's Koi's map pick, I think, from me, Sadak is one of the best IGLs of all time on this map. I think he really understands the map well, and you can already see in the pistol round and even this round, like how quickly, I say Sadak, the Sadak rule to me is by 1 minute, it seems like they're able to clear out Mound and almost re-clear A a lot of the time. Here Elite's pushed back already, so they're going to have to kind of
they push
go
back
through that
C,
later.
push back
But
B.
look out for that on this game. Like,
They get this
how
fight.
quickly
They're waiting for a
KC can clear out
response.
Mound and
Cascade
go
through the
re-clear
wall.
And it was something that we were watching
Weird
with
stop
like
point,
Heretics
but
on their attack, and
I
we
guess
were
it blocks
kind of
all this
not
info.
worried. I think worried is the wrong word, but highlighting that they weren't addressing some of the fundamentals here, and they weren't kind of focusing on it in I guess quote unquote the right way. But let's see how this actually shakes down now, as KC do need to start committing to one of these two sides. It looks like C will be the eventual goal. Soulcast
Ahead of the Harbor Wall.
stick around. He
Great
does a
peek
flyer
by
who's
us.
just gone down, so support system through from Waterfall. Now going to be picked up by Gravino. For that plant to come in now. About 15 seconds.
Shadows does have the salvos, so they could flood in here.
Yeah, you can see him
will.
flying in. Time is
Mine.
getting very low now. They're going to
Salvos.
start getting, I don't want to say worried, but it's getting close too. There's only a corner to play from the Cove. Keep them just about safe, and the brawl begins. It's Soulcast to
33.
tip the scales, but only to be traded. Down
Bro
to
is
a 3v2
literally
with
cosplaying
Shados
as
and Gravino
Harbor.
remaining. It's all
He has
on
the blub
Shados.
blub. He has a hook.
1v2 is not impossible. It's looking improbable, but a great start for Shados so far. Aves and Sadak to locate, not going to happen.
Big round
Good
by Aves.
response from KC.
Yeah, they weren't as quick as usual on their attack, and they did choose technically a site that was held quite strongly by 2 Sentinels, but ultimately getting the kills on Flyo immediately
Something to
meant that it
keep
was
an
quite easy for KC there.
Something to keep an eye on, by the way, is both of those Sentis were ahead of that Harbor Wall. Like, both of them. They were ready.
He looked phenomenal in this Vice, especially on this map.
It was scary.
Oh,
Because it kind of felt like maybe you'd found comfort, right? When I used to think
Like,
of
they were
Soulcast looking
willing to step up
kinda
on that
comfy,
shit.
I'm thinking Sky even. I'm rolling it back. Yeah, Scrimback Soulcast is
Cypher
was
setup on
always
A,
like the
very,
nightmare
very
creature if it
passive.
comes to life.
Activates
We're
door,
all
fake
screwed.
presence.
Oh, hold on, we'll come back to that, because
Oh,
yeah, this
shit.
is an absolute biff down middle. Who's willing to try and keep committing?
Cove just out of like
Stands, it looks like
sheer
they've
fear of that push.
Stemmed the pressure and held back that flood towards B.
It seems like KC have like a pretty specific game plan at the moment. Like
This was
doing
a
things
set
I've
play
not
that got
really seen
broken.
them do too much before.
Mid round now,
Back
they
to
shift to
Soulcast.
C.
It's got his setup.
Probably the same Harbor Wall.
Ready.
Actually, no, they're going back to B probably.
Reactive investment.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this C side of the map. KC know they have to get rid of this Vice U2.
Hard to do, but they've managed it at least
Ooh,
on
they
the
got
first
the,
attempt
they got
here.
the wall, yeah.
Be tested too. This is slow and steady, but we're still about 45 seconds. This map, you can pivot quick.
Yeah, it's all about pivoting between B and C here. So this is like something Sadak's quite good at, is kind of trying to bait the rotations between, but ultimately still 3 towards the C side of the map.
Thorns have gone down now, so Shadows investing.
They are reading this so well. There's 3 here.
Salvos just
Holy
to slow
shit.
things down. Soulcast going to be put under
What a
pressure
break.
though. He's committed to the site, which is a little bit risque, but he does have support. It's Soulcast to go down.
Damn,
Rubino
trades are
tries to then
great.
spring in.
Thorns
But
to
the
prevent
numbers
the
sit very
peak
well
right
with
there.
KC, looking
Bend,
composed
really
on the
good.
site hits. Delayed again towards the site. But the plant should be okay. I'm looking at who's left. Philo and Flyer, they don't really have anything to deny.
Flash to go in. It's no big util for this retake.
Sugetsu just got his smoke back up as well. Just going to come in and keep things dangerous. Trying to navigate
Oh, fuck.
through, but that barrel might give it away. Clean work from KC. And let's talk about the composure here, because some of these rounds do feel late, but they're going through the protocol list of dealing with
I feel like
Soulcast
Casey's
utility.
playing pretty
Kind
well.
of maybe keeping in mind
Mid
that
round's a little
Shadows
iffy.
can
I agree
stall
with
out
you
with those
guys.
salvos coming in as well.
I
They
like
seem
this
to
code.
a nice bit of read on the
Great
timing,
reaction from
maybe?
Sadak.
I was going to come in and be a bit critical, KC. Like, I think that they should be leaving a player outside A and trying to listen for the sound and trying to take rubble control in these mid rounds. I think if you see there, I'm a bit worried for Koi. They had the perfect stack, they had 3 people ready, and still losing. Like, I'm a little bit worried.
Okay.
It's like movie star Koi or something like
I do
that.
worry
It's
if
like
KC start looking stronger and stronger on this map, though, because obviously Icebox coming up next does make it difficult. But for now, we'll see if any
Bro
of this
turned
becomes
into
a
like
bigger
the
issue
width of
down
the Harbor
line, as
Cascade.
said.
It's like a key thing for
By
the
the
Koi
eye.
comp is that they're going to struggle to take this rebel control. They've got double Sentinel, they're going to be playing a bit more of a bunkered style. So KC, if they want to, they're going to be able to take a lot of map control. But in these early rounds, I don't think they've taken as much as what they could have done. When historically, Sadak's teams would take the whole map.
Small steps, but potentially in the right direction. This round is on pistols, but we've seen issues in these rounds before. And Casey, we're talking about their anti-ecos as it's looking okay for now. We're about the 50-second mark. They've got past rubble. We have seen that Mound's got some exploration. Soulcast finding a bit of timing here. Philo couldn't quite get the shot, so you are starting to see those opportunities dwindle. And this should now kind of go as expected. Yeah, Martin, quick clear towards Flyer. It wasn't...
I want to keep an eye on something I just noticed.
Yeah, just a simple anti-eco conversion. You're going to see, like, we saw a re-clear of rubble there. Nice use of the harbor to re-clear the space. But I'm now getting worried again because KC are going to have big ults online now. 1 away from the harbor ult, and then 3 power ults online.
So
they got the tail ult. I don't think they're going to fall.
I like this little... There's a lot of little tricks you can do with Harbor with some of this util. And I like the way they're pairing a Prowler with a Cascade because, like I said, it's not good to go through this Harbor util. Like, pros get punished all the time. So they're pairing it. And if the Prowler, like, attaches in a straight line, you could just spam that way. But it's also, like, actively clearing out in front of the Cascade. So it's basically forcing your fight in front of it. No one's going to want to come through that Cascade. You can't spam the Cascade because the Prowler's coming. It's like giving a lot of space. It's a really good util combo that probably not a lot of people use.
Run back of cleanly,
But this guy obviously knows all the tricks of Harbor.
But maybe, I don't know if they can note the operator. Is that something they're going to be considering, or what, what the game plan is?
I have a weird theory in my head. That maybe the way they prep is they're not so like
Yo, I'm glad you liked to
heavy
do
on
that.
it.
I
It's
felt like I
they
was
see
so
the tail
bad on the
and they're
desk
just
this last
calling
week,
the
man.
timeout to be like, we've seen this
Oh.
beautiful round they do. Potentially.
Okay, maybe
I know that some teams don't really prep in the
Leaf
same
is
ways
the
that
goat,
I do. Where I'm
though.
like telling, like, Derek, you need to remember this, and you need to remember this, and like everyone's got their own like job and stuff. Because I know a lot of teams don't want to kind of.
I feel like
overwhelm
everyone on
players.
G2, I told
Very
Leaf this,
shy.
I was like, bro, any of you guys could literally just take anyone's job on the desk at any given moment. The problem is that
Eyes on KC here. What do they come in
y'all are
with?
too good at the
Is
game,
it just like a
so
set piece? Is it
they are all
mindful of
so good at that
It's like
shit.
a very set ult strat.
Think about it,
Yeah,
like
which
Valen, Jaw,
none of that
Leaf.
really
I
accounts
feel like
for the
Jonah could do it,
timeout,
Trent
but
could
this is
do
going
it.
to be tricky. But Flyer's already gone down, and Martin looking confident. He's normally on the money with these. Shados having to
Insta
respect
B
that
play.
and give the space up. It's bought enough time for the plant now.
Post plant Harbor ult. Are they using it?
45 retake. Shadows does have the tail ult to come in.
Who's there to work
Or
off
is
it?
he
Okay,
using
I'm
this?
seeing
Across Baby Door? Surely
is
Baby
near.
Door.
Soulcast as well, trying to group towards that seaside connector.
Dude, he's so
Stallist.
annoying. He's gonna drop this. Yep, he's gonna drop that shit.
Both gonna go in
Make a little hidey hole.
and stall. That's wraps. That's wraps on 4, right? You can't The time's just gone now. Even
Great
with the
use of
util
the
here for
ult.
Shados, it didn't feel like there was a chance to play, and I like the patience to invest Elite's ult. It was
Holy
basically
fuck.
the checkmate. There was no coming back after that. The time had gone. As it is.
Chat, what do you think about the Harbor now? He gave himself a little hidey hole too. Like after the fucking Cove would have gotten shot, he would have been able to like play the fringe of that. Blocks all 3 chokes. Had a Harbor ult post if they flooded. They had the Vice ult post. They literally used ult economy like perfectly right there.
But ultimately, you didn't use any ults.
Yep.
You still saved the economy. You're on defense at Lotus. You can get away with, you know, being disciplined in these rounds and kind of saving for the next.
I just want to see them take a little bit of a step back, because it feels like they're being dictated to
Bro,
by KC at this point. Tempo, map
is gonna
control,
eat like no
it's all
one
very much
has
in their
ever
hands. This
eaten
operator didn't get
ever
much of a
if Harbor
chance to
gets
find
buffed.
anything. These B leans are hard to bring it in, but 3-2 split.
He's been waiting forever.
Prowler pretty much
He's like, surely they're gonna buff
clearing,
him.
so space can be taken again.
Commit
wow.
this. Commit it with the fatal? Yeah, he committed.
Pressure.
With
We
the
see
fatal.
though on the KC side, there's all a bit of a ruse for
Attack
Elite
smoke right
and
there.
Sagetsu to walk out towards Rubble.
Like the fast progress on Mound though, this should allow pressure
Holy
now
fuck,
to
he
come
tapped
in.
Spike and dipped.
Sadak wins the fight though, there it is. Okay, good trade for Soulcast.
Terminal, maybe?
That's a spike
No,
down in a
not.
really tough spot. I thought that could be a twofer. Oh man, Sugetsu with a banging
Screw off
shot
all
for him
them.
to find Felu there, but this is going from
Team could
bad
get
to
caught
worse.
3-0.
Timing.
Yeah, he
It's a
has.
spike down.
Yeah, Spike again lost.
Sloppy
Having to go
mid-round.
back here. Elite fighting his way forward though. Good impact. Soulcast, we're going to need you locked in on this. Can he defend the precious cargo? Ooh. Okay,
This
well, I
guy's
know where he is,
blind.
but 40 seconds. They've got time to play with.
Yeah, just doubling up, playing it together.
Still got paranoia too with Sugetsu.
I like the re-wrap round here from them.
Oh, Mazzino's Harbor was so fun. Dude, Mazzino's Harbor game on Icebox was the best Harbor game I've ever seen.
Soulcast can't quite get it. The hesitation, the
Saved.
timing coming into play. KC
Saved.
again, a very cautious but correct step.
Yeah, the game plan from KC is so interesting. Like, they used the B conditioning to work it again. I
Chat.
have no idea why Sadak's in this.
Dare I say, Sadak,
It seemed to work. It's the same as what I said earlier when we were watching Fnatic.
he's fucking cooking, and I like the Harbor. Chat, I like the Harbor. Why do I like the Harbor? Make me not like it. Make me not like it, please. I can't like it.
Pretty nice.
It got the job
He's
done,
fucking
didn't it?
reeling me in right
for
now.
Koi, it's still not completely
He's
over.
reeling
Still
me
enough to
in.
bank for a bite, and a lot of ultimates coming online here. Felu trying to make a play from the corner. Anyone to help him? No. Feels
Cascade combined with the
isolated
dive
individual.
omen smoke. Oh my
I don't
god.
like it.
I'm feeling 2023.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
the
feeling
nice thing about this
America's.
comp is that Euro can be
Lurk
you know,
Harbor wall
positioned
on
wherever on
C.
the map and go for
That's
kills.
diabolical.
He's the only real aggressive agent. The rest are
Info?
going to be bunkered up a lot of the time.
Never had
But
any. Don't even know someone named
checking the
Info.
box is
What's Info?
Pretty easy for KC there. And this is what I want to see. I want to see Elite take these
These
timings
Teo
out of
drone,
Rubble. Especially when we
these
see the
smoke.
Yoru's dead on the Mound side. You
wanna
know
aggress?
that Rubble's clear. So this is good from Elite, taking the space. And Sadak's going to be able to mid-round beautifully off of this kind of information.
And it's going to be checked, though. The clear has come in over towards Mound. They're going to note this. Soulcast has to respect the ult. He's got his own
I
as
am
an
a
answer back
Harvard
if they want to
dick
play
rider.
retake. And nice stall here, too. That is the spike with Sadak, so he can't just skip ahead of this.
Wait, I actually
Once
remember.
again, it's a retake situation where Koi are not in advantage. It's 4v5 again.
Oh, he learned his
Sadak
lesson from the
looking
pistol.
really
Bless.
clear on this one. Here it comes. There's Soulcast with the ult. Are they prepared, though? Pistols,
Hit.
are they ready? Soulcast
Oh my
has,
god, they dodged them
a lot
both.
on his plate now.
They dodged both
Galore,
ults.
but it finds very little. Sadak unaffected, and the rest of
Missed
KC sitting
time.
deeper. They got to get a move on. Got to get the pressure on. Sadak. See, unconfirmed if they've taken someone off for this defuse, but the spray from Elite, the connection from Elite. It's a response from finally Soulcast, but the wall
Surprise,
drops and the kills
motherfucker.
come in. Carmine Core, ready for all of this.
Yeah, beautiful from KC. Just getting that
Surprise,
pick, playing quite
motherfucker.
disciplined, using that space.
That's literally what Sadak said.
the
That was the
open
listening.
plan really helped
That was
them.
him. That was his
Koi,
voice.
This is meant to be a map for you, really. This is meant to be the big kind
What?
of redeemer.
Excuse me?
My notes were limited here. If Lotus
What was
falls,
that?
it could be over for Koi, was pretty much how I started it. Now,
They're cheating.
for KC, this is great. It feels like they're getting
Bro,
everything
looked
they
like he put no
want.
clip
Right? In
on.
their minds, they're getting everything they please. Where's the reply from Koi? Where do you find it? If Filu's going to make those plays, I don't mind him doing it. I'd like to see some support to it or something more than him just playing by the box. Someone to maybe keep that attention drawn away or something in addition. It feels just a bit fractured. It doesn't feel like there's a cohesive idea of how they want to approach this.
Quite honestly, I think that if Koi just went to their
Oh, here it is.
standard
Everyone knows, chat. I am the low-tier agent whisperer. I talk to these agents until they get buffed.
And I think that's going to be fine here. The only thing is that KC might not read that and be one step ahead.
Chat made this back. Who made this? I don't remember who made this, bro.
Why has it gone red? What's this then?
Oh.
What's this?
Classic Pansy.
How's the day been, Minnie?
It was quite nice watching Fnatic. Quite nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Player what about it was nice?
I think I've got over the, like, you know, because at the start you're kind of like, it'd be funny if they do lose because I'm not with
Maybe
them.
he did click no clip.
Yeah. But now I'm over that now.
Right.
So watching them win was quite nice.
You're like hoping.
Me when I'm watching Pansy and there's another tech pause.
You're like, oh,
fucking EMEA, I got one more in me. What? Every time, bro.
They're doing great. They're almost like Mini. You know, so again.
He said nice things about me.
Yeah.
He said that Scott's still got a bit to go if he wants to be me. So
that's why you're saying nice things, because he said nice
things. No, you saw my reactions in the green room. I was being a bit of a fan there.
No, you were just like, they're not as good as when I did.
It did look like an accident.
That's why.
Okay. They're alright. Like, that Durka guy's good, though. I wonder who
I like their jerseys. I feel like I'm crazy for saying that out loud.
You're
gonna torture me.
We've had a couple of these. It's mostly been
they have literally koi fish on them. That's so cool.
Yeah, it was a Fnatic game, though.
True. Very true. Let me judge the players. What am I seeing? Let me see.
Everyone looks so bored. Like, come on.
If someone's just spilled a bit of water, all good.
Is Harbor the next broken agent? I don't know. So here's my, like, I have no insight. I'm literally just guessing. Bro is just guessing right now. I feel like Harbor hasn't gotten a buff because it would really create a lot of visual clutter in the game. And it's almost like, do we really want to do that? Do we really want to buff this guy? We know he's underpicked. We know he's underpowered. But God, if he was overpowered. I don't know. I feel like that's why the devs haven't buffed him yet. They just they need to rework the kit. Because if they buff this kit, it's going to be insane. So they need to fuck with the kit in some kind of way. They need to rework. I don't know how they're going to do it, but that's my theory on why Harbor hasn't gotten a buff yet. I think if we do get a Harbor buff, it's going to be at the cost of something pretty significant. Unless they do the shit that everyone thinks and they just Thanos the abilities soon and just cut it all in half and leave Harbor the same. That would up Harbor's pick rate a lot.
It's
I watched some plat chat and he was actually flaming.
Well, he just doesn't do it on his own channel. He'll take others down.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
But he won't do it on his own. It's different.
That's the only reason I'm here, I think. I can get good enough that I can start flaming. I'm just on his stream flaming right
crash,
now.
huh?
You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. This is your time to shine. Flame him all you want.
No, we'll wait.
Okay. We
I
can
need
do
to
a
get
hot
more comfortable first, and then we'll...
Got you, and then we can build into it.
Yeah. That is part of my, goals assessments with the...
Right, yeah, that's your review process. Okay. That's the golden standard.
You're part of the success criteria. You need to judge me on that.
I judge you all the time. That'll be easy. What is this? Restarting player climb?
Yo, chat, you want to see the most aura I think I've ever seen in normal sports? I saw this shit on my timeline yesterday. I gotta show chat this. Look, me, I don't watch baseball. My dad tried to get me to play this game. Couldn't happen. But check this shit out. This shit's fucking crazy. Bro just steps out. The disrespect. Watch this.
Here's the 1-0 pitch.
Not a replay.
Steps out again. And it's ball 2.
That's not giving much content.
Bro, I've never seen a batter do this shit.
First time we've talked about it before. I don't know why he does it, but
This
he's
is
gotta
straight
be very
aura.
confident hitting with one strike or two.
Steps out again, bro. He's just predicting this is bullshit.
3 in a row. That's a first.
I hear
We've
you.
never seen him do that 3 pitches in a row.
Maybe
And
he's
now-
looking for a cookie right here, 3-0. Hope he mashes it. Let's see. 3-0. He looks loaded there. Here's the pitch.
Fucking cinema, bro. Holy shit, that is aura. I'm not gonna lie, bro. That's like the coolest shit I've ever seen in baseball. Bro, that is crazy. That is fucking aura right there, bro. Holy shit. Check, wait for it. Wait for it. It's coming. Wait for it.
Comes in with a strike.
Wait
He
for
just
it.
mashed it off
It's
the
coming.
facing of the upper deck.
Right
in
here.
Left field. Holy
Shoo!
shit. What a shot by Randy
Oh, fuck.
Arozarena.
Randy baited the trap, and
You watch Pete?
Garabito took it. Hook.
Bro, that is crazy. That's like the coolest shit I've ever seen in baseball. That was fucking awesome.
I thought it upset you a little bit. You know what I mean? Seeing your betters. All right, well, thank you for hanging out with us, guys. Apologies for the extended delay.
Apologies for the rubber.
Yeah, that was a trident at the end, bro.
Well, I'm glad you said it, not me, because otherwise I'd be accused of
And then I saw
bullying
this shit
Right.
too. I guess then Twitter thought I liked baseball.
Been 6 in a row.
Bro got hit with a pitch and was like, nah, fuck this guy. Fuck that guy. Whole teams come out. Okay, we don't have time for this shit. Ooh.
Yeah,
What the
easy
hell is
rubble
like?
control again for KC.
There's a creeper
It's just
cam,
like,
bro.
Koi don't have anything to fight it. They have no economy. Easy peasy.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm questioning if you use that cam.
Yeah. All looking solid so far. And it's good to see them kind of, and I feel like if I compliment them here, it does start going wrong. But trying to be careful in these
good
anti-ecos
target selection.
and keeping the spacing right, keeping the intention solid, not leaving it too late. All the pitfalls that can kind of build up. Now Soulcast, nah, not gonna happen. KC, 5 standing, coming in, looking good on this
Chris,
in-zone flawless.
I'm
up
here with
against
you.
just those pistols, so 7-2.
Yeah, I think that maybe I expand on that a little bit. It's the
Even
idea
if
that,
you are rooting
again,
for
Koi's
Sam.
comp has 2
Just kidding.
sentinels, but there's 3 sites, so you can't cover everything.
Yeah.
There's not enough fighting that can happen on this comp really to take the space. So Sadak can have a field day, just kind of mid-rounding here. But Koi going back. Koi going back to the
Yo,
default.
they're winning the
instead of
anti-ecos. They're
the
pogging
default.
out, bro.
But we'll see, because I still think KC win this
Love
rubble
that.
fight.
The coaches are that. You know what that means, right, chat? The coaches
issues,
laid the
particularly.
fuck into them about these anti. If they're that happy, they're like,
it'd be
bro, if we
too
lose
much
these,
to try and play out from
it's
tree
the end
now.
of the world. So when we win them, we're happy.
Down there.
We're so happy.
This is already a big tick in the box, just taking over rubble so quick.
Yeah,
No,
Koi
yeah,
brought 4 people across. It'd
they
be
said that
interesting to
shit
see
in
if
the
they go for one
pregame.
of their reclears, because they're very
Eng
cognizant
was
that
like
they can't just sit still.
PTSD. Check out this B
Slowing
setup.
down the pace. Soulcast on Koi's side has got a lot of information towards Mound though. So if he keeps that information, then
Crazy
Koi
C
can
setup
keep
too,
the
man.
stack.
High cam into the deep flash, thorns and a wall. Bro, these are crazy Senti setups.
Patience being shown here, maybe looking to punish this reclear coming in.
The left trip on this dive comp is very good, by the way.
Shutter
Ooh,
on the other side, lovely.
punishing.
Pressure towards Mound,
Double.
patience towards Rubble. This does feel like a very comprehensive
a very
attack
good
side coming
round.
out from KC, even just
Mhm.
in that pick. But Grabino trying to sit and wait. He's going to hear these steps. He might need to call in the cavalry because he is on his own here. Slow lean over from Flyer, but smoke going to go in. This is
Good timing on the
tough. It's tough. KC, so heads up. They are manipulating this map
Wow.
very well.
Yeah, and even here, not finishing towards A, knowing Elite's got the space towards the front of B, can plant for B.
Blocking fire. Comfy. Even if it is down at 10 seconds or so, plants in.
Oh, I think Riot
No
will
sweat
nuke the
on that.
ability to
Shados and
sneak up.
Soulcast struggling to find impact. Late to the party, utility in play. First fight had, nice from Soulcast, but a good trade, and Martin doubles down. This is, I mean, a stomp so far.
Yeah, I think Koi, like, I did praise them for the reclears and stuff, but I think they need to be more confident in the turret lane.
Okay.
Like, if KC do take this rebel control,
You guys want to know my solution?
their
I
CB
haven't
stands
seen anyone
out,
say it. I don't know why.
Sentinels, So like on the A side of the map, just play these kind of passive, like on the map, like here, like these kind of positions.
Yeah.
And they should be fine.
Have a little faith in
Get
the
some
setup.
information and make sure that they're not just like.
I feel
running
like
it should be right.
I'll go in a second.
It's called clear screen. Similar
Well,
beginnings,
actually,
but this
info on
time
the
around,
push.
it's Koi to win out
They
towards
can use
Rubble,
extra
but we can
util,
already
lurk
see
smoke,
that
insta
KC
bounce
aren't
off.
lining this up to the same extent.
Early clear B
They're
with the
looking
cascade
elsewhere.
early from deep, combined with the prowler.
KC getting very quick. They
It's
take
really
all
good
the front
layers,
B,
man. Like
all
they
the
get
mounds,
mound and front
clearing
B
out the
so
util around
fast
1C.
while drawing util out of A.
So gas.
Like crazy early rounds right now using this harbor.
This one.
Throw the
chucked
spike
up
back
and
over.
just in case Sadak did get left on an island. He's going to be left to his own devices
They
here.
threw a
It's going to be quite
C's for
tricky to pin him
Sadak
down, though. If
up
they
there
see
in
Sadak,
sight.
it's not the same
Here's the drone. Oh, God.
indication as seeing maybe Martine or someone who goes on their own a little more, maybe even Elite. Oh my God, no, Sadak!
It didn't see
He
him or
just gets
something?
set up
What?
for it.
Surely
No
that
idea
saw
he's
him,
still
right?
around, and now we've got problems
Oh,
everywhere.
man.
Aves to find Flyer. Oh, this is sloppy at best. It's great from KC, showing their control and their poise. But for the Koi fans, this is going to be a very tough watch here. 5 still standing against the 3. Filu's got ult, Grubino's
Dude, he's
got
so good.
ult.
He insta-canceled the wall.
Fiddle's just gun
Sorry,
in hand
it popped
now.
right away. For those of you that don't play a lot of Harbor, you can stop the wall and make it like rise quicker. So he did like a very short wall.
Feels like anywhere I want to be
Made
for
it
Koi.
rise really quick.
So do you... I feel like we've already highlighted what we'd rather see. So there's not much really left beyond that. We'd like to see them have more faith in the setup, maybe.
Okay, my solution for all the util problems, it doesn't need to be complex. It doesn't need to be something crazy. Like, Ye's suggestion was fucking absurd in my eyes. Like, the level of complexity that would be required to, like, understand something like that for, like, a viewer, I think is too much. Like, while I'm cool with it, there's no way, like, your average viewer, holy fuck, he owns Ye? At Ye is... I didn't realize that shit. Where's it at? Here it is. So this was Ye's idea. Just throwing an idea out there. It could be interesting to block or reduce damage related abilities within the spike. No, I think all you got to do when you die, you lose your abilities. Boom. That's it. Done. Just like CS. You die, you don't get your fucking abilities next round. It'll make more deliberate use of the abilities. It'll increase the spend on abilities. You could even make them a little bit pricier if you wanted to, but honestly, I think just dying and losing your abilities is enough. I think the game should have always been that way from the start, but people needed to learn how to play it, and I think that fixes everything.
Do you have all the kind of information prep and can work around that? And when we go to Icebox later, that would be...
I think the game is so goddamn snowbally right now.
The setup is still in
I-
place over towards C. A lot of invested utility. Pressure. The other side. This is the first time they've kind of scouted this deep, actually, for Koi.
Yeah, interesting to see if they were going to go for a push through, but the Vice will kind of
I
denying
mean,
it all.
you still kill people, and they'll still have to reinvest, like, so much
Still
money,
not
right? Like,
comfortable.
instead of, like, these
Still got
eco
presence on the other
rounds
side of the
where
map too. It's
everyone just buy. So on eco rounds at the pro level, chat, everyone just buys abilities because it's like, if you're in a situation, you can use them, but if not, you can save them
Here
for
it
the-
is.
Ooh.
Filu gonna be here. Has to be up to the test,
Whiffy.
and well, wasn't him to do it, but job done. On top.
Misuse of the Vice ult though because of all that fighting.
Yeah, Elite uses the ult there, but catches nothing close.
30 seconds speeding up the process. Speaking of speeding up, they got 25 seconds. They got to keep going on this one.
Pivot towards the B now.
Well, that's not true. If you're winning, you're using the util, so you have to rebuy it. That's the whole
Shout.
point. But
You're absolutely spot on there. Fire still with a nice camera, going to spot the intention. Ult going to come in as well, going to note the lurk. So big info being caught here. Filu's still going to find something with this. They still need to work with the information. They've basically seen everything they can. Ult now going to come in, and Sugetsu stands tall, doing brilliantly here. Filu just behind the curve.
What a play.
Being completely outdone by
Toyer
Sugetsu with some
getting fucked
vintage
on their map pick.
composure from him.
told y'all I like this harbor.
Filu with 40 HP. He's just gonna crumble. Beautiful work from KC. Never feeling out of sorts.
Okay, Coach Eng, probably slightly upset the way they lost Pistol, the way I was. I kind of crashed out a little bit. Dude has to be so fucking happy right now, because this was
That
amazing.
is absolute money for them after what has been a brutal start to stage 1. Let's see if they can keep it clean in the second half.
Confirmed NECD make it vinyl also? Oh, fuck. Yes! Chat cooked. Chat cooked today. Yes, indeed. Of course. Is it not more snowball if losers always spend more for abilities and guns? They would just need to up the loss bonus. So you change the loss bonus a little bit. You fix that. You make abilities cost more. And yeah, you make it so when you die, you lose abilities. I mean, the argument you guys are making that the game would become more snowbally, I would just say, I mean, Counter-Strike as a game isn't snowbally. I know it's not 1-for-1. It's not the same game. And I know abilities are a lot more powerful than grenades are, like the kits are in CS. I'm aware. But I just don't think it would play out that way, the way you're saying, where it would just be like giga snowbally. I think teams would be super deliberate with how they use util. And it's just a very punishing way that makes the ceiling of pro play way higher in my eyes. It makes the ceiling of the game way higher in my eyes.
Perfectly as it could.
Yeah, I think that Sadhack has, again, good reads on this map, and I think he importantly understands the composition from Koi and what it can and can't do, and exploited all the weaknesses.
It did come out of nowhere. It's just because people started seeing Breach Tail like double cooldowns.
If Koi can start
like
posting
that.
some numbers, but it has
And the power of it.
rough.
And when pro teams started to learn how to run no senti comps, the util got crazy in my eyes.
Just one and done. Wow. Yep, there it is. Takes
Vice Thorns kind of made it
free card and
rough.
takes Flyer away.
Wow, immediately
Yeah,
harbor
what Fino
walled.
couldn't do on that defense in those positions, already we see value from Martin.
Not outstaying either, and Koi getting curious, wanting to maybe pressure or explore the
got
option
two.
towards B, but we can already see the util in their way. They can't leave that one late.
No smokes.
Yeah, and all the information, again, from Elite on the C side of the map for KC, so they can stack towards this B and A side of the map, and Koi are going to be walking straight into it, it looks like.
It feels so different, doesn't it, the switch, when KC were being very slippery, elusive on their attack, making it hard to be in the right place for. But now we see KC with 4 on the right side of the map, and Soulcats, it's so readable to them, so comfortable. Koi just walking
It's
into
over.
the stack.
It's over.
KC instantly making it up to 11.
Yeah, Koi came out with a very designed pistol round, and it got just shut down early by Martin's position. I think at this point you need to start thinking about just warming up for the next one.
I mean, if we're being realists, as much as everyone will be saying, oh, but round by round, 11's all they get. Yeah, cool.
I think it's even better to go in with that mentality that you're just, because it just takes off the pressure.
Exactly, then you're not fussed about it. There was always that conversation.
I mean, the missiles are definitely a huge problem.
A quick loss is the best loss to
Like
have
a
if you're gonna
point,
have one.
a double
Feeling
molly
so
that you
close
just
and
point
just
click that
losing out can be
recharges
just
is
heart-wrenching.
crazy.
It can absolutely gut
At
you,
the
and
pro
the
level.
exhaustion. Here you go right, spin on. Let's do what we can.
Combined
Fill
with,
up
like, a
game bit,
drone.
start to warm into it. But there is still other maps to be played. The issue is it's Icebox, and also
Always
Martin
hard
is
to play.
looking on it.
Yeah, and Koi have bought up here, so that is a big kill from Martin.
This shit's over, bro.
Something to root for.
Koi got 2
Nice.
rounds
Scoring
and said,
action
I
was
quit.
trouble. So, we'll see what he calls here.
I guess it is about, what's the read? What's it looking like? How do they decide to approach it?
Previously, when I saw Koi play, I thought Flyer was overextending sometimes in these positions, but being a bit more disciplined this time and just calling back the A hit. Robinho is curiously staying. It looks like some indecision this mid-round from Koi.
And that's not what we want to be saying, Love to see them.
Good call, though. They're fake towards the A. The C site is very weak right now.
30 seconds left.
Just the one player.
Still Martin.
But it is Martin.
It's Martin. Oh. No. Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Crazy good wall, by the way. Hit by Sadak. Look at this
That
shit,
is going to
bro.
be spiked. Noted. We're going in 1 by 1. Oh, make it easy for Martin.
It's so gross.
Okay, maybe it wasn't a good
Wash
choice.
my eyes out.
No.
No. 10 seconds left. Half armor? I can't remember the words. Half armor,
Yeah.
light shield, sorry.
If you take away rechargeables, think about like the phases of the round, right? Like on Haven, like if you only have like 1 dart and 2 smokes, it's like everything is so obvious. It is so fucking hard to work the map. So I don't know if that's the play.
Screaming so much. We don't get the, you know, like the emote. Do you know what I mean? Like the yellow one. We don't get that. We just get nice.
Like if you're talking only initiators, like maybe because then, but then you would entice teams to run double controller. Like that's what you would do. If you take away rechargeables from initiators, like they would all go double controller because they would need something to get the opening lines, like a harbor cascade or a second sphere smoke.
Yes.
I was trying to think, is that?
It's not. I'm not trying to mess with you. I was just asking the question. Right. Come on, Koi.
Yeah, I don't think taking away rechargeables is the play.
It's your map choice.
I agree,
Come on.
Effies.
Simple approach.
Dude, these harbor walls are so oppressive. I'm not gonna lie. They do so much.
Elite, but it isn't gonna come in quick.
They have a quick flood on B right now. Info line on A. If Thorns and wall on C, it's over.
All feels indicative that this C hit is on the way. Shados trying to clear a path. It is being respected to an extent.
Ooh.
Oh,
Hit him, right?
T
Yeah.
to Martin there. I think he tagged Flyer too, but down to 10 HP.
It was a
Players here now, though. This is starting to get really
unintended pun.
tricky. Elite trying to cause some troubles on the way in, but they managed
Honestly,
to make it across water.
Making puns with this team, it's so easy. I'm
They're
just
still
drowning
fancy
them.
go at this. They wanted to have a brawl on it. Flyer still so disconnected. It is the 4 on the site, and right now it's KC winning out on the site itself. They need to bring in the bodies. Flyer needs to join up now. 10 HP or not, it doesn't
That
matter.
was
They
so
need the
bad.
help. So Yetsu still with that paranoia too. But a pause, even considering a flank, I tell you now, it ain't coming.
Yeah, this is domination, bro.
I'm not sure what Koi are
If
waiting
it's
for here.
13 in a row,
Because there's a very real possibility Shadows get spammed here trying to plan.
10 seconds left.
oh, you
Util
dead.
back on Sadak.
Oh,
I mean,
the
it looks
blind,
so simple.
so good.
Well, with the plant down, this they'll sooner forget. For KC, it is a massive
Oh,
win.
fuck.
It has got to feel great for them after what's been a shaky.
13 in a row, bro. No, you can't lose 13 fucking rounds in a row.
Could be a good series for them.
Yeah, this is certainly looking
Jesus.
for KC. But we need to see if Koi
Let me see the stats. That was not it, bro. Oh, fuck. Wow. Martin went pretty crazy. Elite won some really big mid rounds, like in this early phase. Like some of those like A kills. The 1v2 where the spike was down outside A and who was guarding it? I don't remember. I don't even remember who was guarding it. Maybe Gravino. Look at the first bloods. Yeah, they just owned. Man. 43 damage a round. Fuck. Yo. That is rough, bro. Bro didn't even hit them over here. Bro didn't even register an ACS point. Did he play that second? What? It's just domination. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen this like this. I don't think I've ever seen this. They just gave him a .01 just because? What did he get that for? You just start with a .01? Can you not get a 0 rating? Because he has 0 ADR and 0 ACS. So how does he have a .01? He got no assists. Got traded? I guess. Man. And bro, dude, there's a .03 right above him. Holy shit.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Philo after that game, bro. Bro. So, I don't know. I think that like when teams started to learn how to play maps, like you look at like these comps back in the day, right? Like the traditional comp that Fnatic just ran, and you look at like the upgrade over time, kind of going back into the question, like, people didn't used to say this. Well, people used to run comps like this, and they almost needed this Senti info to learn how to rotate. But now that these pro teams have learned how to plug these gaps and they have the reps, they have vision into all these other regions, the amount of util that they actively have is way higher. Like, their playmaking ability on this comp is way higher. And they could just do more. They could do more like aggressive shit to you and break your strat. That I think is what is felt in the servers. It's just how people are getting way, way better.
You know, trying to make sure he makes his reservation. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. After the first series, Billy, this is not what I expected from this map.
I'm angry. I'm really, really
I'm
angry.
angry.
Angel?
Angry. Like maybe even worse. Do you know what? It's just so frustrating, right? Because we just highlighted the whole thing on Pearl, starting on the defense, only getting 4 rounds on your defense. And now we go to Lotus, and we only get 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds, and then KC just continued to get every single round after those first 2. I'm frustrated at this point.
It didn't seem fair at some points. I think that we saw Koi that was very defeated.
Like before that, our metas were like Harbor Viper, which was like super spam based, right? It was a lot of like manipulating rotations. It didn't feel as powerful as this feels. This meta feels super fucking powerful because teams now are running double controller, double initiator. So because they don't always need Sentis. If they have like S tier knowledge of rotations and comms, which a lot of these real top teams do, even how they use a Senti is different. Like they'll evacuate sites a lot better. They'll create trap plays off of Senti util better. But it's super obvious on Lotus. Like Lotus is the one where it's really obvious to me to explain, because you always get like the Viper wall A. Let me see. The best way to do it is just go back to last series.
And he takes damage throughout the thorns, but it is actually this smoke, if I'm not mistaken, comes from the side of KC that actually helps them to put the question in Koi's mind. Have they gone back? Are they still there? He gets the opener and they keep putting on the pressure, creating a lot of questions on Koi's sides. Flya thinks that he might be able to do some damage, taking an advantageous position, but after that, after Martin following up with the ultimate, it's so much pressure, and after so many rounds in a row, we speak about, oh, can they get into their heads? They're living rent-free there.
No, I have to agree as well. And it's like you say, Sadak goes unchecked, and I think a big part of that as well is Soulcast is playing such a deep, like, passive setup on that C site. He's just not able to hold any sort of control of it, which is, like, it's just not the performance that we want to see from someone like Soulcast, who's been through all of Tier 2 last year and come back into Tier 1.
Yeah, and we don't often get the Vice versus Vice head-to-head in EMEA right now. That was a bit of a treat if you were a KC fan. What did you make of Elite's Vice on that map?
I think Elite was great, but I think the one thing that I keep in my mind is last week's Elite, right? He had such a great performance against BBL in that very first map, going 20-2, and that was the first map, and then the rest of the series from him was super, super quiet. So I am a little bit concerned that he needs to be able to keep up that kind of performance. But in this map in particular, I mean, it was very clear that he was the Vice that came out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Consistent, good enough, and against a team that, as we're saying, looked a bit defeated, but, you know, he was there to put up the numbers. I would have loved to see a little bit of him on the defense here, to just have even more reasons to...
Sorry.
Yeah. KD is 6. You know, he's a bit of a more passive players. He was more on the...
Here's a good round to like kind of show. It's not like so much what they do, it's just what's happening if you're at the pro level, right? So when you're running like a double controller comp like this, like the way they're running this Omen with this Viper, they're going to always give problems to the defense because they're going to deny vision at A. which makes the players playing A use more util to get this ground. Because if they just give it to you and you creep up to the door, you creep up to like the orb, it is a disaster. They can hear rotations, they can pounce on sight, you lack info. So it's always worth it to like test the waters and learn ways to do this. But now teams have learned they can run double initiator with this. They don't need a Senti, and they're running a Yoru. So like the Yoru can go out and bait all this fucking util and just disappear. And you know, like there's not really much you can do about that. So they plant this guy at long with, you know, all this util. They even can keep the orb because of how they're playing. They're reacting. They're just reacting to what the other team is doing right now. That's all they're doing. They don't have a set play in mind, but if there's heavy util, they can bounce off of it really well. He can get a shot. Les could throw his orb here, but he decides to save it because he doesn't need to do that yet. He's reacting to the situation. So they get him situated out here. Then they go back to clear out front B because they have full initiator kit still. Like they have full initiator kit. They don't need mound yet. They can get that later. They drone out front B with the Teo drone. They smoke heaven. So again, this is a scenario where like, if you don't break this drone, they could just take B. Like they just take B. And then they have the door cut off and you're in big fucking trouble. Like the baby door would get reverse cleared. But instead you can see like they break turret, they get front B presence, and now they have 2 lanes out of the 3. And on defense, you're just like kind of scrambling. Now, if it wasn't for this weird ass off angle that just absolutely shits on them, they would be in big trouble. Because again, look how much util they have right now. They're just getting like so much fucking map control. This is the old comp. So like there's not a lot of util over here. And seeing this difference is like everything. They drop double missiles out C. One here, and they try to take mound this way with a fault line cutting across, like probably cutting in between these two, with those 2 missiles. This off angle literally won the round and potentially stopped the snowball coming back into them. But that's like a trick. This isn't like a go-to thing that you can just do over and over and over, you know? Like that's not a sustainable thing. And that's why these defense teams got to kind of make plays. The game is super hard to stop. It's very snowbally right now because of shit like that. And the teams are feeling that. And they're complaining about the util. They feel like they have to make plays that they're like suboptimal. These are sub 50-50 fights with lack of trade. Like at the pro level, this is scary as fuck. You know, like he could have lost that fight on the bonus and the whole round could have gone differently and then they would have lost the game, you know? But they didn't. All right, here we go.
No. There's no Icebox comp in the world that anyone plays right now that
But like, if that Raze dies there, I think we're talking a whole different story about that map. Because then they win bonus and they just fucking
So I think they do
solo
have
ISO is
there.
crazy, bro.
I like the Teo, I like the Killjoy, Viper. It's decent. It's a decent attempt at Icebox. I'm not gonna lie. They have lots of planted now on this defense, so it's gonna be interesting to see how KC deal with that.
The ISO is the only fucking duelist in here, bro.
That's a fair summary. As it stands, KC will have the door left open for them, right? So plants come in.
Oh.
Lovely chip damage too. Actually, I told a lie. Porcupines everywhere.
Porcupines.
A second attempt at the plant now. Lovely chip. You can see the HP just a little down lower than they'd like, I'm sure. And Soulcast, as said by the desk, rightly so. First time we get to see how he looks on that Teo.
Yeah. Big KO knife there to delay the retake. There's only going to be so much time. They do have good retake util core here.
Good one way for that.
Martin even forced away. Puts a lot of pressure on Sadak playing up towards Nest. Needs to land some big boy shots. Ain't happening. Rubino getting right on back in down to Martin.
Wait, Koi pistol around merchants?
1v3 didn't quite get past the second hurdle. Soulcast.
Wait, we've been here before though.
Beautiful signs here from Koi. I like a team that
have we been
knows
here
that
before?
Playing retake on A sometimes is a good idea. I want to be able to see those layers later on where they're going to have the ISO be more aggressive, but for a pistol round, I like it. I like that option for them.
And I do think this is a nice test as well for KC for how well they adapt and learn on the fly, because there's quite a specific tool set when it comes to Koi and what they can do in this and where it becomes...
What I want to see out of this ISO is a lot of use of the Vuln Suppress on planters. They might have set plays with Sova ults, with missiles. Like, there's a lot of potential here with this ISO, but I hate the shield on this map. As someone that literally mained this agent for a while,
KC don't have information.
I feel like his shield gets seen in a lot of weird scenarios here, like you playing top pipes, the little fucking condom bubble thing, fucking
It's all quite new.
sticks out.
This side for both teams.
Solcas. He's got a corner to play from.
Oh god.
Filu, yeah, holding
shot.
this. This is nice. Confidence builders too. Oh, a bounding Arvez will still do some damage, but that's all it will be. 3 stay alive. A pretty clean outcome for them. They'll be happy with that. All the big weapons kept in check.
Yeah, this is big first gun round. I want to see what KC are going to do with this Omen. They had lots of like cheeky ideas on the defense, and on the attack, I'm sure it's going to be the same. I think the one round we did see, they had a default where they're going to smoke long B, TP into
us
it.
something
It was
cool with
quite
ISO right
so
now,
maybe
this
something they're
bonus.
doing for the first gun.
The right people are getting
great as well
kills.
for Koi. Having a start like this, it all feels right. But
ISO 2 off ult.
see where the eyes are turning for KC though. It's not going to that same A
cooking.
site anymore.
Getting ISO the orb. We love that.
A lot of pressure on Grabino. Does
Okay.
need to back away from yellow.
See what I mean? They immediately Teo missile this, so you can't play aggro, right? They one-way smoke this, and they Teo missile the push. So they just get this for free. All right, that's cool. Pop orb mid. We work mid now. KJ has this turret that she's just playing off of in this corner. We come back. Now let's get some A control. And this is like how it's been feeling at the pro level.
There was, something they could gather
It
from
seems
this for
very
KC
difficult.
now,
You got to pick and choose
reverting to their
very,
old
very
ways.
specific timings for fights.
Spotted at least Filu, yeah. Not sure if he was able to get Flyer as well, but still. Position noted, about 50 seconds. And it looks like KC are really trying to make this mid-round sweat.
Yeah, there's a big information game happening where we saw KC initially go towards B. The rotations happen towards B for Koi.
So they make sure they're playing A site right there. They get the check that they're playing A site. So like, okay, at least 2 here. We can probably default back to B. Playing off of the scan. That's smart. Heads up.
Gonna keep the player here. I like this from Grabino.
What's up?
A little risky, but right
Oh,
choice.
missiles
yeah,
on the
lovely
hit.
from Grabino, just
Ready.
threading the needle, timing right to evade the knife's connection and all the util that followed. Shados is there, but Sadak and Martin in the meantime. Oh my god, Grabino, that felt a
Oh,
little
the
too far, but I
trades.
guess his options were limited. But so's the time. For
ISO
KC, they've
is
got to
full
make this
kit
count with
though.
only 9 seconds. Couldn't deny
ISO can win this
Flyer.
shit, bro. He could literally get a kill in
Trying to make
ult.
a bit of a mad play, a mad dash for Filu. Are you up to the challenge?
Ult his ass. Ult his
Sitting
ass.
pretty.
Ult his
Perfect
bitch
HP. Sadak certainly not the case.
Yes. No.
Filu with the right call so far. Sadak's gonna have to make the right choice, make the right call, make the right read. Drawn forward. Oh, Sadak turns around
What?
his head. I thought Filu had that every day of the week.
How did Chadhawk win
Yeah,
that?
unfortunate round for Koi not to win. That would have been a great momentum going into the second map. I think one thing to note there is that because KC didn't have that, like Koi dodged that knife on yellow, KC not having the Sova to kind of clear out yellow, that might be something that kind of comes into play for Koi in these later rounds.
Oh, he might have thought he killed the planner. I was wondering why he didn't ult. Do you think he killed the planner?
Yeah, it's relief in that one. I
That's
think we saw obviously from Filu's side, but it certainly feels that way. It's just like that big sigh. Could have certainly sent the momentum spiraling forward. And speaking of spiraling forward, Grabino Martin. Oh, he's gone
He
back for
up
seconds.
into the smoke.
Oh, it's messy as anything, but they win out the
Let's
brawl.
go, bro. That was
short
fucking
almost.
sick.
That's exactly that TP play I was talking about before, straight into that smoke.
Let's go.
Koi not ready, it seems.
What a kit from
Shados and
Martin.
Flyer left with a
Immediately
mess
polishes off the
in
wall
front
right
of
there
them.
with that extra smoke.
Well, they're going to need, I feel like a mistake really, Flyer, trying to make something out of nothing. 2 towards yellow there. And a very disconnected Elite whose timing is going to be lovely. It's just the checkmate in case there was that eventual problem. The pressure now making it hard, but Flyer can now leave. Gateway open. They've got to save.
Yeah, just to save. Sometimes it just feels like the firepower just doesn't, you know, isn't there
Flyer
sometimes.
departing.
Like, you can't always be in an advantageous position in a round.
Okay.
But, you know, you got to win them sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm getting a bit nervous if KC continue this, because they found a solution.
The last 2 rounds felt pretty okay.
And if they're not as prepared for something that you even highlighted earlier
I
on.
thought he was dead 5 times, bro. I stopped shooting 5 times. I was like, die. Just die.
Luckily,
Just die.
he didn't shoot back.
He just like me.
But yeah, we're going to keep those two.
Except I kill him on the
rifles.
first time, so I don't-
the ult's still there with Filu, but
Not really
now
like
this
me,
is where
actually.
I turn my attention to Koi. What's their layering?
Is it
now? They
happening
had a good
again?
start. I liked how that felt. You know, they were kind of playing to the strong suit of this composition. I want to see layering. Now, it may not be in this
He
round
wants to
because it
use
is
this
a
iso ult, I
half
think.
buy. It's kind of forced around. Well, it's not even forced around. It's a couple of sheriffs, but they played in
Damn, that's on
Shados,
awareness.
and Sadak looked lost in the source.
Probably
I think you
calming.
just presumed that the Killjoy turret was there, but even if it was, that's not a safety net, so... Nice round from Koi, using the Vandals both on A and middle at the same time to try and find a pick, and they're successful in doing so.
So
I think
happy
they
to see them
popped the
trying to get
ISO shield to
aggressive
open
around
up
it
that
and
fight,
playing it, not just
though.
like, okay, we'll just have a Vandal. This is lovely. They're
Damn, those side steps from Aves were so
It was a
good.
good attempt.
Good shapes.
You're not going to be... Look, my curse isn't that powerful, all right? I can only cause tech pauses. I can't affect anything else. This is all I got. But
Right now, chat, I'm looking at KC's like ability to hit like second gear, right? Like after this, they're able to swing Rafter, they get these trades. Immediately, Aves goes to his corner and starts droning. They're already in like the next phase of the round. There's no hesitation, no wait for a calm. I like that a lot out of them right now. They're fast. They're moving fast.
you can see up on 410, waiting for Sugetsu. Are we going to have a bit of a Jame game? Lots of saves.
We're crossing mid, walking, looking at A. I'm guessing there might have been a comp because the ISO popped shield and like ran up off barrier. And that's a very odd play, right? Like for an ISO to do that, maybe he thinks that there's some kind of set bullshit over here and he's so focused on it. And I think that's what opened up this 2 push. I think they planned that on Koi's side. I still think you should be aware
I
of
like
it.
them coming in with some intent to try and make those rifles work in this broken buy, but it will fall short. Obviously, there is just going to be the outgun eventually, obviously, from KC. They do have better weaponry. It's fine. But I still like the concept from Koi, even
You
catching
fucking
Sadak there for
ass.
a moment.
Yeah, but now we're looking at the big ults from KC's side. The Teo ult, the Killjoy ult, and even the Omen ult, I trust.
Yo,
AIM
Mark,
to
did you see the pic I
cook and
posted
Sadak to
earlier
cook
of
something up even with an Omen
me, you,
ult
and
at
Sean
times?
playing ranked?
Which coach did you hate playing against the most?
If in early in season against Aang is kind of annoying.
Just
because there's
quirky
always new
weirdness.
tech. Yeah.
I see.
In general, give me anyone.
It's right here.
Any of them.
That's the one, Mark.
No, again, their reputation for Aang, and especially with the
That's
adding
me.
of Sadak, you kind of thought that was going to be the main backbone to the style they're bringing in, but...
Calling that here, KC are going to be drawing attention.
Making you
towards
open
the
it
side
instead
of
of
the
me
map,
showing you
like
is
yellow.
kind of fucking
And when we see
crazy.
that distraction happen, I think we're going to see the lurkers through middle under tube.
Looks like it's absolutely poised for that, doesn't it? But the read here...
All right, we got the lurk coming through mid.
I don't know if I'd call it a read, but oh my gosh, and the Teo actually forcing
Ooh,
Rubino
opened
away.
up with
It
the
feels like they're
Teo.
aware of this potential. I don't know if it's the right read
Wow,
or just the right
they read
timing
that.
for it, but they've already called off Elite and they've cleared Sugetsu. So I'm not sure what it was that gave away the game, but they seemed hyper
Bro,
aware
this
of it. They weren't
ISO
even
ult
playing towards yellow on
refuses to
front
be
side. They were
used.
playing deep towards site itself and
Surely
very
rotate to use
cognizant
it
of
right
pressure
now.
coming through
Here we
mid.
go.
So finally, a big advantage here for
Surely.
Koi. This could be huge for them playing this back in. Noting pressure on the side from Martin. Bloody hell. He's just had a barrage of utility thrown at him. Prior, you couldn't have asked for anything easier. Martin's going to go down and leaving it to Sadak and Aves. This should be the easiest slam dunk of a round for Koi.
All right, that's a big round for
Sadak,
Koi.
you're good. You ain't that good. Not gonna
That's
be
a really
part
big
of
round.
1v5 here. Diffuse in. And I wonder what the tell was or what the read was.
I know this sounds weird because I saw it on Lotus too. There was like a read where I was like, how did they know that? And honestly, like, I don't think they would have scrimmed each other this part of the split.
I think you're just aware,
But
yeah.
Super aware.
But that kind of stuff is sometimes an old scrim. Maybe.
That's just like in the back of their mind somewhere,
Or I'm completely wrong and they just saw them at some part of the round or made noise or something.
I mean, there's always a chance. It's one way you kind of wish you had those player comps,
They-
right? Where you could be like, oh, okay,
They did have
that's
a
how
really
they
good
read it.
read.
Let's go to B, let's go to B.
Again, yeah, that was fantastic handling of that split, though. And I wouldn't say the same scenes this time. Pressure towards A very early on coming out from Koi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and ult's online
Immediate
now for
high
Koi as
low
well.
on A.
If,
They aggress up
Fabinho
really
gets
quickly with a
overwhelmed
deep
here, can
dart.
put down his
Sova
first
rotates in
pocket.
a mid, probably droning it out, right?
Very common on the B side.
Yeah, droning it out right now. Very standard
Feeling
stuff.
that we aren't seeing players sit behind yellow. We're not seeing them play front sight, so it could be available.
All right.
Yeah, KC are doing a good
Same
job
style
being
of
quick with his
default
B
where
long
they get
default.
control
They're
of B really quickly.
Yellow by 1
So-
minute 10 is
yeah.
beautiful. It allows Sadak.
That's what I was saying earlier.
do what
They
he
get
wants on the
this,
map,
and then they
manipulate
come
these
back,
rotations.
and they get A.
Complimented Koi for how they approached this before. Now that this feels like it's an awareness that KC can figure out, because they've had no challenge to cross towards yellow. They haven't
They're waiting
felt
for turret?
pressure
What are they
towards
waiting
this yet.
for?
They're feeling it from kind of mid-site, maybe CT. The paranoia is spot on. When we can
Oh, they tap. They tap.
easy target.
Big fake from B. He's
Yeah,
looking
and
for
it's,
the Omenov.
oh my god, it's working. I'm pretty sure though.
Oh,
Felix
double
heard
missiles
this. Yeah, he's
deep.
trying to get back over here in time, but does he try and stick around and fight, or does he fall away? He's got his ult. He's got options, but he's trying to get a little bit closer. 29 seconds. This is risky, and it's not really rewarded. Filu, the only one that's
Bro,
trying to
he should be
hold on,
ulting,
but
right?
traded effectively.
Surely
a
he
nice
should be
flash as
ulting,
well
man.
to facilitate the swing towards the back of the side. Shados can slip away, but they're trying to play ahead of this. Grubino catching two, but
Still
Sugetsu
got it
left in the
though, huh?
1v2.
1v2.
10
Winnable though.
seconds, no plant to be had.
Holy
Oh my
fuck, he
God,
one-shot that
almost
guy.
actually
Oh
happened.
my god.
What a shot.
Jesus, he almost had flyers.
Wow.
I was about to get quite critical about Philo playing on site there, especially with the ult. Could easily have used that, got off site, shielded up, used that ult.
Where are we at for
5 before
Americas right now?
retake,
10
but
minutes?
The flood in was beautiful.
Show
for Koi.
open.
It was kind of that second
I
string.
thought
It
he
was
was
like Grubino, right, who
definitely
came
winning
in
that,
pretty
that
much,
first
I won't
shot.
say saved the day, but tilted the scales back on over. Here it is, coming back through. Beautiful from Grubino. This shot at the end, I'm pretty sure that's the winning kill with one before.
Oh my god, bro. This guy just one-tapped you like that? Holy
Holy f
Yes.
What?
Yes, it was quite a nasty shot. 4-3, Koi. Forcing the timeout here from KC.
Yeah, looking good for Koi. Icebox defense is usually when you don't want the bulkier rounds, you're like struggling most of the time, so getting 4 already is good for Koi. The momentum has shifted here.
Oh, it certainly has. This little step back.
My territory, my
aggression from Koi. I have them now. This challenge from Field pushed up initially, and then we've got that more passive play towards B, sitting deeper
Fucking love
towards the
that shit,
side,
bro.
allowing them that space behind
fucking
yellow,
love
but
that
they
shit.
weren't able to manipulate too much. It felt like maybe they were with the right read on the
I
rotation.
watched it a few days ago, and I showed Jennifer. I'm like, look at this. She's like, what? Wait, why did he turn into a banana? And I was like,
Teams love to overhold this A site, and it's something.
just never mind, dude. Just
Again, like KC almost hesitated the rotation just a little bit to go towards B.
never mind.
But essentially, Koi comfortable on these kind of floods.
And it's good seeing him comfortable after map 1. That was a
Cool art.
rough showing. Oh,
Send the link. I
shoulder
got
check
you.
by Martin super early. Maybe, I don't want to say asleep at the wheel, but just outdone.
Just as I said, they're comfortable with the floods and retakes. We see Filu in a 1 and done. With his ult.
God, the way Feely's dying with this all is tilting
Yeah,
me.
he does. Okay, don't let this one go, Koi. You've got a really good step on the ladder.
Bro, he had the ult on bonus.
They're still getting pressure on A. This is hard to read. You got to look at how it's being reacted to by Shados, right? He's still trying to keep a bit of space here, but now they've cleared back through. Nice work coming in from Flyer to push back through towards A, backfilling the space and catching Martin. Now it feels readable.
find.
Obviously they're in the right place
Hit-
here, but can they
hit from
deny the
Sugetsu
plant or
should
do
come
they try
out.
and slow it down
Wait,
and
it's
play
pushing.
it back in? Player disadvantage is tough. Soulcast still with that ult sitting
Damn,
by.
nice shot.
Nice follow
Holy
up.
fuck.
Soulcast lining up the kill feed. Shados wants in. Oh, he's not clean that time. Oh, he's making a bit of a meal of it. Aves coming alive,
Oh,
but
Soulcast
Soulcast on
never
clean up
capitalized
duty.
through the.
Sadak
7.
and Flyer's positioning is surely.
Player
What?
standing.
Oh
Did
dear.
I just? No, my God! What was that?
Us. What's he doing?
I don't know what I just saw.
One tap him.
But what have I just witnessed? God gave me eyes.
Yeah, I mean,
I
again,
chose to watch this.
It's a messy. it's a messy round. I gotta criticize Koi at the start here as well. Like, they have power ults and they're not playing rounds for
What
them.
is this?
Not using this Viper's
Yeah,
Spirit,
there
not
we go.
using ISO ult, not even being in positions to use the Deo ult.
Wait,
God,
she needs me.
thank God for Soulcast, though.
Well,
But yeah, when Soulcast is shooting, it's fine.
Last player standing.
Guys, oh my god, if we lost because this guy timed me, I would have cried.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, thank you. Oh, one sec. Chat, I gotta answer this phone.
All right. New round. I feel like I'm part of the team. Round by round, boys. Just forget about it. It's fine. It wasn't pretty from either side. I don't care which fan you are. I'm pretty sure you saw it too. But we go back in and we see a different start here. This is nice from Koi. The evolution on what we're seeing. Martin going to deal with the shield, but he ain't dealt with the player. 3 coming his way. He's got problems. He's got the paranoia, though. Can it save him? Gets out of dodge for now. Fancies to go back in, though. I thought he'd give himself a window to escape. Now he still wanted the punishment. Now
Casey
down
used
to
that
3.
as a distraction to get on the A site, though. But 3v5 post, going to be difficult for them. 2v5 post, hopefully.
Right, all good, all good. Filu there starting to use the ults that we were asking for. A lot of players here. This should be comfortable. It is. Filu starting to feel a little warmer. Aves, nice try, not nice enough. Koi taking a good lead now.
Yeah, that was one of those like classic awkward KC rounds where they're doing something that's very new that not people have seen before. 2 people walking under tube, making a big distraction for people on A, but Koi handled it beautifully.
This feels like a very different Koi, very prepared Koi, kind of heads in the right place. Yeah, what a 9-day difference to map 1.
Yeah, they're more composed with a composition that I would argue that if they played almost like this with the other composition, I think it would have made more sense.
Can't believe you've actually cursed the game though in the break.
I did, yeah. I said to the makeup people with 6 maps today.
All missiles away. I've got to fly really early tomorrow. Could you just like...
I'm trying to curse.
What do you mean? You're cursing against me? You're like, nah.
It's going to be 6 maps.
Oh, from Sada. That's gone well. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Oh, you're not proving me wrong. Fly's having an absolute belter of a round. KC still making something out of nothing here. Soulcast, Filu, and Grubino, though. Starting to see Filu looking a little bit more confident in those previous rounds, and he does have support here as well, but he's going to be forced in. Pops the shield and gets handled. KC, what on earth? They just played that picture perfect. I can't believe, after what we just saw Flyer do, you know, they look so confident. Rubino? Suddenly, I mean, Aves does have, Aves has his utility. Yeah, he could, surely he's just the checkmate here. Rubino's going for it though. Here's the first volley coming in. The tap. And they can react now. The timing rough for Grubino. He's trying to play him, but they're not dancing to his tune. Grubino desperately tried on this one, and it just hasn't worked. KC, where's that coordination been for the previous rounds?
Yeah, quite a little bit unlucky. Their bait and switch setup completely nullified by Teo ult.
Yep.
But good discipline to they kind of froze that mid round down, realized they had the Teo ult to just clear out that space.
Oh, nice, guys.
The reactions are just the only thing that brings me joy in life anymore. 6-4. Now, Koi can't let that get to them, though, because they had been on the track of looking like the better side, at least initially on this half, and back to business. Filu once again looking to find those ways out of this, but these trades are leaving them in a bit of a tough spot here, but from afar, Flyer trying to bail them out. Good chip damage, but can't convert the kill. You're looking at Elite, you're looking at Martin, they are worse for wear.
Yeah, great damage there. A bit of a mix-up with the aggression, server ult behind it. Koi looking good in this half. Like 6 already, doing this kind of round. Looking decent. Shadows does have this Killjoy ult though, and with the... I was gonna say the Hunter Sphere would be a news, but it's on the other side, never mind. They could rely on this Killjoy ult for the retake, so... You see the re-clear towards middle for Koi. They might opt to give up this A site a little bit. Disciplined by KC though. Waiting for these salvos, these refresh util.
5 seconds, though.
Looking like it's going to be a brawl.
There's Filu, a little bit of uncertainty of how to evade, but it's Grubino to catch Martin. The HP was low, and it looks like he was working in the dark, but with 20 seconds, there's got to be a speed up here. Filu getting isolated fights, and really, it's Elite and Aves to try and dig in here. Aves has been nuts slow so far, but time is running low, 12 seconds. He's going to wait this one out here, and Elite's timing is outrageous. Perfectly played to catch the pressure onto Shados. And KC are back at the door now.
It's just another round for Koi where they're not playing around their ults. Like, they could be winning this half even more convincingly if they had used the ults more effectively. We have a Killjoy ult for a retake. No need to play on site against Teo salvos that are going to just ruin you.
But how do you kind of get that into players' heads, though? Because it is purely player cool, right? Like, that's nothing as a coach you can really work on. Is it something
you have to drill that in every single day?
Yeah. Because, as I said, it is those choices in those moments that feel like a coin flip, but you do have to make the right call. But now, right back forward, Filu fighting. Oh, this time pathing a little different, but it's Martin to catch him. These early battles are now starting to really heftily swing over to KC's side, over towards A.
Again, I look at the Teo ult, Killjoy ult, and we're going for an aggressive play without using any of these big power ults.
And what round are you going to save him for?
Exactly.
Minis.
And now
is coming out.
They get sight here. Sagetsu has Viper's Pit. It's a very tough retake then for Koi.
Shados, Soulcast. Here come the ults now. Trying to stall it out is Sadak investing the nade to come in, but Aves again. This guy has been finding impact, warming into it, dealt with. Soulcast goes down. Grubino's still trying to make it past middle. He's got to pull off a miracle here. You noted it. The ult coming in from Sugetsu. And the information being found. A long road back. But an individual fight will certainly help matters. 3 more to locate. Hit to try and make it through. Trying to pick the right path, and there isn't really one here. Tied up in the end at 6 apiece.
Yeah, Koi will absolutely take 6 here, but honestly, they could have pushed for more.
I'm absolutely with you on that. It feels like it could have actually been a Koi lead here. Some chances missed, but KC starting to get that read right, starting to really build into this. I do only wonder how this one really shakes down. Koi with a couple of more opportunities to try and keep up, but let's hear from Sadak talking about KC's prep for stage 1 and how he's adjusting to VCT EMEA.
Preparation-wise, we are really trying to up our mental game. Of course, our strategic game, we really think like it was good, but the part that we focused a lot was on the mental stage because we have a lot of new players. We have players that this is the first time they're playing on a LAN even. So for us, it was like, okay, we really have to work on the mental side. It's been a hell of a ride, I would say, because to be honest, I came here and this is my first team I have to call in English. So everything was different for me. Like the calls, the maps, agent names, some concepts of the game changed just because of the language. So for me, it was like a really high adaptation period. It was kind of like 3 months for me. It took me a while. But overall, like I really like working with this team. Like I think I'm well respected and people are super welcoming to me and they listen to me a lot.
Yeah, well, let's triple pick. 3, 2.
Woo! Not only as an IGL, but as an experienced player, I would say, as a captain. So yeah, I mean, I like it. It's been fun.
Help but like Sadak, really. The second he joined the desk, I think, or like some of the interviews he's even given, he is a brilliant character to have. And we're hoping if KC can get back on track here, kind of prove that in the server as well. But on the other side, Koi. This is a competitive half. Now we, again, have to remember map 1 happened. It was 13-2. It was very one-sided. This looks like a bit of a different team, really, the way they're approaching it.
All right,
Confidence starting to show. Some individuals turning up, and overall, a better look collectively. But
Sorry,
the side swap puts pressure back on.
Yeah, a good half from Koi though. They'll take 6, but the problem is that KC did win. I think it was 9 on their last
How
defense.
did that close out?
So
Good
KC are comfortable in this defense.
Did Filu win his ult? That's all I want to know.
He's really not. Oh,
okay.
It's recovered.
Oh
He
my
sees it.
God,
He
I
sees
can't
it.
believe
Let me
it.
Look at the kill feed and not how it happened at all.
I can't
Right.
believe it.
Boy, this is so good. But a 1v3 for Sugetsu is incredibly difficult. It feels like it was won and lost in middle there.
He won his ult. Let's
Rubino
go.
just finding so
It was
much
worth the wait.
impact. Those kills and the pressure on the back lines, trying to disrupt the post plant now, and you've got Shadow, Soulcast, and Flyer. All of the
Round after I
utilities
left.
actually go through. None of them back online,
Tragic.
apart from Flyers right now. See that coming in there. To get to his options are looking worse and worse by the second.
Soy
Gets
gets
away with
you.
it. Yeah,
No
this,
way,
this
dude.
is one of those, unless they make a catastrophic
You
mistake.
got a big T.
It's not going to happen. Beautiful from Koi. Now, I'm sure Grabino won't
My
put it in the
inner
highlight, but it
Viper
was
wall
an impact
goat.
moment for him.
Yes, I think that it was a very tailor-made round for KC.
Oh wait,
Like
no,
Koi
no
had come in with a
payouts?
pistol where they understood that maybe Casey's rotations
No
they
way.
leave that middle area open, and so beautiful strat.
Is this a
I'm
scam?
gonna, give credit to the coaches there.
You always do. Players?
Yeah.
Nah. Coaches? What?
Yeah, it was a Grabino. That was all coaches right there.
You reckon?
I think so. Yeah.
I reckon Grabino's gone. I've got a bit of a time in here, boys. Don't worry. Just
It
walking
does
forward,
say
I'm sure
that.
no one's watching. But that's huge for
I'll
them.
get a
This
new
is a
pred up
really big
too.
step. They take the lead. 7-6. You got to imagine it'll be 8-6 after this, right? They start getting back in, and
I feel
this
like we
is
gotta
exactly
go
what they need.
to America's
These are
broadcast
confidence
soon,
building
though.
rounds as well. The right reads.
And I think on the KC side, we heard
Oh,
Sadak
fuck.
talking about the mental game, like going down now to Koi. I want to see how they deal with that. And one thing that I think is kind of we don't talk
Okay.
about very much is that KC do have a
Quick
performance
pred
coach,
here.
Mr. Ewan. And he worked with us in our 2023 year, so he's a pretty good guy. And I
Damn.
think that like highlighting those performance coaches is something we don't very much do. But I'm very interested to see how his impact is on the team, and with these, especially
It's
this
cool to
young
see
roster,
Shadow
you know.
still owning, man.
Nice for
Great
Shadows, just
ace.
farming up. I mean, I think they...
Over the 5K.
Yeah, but it was a pistol 5K. It's all good. He's fine. And honestly, scoreline-wise, he's having a quiet game, so it might be quite nice for the confidence to start building for Shados and
What a
early build
cringe-ass
towards
opening
ulti.
line on that
Lockdown
railing,
can
by
be
the way.
quite vital. For KC, look at just get it over with. Happy. The Koi side, though.
Is that the Bulldog? Wait.
What was the impression of them?
I don't know.
No.
That's the Bulldog, bro.
Just in general, or when you do it?
When I do it.
Right, fair play. And you're right. I think it is hard to kind of figure out, though, what those sort of coaches actually do for
Well, what you
players.
got for lunch
and
next?
especially if we're not seeing positive results as well, and it's very hard to extrapolate that information. So something to maybe question on further. But as it stands, Koi taking the positive steps, and this bonus is pretty solid.
Thank you for the primer, 14 months.
Guardian out.
Liana, thank you also for the 8 months.
little trap play here from
Karlski, thank you for the primer.
They've completely left the A side of the
Ozzy
map
Vox, thank
open.
you for your primer as well.
Koi sense danger.
Shrek-Nito.
Making the right read.
I've been so busy. Trying to, man. How you
Fancy it.
been, Shrek?
Something.
Feels very
Shrek-Nito.
Icebox right now. You know?
Do you like
I don't know how it
insight?
feels to cast. Like this
Awful.
is the first time
I
casting
hate this map.
Icebox, but
I hate it.
It's hard to cast
It's
Icebox.
awful.
It's actually really hard.
You might as well just cut the map in half and then just
big
It's like a
spam
chaos
everything.
roll
here from
everywhere.
Aves, clearing out the B side of the map. So KC are going to be ready on this A side of the map with numbers soon.
30 seconds left.
Well, there we go. Elite is going to have to respect that, I imagine.
What a contingency right there.
Little shieldy wall going to go in and facilitate the push up towards the side, but the plant's certainly not on the cards just yet. There is still players backside
got
wanting
it.
to try and dig their heels.
I
in.
hate
Filu
having ISO
removing
shield
a
up
few,
there.
But it's going to be KC again, still trying to put
Damn.
up numbers. But Filu is absolutely firing on all fronts. A 1v3 for Martine. Looks out of reach.
Double swing.
Am I out of touch? No. Flyer is going to secure it. 9 rounds now for Koi.
I really like that exit from
Koi
Koi. The
woke
shell
up.
going up the left side, and then because the composition doesn't have like a Sage or
Yeah,
Echo in
yeah.
it,
True. I'm gonna
Koi
do.
need to take the
I'm gonna
deep
try to
space.
switch to
So
Americas
using that
like right when
wall,
it
using
goes
the
live.
salvos, using the ISO, taking that deep space, and Casey's didn't seem ready for it at all.
Be still.
Something I would be writing down right there if I was saying.
On the notes.
Yeah.
Bro, they're devastated.
Look at my orbs. I'm 0-8 and I haven't died. I haven't done anything.
Wait. Why they putting bro on blast?
He has
Bro.
made no progress.
Bro's actually paycheck stealing.
It's all good. You don't need your ult. You
He,
barely used it
he
the first
literally
half
admitted
anyway.
he's done
It's
nothing.
fine. As long as Soulcast hits the shots, I don't care. Alright, then you worry. No one's making frag movies and montages out of Teo ults, are we?
Vid
Someone can
review
bring it
for
on.
Vance.
I don't think they will.
I think me and Sliggy did a clip.
Right. Right, the infamous Sliggy mini duo.
Yeah.
No namers, are they? Move
yeah,
over
that's
floor.
True, that's true. I didn't.
Sorry, Soulcast. Sliggy and Mini are
We
here.
can't aim, so we need the tail. That's why I'm so angry that it doesn't use it.
Okay, this, I don't want to say it's a throwaway round, but we've got Sheriffs. It is the Shiko. Patented.
Wait. This is a bit.
That Sentinels ran that I think you can use in your ranked games and dominate with.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much for the demonstration, Drain. Before we get into today's matchup, though, we've got
That's
a
a
few
fit.
installment of profiles, and this one is...
That's a
They
fit.
never go B again.
The vest?
The players are here pretty
When your
quick.
core is like really cold, but your arms need to stay.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary in
Your
this sort of
arms
rounds.
just-
Okay, if
all your
Felix gonna
blood's
farm,
pumping
then
your
do
arms.
whatever the hell you want, but I do think it can open up problems when you can play it perfectly
I don't think
safe.
I've ever worn a
Fortunately,
vest,
as
actually.
said, Filu
I
is
bought one.
wanting his eco Cobra moment, and he's got it. 4 kills.
I have nothing against them.
So with Casey having the Omen smokes, they're able to smoke.
Was it a graphics?
white
I thought it was a vest.
Quite a lot, which puts the postman in an awkward position. So it might be something from the anti-strat, but they want to push deeper on that B side of the map. I agree with you. In general, anti-eco, best not to do it, but it might just be a habit from preparation.
Chamber is heavily underrated.
The stress is setting in now.
Is that your
I could see
kind of
it.
like, you can do a breakdown on coach cams?
Yeah, I want to do one for the desk.
Yeah,
A
I could get behind.
full, like,
I could definitely get behind a chamber on Icebox pick, actually. I could get behind it. I don't think you need more than the one trip. I think the problem is the Teos. The problem is the Teos, not the chamber.
and they're grumpy. You can hear it in their voice. They're not happy. They're not happy. They're trying to make lightheartedness of it. You know what I mean? A little bit of banter. Ha ha ha. Tech pause. But like deep down, I know they're seething. And it
You
brings
just cursed
me.
it now though, because we're gonna get a giant.
Oh, I don't care though. I don't care. No, I've been broken by this. There's no recovery for my mental. It's been gone for years. But I love
other
seeing
people break
Yes, yes, and then I feel better.
That's fine.
I think there is some
There's some
disorders
parallels,
named
I
after
think,
that.
between us.
I don't think any of them are healthy.
I think both of us have that disorder.
Yes. Yes, we do. 10 to 6. 4 in a row. Koi, feels like we got the veto almost incorrect, you know what I mean? Like, the way this is kind of shaken down, but I guess prep is the name of the game. Being able to see the opponents coming in fresh for Koi has worked well, and Filu is having a blistering performance.
And he has an ult, and I hope he uses it.
Why would you do that? Why do that? Just go shoot him, Filu. Don't listen to Mini.
Double face on.
Classic Icebox 1-4 here for Koi.
Actually, they might go back towards B. Weapons.
You can see
Going
this
towards the
Viper
B
is
side of the
always
map.
nervous because these lurk walls have this gap where the Vipers can slip through.
Yeah, attacking
they're
A
trusting
can
this
be
Viper to do a lot
slightly
right now.
difficult against the Omen, going through those smokes and stuff. Some teams aren't comfortable with it. We saw that last game.
One off ult.
BBL. I would say with the double drones on the Koi side, you should be able to go through the smokes fairly easily, in my opinion.
Oh, we got him, bro. Oh,
Getsu.
no.
Nah. See, this was the mistake. We thought they were going towards B. No one goes B on Icebox. No one goes B on Icebox. It's only A.
But what's going on?
Lauren is losing it.
30 seconds left.
I can't see.
They ulted and ran? What?
Oh.
What?
I mean, they.
I don't know. But they're going to probably win the round. This kind of like double pump fake, I guess.
Get us off of this guy!
15 seconds though.
I don't know if I'd support this idea. If you hit the VOD review, I'm not going to love that. 9 seconds, you just
Oh
hope
my,
no one's
what
around.
did I just
Fortunately,
see,
they pulled it off
dude?
well enough. Actually, no one is. So they're going to have
Bro.
to make it work here, and Sugetsu's still
What
strong. They're
kind of
pushing that push through
overcooked
towards
garbage
CT that we
is
question marked
this?
before. Elite, they're on the clear up. I
No.
felt a little bit...
Bro.
After watching that Haven, where Boaster
No.
had nice mid-round calls, everyone's loving it.
Dude.
It was almost...
Dude.
It was a bad impression.
What the fuck kind of round was that?
I mean, that was overcooked for a short
Oh,
round.
no, absolutely.
Oh, that was burnt to a crisp.
Nice, guys. Let's go.
It was almost beautiful.
They could have taken B at first when they suppressed the Viper, and then they could have taken A when they locked down. But they opted against neither of those, and then they went B and lost. And pushed Snowman, of course, got doubled.
You could use the ult. They used one of the other ones.
What?
Shados used his.
What?
Didn't do much.
That was crazy, bro.
Sugetsu.
Knife
He's
gets
been feeling a little bit
3.
pressure on him, but that knife should have caught probably, I want to say minimum 3. Again, they falling to the infamous trap of it might be B,
fuck, Vance.
but we know it's always going to be A.
What does the graphic tee say? Kicking butt, and it's a fucking rooster.
If I ever go coach again, I want you to do the anti-shots.
That is crazy,
No
bro.
matter what happens, they're finishing A.
Yeah.
That's it. That is. It's funny because it's true. Off we go. Back to the one
That was a
site.
great map when you were doing color casting.
Don't start with me. I'll start misbehaving.
Faked
I can't help
incompetence
myself
is
when
one
I've
way
had a
to
13-2
put
and
it.
I've got a site simulator. Oh, here we go. Filu still got the ult here. Still taking the space as is, as per. Not feeling necessary yet.
Where is Grabinho going?
It'd actually be pretty sick.
Okay,
Okay, got him. Got the Teo.
Okay.
If the delay is good here, Grabinho is going
Oh,
to
broke shield so
This
fast.
actually could be really nice. Ooh.
Oh.
Maybe that's why he didn't use the ult.
Damn, Vinny. Damn, bro. This guy's got a family and
Please
shit.
save us.
Like a mom and dad.
many
He's
ults.
got.
So
He's
many
too young
ults.
probably to have like kids and
Feels
stuff,
almost
but
like, I don't say
holy
impossible, easy, but it's
shit.
so hard. Grabino's made it. He's here. He made it in time, and Koi are actually
I didn't know
cleaning
Mini
up.
had that
KC
in him.
falling like flies. All the ults finally burnt. They waited for the
Still win
perfect
the round,
moment, but
though.
they got them maybe the perfect round here. 11 looking like it's about to be etched on the scoreboard, and it is.
Yeah, memes aside,
Sheesh.
that default towards B, clearing out the space, denying the information, going back towards A, I think it's, again, like I said on the KC side, it's a good default. Grabinho's lurk.
Oh, there's a lot of
a
like
good
betters in here, Doves.
Something you rarely see.
I live.
You have to be very confident that you
I
kind of
live
broken
through
all
their
that shield
bets.
towards
It's actually
the
so
which is what
fun.
that
I
default
love it when
does.
people tell me their bets. Because obviously I can.
It's a good
So
round.
I just get excited about it.
The frustration is there.
Bro, you know who told me they got into sports betting?
Looking
stressed.
Yeah, which
Young
doesn't normally
Wyatt
happen. Genuinely,
River.
it is.
This
He's
guy
quite a
is
stoic
not
character when it comes to it.
esports betting, but like
So yeah, seeing him a
real
little bit
sport. I'm like,
worried
bro,
here is Koi on
that's
building
D10
it,
Wyatt.
Martin.
No, nice shot.
That is nice. Quick hit and run. Grabino removed. But
They captured Wyatt. He pulled up the app and was like, look, I would never bet on this game, but look at these lines right now. Look at the kill counts on these 2G players. I was like, bro.
I've told you about this. You don't go here.
Ooh.
Oh, Shadows fight.
Ooh.
Okay. Fair play. Let's
He's so
show me
rotted,
what this
yeah.
side of the map looks like.
I was
believe
cracking
we're in
up,
the
bro.
middle. Some might say Elite gonna take one, but it's traded out. Good spacing, but a 3v2. Still with a man advantage of KC. It's gonna be tricky to be comfortable in a post plant. They still haven't really got the spike on the site here. They still probably don't know where the site is. It's uncharted territory, this B site. So Soulcast needs to buy time and keep them secure. He
stun.
spotted one for sure.
Oh.
Sadak just barges forward.
He's sad.
Shados,
He's sad-acked him.
he might
Sat
get a
down.
plant. I don't know if he's gonna get much more. Oh, he might not.
Damn, bro.
Oh, he's made it out. He's alive.
45 HP though.
And a dream.
Oh.
It's all good. All good. A little bit of a moment there. That's why we don't go to B.
That's why we don't go B. That's
We don't go B.
Analysis for that round done.
It's easy being an analyst. I don't know what the hard work is.
No, it's actually.
I'd say more stuff.
Oh, you're meant to
I
say
wasn't
more.
very proud of
Right.
it. No, I wasn't.
I think we just keep it simple. Don't go
No, the craziest part about that Wyatt conversation, when I think about it in hindsight, it felt like we were working fucking office jobs. Because, like, we were just roaming the halls of, like, VCT before the broadcast. And I ran into him in the kitchen. It was like we had a water cooler talk, bro. I'm thinking back, I'm like, man, that's kind of crazy. It was scenes, bro. It was like a skit.
We've got a couple of ults coming in. Elite's there. Arviz is there.
Felt like a skit.
So here we go. This looks actually relatively similar to that kind of 3-2 split with that late pressure through middle that we saw
Don't
KC
leak the doc.
attempt.
Don't leak it.
Yeah, they figured it out fast.
All right, going back to the double lurk mid. Are they stealing their strat? Wait a second. Are we literally stealing? No tail ult though.
That's so clean.
Equally as successful.
Shadow's gone, but I think he saw Grabino. I'm not sure. Maybe
No,
a little bit of
bro.
consider. Wow, Zadak certainly did. We told you about this. B is cursed.
No,
it is why
no,
we
it's
only go
mid.
towards A.
You don't go
cannot come
mid.
here.
You cannot go mid.
Filu has got forward to locate. Spike
Lord.
left where it is makes it even harder on this cross. Abez is watching
my
lovely
God.
from Filu. He has been clean.
Yeah, he has
Not
been
going to write him
actually.
off yet. Very difficult though, and that smoke. Found to get away with the spike here. A little bit of a consideration from Sugetsu to gap close on it. Now plant in. He spotted Sugetsu.
Shield gone.
Able to
2 off ult.
almost feigning that fall away to side.
KC have grouped up.
Oh, he's playing it well. He's playing it real well, chat.
Filu's doing. Let's stick on Filu. How dare you ever pull a Prius? Thank you. Don't you get away from that one play.
Get him, Lauren. Fucking
Yeah,
get him.
Because simple will happen. You don't want to have that. Sorry, observers. I love you. Oh dear. Well, the knife connecting is an issue.
Ooh.
But that shot wasn't.
Ooh.
Filu, are you on for an absolutely mythical moment here? But the timing might have gotten away. Zadak there in the end.
Our team must have had
But that
smoke
was
out
on
right
a
there or some shit.
Real knife's edge for a moment. Diffuse comes in, but I love the attempt.
Yeah, nice attempt. KC, I like the discipline to just group up, but at a certain point, it's almost over-disciplined, given a bit of...
Little bit too much room there, yeah.
Lauren and Minnie are going crazy on the cast. They're just...
Reshift towards side, but it felt like a nice hit, but maybe they weren't
is
that
based
comfortable
today.
because
What's
the radius
happening?
of it could have been
Is it
somewhere
always like
else.
this?
It's
It
okay.
was just...
This game, it's okay. We're gonna...
Tell me the rest. Tell me the rest.
Yeah, I want...
No. I want to know what the solution is.
I want to know the
Earlier,
solution
like,
too.
we saw that
Wait.
split come in, and because it's almost both teams
No.
have that in their playbook, they were so ready for it. Like that strat is nice if you've abused B, and it's like when the noise on B happens, the other team's scared of
Damn,
it.
the one way
But the B
in B
hasn't been
lobby to
working,
slow
so
him
why
down, the
would
knife in
defense
B
be
lobby
scared?
to slow him down. We're fucking crunching mid.
Surely not.
Right, guys. It's not
Chad
worth
Hawk
it. So
bringing the
they're not gonna
aggression.
copy. The classic, we go B. It's a vintage feel.
Big ults on both sides though, so there's a bit of a mind game between
Stop.
where the retakes might happen.
This is amazing,
They try
bro.
and cross back over. What? Martin's good for what? Ooh, the shield. I mean,
Damn, that was
for
really
the
good
heck,
use
they
of that
are
ISO
really
shield.
playing just-
That was
I hate
really
saying
good
knife
use.
edge again, but it's like such fine margins they're trying to play with here.
Yeah, Killjoy turret's usually used there to stop that kind of pick.
He has the fake ISO ult again.
Ferns use it on the A.
The streets say his X key is broken.
Yeah, and again, these ults, it's all going to come down to these ults.
See, now look,
Where are
KC
we?
know
Where?
you and me where they need to be.
Bro's just
No,
guessing?
Guys don't fall for
No.
it. Guys don't fall for it.
They're allowed to fall for it when they can retake these ults, though, is my only thing. But post-plant ults, Viper's Pit, you see here, now it gets a bit awkward. It's going to be a messy round.
Oh, Flyer. The util pour on then was just impossible. There was like no way in really.
18 seconds.
I don't think they got.
Tick
Gonna be
tock.
Melon's moment,
Tick
potentially.
tock. Tick tock.
This moment. Can we brand that?
10
I
seconds.
think
Damn,
Sideshow's
bro.
got that one really.
Yeah, that's a
hasn't he?
you got the Chico.
Yeah.
You got the
This is a
sheet.
little bit more fruity. Melon's moment. Oof. What? Don't judge. I'm getting called out by observers.
Bro, the
I'm playing
observer's
back,
shaking
11
his
to 10,
head.
KC.
That's crazy, bro. Yumi's wilding out.
Schooling Koi out just enough. This is 3
Yumi
consecutive
production
rounds.
is going crazy today.
Yeah, I think
It's got to be a timeout. Yeah, yeah.
there's a rule that I have on maps like this where it's like, if you're, especially against like a Viper ult, if you're mid-rounding to the point where you got 30 seconds left, you're running around the map, and the other team has a bunch of big ults.
Yeah, Casey got to close the shit. That's what I'm saying, dog.
In for a Melon's moment. So like, stop that
Those are fresh
mid-rounding
stats,
earlier.
yeah.
You need to stop that mid-rounding earlier so that doesn't happen.
It does feel like it always comes down to like about 30 seconds and they're creeping towards the side. I'm like, oh my word. It does make me nervous.
They got the.
So
What do they got?
pause here for
Tail.
Koi. Maybe needs
Both
to
teams
kind
have
of
tail.
right the ship.
Omenal to like stack a
There.
site.
Frequent missions towards B. Not great.
Omen,
I actually quite like what they were
think
trying
like
to do.
this, like the
They
way
were doing
Omen
things
has
speeded
this
up a little
op,
earlier, but
like
Sugetsu's
Omen can
been
play
great at
like
controlling
an
that space
aggro
and
beeline, say like top
calling when he
yellow,
needs to support
TP
on
all
it,
the way to like
playing it
A
very
heaven,
well, but
or
again, I do think Koi needs
take
to
an aggro
reevaluate
A
how
line
they're
and
approaching this map
TP
at the
all
very
the way to yellow, or snow, or top site.
Fancy.
This is a very
Yeah,
good
it's
ult in
kind
this
of
scenario.
working,
Very
but
good.
ultimately,
Normally, Omen ults.
There's like bigger issues, if you know what I mean. Like again, if you're running into a site
I
with
find
25
like
seconds left, and
I find there's a couple maps where like the defense Omen ult goes kind of crazy. This is one of them.
Right the ship. Here we go.
I sometimes nah.
Still
Lotus
have
doesn't
Soulcast
really.
with the ult. Still got a buy here.
I had the other map in my head just now. I just fucking
The other
forgot
side.
it. It's so annoying.
Arvez has his.
towards B with the ult this time.
Ascent was the other one.
Yeah, switch up. You're bang on. Sugetsu playing towards middle this time instead. I guess with the operator, that lovely line to play off.
Oh.
You noted early.
This is the power of the Koi comp. They have 2 drones, so Martin's gonna struggle to get work done. But nice.
Really,
little
you don't like the
reposition off
Omen?
smoke.
I've always
This
liked the
feels
Omen.
brave though, doesn't it? Because you're taking gambles here. You can't see everything. You can't see that close creep up on the lane.
So he's going with the yellow option.
Martin gonna need some help here, but he's really unwilling to walk away.
I think they heard
I'm
that.
also keeping my mind towards Sugetsu.
He did
looking
time
like
that
he
drop really
thought
well,
about
but
pressuring middle, not to be though.
refreshing that smoke.
Martin still feeling enough presence here that he doesn't want to fall off this.
He made it.
Not sure what the next step here is for Koi.
Just so you guys know, he's making it so it's leaning towards sight, right? So there's more of a gap this side. If it's flush in the center, it's not good. You want to lean it to one of the sides.
And yellow potentially.
Maybe waiting on Flyers util this side.
Oh,
no,
again,
he's still
the
towards
shields.
middle. Okay. So
Right,
yeah,
tail,
they all
cutting
towards
back
kind of
side.
mid site. Elite's got a
We're
nice
coming
little
through
pocket
mid.
to play from though. Looking like they want to.
Strat we saw before.
Time.
No. Last time they cut through mid.
We wouldn't get double melons.
Double melons?
melons.
Wait a second. Booba?
You need to go, man.
It's true. I'll get fined. Never happened. Martin. Ooh.
No.
Hold on. A little bit of a run here coming out from Koi. They've left it late, but
2v4.
they've left it just enough time. Plants in.
Doable
They
now.
made it work, but it
Big
is still
fight,
a
right?
2v3. Aves now on his own. Koi operating under so much pressure and making it count this time. And now there it is. Flyer's going to catch
All right.
Aves.
The double lurk came up big.
That felt so risky, but it works.
I think Casey ran this exact same strat with a tail.
I
think, right?
I think so.
It's funny how, you know, maps develop within regions and scrims and things.
How would I feel about a deadlock instead of a KO in the KC comp?
Cool. That's
Can I tell you something, Whale? Like, there were some...
Koi went...
Ooh. There were some of my brain cells that were thinking that when I was in VCT and I worked the desk with Leaf. And I just, when I have these players like this, I'm just picking their brain all the time. Like, I'm just... And I asked him, I was just like, what do you think about deadlock here? He's like, no. Like, no. It's so hard to make it work. And I trust that guy more than I trust myself.
Again, playing a really high
He's part of
game. If they've had no
G2.
contact towards B long, no pressure towards middle. This is a really risky game.
I think I could make deadlock work.
Aves and Martin.
What a play. Great play. Holy
Shoulder
fuck.
to shoulder and holding back that creep, that almost contact towards a site.
1v5 for Corbinio.
Do I like the no duelist?
After this one, Minnie, because you look happy. Rubino.
I don't mind it, no.
There's nothing more to be done here. Aves and
I'm a
Martin
weirdo.
doing really well, but it's an in-zone flawless, but it doesn't feel like a
I've
good
seen it
one
look
here.
flat
Koi,
so many times,
what are we up to there?
but
What do you think went wrong?
I have
Was it
just
wrong?
enough narcissism in me where I say I can make it work. You know?
Back, Saigetsu.
Just enough.
For some reason,
Just
they don't
enough.
do it, and Saigetsu's just going to stand there and know that you're not coming B. So...
Truthfully,
little sub
I
there
see all
for
that
Casey to
util and I'm
hide
like,
low
I know I
touch,
can
no
make this
kills.
shit work.
You know, it's not easy to
I
do
could
that
be the
still.
one to
If
make
you
it
know they're
work.
coming in, it's not as simple as just, you know, kill them.
No, exactly. That's why it got me a little bit nervous, because
Yeah.
if it goes even slightly wrong, then you're kind of screwed and the floodgates are open. But going back to this A hit, again, no pressure down B long, no show towards B long. The knife probably connecting quite a few players as well. You can see it here. So
but if I had an insane duelist, I would let them play.
Really talented at their jobs. I like them, I promise you. So again, we're seeing that Koi are going to be noted, and this pressure is feeling almost too obvious, right? It's almost like, surely they're not coming here.
This is the classic Icebox though. Like
yeah,
the obvious isn't the worst. It's just that all that conditioning from Koi earlier could have been used.
They pair it with the Vuln.
They're so close here, kind of making it through from Maze. A little bit of a stall. Tap on the spike, so they know it is committed now. Arves has his ult. We've just heard Sadax coming in as well.
Nice from Koi. I think that
Tail and missiles, guys. This shit, they're not playing for a long fucking time. Look at these pieces.
It's a 5v5 brawl.
Wait, they're fighting.
Oh, they're going in. Sadak! Sadak gets two there, does he?
Chadhawk.
And Sugetsu, they retake the area around Maze. It feels like Koi thought they had that for free. Certainly not. Oh my god.
No, why you? Oh, okay, that's right. Last round. I'm kidding. I'm I'm trolling. I thought that was second last round. I got nervous.
I felt like my rank games there. Just the 5v5 brawl on air.
I mean, that's just Icebox, mate.
Great read from KC.
I'm a little bit confused that Koi stopped.
I wanted to, but I felt like I would feel like a trade there.
And maybe the cross in middle felt unsafe. I don't know what it is, but why would you
I am
stop
very
showing
uneasy about it.
Those question marks after you've been so adamant to pressure.
Like, old me would be like, there's no fucking way some rookie comes on the stage and like fucking owns 100 Thieves. There's no fucking way. But new me, after watching all these years of Valorant and watching these rookies do it over and over, and watching this Luxo kid at Ascension last year, new me says Luxo's about to get fucking 50 kills in 2 maps.
It's going to be an upward trajectory for Koi. It's frustrating, I'm sure, after what was quite a successful run of things. Now, KC back on the attack and Koi on the defending side now.
Over there.
KC following
Don't
the script
call me a
of there is
snake,
only
guys.
one site. You better attend it.
I hope Cryo farms. I hope for it. I really do.
Looking at an angle in middle, but got spotted out, so gonna be ailing away. But yeah, classic Icebox coming in for KC. Scaling up A.
Oh no, Filu! It was just couldn't find the shot he needed, and now it's uncomfortable.
Oh, saved by the goat fly. Let's go, baby.
Kills for him, catching the cross up towards the site. So fancy to go, and it didn't go well. Now Shadows, Messi,
gonna win the map
KC
now.
coming together,
Chadhawk
expecting these little plays coming through. Grubino. I mean, he's trying, but the ult's come on, so he's going to be forced forward, and Sugetsu is going to catch 13-12. They take the lead.
Yeah, I think that round's a beautiful illustration of why I'm not annoyed when a team just sends a bunch of people A. It can still work. Sugetsu being the player at middle, creating a bit of a distraction. Cancel option maybe. But yeah, beautiful scaling and trading from KC.
Damn! Bro! Some of the one-taps this guy's hitting this map.
Your chance here. Showed us a good game. Don't let this map become a forgettable footnote. KC with the timeout. You said this before, and I think it was either map 1 or maybe earlier in this, but in pivotal rounds that KC do call timeouts even if they're in the lead.
Oh my god, the fist, guys, it's 2.
What's about to happen.
Yeah, I think
end the fucking game, KC!
Because you're not
switching
sides, so there's no momentum from a side, so makes sense for KC if they think they've got a read here.
Match. Then we went on to have a game with, in my opinion, that bind. One of those throws I will never forget.
And all of this comes down to one. Derek starts to defuse. Have on it.
My go.
Have done it. What a victory for Evil Geniuses.
Definitely a chip on my shoulder. Probably a chip on hers to continue making a point. Maybe there's a tweeting coming or something.
Sentinel has always been a team that we look up to, and they've always been a team that has been ahead on the meta. So there's a little bit of copying off of Kaplan, I'm not going to lie.
Another half as they try to flood in. Zekin is too sharp.
They did bring in the tail so quick.
3 for Zekin now at null command in play. Give him the rest. Just Kesnet left now, and Zekin will dodge it away. There is your iBuy power ace, folks.
I'd be lying if I said I won't have a little bit of extra motivation, I think, strategically.
Fuck, this is gonna be a banger. Okay, let's finish this out.
Trap there already.
Is actually shouldering this.
I'm getting hype as fuck for that game.
It feels like in regulation.
Yeah, new idea from KC here. Pushing straight through. Aves, I wouldn't check him here. Be surprised if Koi do.
I wouldn't check him.
They do have drones though.
I wouldn't check him here. He's definitely getting checked, chat. We all know how jinxes work, right?
Footsteps as well as
Wait, I'm counter jinxing it though.
And you can see him talking away, calling this. But look who's pushed up here, Martin. Confident in this positioning, poised.
Surely we're.
None the wiser, but Flyer.
But even with this death, they might
My
not
go
expect
Flyer,
so
what, bro?
And then also more coming in.
Sugetsu's been good here though. And the Aldron doesn't clear him. Still on for this one. They're going to try and cut through towards site, but he's got a fight on his hands.
Damn,
oh,
the reset.
Grubino.
Trades are even 2v2. Big
Team
fight
them
right
up
here.
Down to this 2v2. Shados and Flyer up against Aves and Elite. Top of the pack for KC.
Damn, he filtered the fight with the molly.
Knows
because the
util.
util.
Shados in a 1v2 to keep hope.
Great KJ play
and
right
chance
there.
alive. 20
Force the
seconds.
fight right side with the molly.
Spike. He played with. He's looking for anyone to give him that moment. And the time is slipping away. He knows it, spots one, but that's not all of the story here. He's got to commit on this plan, he knows. And actually, fortunately enough, there's a pocket.
Oh!
He's got a great kill. Just couldn't turn in time towards Aves. A moment almost made.
All right, just in time. Sadak actually told the truth. He literally told his team, don't worry, we're going to win the game. And they fucking won the game. He gave them the plan and they actually won. Remember that shit? Dude, what a goat. What a fucking goat. What do we got over here? Haven, Pearl, Lotus. I kind of want Ascent, man. I've been liking watching Ascent. Like I said, I like the heavy defense maps as an XIGL. It's like a puzzle for me.
They could have maybe cooked up. You were talking about innovation. If we actually had Ascent, there was maybe a possibility we could see the innovation coming out of EG. But picking here the ban onto split is huge because you know how good Sentinels is on that map. So picking Haven, they look pretty decent.
Wait, she had
Haven.
cute.
That's the white
Yeah,
line for
she.
EG as well.
Oh,
Yes, and
she's
it's also
cooking.
a map that both teams have kind of had ups and downs on. I mean, EG barely squeaking by a win against 2G. I mean, that notorious, Cypher trip.
Yeah.
But also Sen losing to 100 Thieves on this map after what looked like a pretty promising attack side. It's the defense where both these teams struggle.
And where we haven't even mentioned yet is the fact that Lotus is our floater. So the fact that here Sentinels didn't go for a Lotus
title.
Pick, again, potentially going back to the conversation of not evolving with the Tejo. And in those moments, in that match against Crew, there's been so many rounds. We were talking about those conversions.
Support my boy
it was
Derek.
on those post plants. They didn't have enough refreshable utility left in the post plant capabilities that allow Crew to flood right back. So that potentially becomes a weakness.
Even who does
of the
that
map pool of
fucking
Sentinels
cringe-ass
and why they're
ringtone.
switching over to Pearl, their second map.
Yeah, also, we want to talk about the innovation, and we think of Potter, right? I mean, Sen haven't really innovated on Lotus either, right? Let's just say it how it is.
Yeah,
they've been running an old comp besides the Vice pick, but here we go. Here's the Agent picks on Haven, and yeah, it's that Waylay composition again. Again, last time EG was struggling heavily on the defensive side on how to retake. I imagine.
True, Shanzo
they're
is
gonna
on
be way
Sen.
more clean, maybe a little bit more
Baited me with the
disruptive
Derek
and try to
question.
make chaos into this Sentinels team.
No, I saw Yoru here for Sentinels.
Yes.
It's like they're going back to brass tacks here.
I mean, this is also
Nary
picked up here by 100 Thieves.
Nary
in
fell a
last
little
week,
flat
so
on the
maybe
ISO,
they realized
truthfully.
something that 100 Thieves are doing well that could mimic to play against EG. The weakness is going into that one.
All right, well, I was wondering
What's
what
up,
other maps
Egg?
we'd sort of see the Neon picked up in. It's going to be an interesting look for Zekin. It's time, folks, to head into map number
Castle
one.
with Rib would be pretty fire.
High stakes NA matchup and send it over
I love Rib.
casters. It's Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, fellas.
Yeah,
I think
right, bro.
Uber hit the nail on the head. When we talk about stakes, for these two teams, they come in 1-1.
Nah, bro.
Yes, Sentinels has had a lot more international experience.
Nah,
but for
don't
Evil
do me like
Geniuses,
this,
they have
Ender. You
been
son
on
of
the
a
big
bitch.
stage since,
Don't.
Champs
No,
2023?
stand up.
Yeah, and coming in
Don't
now,
do this.
big high stakes. You got
Shut up.
really got to lift it up for them. When you consider like strength schedule remaining, right? You've got a Crew coming up after
This is not doing good for my analyst narrative. Yeah, Doug actually had leg extensions. His fucking legs are like 8 feet tall now, and his upper torso is like fucking 13 inches still.
SDs, I think the other thing that needs to happen quickly here is
It's
both of
crazy.
these
It's
teams
crazy to
have
look
figure
at
out their
Doug,
defensive
how he's
woes.
grown.
EG playing defense in the first half.
EG looking for a quick fight into mid. 2 garage, 2 mid, ready to trap.
Tomorrow and Sunday, no audience.
Hand.
Ooh, bait setup. Double bait setup.
Icy has been such a point of conversation. How is he going to be able to slide in? He's going to be the tip of the spear here. First on the challenge, gets a kill, not able to TP away, but damage dealt. You got a lot of presence going up C-long as well. They have all the space.
Now, EG are sending 2 players to wrap around, scout out if there's going to be a late lurk into mid. 4-on-4 and options now for Sentinels to look in towards spawn. Check out
I know,
how
audience.
aggro
I
Zelsis
think
is going.
League of Legends is
Zelsis,
using
the rest of
stage.
Sentinels, all of them are starting to scale up towards spawn. I love that decision, but you're right, it is Zelsis who's been sent off onto his own little side mission.
He's still going.
All right, here we go. Breach stun. Blind coming in.
Continuing to push the pace. He will shortly find out that there's
Flash,
nothing on the other
actually.
side of that door.
And the drone doesn't see him either, Doug.
And the timing on this is perfect. The flash is there. Nothing really on the swing
What?
quite yet. Now narrate.
One
Bounce
shot
onto
him?
nature. And Zelsis is playing this timing perfectly. A
Yeah,
great start
pistol.
for the red side.
Sentinels didn't even need Zelsis in that position because
Oh.
Narrate takes care of everybody. 3 kills for Sensova. And really reacting there nicely to what should have been a good pistol round from Evil Geniuses, right? They had this little trap set up, but the stun comes in late because EG wasn't playing such an aggro line into Garage. And I think the call coming in from John QT to say, okay, we can actually take this space in towards Link. Maybe even working off some prep there. EG, when they ran a similar play in their last showing, went for these B players walking out into the mid space, and
This
Sentinels
is
punished them.
EG's pick.
And now they're in a position to really pile it on. A bit of an investment, keeping 2 ghosts, but a little bit more pop around that. Meanwhile, EG focused on the A side of the map for now.
Yeah, Super right now is sitting over in Link with a Paranoia line potentially for a refight
Ooh.
from EG. They've got a couple of sheriffs themselves, but
this could be messy. I mean, they've got Nature stunned. Actually, Nature just used his stun, but
It's pretty
there is a
rare to
lot
send
behind
like
this
multiple
trap.
people in the zone though, so yeah.
Is there enough for the bite? Celsius is feeling some of that pressure, and again, C being explored.
yeah, I like how calmly Sentinels played that, not overcommitting to the space.
Yeah.
Now they can work up here, try and find the camera, which they do eventually get. Evil Geniuses do a lot of these plays where they play really aggro on one side of their defense, and the other side is
Lele's so
just
funny.
playing for a retake and them falling.
That cage will not save you there. Bang on the trade, though. Nicely done. 2 pistols remain.
I want to see the energy
Barring a
Sen bring
nice
out on this
timing from
bonus
Supa
shot.
here. I mean, that's a decent shot.
This is way
Still
too
a couple
loose
of
right
sheriffs
now.
left,
Like
and
the
now that's
separation's
actually a
weird.
Spectre picked up from Icy. Supa's probably gonna need to get one more
Ooh.
here if he can. Look at that!
1, maybe 2.
30 seconds.
And look
maybe
how quick the flank is coming in as well.
Yeah,
from the left.
Icy's on a
I mean, it
killer
has to
flank right now with
speed
his
up.
sheriff.
Superman's been doing
They
all
heard
this
him.
on his
They heard
own.
him.
Spike planted.
Icy now arriving at the scene, instantly dropped. All eyes back on Superman. Still
Icy
just a
looks
sheriff in
cold to
hand, 2
start.
smokes to play around. And an opportunity to send this first half into havoc already. But there's so much more to be done. 65 HP off
Ooh.
the first swing. He connects onto Bang, but narrates there to save the day. An expensive anti-eco.
Yeah,
So
Sentinels
bad.
went for the FPX buy, so 3 rifles there. They only come away with the
The
one.
only one left.
Just the nice shots from Supa doing some work. The Sentinels still have options to force up. I think mainly what I'm looking for now from Evil Geniuses that has
Bro,
struggled on their defensive
Trick,
map.
I
Shots on
laughed.
basically every map.
Your
Nearly
one of your
throwing
tweets
this
was
map
one of the
away
ones I was
to
cracking up
2G
at.
back in week 1.
Oh my god, I laughed at
Got to
so
lock
many
down
of the
this
juvenile
side of things,
tweets.
especially now choosing
Because
to
there's
pick
just
Haven
so
for the
many
first time this
fucking
stage.
No,
bangers,
you're absolutely
man.
right. I agree. There's a lot of bite behind this, too.
What
for Sentinels.
is your-
I mean, this is a really strong bonus.
There's just so many fucking crazy
This
tweets
EG's
about
defensive setup
first
from when
gooning
he
ban
got
is
the ace last
crazy.
week, him playing corner over towards C. Now just geared up for a refight, but Icy falls before he even gets to
Wow.
swing.
He was just
Damn.
not, I mean, not certain, not convinced that somebody could have been up close.
Yeah, it was like
His
frozen
crosshair was
solid.
definitely going to be towards the A main peak. Meanwhile, the Paranoia is already out. Zekin is all the way, I mean, back in hell at
Big
this point,
2K.
but Nature is
Needs
keeping
one
the
more.
line back.
Needs one more.
Playing
Cannot
alive,
get
being
traded out.
nuisance.
He cannot.
A little bit more to be done. Has to swing. And Bang's there to greet him. 3v2, the way the attack. The spike now down. He ain't Superman with much to do.
Yeah, Supa already used the Paranoia to try and help out, so there's no way to even get through this smoke.
He does have one of his own, though.
John's got a fault line ready to go. I mean, good luck, EG.
Yeah, the numbers don't always tell the tale, do they? Much easier said than done. Bang with 3 as Sentinels.
Oh yeah.
That's just brutal.
Yeah, this is a
I mean, Zekin
really rough start right now for EG.
going for a swing there. Nature's got his fault
I mean, you never want your duelists like that getting just like humbled early in a game because it means like less risk taking. And the more shelled your duelist feels, the harder it is to win.
clearing away the breach.
Good calm.
Great start here for Sen City.
I agree.
Fly
A
by
lot of
Free Teams.
bonuses
There's a
this
monkey
year.
in the
You're
hands of
right.
Icy.
People are bringing in like a
And
lot of
light
good
armor
set
for
ideas.
Ye,
I
who,
think.
You know,
Cool,
Ender, we've been
slow.
talking about this a little bit. Ye
One-way top
has
C.
seemed like the main success for Evil Geniuses so far.
Sova grabbing orb.
And mainly that comes due to his lurking on the attack side.
Oh,
And sometimes it can be nice shots like that.
First kill for Ye.
Love that too. Not overheating.
It's
Drops
out.
a couple of cages. Gets away.
Still though, Sentinels have the spike actually planted. Narrate's going to get the ultimate off of that. So some options to fall into long and stall out time. You see Bang is teleported into the back of site. He's going to be a rat and just try to take down and delay EG as long as possible for Sen to play the post.
Garage smoke, leaving Superman out of the play for a little while. Good stall. Very good stall. They're going to pop the Hunter's Fury too. Bang on the swing, and the Sheriffs are singing! Narrate's left in 1v3. Has the dart to play around, still fully healthy.
Oh, no.
Swings into first, gets two.
Oh, I thought he was getting it. Okay.
That's not the round that was supposed to go their way.
EG's Sheriff showing up in a big way. I mean, that fight into backside was messy from Sentinels. They thought they could disrupt that fight by having a Hunter's Fury, right? So players on EG are going to be trying to run away, dodge out.
Havoc.
Right, and then you can swing off of that, but it ended up being all these Sheriffs flooding, winning their fights. Kind of what Super was able to do on that
That's when
second
I was
round,
put on
but
notice.
Didn't go EG's way.
Boy, Narrate gave that a run, didn't he? 20 HP for Icy at the end there.
I mean, he's off to a great start. 8-2 so far. But this has somehow gotten EG right back into the swing of things. And their defensive side is usually marked by playing really strong aggro plays around their waylay, usually into A, sometimes down C long.
Yeah.
But their weak side of the map, it's usually Ye playing super passive, oftentimes for
Off
retake.
B completely,
EG have
no trips
struggled
on
in the
B.
retakes. One of the
You
things
see
I
it.
was curious about was if Ye
when
was gonna
setups
play
look
more
like this,
aggressively, and it doesn't
they're getting the
seem to
early
be the
info.
case so
I think
far in
Ye
these
should be
early rounds.
collecting this trip at this point and
Seems like it's gonna
repositioning
be
it.
the case this round either. Once again, Zek
Minor
getting the
gripe.
best of the opposing
I'm
duelists.
hating this. This is
Keep a close eye
so
on
weird.
that matchup. EG fully rotating back towards A. The paranoia is out, but the space has not been taken. The TP committed from Bang. Perched down in hell. Smokes out through, but this is a little labor. Nature finally cracking the side open. 2 kills found, and A is theirs.
Let's see it. Let's get a damage count, chat.
Right?
Nope. Nope.
EG are going to
Nope.
be forced to play for a save.
Quick maths,
This is
minus
a round where Derek
13.
had the ultimate, right?
Nope.
EG would have loved to
Oh,
actually get
God.
involved and fight on this site.
Yeah.
But again, that fight down long, Icy getting picked off, is going to be a consistent issue for Evil Geniuses.
Oh, that's...
And so what's the adjustment on the other side of that? Are you investing a little bit more to set Icy up on those fights, or do you give it up?
Usually EG will give it up. Like, if you look at their series versus 100 Thieves last week, Evil Geniuses,
This
when
is
they started falling
insane
apart on
map
those
right now
A
for
lobby
Narrate.
fights, they just started
What's he at,
playing
like 10
into
kills?
B space. They started sending Icy down into C long. They didn't really revisit that area of the map until much later on their defensive side. And even then, they weren't able to find a lot of the answers, so it's highly likely that Ye switches his setup to play the A side of the map in these future rounds, and maybe they can just ignore those early fights that Zekin continues to find there.
The ones that have been their Achilles heel. I mean, Zekin's, he's only 3-3, but I'm pretty sure all of the kills have been on Icy.
Oh,
It's rough,
line kill
these
too.
openers too, because it's not like EG are just trying to have Icy dry swing. There's a flash that's trying to come in, but it's just not doing anything.
Why is bro just cheesing at us?
Early timeout called here by Potter. Let's see what sort of adjustments.
Series
adaptations
over?
are on the
You're-
other
you're-
side.
no.
You mentioned right before the
Your
break,
time of
or
deathing them
before the
right
timeout,
now
Derek
at
has his ult.
2:15.
You thought they
Wait, is that the trick aim time of death 2:15 p.m.?
This round so
That's
awkward for EG is
disrespectful.
because they don't have the money to play around it. So usually when you're looking at rounds like this where you have the big ultimates but no real guns, you'd like to run some kind of an early active play, see if you can find a pick, get numbers in your favor. Because the more you can draw out the clock after doing that, all of a sudden your ultimate's value gets more and more as the round
Oh,
moves
floor
on.
on EG
We've
would've
already
been
seen what
insane,
EG
huh?
can do with just the Sheriffs in hand.
Yeah, it's been their. I mean, it's been their.
I
only
feel like Potter
compliment so
hasn't
far.
gotten the meta down at all
Goes off
really
of
this year
Those
when I
massive kills
watched
and then
them.
Icy getting last with the Sheriff back C. So
They lack a lot
maybe
of. Oh,
that's their strength.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see them work a little bit better together, you know,
Sure.
in setting up some of these fights. It's been a bit disjointed between Nature and Icy. I'm kind of thinking EG might want to run some kind of play into the mid space this round. That said, it could just be on the eco. You keep things very similar and go back once again into the A space before switching things up on round 7, which is going to be the real defining one of this half.
Extreme dungeon. Guys.
Question is, they take it an inch. Will they pounce off of it? Will they fully invest? You
Extreme
see that trip already cleared
Bro's
out.
whole
Garage
setup
is
just
just
got
off that
deleted in like 1 second. Bro's cam was broken. This trip was shocked. Oh no, he didn't cam yet. Okay, I thought he cammed early. Okay, we're good. We're good. I was like, that was the quickest I've seen a Cypher setup go away.
It's a bit odd right now. Evil Geniuses are playing without any information in mid, so this forces them to double up players over in the
They're baiting
links.
this. They're not
Hold
breaking
on
the
to the
cam,
space.
showing
Now
a
a
lot
dart
of
goes down
pressure,
there, and they
making
kill
them
a little
lean.
bit of audio into A.
We're going back C.
But with the clock winding down, this could come to punish Sentinels just a little bit. Now, Bang has Spike.
Cam
but he
boys
doesn't
Zelsis
have
out
the
here.
ultimate. I think Sentinels are going to try to set up some kind of fake into A while they can slink in to this very empty C side.
Showing the neon, wall up, stun. We're running back out of here, aren't we? Sure, we're out.
Or do
We
they
out.
realize it's a red
All right,
herring? Are
we
they
are
not
activated.
interested? The dash away from Waylay, the smoke's out A as well.
And remember, Sentinels are going into the only gun that EG have in Ye's hands.
A 1v5?
Keep an eye on the ults till they use them.
Only 3 at the site here. The Paranoia out, not connecting.
Derek's gonna use
Ye
this.
taking a step back.
Is the thing though, Ye plays so passive, but now Hunter's Fury coming in. We're only 20 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, he hit him.
Spike still not committed. Derek wide right on the ult. Bang
Oh,
not
God,
committing
these
it.
both.
Rolling Thunder out. 13
Must win
seconds
for
left.
EG now.
Spike still delayed. Keep a
Must
close eye
win.
on the clock.
I don't know about
Second
this.
holding the line, or at least attempting to. Spike finally sinking into the soil of the site. Attack in full control as Derek's left in 1v4. Better late than never, I guess.
EG's defensive woes continue. I mean, that's an eco round. You're using a Hunter's Fury.
Wow, bro.
And the Breach.
Wow.
2 ultimates invested to try and delay the spike from eventually going down. But even then, Ye falls. The only gun EG had. Continuing
No
to play
EG's
very
pick.
passive, right? He's given no support on the defensive side, and yet tries to play, slower, tries to play for the team, play retakes. But EG have not been in positions
Center
where they're
just
allowed
better.
to actually go for that.
Yeah.
And this isn't just a today thing. This is
Center
all 3
just
maps.
better. That's what I was saying when
So
I
now EG off of that loss.
picked
Yeah, they
them.
can
I'm
invest a
scared
little
for
more.
EG.
IC has not,
'cause-
but those ults that you mentioned are no longer on the board. Second one is carry through. Second really far up, and they'll find a vacancy site.
Great kill off the
Okay.
trip.
That's a little opener for Ye. Even gets the hat out too, so big information to be gathered, and Evil Geniuses can try to deal with Garage by pinching into the space.
Oh, they're pushing.
Don QT has his
Oh,
ult.
didn't
He
hit.
set the Rolling Thunder out. Zach
Icy.
is catching the best of
Icy's
the
like right
now
here.
Garage is there. Keep a close eye on Nature.
Oh, he didn't get hit by the breach ult.
Into Garage. This is so awkward. It's so disjointed,
Nature's
but they're
dead,
expecting
yep.
it narrate again for Sentinel's massive value on the kill. It's just 2 left. Superman has the op, and you imagine.
Like, they have such poor spacing and, like, playing off of each other. Don't you guys think so? Like, all of these players, like, were near each other and never were trading. And that's just, like, so disappointing. They wasted their ults on their eco. Their duelist is getting fucking diffed left and right. They're losing the ult economy and the econ and the gunfights. Like, every phase of the game right now, EG is losing. The only round they've won is the Thrifty.
It's a very solid game plan.
It is rough.
You tell for Sentinels there, no reason not to hunt that op. They have plenty of money. Second was one off of his ult, so yeah, go get him. And if you die, you'll have the pew-pews for the next round. And yes, Superman's able to hang on to it. But you're right, man. Sentinel's game plan has been, hey, we're going to disrupt this music. We're not going to allow you to fly out.
It's like,
it's been gorgeous for them.
I
so far.
agree. EG shows like these flutters of crazy teamwork and crazy plays.
They can go late into the C side.
But it's
when they're
like,
getting challenged
there's
in A.
so
That's
many
where EG are gonna
rounds
be set up.
where
Maybe they can
they're
get this off later onto an
struggling to
earlier
make things
line.
work, and they rely way
This
too
is the
much on
adjustment
their
for the
individual
IC to start winning these
actions.
fights. Just hand him the big stick. Not even going to get challenged.
Well, I think Sentinels are going to try to refight this anyways.
Heavy fight a lobby.
This is danger. If they commit to this. Smoke, flash, the
shot,
drone
I
there,
see.
the shot connects. You play with fire and it'll burn.
Interesting that EG are holding on to the A space. Sentinels reacting by going into B, but there's a
spotted.
double stack here.
RP good
Forehead
bait
was
now for
spotted. So you see
Superman.
the rotation starting to come through. I see a mad dash to the opposite side of the map.
Fake wall.
This is great calling from Sentinels. Again,
Really
pulling
is,
the C
man.
players into B only to go through Garage into C because they know that long camera is giving EG false info.
Now remember, they may be down numbers, but they do have guns. 2 ults to speak of as well. Zelsis really, that was the one I was interested in, but
Nice little push. Good protection right there.
boy,
Holy shit,
EG
man.
can't figure it out on defense, man.
They really can't. Like, they can't peek
It's
off each
funny,
other
we
and trade the
talk
kills.
so much about how Potter's never lost in VCT to this team.
Hang on.
It's a little closer. John's going to clean up. Sen fans in the audience had no doubt
Yo,
on that one, but
Kaplan heard that fucking narrative, and he took that shit personal today, I think. He's sick of hearing that shit.
difference in terms of game plan, right?
Yeah.
Every single C post plant has been the exact same thing. You've got this double wrap coming.
I'm not going to lie, like, based on my experience with players and listening to a lot of the Sen comms, I guarantee you the players are fucking playing their hearts out today for Kaplan. Because, like, that narrative is, like, kind of shitting on him. And that's just the type of players Sen are. Like,
it certainly helps to have narrate.
Like, they're using it as
putting
motivation,
up the
probably.
performance that he is. I think in this
God
day and
damn
age
it.
of Valorant, it's easy to look at a team and look for the star, right? Who's the guy who's going to put the carry performances? And sometimes there are two or three even, but it's just interesting to watch a Sentinels team develop from the beginning of kickoff up until now. It really does take a village with them.
Yeah, sends a whole galaxy.
Yeah.
Oh, you pun on me.
They made a Netflix show on it, a 3-body problem, and it's Zekin, it's Bang, it's John. This game narrating Zelsis too.
John has the aftershock.
You
Yup.
have a whole slew of problems to
It's
deal
like
with, and it's not
so
gonna get
good,
any easier
man.
on their A retakes, which
The
have
counter util
struggled
is
this
great.
stage.
They do have guns here, and again,
Stun
it's
still
a
on
real
second,
try for
yup.
them. They've got to find some sort of success, and that's certainly going to help.
Ooh.
Derek and Nature
They got
flying out
out.
onto the side. Icy left on the opposite side of the trip for
Oh,
now.
God.
Getting a little bit more active. Meanwhile, Nature not
Holy
connecting
fuck,
on his
bro.
spam 12 HP
So
for the
close.
diffuser. Superman's going to hold it the whole way. With
Okay.
no contest.
Okay. How the fuck
On
did they
the
win that one?
HP. Kind of reminds you
Clean
of that
retake.
2G game that EG on their defensive side in the second half started slipping away, but they had a few of these, just moments where they're full sticking diffuses. They put smokes on players playing off site, are able to win out in the post plants.
Yeah,
Here.
Give me your concern levels though, because while it was an
Nary
excellent flood out
without
from Derek
trick
Evan,
aim? Oh my god.
the diffuse only goes through because Nature doesn't hit the blind spam of the smoke.
Would you like to
I do
supersize
think
that?
EG are still winning that round. Icy's coming in on the flank to deal with that too.
I'm kidding.
It would have gotten
Nary's
a lot
fucking
messier, that's
insane.
for sure though. I think the big thing for EG was comboing their dart, their paranoia with that drop out.
Nary's actually fucking crazy.
Interesting defensive adjustments here. We talked so much about Icy holding the A long line.
For the memes.
Yeah,
He's up garage here.
It's the pistol round, running that one back now.
Nature
though,
is a
after
good
the
leader.
early Info into the A space. EG are
I've
gonna
heard
creep
from
down
Derek
into
how
mid,
much
see if they
Potter
can
has worked
spot
with
out a
him.
lurk or anything.
I mean, surely this is all off of seeing that Icy's not here.
Potter does tons of
Class
one-on-one
EG just gap
early
sights
work before
consistently.
prac with Nature.
Again, trying
Tons,
to play an A
apparently.
retake. This time though, Derek has the ultimate. Try and assist with the flood.
You don't invest it here, do you? Drone doesn't even get a tag. You've got to wait for help.
Planting
You
off
eventually
default
will,
for
right? There's going to be the flank coming in
Smart.
from the waylay over this trip, but Narrate is playing in position to hear the jump up. He's going to break it anyways, but
14 and 5 for the Sova. Can he make it 15?
Paranoia onto the side. Here's that ulti.
Zelsis is here to help down long. And there's the ult that you were mentioning. Icy playing the slowly. Meanwhile, Superman
Damn,
trying to
he
flood his
cleared
way
it.
out. Nary does finally catch the trap,
Bro.
lying in wait.
Bro, yeah, he just got
As
between.
Derek is the last one standing. And
It's rough.
brother, this is
rough.
going to take a lot.
Bro's
Stun,
big dead.
dashing at you. Bang on the swing. That's 4 for him and 8 for Sentinels.
Bang's been mopping up these post plants.
Oh, fuck.
Just kind of farming EG right now. But it comes after one round where Icy goes for this flank, and immediately there's the adjustment calling in from Sentinels, right? Narrate guarding the flank. You even had Zelsis, I think, fell into long to play a crossfire in case Narrate was ever going to die on that angle.
Nice, Sean. Let's go.
Thank you. Double timeout
This
this
has kind
half.
of become a habit of Evil Genius.
It is a big habit
Potter
of
having to call
EG.
2 timeouts
Bro,
on their
this
defensive half.
happens
This
so
is
much for
fairly
EG.
normal at
This
this
is
point.
super
Yeah, but
normal.
surely that's not a habit that
Oh, it doesn't feel good.
want.
You don't like this type of habit.
This is a bad habit. This is like biting your nails. You don't want to have to do this. You don't want to do this regularly. And Potter, again, has been put into a spot where you're burning both. You're down 6. This is tough.
I don't think EG can continue to get away with this idea of playing 4 players fighting really aggressively and then leaving a site open. Right now, Sentinels are spotting that out way too
Keep it
easily.
friendly in
and
YouTube,
EG's
y'all.
retakes
Come
have
on
not
now.
looked good enough. I think it's a lot harder too, working the waylay and not having a jet to be able to smoke, drop out of heaven, or smoke dash into a site and just buy time inside of the cloudburst. It's moments like these where you see some compositional differences coming into play. You have a less powerful operator. Rob Moore's running up here, handing us a Cubert.
Really?
Center taking over the building right now.
Really good.
I mean, they've taken over Haven. That's for sure.
Narrate 15
well, we'll
and
see.
5
EG,
right
they're
now.
going to fight 4 players into lobby again, throwing everything into this early fight. We'll see what they're able to do here.
A stun, a smoke, a flash, the full fight. Icy as a stinger.
Right.
This is about as much of a Hail Mary as you're going to get. Celsius does fall though, and then look at the adaptation from Sentinels on the other side. They're going to try to accelerate elsewhere on the map.
Oh, but I like how Ye's sticking in garage, anticipating the pivot into this space. Ye could come up massively right now for EG if he takes a fight.
This is the passive play that you've been talking about this entire half.
They know.
Still one more trip that you have
this
to
is the
reckon
guard
with.
setup. This is exactly where like Net used to play like
Feels like the time
almost 2 years ago.
There will be a
the 4
3-player
A
fight
push
coming
with
in
the
from EG.
Senti here.
But again, if Sentinels realize this, they can fight back towards spawn. The spike won't be planted for them. And as a matter of fact, Bang has the opportunity to get a late reround going
terrified
on these
for
EG
EG
players.
right now.
And you wouldn't expect
Center
that, given
pressing
where it's
into
landed
them.
for, but they've got 3 members on site, and you're right. The crunch
What
is
a
coming through.
fucking
Bang does not have
line.
his flash. Derek is already down, and now they're going to try to speed
Oh
up.
my God,
Bang's
Neri
playing
is
timing
slaughtering
perfectly,
him.
and there it is.
Perfect flank.
Patience pays off. 9 for Sentinels.
Wow.
This
Mid-rounded
map has
him
been
to
the story
fucking death.
of the C post plants for Sen, and it's been the story of Narrate and Bang. I mean, Narrate is 17 and 6 right now on the Sova. Every single post plant, when EG are trying to crunch into him, he's fully aware of what's going down. I love the call. I mean, after you lose this opening player, that's just silly.
Just a tiny ass gun barrel.
Is what worked so well for Sentinels. It'd been so
Respectfully,
many of
of
these
course,
fights
Jordan.
into Link that just the slight wrinkle going garage is beautiful.
Fake TP across, and that's enough to draw out the paranoia. Those little micro decisions are working so well for Sentinels.
Paranoia now to scout out the
Spotted.
site.
We're running him down? Yeah, we're running him
He's
down.
not going to be very useful here.
Immediate dart to the back site. Find out where he moved to. So vault that
Fingers into
bitch.
that.
Neon stun. Oh, we're in there. Bro, what a
Again, a
set
vacant
play.
site.
Not even like a
Again,
set play, just a series of
Basic simulator
reactions.
for Evil Geniuses.
Beautiful fucking take by Sen here.
not gonna get any
Yo,
better, is
get
it?
out of here with that shit.
No,
it's going to get worse.
Oh my God. Yo, he is so bad. Get the ace. Get the ace.
Zelsis is 2 HP.
No.
Ace, and can't, but it doesn't get much more picture perfect
What?
than that.
Bro. EG
Just
looking like a bunch of
destruction
crops.
out here.
They're getting farmed,
He's
bro.
trying to break the crosshair, but
They're actually just getting
broken
farmed.
EG.
Dude, that aggro swing into garage and then fighting two.
Please don't 10-2.
Does someone have a...
Please don't 10-2.
Yeah, who's...
Oh, no, no, no.
Dude, he's headshot. Dude, God. Bro, I was 2 in the open.
He also had 2 HP, bro. that's a tough ass. A 10-2 half for Sentinels. We're going to throw it to a break. We will be right back.
Wait, what is this?
Stuck paying for that old phone? Don't
What's
be.
the theme song?
You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Potter right now. What's map 2? It's fucking over. It's actually fucking over. It's... Man, this is their map pick. Yikes. Yeah, that was the half. Yeah. Yeah. Bro. I don't know, man. I don't think EG stand a chance after what we just saw. They just got diffed in like every phase of the game, no? Yeah. Like, that's what I mean. it's actually like the duelist diff put so much pressure on them. It's fucking Zekin diffing Icy at like the A long spot twice. Just his space he was taking and like, I don't know, receding out of those spaces if there was presence.
Now they're going to be able to figure
Zekin
things
played
out.
a
It's
really
going to be
good
on
half.
Sentinels to see if they can do the same, Ender.
EG need to start out strong here on the attack side of things, but they're going up against a Narrate that is in the zone. He is completely locked in. The rest of Sen City showing up big inside the arena here today in Los Angeles. But Evil Geniuses, last real shot here. Start things off a little bit slower, scouting out the A space, droning down into C before choosing their mark.
Well, what was the game there? A little bit of spam through that smoke, not connecting onto anything. Keep a close eye on that trip. No real way to punish off of it, but
yeah,
a little info gathered.
A little bit later than usual, you see the fault line come through from EG. So that'll be back at 40 seconds.
Like, that doesn't
Still
feel
leave some
good
time,
that the Waylay
but
just
Ye
used
is the
that.
guy to watch on attack for EG. EG love to give him positions to lurk up. So often he'll insert himself exactly where he is.
I don't feel like this is
inside
particularly
window.
great
But
early
Sentinel
round.
Scouting has been perfect so
But I guess
far
they
on the
did
first
shock
half.
C
They're
for
not gonna be
trip,
fooled by these
recharge
late
dart,
lurks from Ye.
recharge fault line.
He's a sneaky little bugger.
They might still get killed by him, but they shouldn't be fooled.
This part here is a little concerning because you're right. You've got Ye who's inserted. You're kind of stalling out on A though, waiting for that second dose of utility to come through. Now the dart is up.
There's still a stun to be able to delay, a paranoia with Bang here too. There's 4 players now from Sentinels, and it's
Big
only
flank.
now that Ye activates.
All right, they're going back to Ye.
He's going the wrong way.
But that's okay. He's calling the rotates to come back into C. No one is actually here with 20 seconds left. EG will still have time to play.
Zekin is going to fucking cruise by this peak, though.
And he barely misses out on Nature.
Meanwhile, Ye
are we
was
not
so far
watching
up,
that?
he was in spawn. Get second, yes. Traded back, though.
Hold on, Narrate's now pushed into A lobby too. But Icy's turned around and waiting.
Okay.
And he takes care of it.
Connects onto Nary to pull it between his eyes.
Why
and
is
he's still back
Anderson?
towards spawn.
I can't believe it.
It's the lurk.
EG, you're up and around.
Now, gunfire ensues in garage as Derek's able to get to John QT left in a 1v4, connects on the first, now stunned up and left to die, surely.
The way Ender is
left.
so shocked that Icy got
Precious
that
clip.
kill was fucking hilarious,
Two members
actually.
weak, but Superman's healthy.
And he's still
You
worried
really
about
can't
Icy wrapping him in from B. Icy's now posted into C long with a go. Should be no issues for EG now.
All right.
What was so successful there?
That was, again, standard attack side round from Evil
Yeah,
Geniuses.
heavy
It's
A
about
pusher.
Ye getting that insert, finding that lurk timing, and calling the rest of the team
Nice
in
shot.
towards C. Sentinel sort of overbought that side hit because it was so delayed into the round. And I think those extra layers of lurks on lurks, being aware of Narrate coming in through A late as well, did EG very nicely. And it's worth pointing out, their attack sides have looked fairly good throughout this year. Especially on Haven, they have been solid.
Oh, deep cam, if you shoot that, you are cooked.
We'll have to
This
see
neon's
how
going to be in your
effective that's
face.
going to continue to be for them. Because you can't always get away with playing these slow rounds, especially once Sentinels speed up the pace like this.
There's not a lot of knowledge. Maybe you heard a little bit given where Ye was.
Yeah, I like Ye's angle here too.
Oh, fuck, bro.
My concern is that
The
he
Omen
gets
just
crunched.
left.
There's a good chance he gets crunched. That's a gun.
Okay,
upgrade.
good like
Super just
communication
left the
between these
angle
two.
in A lobby too, so now he's really just the only guy here.
Everyone collectively.
Play.
Get him, goat.
It's like the
Get him,
blade
goat.
calling him.
Here we go.
Gets
What?
it
That's a
traded,
one burst?
Damage dealt.
Not enough damage, I don't think.
Oh yeah, I think if you're A here, you did everything they could have asked you for. I mean, you're in a what? A 1v3. You're able to
100%.
get 2. That's perfect out of Ye.
And they went for the right buy too, Evil Geniuses. They should be forcing up the next round, trying to keep this momentum going for the team.
Are we in for one of those silly games where we like 10-2, 10-2, and then
we could be. Next round is one that determines it.
Sucking
for me.
on Icy's lolly.
PG can win next round. It's not so fake.
might just be the kind of day we're in for. As EG gets a 4 and You know, that's a round they're supposed to win, but I think you're right. Now is when the game really begins.
Exactly, and in terms of EG's econ, that was perfect, right? They came in with 4 guns, they go out with 4 guns, and they should be able to force up by a rifle for Ye, because Nature went for the save.
Neon still just seems really strong sometimes.
Put Neon in the slow-mo, still moving at a normal speed for anyone else. Now, one of the things EG love to do on attack, they'll open up strong, usually into A or C space, and then they'll put a freeze on in the mid-rounds. I want to see how Sentinels approach that. Right now, just holding on to a ton of A lobby space.
Good defense by these two.
Forcing EG to walk in, deal with these Cypher trips.
They broke Dart so quick. They're doing a great job at C, right? Oh,
One
fuck.
cleared,
Okay,
one
this is
back
open.
But
Got
there's
past
still
the
one up in
trip.
garage.
They're aware,
He
though.
didn't teleport out. Icy is
Reach
in there.
is holding it. John's holding it. Damn.
How good is this guy?
He's insane.
I mean, they can't line up like that. That's a ridiculous
It's
lineup
been
to
a little
take.
hot and cold from Narrate since joining Sentinels, but this is on fire.
Celsius is in a really good spot, swinging off of the cam. You know, it happens to everyone.
Sentinels got a couple of big flanks going too. Narrate. Can't take your eyes off of him.
No,
but really, you can't keep your eyes on him either, because
No.
John's going to
Like,
come
what
and
are you
clean up the rest of
doing?
your team.
And then if it wasn't John, Zekin was all the way up C long.
God, EG have had so many unaware deaths this game.
They're playing the map in a very aggro pace on both sides, right? You think about their attack half and how they wanted to disrupt the retake. They were scaling into spawn on C a lot. Even on the defensive side.
There's
think about
been
the pressure they
so
made
many
by the
fights in this
Garage,
game where
Rear,
EG players haven't shot a bullet.
Basically, as soon as Narrate has those
And it's
two
not
kills
just,
front
it's
B,
not
and they
only
also hear
because
the
the
waylay
Sen
going
players
up
are
in the
frying
garage.
in the fights. I mean, they are.
Yeah. And all of a
But it's
sudden,
also like
you
EG are
box
just
Evil Geniuses. There's
very
no real way out.
unaware
Box him like a fish.
of the fight coming to them.
Very well handled there. 11-4 for Sentinels.
Who am I rooting for? I picked Sen, but I just want a close game.
Out of him. Meanwhile, EG was not a time to speak of.
It would be nice to see EG get a win, you know, but it doesn't
They've
look
seen
like
this
it's
play
possible.
Before, by the way, EG ran this same play versus 100 Thieves.
Like, I would be
and
fine being
killed
wrong.
Supa in that same spot last week.
There's little things not going EG's way. The big things not going EG's way either. Numbers advantage here for the defense. And if what we saw in the previous round is any indication, you're already seeing Celsius get active down C long. Once they have a little advantage, they start to take everything else of the map away.
Good jump, Peak.
They know
Oh,
exactly
he went
how
back
much
for
space they
another?
require.
They did not expect
He's
that
still
shit.
forced off of trips in garage while the team is pushed away from the A site too. They're gonna want
They
to
thought
move
they could
back into
scale
them,
up.
but Now he's
And
giving
he was
up
like,
his
no, I'm
position by
going to
breaking
insta
it.
jump Peak
And
again.
that's such a dangerous call because, yes, you've got Ye who's late
The
lurking,
Sen
he's
player
trying
is
to
just playing
insult,
with
that makes
so
the
much
aim
confidence.
weaker because you've already lost a member in Superman.
No smokes either, so
Look
you
where
really are
fucking
banking on
Celsius
either
is playing off of
over-rotation
his
Sentinels,
cam.
Or Ye finding something here. Although, I mean, to be fair, getting 2 trips on your own, not bad in terms of creating gaps. And you can
Like, they
see
could
Bang
technically-
backside B is switching his positioning. Is someone coming garage? Is it going to be B? Well, he deals with that.
Yeah, rotates
Neon
around,
Wall to
very
Flood.
nicely done. Ye's dead. Celsius is on the prowl, but he
Ooh.
might be a little too late.
3v3 now. Doable.
They've got a lot of space on the site.
No good util for this flood.
Sentinels choosing not to push the pace, choosing to take a
That's all
step
they got
back
is
and
John's
wait.
Aftershock for hell. So that'll flush Icy out.
It could not be a moment too soon. Nature
Again,
now
another
dealt with Icy and
unaware
Derek left
death.
alone in 2v3, and it just went from hard to harder.
Bro.
Man.
It's so tilting.
That post play just looks too easy for Sentinels. EG kind of all off on doing their own thing. And then you even have like Bang clearing. They're so calm with it, right? Sees the shoulder. Oh, quick little step to the left. Instant kills for him.
Beautifully done.
One enemy remaining.
Damn. I mean, I will say the Sen players are fucking
Felt
shooting
like the
for
last
this.
chance for Evil Geniuses here.
Yeah, I agree. I was actually about to ask you, I mean, do you just full send here on a site? The 1-4 hasn't been very successful,
push.
but
I like the
You
call
gotta
from
try
Sen
something,
because
yeah.
I would also think that
Actually, it
EG
might
are
be
going to go C with this
Sentinels that are gonna
buy.
try something,
So they're
going
going to do
down
a
C
C play.
got a stun
Deep dart.
setup and then a full dash down. Does
Omen
Zekin have
one
full
way
kill?
here. Neon stun.
But it is still
Fault
Zekin.
line.
A deep smoke, the stun.
Very powerful take.
It's a full crunch seat.
That's
No one's
super
home.
powerful, actually. They shouldn't have shown that. I wish they didn't show that.
They need to take some space into mid, see if they can exploit this gap for the time being. But already there's some repositions coming in. Sentinel's trying to react to this hit.
I mean, everyone has that play, but you don't want to let people know that you have that play, you know?
10 more seconds. Thunder Fury now invested. They've gotten a lot of space on the site, but they haven't been able to get the spike down yet. Nicey's now dead. It's been labored. It's been cumbersome.
And all the while, Sentinels have now crept down into A lobby. Zelsis with a chance to flank after breaking the trip. A fight forward into Link, too.
Rolling Thunder out. John just got his stun back up there. Tries to scale up in seconds there to greet him.
Huh.
With welcome arms. The second fight going through, going the way of EG.
3v3.
Superman on top, the paranoia and out on site. But keep
No.
close eye in seconds. He's all the way backside. You still got Zelsis who's back window.
No.
Left in a
No.
1v3.
Okay.
He's able to get a couple. But once
It's only
again,
fitting,
it's
bro.
Narrate.
This guy was on fire this map.
Bookended.
What a map from this
My
guy.
God.
It's a 13-4 for
That was so
Sentinels,
fast.
But that is just a masterclass performance on Sova out of Narrate. You couldn't ask for any.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Trick called that shit at, what did I say, 2:15? Bro, you knew almost 30 minutes ago.
Had an absolute burner, 17-7. It was all those post plants, really with Sentinels on the attacking side. Had an answer to
Man.
every single idea EG was trying. And they
That's
were
a
shooting on top of
devastating
that,
L
too.
for EG.
Concerning too, that was EG's map pick. Now they're going over to
That's the type of map loss chat when you're chilling at 0-2, like EG is. If they lose this next map, I firmly believe there'll be a roster change. Truthfully, like, this is a very flat showing against like a regional opponent that they normally play well against. It's very disappointing. It's very disappointing.
Sentinels have done the homework. Maybe Pearl will leave some better options.
Oh yeah, that's right. They beat
opportunities
2G. I'm
for
sorry.
EG.
They're not. They got the
Evil
one win against
Geniuses
2G.
is yet to take a map off of an American team
Sorry.
this year. The success that they haven't found has been against the Brazilians, and unfortunately,
Forgot
gotta mention that the streak of
They're
Potter
1-1.
getting the best of Kaplan is gone. It's dead. Pearl on the other side of this break.
I
stays
do.
with
I still think like, man. It's like you look at a matchup like this for EG and you really don't give them many edges in the head-to-heads, right? Read the pinned. What should you ask Narrate? Ooh. Ask him if it was his choice to move off the ISO on Haven. Ask him what motivated the team this week. You know, was there any motivation from like the shit talk onto Kaplan? I'm curious about that. Like if Sen got motivated because all the shit talk. They always rally behind stuff like that. Ask him what he narrate for breakfast. Got him. Got him. You fucking set you guys up. Yeah, you guys weren't expecting it. Wait, actually, before I go, I gotta get back before the interview. But yo, check it. This is so crazy. Bro literally got issued a warning for the finger guns in a game. Does it literally 2 days later again. He's a shooter, bro. That's crazy. Chawick. Chawick is crazy. That's just so insane. I was laughing so hard at that shit. Oh my god, these are two of my favorite fucking accounts. Mark Jackson's Burner and Hater Report. I fucking love these. They post some bangers every now and then. Every now and then I just see some giga bangers on my timeline. Oh god. Oh man.
Challenge in hell.
I don't want to miss
home
the
ground for him. Connects onto both. 3 for Ye.
Second picks up Yao. They come in here with a paranoia. It's devastating. And Bang is ready for Melson to take that high ground.
Here with the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan, a dominant stolen map pick on behalf of Sentinels. Talk to me about this indecisiveness that you talked about last week in a post-match interview. How is that indecisiveness looking today? Are we looking decisive?
Yeah, the indecisiveness is non-existent. We're looking very decisive. I think confidence is a really big part of this game. It's definitely our biggest issue as a team. Sometimes we just get a little excited. We get a little ahead of ourselves. Hey, let's work on some other things. You know, today was a reminder. That's really all that matters. Let's just hone in on that, and everything else will fall into place.
Well, best luck in your map pick. Pearl.
Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. On the other side of that first map of the series, an utter drubbing, a shellacking on the map of Haven there. Sentinels looking very, very good. I think our first protocol has to be to give the boys flowers.
Dude, they look confident.
Standout performance. I mean, averaging 2 kills around for almost all of that first half, guys. Popped off.
Yeah, cleaning up. He looks way more confident, even with his utility. I know you were talking about the util specifically, but I mean, his aim is on point right now. He could do no wrong.
Nair was telling his own story, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
He had all the reads.
Bears of the goat.
Hold on, let me check notes. For real.
He was the narrator.
In my life, bro, I went from narrate to eulogize. So you high level, bro. Don't bother with that stuff, bro.
They're cooking. They are cooking.
He didn't have to like be in positions though that he had to like pull out owl drone or recon off the fly. It looked on the side of EG that they weren't really testing Sentinels at that point. So when Sentinels are just kind of feeling the groove, it was just autopilot for everybody. And when Narrate just keeps his gun out, well, you see what happens. He's just popping off.
I think the most impressive thing that I saw from the Sentinels attacking side was the disruption of EG's retakes. I mean, that was where he found a lot of that success like you were talking about, because it didn't have to be his utility. It was the breach fault lines. It was the breach ultimates in their spawn, and him just cleaning up house. It was really beautiful to watch.
2-month
To be fair, like you talk about like some of that stuff coming in from EG, it's clear there was like a bit of a plan with the retakes, right? There's a round from EG where they have like, I think like 4 pistols, they have a rifle, but they have Rolling Thunder, and they have that Hunter's Fury. They're trying to disrupt the plant. This is like pre-plant. This is how it plays out here. And look, spoilers, it doesn't go great.
And that's the unfortunate thing, because we were just talking about it before this game. I mean, yes, the retakes were abysmal going into this one.
2 for 12.
At the desk, we mentioned usually what happens here for Potter in these timeouts when they
No, I
have
was listening on
ults
my
to work
phone,
with.
dude.
And in the past with different rosters, we know there's trap
This is
plays. We know
playing
they're
with
going to
high
be good to like
confidence.
flood
I'm
behind
curious what
utility.
Potter's
But
gonna say
then
after
it
that.
comes around the fundamentals. You have a Hunter's Fury that's being thrown by itself. The Rolling Thunder doesn't hit enough people, and then you're not pincering back into that C-side control, and everybody's just unfortunately falling like flies.
It's such a gamba, and also like you don't even have you don't have the weaponry behind it either. So it's like, I get it. You're trying to stop the bleeding. You're trying to get some momentum back into your favor, but sometimes it's just too hard. Even if you land the ults, which they didn't even land.
They're definitely bleeding blue.
It's God, Vans,
brother,
bro, you're killing us out here.
Yeah.
Anybody else agree with this? Just give me a drum set, bro.
We need to hire someone to get out the back and do it for us. Let's see what Coach Potter has to say. What's bubbling? Just throw it. Throw it.
Yo, they're cooking.
Coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter, you kidnapped Cuber, but it was not enough to win your map pick of Haven. Going on to their map pick of Pearl, what
It
adjustments?
was an inside job.
Cuber
Kubert fucking gave the shreds.
Maybe some comp changes. We've been having a lot of fun with Pearl. I know Haven was not, we didn't have the start that we wanted, but Pearl has been fun. Expect to see some double duelists and expect us to be more active in map 2. We've got to get more active.
All right, let's get out ahead of map 2.
So you know Potter also moonlights as broadcast talent when she drops that kind of stuff. She knows exactly what we want to hear.
Low-hanging fruit, let's grab it. Let's talk about it.
I mean, we'll get to that, but like we're wondering like, what is she cooking? What is the Potter magic supposed to look like this year? And you were
Go
like,
back to
the
Phoenix?
fundamentals aren't there.
Yes.
It feels like we got another map where that's the same issue. Like there's no chance to delve into that deep strategy playbook that Potter may or may not have when we can't pull off the basics.
Yeah, it's tough. Like I said in the pre-show, it's so hard to be able to catch people off guard, do these aggressive set plays when you can't even win.
Don't call him Yoy.
Not even 30% of your retakes. I mean, 2 and 12 is just so rough, and it just goes to show. Oh, 2 and 17?
That's 17%.
17%.
No, 17
There you go.
retakes. There are 12
But here's the thing is that
you believe anything I tell you, bro.
I wouldn't be surprised though from what I'm seeing in the server like week to week. It's just frustrating because they're playing, especially on Haven, a style where
He won the
it's
control.
meant for the retake. Yeah. So what I'm looking forward to is what she just said.
I saw that shit in the dressing room, and I was like, yo, I will. Who was on the desk with me? Was it Ender? I literally told someone, I was like, bro, if you put on the controller necklace under your shirt and then say that you want to watch the controller and then pull it out mid-broadcast, I will pay you money for that joke. No one was down. But he does it when I'm not here? That's fucking...
Armageddon's, you have no choice but to play the retake, and that's been the bane of their existence so far in this kickoff.
But she was talking about some double duelist action, so maybe you're going to see a lot of fights being taken place in A main, maybe down B low, maybe even some aggression down middle.
Want it.
So there's a lot of stuff you could do with double duelist on Pro specifically. If we see that, I mean, watch her not even pull it out, and she was baiting us.
There's another controller necklace, dude. There's a golden one too, chat.
We have like I see maybe on Jet, but then in the past I remember we've seen Ye on Phoenix before, and Ye has tried to play, you know, the Phoenix side on attack, where unfortunately for EG side, they weren't farming orbs. They weren't really maximizing the ult capabilities of what Phoenix could do to try to gain that space. Trying to do solo plays as well without support, that's a little bit tough. So if you want to be active, you have to find ways to support. Have that buddy system.
The funny is, again, it
continues to repeat week after week here for EG.
All right, well, the stakes are pretty high, as we talked about at the start of the show, and the question lingers, can EG turn things around? Map 2 is coming up after this short break, so don't go too far. More VCT first game of the day coming at you, but after this.
Damn, they did it. They did it. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my fucking... Jesus, bro. Headphones came unplugged. It's like a ghost was in my room when I made fun of you. I agree completely, Blaze. Yeah. It was like EG as a team regressed big time for that map. I don't know. But that, honestly, in my experience, that happens
Welcome
when
back.
teams feel like
banger for
what
Sentinels
is
as they
happening.
win 13 to, I forgot, a very small number. Like a
13-4.
Was it 13-4? Thank you.
13-4.
But now we have to turn our attention over to Pearl and Qbert. I didn't know if I should address these Qbert or Ender or what. I've kind of lost the plot on the bit here. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry.
It's my name.
Are you expecting Qbert a different costume
Ender's keeping the bit going, bro.
I don't think it matters.
Dude.
You know what? Honestly, you're probably right.
I don't think it matters.
Unfortunately, you're probably right. I do expect to change, though. Given that the fact they were running Phoenix previously, and I don't know that Phoenix was ever in the meta to
I'm not gonna lie.
but
that was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah,
doesn't look like he has
like
a cell of doubt in his body right now.
The Phoenix here was in the hands of Ye. It was back in the first week, I think, during kickoff.
What happened to your voice just now? It changed.
Well, no, this is Ender. There was Qbert before. Yeah, we said we didn't want to bias cast, so we had to kick Qbert off, unfortunately. But he's got a lot of other work to do, right? With the social media team and all that stuff.
Very busy.
New comp.
Who ran
Wait,
this?
so they are going to make some adjustments, still sticking to the double duelist, but going Jet Yoru instead.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of a necessity on this map at this point. Playing the Yoru, obviously, if the map is super large, so having the teleport is great. But especially when every comp in the world has Vice in it. Being able to use the clone, to be able to break walls, being able to have the ultimate to fully clear away sites. I think this is a good pivot that I like to see out of EG.
I think they're cooked.
What else do you need to see out of EG here?
EG check-in.
That Haven is kind of in the back of our mind here.
Bro, have you guys ever seen this clip? This is the wildest shit ever, bro. Imagine being rescued and you're in this.
Issue across multiple maps, sub 50
this is
for them.
This is EG on Pearl right now.
That will be easier. I think both the Yoru and Jet are great.
Did they rescue her? I don't know. I'd be like, yo, just drop me. Drop it. Just drop it. Just let me down. Just fucking let me go.
Around the map, fight together. That could be a good
look. Bro, 74?
They are starting off on
Holy
attack here.
Fuck.
So we'll have conversations around, well, the defense
literally
like
Goggers.
For now, EG on the attack, Jet and Tejo side by side. Spike not even
Bro, that is a pretty good shout, chat.
Trying to scout out the situation.
Mixing the memes is special. I like. My brain rot loves this. They threw a cloud out smoke. That's an attack smoke.
Rush.
Are they gonna dive in this?
I mean, I think one of the big things here, different between the Jet versus like the Neon in these double duelist comps, is you have less effective actual side execs. The Neon wall to set up Yoru TPs, the stun, of course, be very good.
And then the dash for the slide.
Exactly, to
still
catch up
laughing
with
at
your
it, man.
teammate on the Yoru is pretty
I got
effective.
blindsided
These
by
Jet
Chapel.
comps usually play a little bit slower. Actually, that looks
Great
like Ace
grab wall.
Phoenix just going for a little pop flash fight into Street. Good
Trade
trade
is
out
good.
from Icy.
Delayed as
They
long as
got-
possible. Narrate's got a really good
Damn,
timing, but
big
Nature's
kill.
on the turn.
And now this pinch coming into V. Sen tried to fight forward in towards long.
John getting the first. Superman on the trade.
Pinch
They're
is
still
coming.
feeling the walls closing in.
Bring around the Rosie.
Pushed around from pillar to post off the
No
flash.
way,
The swing
bro.
is there. Zekin gets another. 2v2 now. Nature's got 12 HP. Still strikes onto the duelist.
Ooh.
This is awkward though. 25 seconds left into the round. That spike still has to be recovered, and Nature is so low.
Zelsis has a classic no armor.
15 seconds.
Bro, I've seen Zelsis play from here before.
The line.
It's scary.
Zelsis in a 1v8
seconds
situation.
left.
He might catch a timing here.
Planted.
Position now given
Oh,
away.
fuck.
He's gonna have to push the pace on this. He's got Nature close up and stuck! And Zelsis delivers for Sen City.
There's just no way. There is no way he's pulling that off.
No!
The
No!
low HP guy first and still able to best Icy
Bro.
in that second fight.
What the fuck?
The momentum, it just never fades. Zelsis is out of his seat.
Classic. Clean shots out from him, man.
That's tough.
Oh my god. Chat, that's the face of a fucking roster change right there.
What are we doing?
What?
You guys are all 5 of you.
He was
Wow.
saying they're struggling.
No.
Is what he said. That S at the beginning was struggling. You guys are struggling.
No one
all
is
5 of
spared.
you.
No one
You
is
don't gotta
spared.
run PR for him. Like
All
he
of
said
them.
what he said.
All-
It's a massacre.
Listen, it's a family-friendly show, man.
Wow.
Bro.
And the thing is, right, Narrate there,
Nah,
absolutely popping off.
this
is
is
a guy
crazy, bro.
That feeds so much, not just off his teammates' performances, but also his own performance, right? When he has a bad game, you know it. He rags on himself.
Zelsis has been
But when
very
he has a
fucking good this year,
game,
right,
he just
chat?
came
Like,
up-
no
he
troll?
played out of his mind
No
on
troll.
Haven.
Zelsis has
21
been very
kills.
good this
just
year.
Unbelievable stuff. So he's riding that
In his
wave of
role, he's
emotions
been
coming into
phenomenal.
the second one.
Fucking crazy.
Think about as
He deserves huge props. Really
right?
does.
Even just through this year, they take you all the way back to
An
kickoff.
unk like
And
Zelsis
that
putting up
scene,
numbers
that
like this,
shot
all
that,
these
you know,
clutches,
was
all the
very heavily
impact.
discussed and shared
I
around
love to see it.
everywhere
It puts a
where
tear in my eye. I'm not gonna lie.
very obviously upset at his performance against Loud, and Kaplan was there to pick him up. From that player who was struggling backstage in tears with his own performance to that has just been a wild difference.
He is feeling himself today. There's no
Yeah,
doubt
he
about
is.
that.
He does
Him and the
whatever
rest of
this
the
team
team
needs him to. He learns any of
lifting
these
each other
fucking
up.
crazy roles. He's done
Now EG,
so
they're
much
gonna have
shit
a
for this
vibe,
team.
Thousand back here in round 3. See what they're able to do.
But like the Vice, man,
And
he
really, my
really
question
incorporated
is,
Vice
how much
so
are they
well.
gonna play of like the slower style we saw in Pistol, where Ye is still playing kind of like that Phoenix, flashing himself into angles.
I
in
feel like
Street,
Zelsis and John
versus running some
incorporating,
execs, especially
you know,
towards the A
Vice
side,
Teo.
can be pretty effective there. At getting
They
past
did
some
that
of the
shit
buys
super
yourself.
quick.
Interestingly enough, check out B long. That's a whole lot of people.
Yeah, and also the delayed recall.
I just have to give some.
They're
Whenever I
so
see
far up,
support
they're
players,
gonna know what's on the other side of this. How much longer can Suman stay alive?
Oh, that util's
about
nasty.
1 second.
There's no way out of
was
that.
the
He was
answer.
cooked.
Wait, guys, the spike is still in your spawn. Like, EG can't even accelerate into A. There's already a Yoru teleporting backside. They've got to go back, pick up the spike over there. Now Sentinels are rotating more
Bro.
players in over here. It's a 4v5.
And they still haven't dealt with the
How does
Vice
Joy have a fucking Guardian on this?
This
What?
is but the one benefit is that EG do have the gun advantage.
Okay.
And that's
Icy.
a kill onto Zekin. Icy starting to come alive a little bit here. Zelsis is dancing around. The Flash is trying to stay alive. Cannot at the hands of
Okay.
Ye.
Guardian good.
Crumbling around him. The gun advantage in full display here.
Making me nervous on the anti-eco, but great fight forward from Icy and Ye. Will still secure the round. Now actually flipping back towards Secret, even using the drone to spot out all these Sen players coming in. Solid post-plant setup from Evil Geniuses here, and he's going to find 3 on the round. Even just getting towards that early dimensional drift is a big, big deal on the Yoru.
He's now 1 pip off of that for the next round.
Pip.
Narrate
Pipson right now sweating a stray is going to come his way. Pipson's like, oh no, not again. Not in Americas.
I'd like to issue formal apologies. I think your concerns were well placed in that.
The stray that Pipson caught from Boaster was crazy, dude.
I think if that was equal footing as far as guns go, I don't know that goes the way it did.
I do wonder if Sentinels are going to run more of these like early active looks. Like right there, okay, Soup is in a tough position. He's getting blasted away by the Teho Util. But like you can get active into mid, into A main space as well. And if EG keep trying to play these slower rounds, it's going to be hard for them to.
Wait, how are you a Ye
speed up
hater? Ye's
to
a
the
good
other side
guy.
because of the Vise Util.
I feel like it's hard to be a Ye hater.
Seeing a different look here from Zelsis. A lot of the util setup B, pretty standard setup.
Ooh, it looked like Ye for a second was just going to have the shorty in play for the ult, but got a last second buy.
Don't type how I
tossed over
talk, okay? I did not say yoy.
Uh-oh. I see in trouble.
That's my accent. I was born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana, and how dare you make fun of my southern accent like that?
Very early Teho drone used into art. I think because Sentinels showed a few players over into A, we're worried about losing that space because their Vise Util is completely over toward the B site. It's not such an easy round for Sentinels right now. The main important thing for them is they have control over the A main space. They're allowed to lose art control as long as they don't allow any pesky lurks coming down con. That's going to be John QT's job to lock that down on the Teho.
And that's exactly where he is.
I can't remember yet.
Where the gaps may be.
Stop roasting me, please let me go.
Damage too. Gotta be a little careful from that position, especially with this 3-2 split coming in from EG now.
Manages to find.
Prowler clears out all the art creep.
Take a quick step back, and now all the pressure's on Bank. Trying to dance around his utility, and Zelsis he swings out at just the right time. Spike now on the ground, the decay not connecting.
Big trade, he was vuln too.
Zelsis falls. Swing will need a similar fate at the hands of Ye. Can the captain for Sentinels bring this one back?
All right, good plan. He's gonna get the TP out. Smart.
Waiting for the right time.
Wait.
Off the flash.
Hey, 15 seconds left.
Why are we not playing?
Committing to it. This is getting messy. Is Ye gonna have to
They
do it on
use
his
some
own?
shit?
10 seconds left now. The ult popped. Committing to the spike because you don't really have a choice otherwise. And so look at how the defense has been split up. They've divided their attention. Ye falls. It's all onto Icy with 29 HP. Spike ticking away. They're starting to flush him out of the corner. They know exactly where he is. Zekin gets 3 as the round goes. The defense again.
Hold up, let's take a pic of him.
Good awareness there, popping the dimensional drift. Wrapping around the other side. That clock was getting down so low. And this was a strange one, because first of all, I think Zelsis making the choice to push out of that smoke.
How does
Even playing
Zekin kill them
there
both right
is
there?
a big deal for Sen. Oh, it's huge. There's just less players to guard that spike being planted. Now,
I ain't gonna lie.
The spike, he doesn't want to do that.
2v1 duelist handicap match. I'm taking Zekin.
For sure.
And Zelsis swinging off of that was also, it was Bane's util that allowed that swing to feel a little more safe.
Yeah, you had narrates util with the haunt coming in.
Zekin is
through a smoke off the ping to get a kill.
Bro,
those little details adding up for Sentinels.
EG, I'm not a hater, bro. EG deserved this hate right now.
They look good right now.
Early drift here to spot out maybe 1-2 players in connector, teleport into art. So full mid control gathered in terms of info, but it hasn't really forced Sentinels out of the space. Now actually leaning 4 players into A.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, you're picking the wrong site. They do have guns to fight back with, though. This is a lighter eco, 2 stingers, but rifles around it.
Nice kill.
4v4 on the site. Ye continues to light up the kill feed.
Should have won that last round off Ye's entries.
Ye so low. Any more bullets through this wall would take him down.
What is this flash? What are you doing there? Waiting for Nature to get further up. There's the flash.
Nice
There's
play.
The swing. Nature strikes.
Okay.
Very dead.
Backside push with that flash.
Left into 2v4.
Cooking.
Zelsis
We
has
hate
ult.
planting though.
He's gonna
I'm
look
not
to
gonna lie,
go.
we
Spike
fucking
still
hate
not
planting.
planted.
Superman did not get tagged, so he had a chance to fight, but that was the only good left.
Oh my god,
Zelsis
bro.
again, a 1v2.
Oh.
Falls at the hands of Derek. The second ult
Nice
popped.
fucking
And that's
shot,
around for
Derek.
EG.
Good little advert there for the EG Classic coming out of Derek. Couple kills there at the end of the round, with both Vises popping the ultis. That was a really nice play. You called it during the round, right? Ye flashing through that little window over by Church. And that fight into backside from nature, even with just a stinger in hand.
Bro, Ye's got the right idea. Go to
From
church.
EG that caught Sentinels off guard.
EG Classic, Masterclass.
Masterclass.
And it was actually just an advertisement.
Is this when we say buy the bundle? Is that what we do here?
That's usually what you do.
Wow.
Buy the bundle.
We've done our job.
Least committed pitch ever.
Icy pops the blades, has a shorty to play around.
Anti-mid push setup. Teo jiggling, Vice Flash, Yoru
Also,
Flash.
Derek's one off of his ult. I'm surprised.
So these two are jiggling the lines on the mid push, and they're going to double flash on mid push. Just kill it.
It's a little bit shocking.
It's an interesting
Honestly,
choice.
surprised with how slow EG are playing the rounds. They really think Sentinels are going to run some fight looks against them, or
some funny business,
or lose to boredom. You know,
Or lose to
EG haven't
boredom.
shown Let's do something, but really, it's just eating 40 seconds off the clock. Sentinels still have a good space from Zek and over in main.
Speaking of eating,
yeah, what do they
narrate.
have? They have art. I like Sen's idea of just like giving mid control always and just eating a minute off the clock every time.
Now you imagine they're going to speed up towards A. Bang and John has his ult.
Yeah, big retake ultis.
And they've got to know that this is where the hit's headed. I wonder if he pops it early here.
Narrate's going to need to find something. Good C's to come out from
Sun
him, and now the
there.
ultimate.
That's a good
Oh
ult,
my
bro.
God.
That's a really good ult. Oh my god! Oh, dude! Oh, this sees.
Excelsis on the crunch, Ye's on the turn. Still a winnable situation for
Oh
EG.
my
Despite all
god,
of
that
Looks
sees.
like a Michael Bay film.
The Michael Bay film.
13 seconds left.
We're
The spike
killing people through walls.
out of hands. Derek has to pull up this 1v3 on his own, and time is short. No way to get through that.
Dude.
Narrate just finessed this team. That was crazy.
And we call it, I mean, we saw it coming. Time was short. We saw he had his ult. As soon as that suck came out, it was cooked.
That is a
Can we see
good
it
one.
again, please? Here it comes. So early haunt, repositions, and then goes for this jump. Okay, yeah, the
Crazy
C's
good
lands on
ult,
mini
bro.
map.
This is an insane sees.
But that is crazy.
Bro.
And then he gets spam
Oh
killed
my
through this wall after that too.
That's the
Gorgeous
best
display
feeling
utility
3K
there.
ever.
Into the next we go. A light buy for the attacking side. 2 stingers.
What a sees, man.
Finally time to fight into the space faster. 10 seconds.
I love
We already
seeing
have what
Narrate
took
use
us
util like that.
60 in the last round.
And he's knows,
Yeah, but not
obviously
much
he's
more, to
more
be
known
honest.
for like mechanics and shit,
'Cause
but when you see a
Sentinel's
sees like that out of
always falling out of
Narrate,
space
that
early.
shit's great.
Sort of inviting EG in and then bundling up backside A.
Good prowler.
Making it a real chore for EG to actually get
Icy
back
solo
in there.
main, no one here.
Ult in the hands of Derek. Remember in the previous map, they invested 2 ults in an eco and it went horribly. Do they choose to invest here?
Well, EG can just plant the spike and fall into art control.
Zek
Because
really
Sentinels don't
waiting
have
for this
anyone
lurk,
really
no
coming
one
in
there.
through mid. This makes playing the post plant relatively easy.
Yeah.
I think EG
They got the
could
Astra
actually look for
ult.
some
They're going
ults
to
if
diagonal
Sentinels waste
Astra
any
ult
more
right
time.
now
Yeah, I think at
across
this point they have
both.
an advantage. It doesn't feel as blase as it did before.
Surely. No.
Derek with the lighter in hand. Ult now
Gonna
popped.
get half.
Narrate's gotten it to half. I don't
got it.
know. He
Oh my
was
god, he got
blocked.
out.
And they've done a lot of the work here already. It's gotten to half. And now the
Here's the
Cosmic
Astral
Divide
Wall,
behind
they're
it.
gonna
They
push
can stick
art.
this. The only person who's able to get info is Derek. Now Superman getting a little bit
Bro.
closer. Icy now falls. The investment again.
Beautiful.
Of the ult just not paying off.
Dude, that was fucking so smart. Because you see so many teams, chat. I think I know why they
ult
did it
from
with.
Bang was perfect.
It was really good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, that's really all you can say there. Sentinels countered off. EG trying to play
I'm
offside
gonna
with
pull it
the
up.
tail ult themselves. Yeah, they've got plenty of stall, but I think if EG wanted to play that round, they also needed to throw their Astra Wall into the mix.
Or
Sort of cut down the sight lines when you've got the stingers, right?
Yeah, or fight in front of the wall. I think the wall, I mean, it had already gotten to half too. They were very well set up. Evil Genius is back on a gun round.
Evil Geniuses basically always playing this A art split, scouting it out early
Yeah.
on, but
Superman
haven't
soul on
found
that B
anything.
push. Second's pinning him in.
I think things EG need to actually challenge is they need to deal with this player that's jump speaking down here. Right now it's Narrate.
By the way, what's absolute shit about EG's comp for a second is after this Teo drone is down, like how could they ever push this guy off this line? Like a Vice Flash? Like that's crazy, bro.
Side and see if you want to fight.
I just think like
Utility on A, I
how could they ever get this back?
can barely see it.
That's the thing, though.
They don't
because
have
see
really the
Zelsa's
util
hitting,
to
that's
do
actually
it,
big news
and they're
for
moving
EG.
so
Zelsa's
slow.
has been B-side for the last 4 rounds in a row, I think.
And now they're rotating back, but it's not Zelsis who's there. It's Zekin.
No teleport setup for him to dodge away with right now, but as soon as some present goes in, you'd expect him to throw that back.
Yeah, he's got to know that the heat is coming.
There it is.
There's the TP now set up.
We're down to 35 seconds again, Doug.
Heat is coming.
We still have dimensional drift to
Icy
stall.
and
Narrate
Shriek.
can throw out the ultimate to stop them from getting onto the site.
They're burning the candle at both ends.
How long are we going to take, EG?
Oh shit, that'll
There's
hit.
the first bit of
3.
delay that you were mentioning. The Nightfall now through.
Hit 3.
Narrate staying alive. They have gotten a lot of control of the site, though. Nature's in a very good
Good
spot
job
to
by
play
Ye.
spoiler. Meanwhile,
Ye's
Ye's
gotten some
going
nice
in on the
kills.
fun. John not able to settle the shot. Sets 3 for the duelist. And again, better late than never. Just in the nick of time, they managed to get the spike down.
These round wins, though, it's always kind of Ye finding just 3 on the late entry.
Yeah.
And hey, if he can keep finding those, that's going to be great news for EG.
Saving.
But what happens when he can't?
So the reason why I was kind of like, I thought they were going to bust out this wall, right? This is what you see a lot. But another thing that you see is if teams are like heavy retaking spawn and they don't see where the spike is planted, a lot of times I mean, EG didn't do this. And honestly, it doesn't shock me that they didn't. But a lot of teams on attack, when they notice this Astral on a retake, they'll plant here. And so Sen actually did the hard work of coming up, tapping the spike, and then deciding, no, let's just push Art and just wall off main. And I think they walled it in this way, so that way Sen can push through, but I don't remember which direction it was, truthfully.
Yeah, I can't imagine they make a change here on how they want to approach
I
this.
really liked Sen's approach
least
that
on the
last
attacking
round.
side.
I've seen a lot of teams fail with that Astral wall.
Go, boys. One run at a time, baby. You hear how quiet they are right now? You hear how quiet they are? Let's get this shit up.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, you've
Get him,
broken
Ye.
there.
Unleashed.
Ye is literally the only one doing shit right now. He's actually
Sentinels
playing a
are
good
gonna
map.
fight for mid space. Look at this. Doubled up in Art, doubled
He's
up
doing really well
in
on your
Street. Because it's been so
Your
many
ult through
passive
Art.
looks
Here we
now
go.
trying to catch EG
Oh
off guard.
god, don't get trapped. Don't get trapped.
Zekin's ready with a flash.
Off
and
the
you've got
jiggle
Narrate
flash,
who's
off the-
calling go.
Yeah, Narrate will see the first player, then you pop the flash, then maybe you double walk out a street too.
Yeah, it's going to be a crunch across the middle of the map. There's going to be a lot here on Nature to hold the flat out
Please
from double
pop
doors.
ult. Yeah.
Ooh, maybe EG read this though, with the drone in A main spotting nothing.
Or they just take the fight out. I like that. The flash to Salvos through,
Damn,
kills
good
straight in.
punish.
But Nature somehow, we called him. He's going to have to be the one to deal with a lot of the aggression, and he does.
Sentinels now tripled up in street, A side open, B side open. But EG still have to find their way through this. Supa, the great kill for Evil Geniuses.
Doubled up, tripled up. Brother, what? How does, I mean, he handles that beautifully.
I think even in some losses for EG, Nature has been very calm. Whether it's post-plant situations, when there's a lot of attention being thrown his way on the defensive side. It's usually a guy that can step up more often than not. In a year where EG have been kind of struggling to find that consistent performer.
All offsite. Sen walked up.
They may have found it. The two remaining members
Gravel still
on the
up
side
for
of Sentinels
Supa.
are they going to make a run at this? I mean, you've got the salvos you have to deal with. I don't really see a way in.
Tap again.
Yeah,
Gravel.
Sen's money isn't too hot either.
No.
You're definitely going to want to keep these guns alive. Taking them out of EG's hands not so meaningful when you look at the numbers on the screen. So a very good round from EG. They answer,
No,
and
don't
you
do
think
it,
about it,
bro.
how many times, okay, well, Nature's going to fall down. You think about how many times EG slow played mid and didn't end up finding anything because Sentinels were playing so passively. Finally, they're
If
actually
he was one off
rewarded for
ult,
that.
I don't mind that. I have no idea.
See a little bit more of the method to it for EG.
Yeah, actually might have been.
How'd you say it earlier? Losing to boredom?
Yeah.
And just choosing to go?
Yeah, you sort of bore yourself to death.
Yeah.
It's like,
So
let's
now
make
he's
a
one off.
Yeah, Cap's like, why
It's not
didn't we
horrible
fight
play
the
then.
mid?
Yeah, could we have
they're
just
losing
waited?
the clock every round. What are we doing? No, I don't mind the look from Sentinels, right? After so many rounds showing the same thing, mixing it up, especially when it's like on a trap play like that. You're not overplaying your hand.
Yeah,
Although,
I agree with the lack of fighting A main being a problem.
40 seconds, and Sentinels do
I think
overfight. It no longer was
if
the
they
trap play.
showed presence, they could really, really slow down EG's attack. the way they're using the Teo drone to literally get like all that ground, if the Teo drone is broken, it doesn't look like they have enough to like punish the fight without wasting a lot. And if they do that, then their sight hit will be terrible. So I think if I'm Kaplan right here, I'm letting Zekin play in main probably. The problem is that it's kind of an obvious call.
Yeah, I mean, look, you pet the Qbert, and all of a sudden, a couple of round losses, you feel better if you're the coach. But I feel like you're discounting the brain behind Qbert. He's got a big head.
Okay, well, let's... All right.
That's a compliment. That's a compliment.
Let's not make fun of
To be
Qbert.
clear.
See, now you've upset the crowd.
P1 play,
There's
actually.
a lot of gray matter in there.
Look at what you've done. All right, what is the adjustment here? Zekin has his ult. Light armor and then a regen armor on Celsius.
Bottom.
But they're investing into this.
Supa's not going to play in the corner again, right?
No, surely not, right?
Wow.
Right. Right.
That was a
Okay.
crazy
This
triple
forces
face.
EG to accelerate into the site because Sentinels have a big flank working.
Yay.
Yay?
Narrate. Clotheslines him.
And Ye just didn't have his gun out. The knife was primed. Now Zelsis ratting inside of the smoke, can't get the job done.
I see there to strike again.
Oh my God!
What in the world was that?
No way, bro. There's just no way. The rounds have to be so frustrating for Potter.
That's just not okay.
The fact that he didn't leave his seat is more concerning than anything else. I mean, that response was cold.
The first kill is silliness. Here, 2 kills, and then, oh yeah, I see 2 bullets come at me through the smoke.
Bye-bye, bye-bye.
What was he doing with his hand there?
Wait, what was he doing with his hand?
One can only wonder.
7 and 5
I actually
for them.
didn't see.
Another quick fight.
Yeah, they're going to try to continue to fight for this same main space, and EG have done a...
Did he actually give the finger? No way he gave the finger. Was it really? He
one guy
gave the
running at
finger?
Surely you don't die the third time here, right?
Might not even come into play.
Took the fight or what?
Reserved than previous.
Yeah,
Interesting.
But if Prius misses that kill, we're going to have a problem.
He was waving?
Can't call him out before it even happens.
I actually
Man, a
didn't see
chance.
it. All right, that's that same cloud out smoke from Pistol.
There's no art lurk or
Pathing
anything
to
like that.
dugout.
They
They're
drop
going
the top
dugout.
divide.
Center up in front of the wall, though.
It's just
Hold on.
a couple. John's the first to
Entry.
fall. Bang on the swing, gets his one, but that's all it's going to be.
Dude, I think he was killing Ye.
Left to fight with lighter weaponry, and
It's
he
a
cannot convert.
Big Visol.
Nature gets the spike down.
Superman so far away from the
4v3.
fight. He was all the way back in their spawn.
Yeah. Concerned about a mid lurk, I guess. This fight here is big. Oh, Nature turned at just the wrong time.
Dude.
And all of a sudden, what looked like an impossible way to work back into the site has
Doesn't matter.
become a gaping
Man,
wound.
like none of those guys even got a chance to fight, man. That's what I'm talking about with EG.
And Sentinels are pressing.
They don't even
and
give
they're
themselves
making it hurt.
chances
Superman is
sometimes.
going to arrive over at the site, but it's going to be too little, too late.
Oh, they're all looking the wrong way, though.
Okay, well played so
Down into
far.
half. Now they know where he is. Position betrayed. Time is short. The defuse comes through. Sentinels get to 7.
Even when the round looks like it might be going EG's way, right? The anchors from Sentinels not finding so many kills. It doesn't matter. All the breaks just went Sen's way, whether it's that fight into Art where guys looking the wrong way, turns away, right when that swing comes in.
Bang
I
getting
don't
one,
know,
pushing
man.
ahead of the ult.
Man.
EG, maybe it's Sen playing so well,
Solid
but
in this
they're making
post-plant.
like unforced
Trying to
errors.
spot out where that Astra's going to be coming in.
It makes me feel like EG has regressed. Does anyone else feel like EG has regressed from like kickoff? And that's so disappointing.
The money's not good. It's 4 light armors for EG, a couple 3 Bulldog or Guardians actually.
And I think the bigger thing for me is no ults.
No
So
ults.
it's not like you've got like, okay, we've got a plan. We're gonna change.
It's like they tried a bunch of weird comps at kickoff, like the Phoenix Pearl thing.
Sentinels, they've got Steel Guard, and they've got a Nightfall.
And it was like it didn't really work, but they showed glimmers here and there. The initial waylay looked good, but now it looks so flat. And it's like they try they're trying like ideas, like a lot of different ideas, but maybe they're trying too many ideas because their fundamentals are really suffering right now. Like their ability to trade, their posts are bad. Like all the little things that make a pro team, they're like fucking them up in key areas. They're not even giving themselves chances here, truthfully.
Sentinels might try to show a little bit more presence early on. Got maybe a Prowler working into this A main space.
I'm not roasting, I'm just saying how it is right now. Like, they don't give themselves chances in the fights. A lot of the fights are, like, unchallenged. They're unforced errors.
Very similar to the other rounds on the
They're individual fights.
Well, I like that EG are pushing past.
So this is what I was saying earlier. Break that drone. Look.
Oh, this is such a great setup for Sentinels.
Boom. What do they do now? What do they do now, chat? This is what I was saying earlier.
To pull EG into their stack and
Wow.
art. Now they've got a Nightfall still and the numbers.
Okay. At least they didn't spot this guy.
Not pulling it there.
Nature could be big here.
And look at how Sentinels retreat as well.
Yeah, they're
right?
playing very smart.
All the way out here after they showed
And a good timing smoke by Bang.
They have the ultimate
Over there, Amen.
So they can give A site. They can allow EG to plant spike. It doesn't actually matter.
Wolfpack
no
roaming
way
around.
EG,
Second on the
outside of
early line with a TP back.
monster performances can actually
Zelsis
survive
on the
against
line with his
these
wall.
ults.
Double thorns. Flash close to him to peek out again.
They've needed Ye to find the openers, but Nature has had some highlight moments as well. He's the one getting active into backside. It's not even icy. It is Nature going on the hunt with only 28 HP to his name.
Playing in the smoke. There's a Nightfall.
Hit 3.
That's the first one used. They try to spam through it, I guess, maybe connect onto a kill, and that's exactly what happens. Icy falls, 3 left on the side of the attack. Yeah, they've gotten the spike down, but this does not look like it's getting any better for Evil Geniuses. As Sentinels are in full control. Keep a close eye on the minimap, though. Superman's going to be on this very late flank.
But no one's got guns!
And yeah, you're right. He's going to get tagged by the ult. Yes, he gets his kill on the narrate.
How did he not show
What's
him
going on
minimap?
there? He's waiting for his gun. He's trying to stall as long as possible and have this insanely quick timing. One kill is all he can manage, though.
Good missiles by Derek. They still have grab wall.
We're getting down to crunch time.
No grab wall, actually.
Now the Cosmic Divide again. There's not a lot of time on this. They're going to have to
Holy
fight this.
fuck.
Derek can fight ahead of it. Second's got to stick it all the way.
Wow.
The kills go through.
Wow.
Eagles does not.
Big fucking burst. Look at Nature's face.
Will keep EG
Okay.
in it going into the
Okay.
2 rounds to
5
separate them.
makes it
We've got to
possible.
talk about the kill that Nature got because it was just one. But imagine, in that moment, you've already cleared all of that space. I mean, they walked through it and then to have to go, wait a second, there's someone behind us?
Everyone's head just swivel on a dime.
Absolutely. Sorry, swivel on a dime.
Swivel on a dime.
Head on a swivel.
Head on a swivel, swivel on a dime.
Turn on a dime.
Quiet, Doug.
Brother.
We're going to a break.
Oof, I'm glad I'm the play-by-play. We're going to throw it
They
to
got a
quick
yay
break. We will be
balloon.
back on the other side of this. 7-5 for Sen City.
I just said that.
Okay. I think the cope right now for EG is they really should have won pistol. Like, it's brutal how the rounds played out. I will not sugarcoat it here. Like, they had so many of their own errors here. I'm not a huge believer in this comp because of the things I was saying with the Teo drone and the lack of ways to, like, retake space. But if they win this pistol, get their feet under them, they at least have a Vice and a Teo to, like, really shut things down. And Astra is good, obviously, on this map for flooding, especially with Astra Wall. Yoru is, like, one of the duelists that could play, like, both sides. You play B long and be at dugout in, like, an instant, you know? There are worlds where this comeback is possible. It's possible. But they haven't looked good in the initial aggression. Like, Sen have really done a good job in this series of absorbing any aggression. And that's where I'm worried. Is like, this is a double duelist comp, and they're going into a team that has such good fundamentals. Can they break through the fundamentals and, like, get first bloods? I don't know. Because I don't think this is like a retake comp. Like, I don't think they're going to be retaking the fucking sites or anything like that. They might stall plants.
Let's talk about the state of Valorant right
They're
now.
gonna be flooding
It
fast.
Really, as we look at Americas and we look at all the maps that have been played, almost every single map and across the board, it all leans pretty heavy attack side. So, given utility, given refreshables, given everything that's been part of the conversation, heavy attack side, right? So you expect teams to struggle on defense. But
The Jet isn't completely useless. We saw someone do this before. Was it 100 Thieves or someone? I don't remember. They used the Jet to get arc control and go like high lows here. They would like Jet Cloudburst dash and Yoru TP into back holes. Like, but we didn't see any of those dives from EG. We just didn't.
It's just Derek looking towards 5 players. The hope is with a Yoru and a Jet, maybe they have more options to find early picks.
God, it's a
But
full retake.
Even in this pistol, it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake for them.
yeah, that gravity well kept him grounded for a little while. But not long enough. They've lost the sight. There's going to be a Vice Wall to cover the flank.
Now, Sentinels don't have a ton of util to work with in the post.
Oh, it's
Just a drone
NRG.
from
Yes,
John,
NRG.
and
Yes.
that flash on site
That's what I'm
like
thinking
mentioned.
of.
EG have a lot more to
Mada
play for.
and Ethan. Mada and Ethan did this.
Boy, they are taking their time. I guess concerned about the aggro post plant like they saw in Haven. John QT swings into his death.
Okay, big kill.
Icy's there to greet him with open arms.
Thorn stopped that peak. I like
But
that.
again, this spike has been ticking for a little while. You imagine it's going to have to happen soon. Hello? And just as the go button's called, Sentinels erupt.
Yikes.
I feel like we just watched a minute and a half of Valorant, but only 2 seconds mattered.
Yep.
And in those 2 seconds, it's narrating what Bang, both finding 2 kills at the same exact time. Yeah, show me how that happened. Because it was even a 5v4.
Yeah, because Icy had gotten that pick early on, yeah.
Brutal.
God, Sen looked really good
for
today.
EG, the way you want to start off a half here, you want to win that pistol round, get an outlaw going. You want an operator in the hands of Icy, round 4 at latest.
Especially when it was a competitive first half, right? Like, it's not like you're praying for a miracle comeback.
I think
You're
Sen
still in the
also looked
fight.
very good.
That pistol does not help. I think we've discussed the EG and their defensive woes a fair amount. I think for Sentinels coming into this series,
Like, this might be one of the cleaner games this
series,
roster has played.
It's been a grind. Every single series win has gone 3 maps. Right?
Yeah.
They haven't had a clean 2-0. They took care of business the way people would expect them.
Sometimes map 3, like versus 100 Thieves, is taking care of business, but there's always that one map that gets them.
Yeah, and this, you know, for a team that's built to win championships.
It's a 3/4 key rash out now.
You expect
Oh
them to be able
no.
to win the series that they should win in pretty decisive fashion.
The
And so
pips are
far, this
filling.
looks like a turn of form for them.
It's been solid so far. This round, FPX.
Who am I rooting for? I'm actually
the
not rooting for
pistols go
anyone.
for
What I was
a little
saying
bit of
is
lurk
like,
action for finally finishing into Derek alone on this A site, calling in reinforcements.
I think it's better for
He
the
does have
league
a
if
Marshall.
EG wins this matchup
He's already gotten a kill with it too.
for the parity.
Spike planted though.
If EG loses this, everyone's gonna be
lot of
so
A-main
fucking low on them, man.
EG need at least
Like
2 more
lower
kills
than
here to
potentially
deal
even
real damage
2G
heading into the next.
after
Yeah,
losing
Don
Zav,
does not have his missiles.
and that's just depressing.
Just now coming back up. And that should secure the post plant. I mean, any damage.
shot.
Okay. Any damage dealt will hurt. But again, salvo's at the ready.
Not halved.
And that should secure things.
Yeah, so
A couple of feel-good kills. Narek gets a little bit closer to his ult. He's now, what, 3 pips off?
I can count. Yep, that's 3, Doug. And they recover the 3 rifles too.
No, it's her tweet.
So solid work from Sentinels moving on in here. EG didn't go for any, you know, jet saving shenanigans or stuff like that, so not going to be able to tap into an op early. That's going to be very good news for Sen. Because when you think about this comp, again, the Jet compared to the Neon, you have less retake tools in terms of like having the Neon stun to zip back
Wait,
onto the
which
site.
one?
You're actually a little bit lighter in the util department. So EG want to bank on, you know, allowing Ye and Icy to get walk-ups, take strong fights, get picks early on, and then have advantage numbers going later into the rounds. Are you joking?
That is fucking tragic, Chad. That ain't his
wasn't like a wall
fault.
hack. I feel
That
like
ain't
on
his
moments,
fault.
He's just killing him. Through
That's just like when it
without
rains, it
knowing,
As one
pours.
does. He's
Dude.
really far up long.
Okay,
Heavy crunch,
Supa.
and, I mean, the spike is still sitting back in Swan, but
That's insane, man. Oh my god, he saved Nature
coming
so
alive.
hard.
getting another kill on Zelsis. What's the play here for Sentinels?
Come on,
They might
EG,
just
get
be
this
getting
shit.
picked apart. They didn't find an advantage
Maybe
really
two.
anywhere on the map other than the opener onto Ye.
We'll see how they pivot around John. He wants to call this round. He gets out.
By the skin of his teeth.
Narrate still got the spike in spawn. By John not seizing the gap into connector. it's now harder to accelerate towards A. And if John makes any noise, EG are going to be able to hone in on his location, no problem.
I mean, you imagine he's close by. You see the
John
pings on
in the
mini-map,
mid-round. Let's see
just
who he
a
cooks
little
up.
behind. This is big for
This
John.
is
He's got
scary.
to deliver 8 bullets, connects onto the first.
Bro, I don't think they should be
Reloads.
fucking looking.
Beautifully done.
Damn, he read that.
Narrate still has to pull a lot off, and he can't.
Big fucking kill.
All on to John now. 1v2.
I got the spike.
15 seconds left. No choice but to commit. Beautifully played there by Icy, not giving him the fight early on. Just let him commit to getting the plant down, and then get the easy kill and secure the round.
Yeah, Doug, that was no problem at all.
That was the
I
easy
feel like
kill,
the equip time out of Spike
I mean,
is
you
too
only ever
fast.
you only need one player to stay alive anyways. Why'd you ever ask for any more than that?
That's
That start was
ridiculous.
kind of funny.
He did not think so.
He did not think so at all.
I think big ups to Supa here, finding not 1 but 2 kills in street.
Yeah.
Right? I think he's been a player that usually more reserved, but when his team is down in numbers, he'll take that active look. He'll take a timing. He'll go for a dry swing.
Devil.
Just kind of got his team back in the round there.
Interesting. Missiles early on towards A from the attack to push them off of taking the A main space from the defense.
Yeah, because Sentinels, they want to play for the
She's never done anything wrong in her life. It's
Also got
crazy.
Matejo, so
Okay.
a lot of good tools to play on.
That's insane.
Yeah, he's up real close. Oh, he didn't guess the right side.
He didn't.
Couldn't even TP out because he was suppressed.
Oy,
Now they're going to accelerate,
bro.
popping the ult, the dimensional drift through. And the wall goes up, and unfortunately they're going to have to sit and watch for a little bit.
Tilting couple rounds for Ye here.
See what their duelist can do.
Can they win another
EG in a
4v5?
really tough spot to get this retake working.
So
Icy's
rough.
got a dash trying to break out of the
Tail.
choke, but there's so much utility being thrown
Good
into this
plan.
angle.
And they're going to play for post. Look at him taking a big step back. Narrate has his ult. John has his ult.
Bro, 3 hit by
First,
that
Narrate
shit.
immediately invests his.
Just to stall out the hit.
And you still have the payload. I mean, you still got so much to play around here.
There's just more?
Nah, bro.
It's a slaughter. I mean, it's an absolute slaughter. Derek again is left in an unwinnable 1vx.
Wow.
Sure, it might have cost Sentinels 3 ultimates, but that is just picture perfect.
Yeah.
I love that. Just using the ultimates
he's
with
almost
only
got his
Zekken
ult
on site.
back
Even
again,
Zekken has the
dude.
teleport to jump back into long.
He's
So
literally
even in the
3
event
off.
That, you know, he's not killing every single person. Like, that would have been fine. Zekken gets nothing there, it's no problem because still just the amount of time
The little
lost
desk.
by those 2 ultimates. Still having 4 players down long at that point.
Bro, having
the smoke
Zekken as a
surge on.
teammate
It
has to
wouldn't
be
even
the
matter.
best
plan
vibe
was too
ever.
good.
Missiles from the
Comms are goated. Positive attitude.
They're not
Frags
they're
the
not
fuck
really
out.
taking aim in, they're just spotting.
Support
Well, look at
player
their guns,
duelist.
Doug. How are they gonna?
Jesus.
This isn't the first round they do that, though.
Yeah.
2 rounds ago, it was the same approach. They missile at the beginning, but then they slowly try to take aim in, and sometimes
Yeah, did you
they
see the
don't.
10s piece
It's
earlier
like this
today?
little feint of pressure,
Right,
into
yes.
falling back and seeing if that might waste a little bit more of Sentinel's time. Maybe then they can punish on the off angles. Sheriff in Icy's hand.
What do I mean by support player duelist? I
That's
mean,
really
like, he
all
uses
you're
util
doing right
really
now. They're
well for the
doubled up in
team. Like,
street.
he's
The off
like
angle
involved
on
in a
A
lot of
with,
trap
Derek
plays
sort
that
of
aren't
baiting out Icy
directly
in the
for
corner.
him.
Maybe that's good for a kill. Maybe
He has
2.
great util. He like learns
Not if
lineups
Sentinels
to
group
support
together and
people.
Do another solid hit.
Avoiding that damage, but staying inserted.
Yeah, John has missiles coming up in 3 seconds, so I think he's going to try and use those to sell a fake before his team ends up committing into B. Maybe he doesn't even need to.
Yeah.
Some footsteps in Art, the rest of the team scaled into B, so they can get the spike down, and then he's got the missiles.
I
as
feel
an
like
extra
playing
layer
like
of
that
salt
takes a
post.
while
Flash
for a
south,
pro to like
thorns
get
out,
used to
stars
it
down.
at the duelist.
The site is theirs.
It's
Because
gonna be the same
instinctually you
post
want to play
plant,
for
I think.
yourself.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Playing a little bit closer to play off of Zekken because they don't have the ultimates, but still options to fall into long, depending on how long EG take here.
If you're Evil Geniuses,
The
and you do
Bucky
decide to go
flank?
for this, I mean, you kind of want to play around chaos. You want to try to inject a little mess into the situation, but I don't think they have the tools to do that.
I think they should try injecting hope before they
And he
work
got
on
out.
the chaos part.
Well, he didn't get
Well,
out.
Hope
He
can't
got a
get
kill.
into Ye, at least for a little bit. There's no way out. They're just playing for exits.
Yeah, and even then, it's not going to make much of a dent in Sen Zcon.
No. There's still a little room for them to play out around as well. I mean, you're trying to get any advantage you can, but even those seem hard to come by.
John.
All right, Doug. Yeah. I'm going to work on the hope here. I'm going to work on
Go
the
ahead.
hope for EG. Yeah,
Pitch
they're
it.
down 5. Yeah, Sentinels only need to win 2 rounds, right? That's what I've got.
That's it?
No, I'm kidding. EG have a few ultimates to play with here, and Icy finally got the operator. Genuinely, we're finally going to see a look where EG can play around, you know, these contact agents, right? The Jet in the chamber, or the Jet in the Yoru, rather.
I wanted to
maybe find an opener.
Yeah, maybe.
Doesn't feel like you really believe, Doug.
You know, it's
I
really
feel
not
so
on me
bad
to believe or
about
not,
it.
to be honest with you.
It's true. It's on Potter to believe. Coming in here, it's the last time out she's got. And again, EG have beautiful retake ultimates. So this round for them, it's all about putting Icy in a position where he can take that operator fight. Maybe they fight a little bit more aggressively for space on some side of that, but genuinely, they could also just play more relaxed, kind of like how Sentinels were on their defensive side. Remember, Sen were just using their ultimates to stall out and go for these delayed retakes.
Right.
EG can try very similar things, at least on this round.
Am I too dooming
The
going
Yoru
here?
and the Astra available.
On the other side of the time.
Part of me feels like I'm being too harsh. I feel like I'm being too harsh. But then part of me is like, no, EG has made a lot of unforced errors, and that's what's making me be harsh. And I'm trying to keep it real.
Yeah, he's going to take the same angle as last round.
But then when I look at like their history for the year, I'm like, it's like checkered. It's not so bad. But it's like, are those wins that great?
Spicy's really
I don't
gotta
know,
be
man. I'm
careful
just so
on this
disappointed in them right now. Actually, I thought we'd have a game.
If you're Zekin.
With the Haunt and maybe a flash combo.
Or you fake it.
You fake it with that same combo, yeah.
Okay, so now there's a lot of a threat. There's a lot of fake pressure in A main right now from the attack.
The thing is, EG now used
Like
that
Sen are
drone,
playing
and it's not
really
gonna see
fucking well
anything,
today.
so
I will say
great call
that.
from EG to spot that one out.
Definitely the toughest opponent that this team has played.
For a retake if you lose the side, or things like that.
But with Drone not seeing the operator here, that is a big win for Evil Geniuses. Now, the loss for EG is that we're not actually
Those
going into art
missiles.
from Sentinels. They're taking into con,
Ooh.
and so much
Good thing you
pressure
moved
now
right
goes
away.
onto the sole anchor of this Vice, Nature, in what's about to become a 1v5.
8 and 14.
All right, he kept
all
one of the
eyes on
thorns
him.
for Street.
Has to deliver. It's going to have a little bit
Good
deeper
ball.
for the delay, and that's going to hurt. The Cosmic Divide not out. Again, he is on an island. They're going to have to push ahead of this. Rotations have come through, but there's really only one on the other side of the wall.
Send him some help!
Nicely done
Send
by
him
Zekin.
some
He was
help.
left on an island.
30
Second
seconds
Cosmic
left.
Divide now invested. Quartering the map. What's the call for the flood? The flash comes through. Narrate and Zekin
Enemy remaining.
holding the line. There's no way through. I mean, if you're Icy, maybe you try to save the op? I mean, what else? Oh.
That's the only shot he took this round. EG call a timeout, they bank everything on the op and playing the ults for retake, and yet the op doesn't find a kill because
Dude.
Sentinels call around that operator perfectly, right? They see the money, you know that is going to be picked up from the other side.
Yeah, I don't know.
So they bait out the art attention, then pivot back into B.
Enemy remaining.
Somehow, Nature
Center
is stuck
just-
on backside.
Better today. I don't know what else
This
to
is
say.
hurt and he goes forward.
That noise.
Right.
What?
Into the next we go. Ult popped immediately from Zekin. So he's going to get a lot of info on the presence here. Pops a flash.
That's 3 players.
Spotted, you're absolutely right.
Oh, man.
And he gets
God. Oh
They're fully
my
sending this. I
God.
thought they'd back out, but Zekin with 3 kills, and now they can push the pedal to the metal. Now they can dig their heels in. And just like that, we talked about it. We wanted it to be clean from Sentinels, and that's exactly what it was.
10
A 2-0
rounds
win
total.
over Evil Geniuses.
10 rounds total.
Kaplan, John, Zelsis, they all get their revenge. Look, Potter's not going to be taking care of them in VCT every single time anymore. Sentinels put themselves on the board, finally get that first win, and do it in a blistering fashion.
Wow. I thought this would be a close series. You guys even saw I did the pick'ems, and I was like, it could go. It could go. I favor Sen, but it could go.
At the beginning of this series and kind of what the strength of schedule was for the rest of this stage for both of these teams. I think if you're Sentinels, you've set yourself up really well here with this win.
Exactly. Right now, taking down EG. They already played probably the toughest team in the group in crew. Yeah. Beat 100 Thieves, their other good competition.
If I'm as disappointed and like I feel like this, I can't imagine what Potter feels like.
Against crew next week. That's extremely difficult. Then you're looking at a situation where you probably have to beat Loud to have a chance to stay alive here in stage 1.
The picture gets clearer for one of these two teams.
Oh yeah, Sen's round diff now is going to be crazy.
We talked about him a lot in the series, but I want to touch on him again.
You're right about that.
The performance that Narrate put up across both maps is
the 100 Thieves third map.
And
now
wasn't
this.
Even always in the kills.
100%.
I mean, he was nuts.
Like, we'll see it eventually in this, but his fade utility was glorious on the second half. Yeah, he's trying out his mind, but here, the triple C's into a tail ult as the players are coming out.
This was like a glorious day to be a Sen
rounds
fan.
where he was hitting multiplayer seizes, and Sentinels just weren't able to play off of it. That happened a couple of times. Like, he was consistent.
You really got it all.
Snatching players
like,
away.
Man, as a Sen fan, you would have gotten it all. You got like the fucking dominant win on the opponent's map pick, shutting down a Waylay. The final win over, finally got a win over Potter. You get a Narrate pop-off game where he goes back to Sova. Because everyone on the Sen fans are like, man, they're kind of brutal when it comes to Narrate, if I'm being honest. You get the Zelsis clutches and impact. Huge plays out of Zelsis all series. The great calls from John. It's like...
And that's honestly the best indicator of a team's success, whether or not the DAP up is good. We're going to throw it down to Elizabeth.
Sen 8 today, I'm not going to lie.
Post-match interview. Messed up the sponsor segment. Throw it. Go.
Don't worry, I got you, Doug. We're here for the Verizon post-match interview, and it's with none other than the IGL of the hour. You know him. You love him. It's John Cutie, everyone. Is that your
Rare
IGL?
John smiles. Look at
IGL,
this guy.
everyone?
He's loving that shit.
Thank you.
Thank you, he says. Thank you. Now, John, the first thing I want to ask you is, I talked to you earlier today about the decisiveness that Kaplan said was an issue. After the first map, he said, absolutely not an issue anymore. Talk to me about that. Is that from you? Is that from the team? Where's that decisiveness coming from?
I feel like we just came with a different mentality this game. We knew we had the issue going on, and we just like fully focused on it this week of practice, and just made sure like no matter what, if things going our way or like they're not, we just need to stay focused. Make sure we're not like indecisive because we're down 0-4 or 0-5. So it was just a lot of work and like pre-game talk that got us going this game.
What was our pre-game talk? Talk to me. Like I'm one of you. Like I'm Zekin. What are you saying to me?
A second? Yeah. I mean, it's like a whole team thing, not really like individual. Everyone is like kind of suffering from it. So it was just like, boys, we're better. Let's be hungry and just win the game.
Is that confidence? Is that ambition? What is that specifically that you were missing from last week?
I feel like we're just like, we have a lack of consistency, and like sometimes we look like the best team in the world, sometimes we look like a very bad team, and I feel like we just had to work on that and just like full confidence no matter what. Yeah.
What's your read on today? How did you guys think you performed today?
I mean, I think we performed pretty well. I think it's our first 2-0 this year, so I think we have some good momentum to carry for next games. Yeah.
Well, talking about the games today, you changed your Haven comp a little bit. We saw, the Zach Neon, etc.
It is.
What was that decision making like? Why did you change it? We saw the struggles on Haven before. Was that the reason why, or was it just kind of we see this comp work, we'll go for it?
Yeah, we definitely had some struggles on Haven. I think we played like 4 comps, and we just went back to the all reliable, our champs comp. I think we have the best Neon in the league in Zekin, and we kind of shuffled the roles with me and Marshall, Narrate. And so everyone is just in their comfortable roles, everyone knows their job, and it just looked good.
When you say best Neon in the league, do you mean Americas or the world?
Oh, the world, obviously.
Just to be clear, we always got to make sure. We got to make sure. Now, Senbites, your like short social media, uploaded something an hour ago.
It's a great
You were talking
interview
to your
by
team
Liz.
after your crew loss, and you said you were not a Toronto team yet. Hopefully, we'll get there, but right now, we are not a Toronto team. After today,
Hella humble.
where are we in making that Toronto team kind of jog, if you will? Are you a Toronto team yet?
I mean, I feel like if we show up like we did today, I feel like we should be fine. We're definitely qualifying. But yeah, that's our problem. We are our own worst enemy. Some days we're just like not in the server at all, and some days we are, and we just need to keep the consistency, and like I think we'll be in a good spot to make it. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Sean QD. Everyone give it up for your favorite IGL. One more time. We're going to head to a break, but stay right there because it is 100 Thieves versus Loud.
Honestly, John makes me kind of a believer because he's so humble, and he's willing to admit that like there's days they just like they're missing shit. But the more games like this they have, like they can figure out and like compare side by side, and they'll figure out what's missing. And one day it's gonna click if they have time. Like this was a big day for Sen. He wasn't lying about the 2-0 thing either. Like I can't even believe that. Look at it. That's their first 2 of the year. Crazy to think that. Series stats.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a
All
desk
green.
in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Everyone played well. That's what I was saying, man. 81% cast. Fucking handshake. Holy fuck.
Ergonomically engineered for you.
What? What the fuck is this? Is it broke?
Every move.
Is it broke? Maybe it's not broke. EG has some serious problems they need to address, though. It's like they need to decide like what roles they want to run, and they need to work on the fundamentals. But now they're kind of up against it. Now that they're 1 and 2, who do they play next? Crew and Loud. Tough games. I'm not gonna lie. Loud would have been easier without Luxo. Let's see how his opening showing is. I'm very high on this Luxo kid. You guys who know that. You guys should fucking know. I am super high on like this kid being an all-star. He might have a rough opening showing. Just stage fright. But I'm a big believer in Luxo. Was it announced? Wait. I see something on my feed. What is this? We're gonna get an ad.
Do this or what? Bro, you're natural? Yeah, easily.
Oh, he caught it.
I got it!
My goat.
Do this or what? Bro, you're natural? Yeah, easily.
So chat, this hallway in the Riot office has like all the prac rooms with like the 360 hertz monitors, like boom, boom. This side has 2 more, maybe even 3 more. And then to the right is like the arena and like the analyst area. They're in the Riot Studios for that one. That's like right now, probably. That's like literally right now. Why crew look good? Oh.
Um time muito bom.
Eu me inspiro muito no estilo de jogo dele.
I take a lot of inspiration from their playstyle.
Sees the weak position, lined up actually, lined up entirely, but it is that crossfire. No way! EU brings it to the 1v1. It will be a monstrous clutch, and indeed it is! Disgusting work by EU.
Tem que dar foco especial pro
Got to
EU.
put special focus on the EU. I think has been one of the best initiators so far.
We're definitely following the process and trusting it, and we're definitely on an upward trajectory. I think going into the Loud matchup, we're gonna have to focus a lot on our team play more than normal, just because of how the team plays and how individually talented they are. I think DG Zen is insane. He's very like calm, composed, and confident in the way that he plays.
This is just hell for Crew. If they can stave this off, the entry could be very good for them.
Bro,
Taking headshots through the wall.
I cannot believe Loud let this guy down with a 32 kill game. I cannot believe it. We're coming off an 0-2, so winning the match against Reviews, one of the best teams in the league, for sure would give our confidence a boost.
The path that we're currently on is the right path, so winning our week 3 game would give us the confidence we need to continue moving forward.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. In our second match on this Friday is 100 Thieves.
I am very worried for 100 Thieves. I really am. Like, bro, I'm rooting for them. I'm rooting for them so hard right now.
Yeah, especially when you look at 100 Thieves that are in this upward trajectory, but Loud is down.
Yeah, exactly. Like this trajectory, this loss, and adding like an impactful player to flip it around. Dude, this game was wild. Loud gifted 2G some of these rounds.
We love the way that they play the game. It's that aggressive play style that we like to see.
Suit into them.
Yeah, right. That's what we like to see DG do. So it's gonna be like just head to head in this series. Like who's gonna
My anxiety.
Don't punch yourself too hard, man.
I think it's a big game for their season. That's why I'm nervous.
Like a very promising kickoff, right? We like what we saw from.
It's a really big game for 100
Thieves.
Thieves.
Pretty hard in stage 1, and our friends actually on the Brazilian broadcast asked Loud former coach Frod for his take on the source of their troubles.
Oh wait, this clip? I linked this in the broadcast. Loud needs to make some tough decisions. Someone to make a tough, hard choice to change something in the team. I gave them this. Yeah, I think so. But it's not. It's not that I don't. What? It's that I think I like those boys a lot, and I think overall they're trying really hard. But I think it's more so a structural problem. Not something in-game. Like the thought process of the org, they got to change those things. I don't know. But yeah. But to be honest, they treated me like trash. So I'm not going to give them any help, you know? No!
Free coaching.
Damn!
But this is the same team, by the way, that had Sarhak move into some ridiculous roles.
When I saw that, I was like, bro, show that shit on the broadcast. Show it on the broadcast.
Kind of what I'm told. I'm stepping back and allowing myself to move. That went bloody brilliant, didn't it? They decided to make another change, of course, but they brought in Luxo, who will be subbing in today for, wait for it, 2 years. He's coming for 2 years in this roster.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough one for sure because Dewey's...
Sorry, guys. I couldn't leak because I don't know.
You know, he had no choice. He played a duelist role going into like the tier 2, then went into play the controller until Pancata comes in. So what's left? He has to play Sentinel. But Luke Shaw, I mean, you can't put him aside. This guy's been killing it in the Brazilian scene.
He just looks so cold.
He played amazing during Ascension.
Like, he didn't never look nervous.
And I mean, even Sean Garrison, his watch player, is like, you got to look out for this guy. He's the future here of the Brazilian scene.
Yeah, like off controller player he was on Glorious. That's obviously Sato, Rango, Brood, like amazing team. They were expected to be like a real front runner at that Ascension. It's nice to see Luxo still get his chance, but maybe they just want to go for a 1-for-1 and plug him into a spot, and maybe not force him to adopt a different role, because it's hard for us to imagine that 2 years was the problem. But we got to hear at least from Luxo about what we should expect from him ahead of his America's debut.
And Luxo, you're joining Loud for the first time on stage today. Super exciting. What can we expect from you with the team today? What agents can we see you on? Will there be any more role changes?
Tô bem animado, eu acho que o time vai entrar mais animado agora, talvez com mais mira, pode esperar isso da gente. E eu vou entrar na função de sentinela, e foi a única mudança que teve, foi essa mesmo, eu entrando na função de sentinela.
I'm very excited. I think the whole team is very excited with this change. I'm gonna play as a sentinel today, and this is probably like the only change we have for the team.
Best of luck. Obrigado.
Now, we can see why Loud are probably pretty desperate for a bit of a mix-up here, right? They lost to the Ascension team, not named G2. You can figure that out. 0-2. And missing playoffs is a real possibility. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is a team
Tui got
obviously that always
screwed.
has, like,
Tui's got so
expectations
screwed
on
over
them.
on
They
this
maintained
team.
the core that worked
I
for
knew
them
it was going to
last
happen. I
time
told you
around,
guys like 2 weeks
this
ago.
2G game, like, I mean, I could see it happening. I'm like, they're looking very sussy today. And this is with, by the way, Digizine still playing quite well. Pancada having his moments here. But, I mean, come on, you have served up 2G their first win, a win that no one was really expecting them to get here in stage 1.
I think a lot of this win, like basically just handed to 2G, was the fact that I feel like when Vinny starts playing bad individually, it kind of seeps into some
Why
of
do I
that
think he got
yelling,
screwed?
man. And
Not that he...
This series was a testament.
Look, I'm not saying he deserved to stay on the team because of he was like some insane senti. I'm just saying he got like thrown around in all these roles. And he had this kid breathing down his neck. This kid is a prodigy, I'm telling you. Like, there was no world where it was like a situation where he was destined to fail. He was destined to fail in this team. And the second he did fail, this kid was going to take his spot. That's what I feel like. Tui's was like really, really good in some of those old roles he played. And yeah, it's just tough, man. It's tough. Like, Pancada came in the team, and they didn't need Tui's on smokes, but they wanted Tui's experience and aim and comms. But then they put this kid behind him, which is like immense pressure.
First kills against 2G, and they still aren't able to convert off this. We kind of hinted that about Sentinels earlier in the show, right? It's pretty egregious if you go up a player from a pick early in the round and you are losing more rounds than you win when you're ahead in a player early. Like, what is it that causes this to happen? Because you can't ask so much more from your duelists. Who then are we looking at here saying there's a problem? Is it the calling? Because that's not getting fixed today, in theory. I mean, Luxio's coming in for 2 years, one of the most dependable players of this team.
I was going to say, I think Tui's is just a scapegoat, and I don't like the fact that Loud are hitting the panic button. I do think, though, it is a good opportunity in that little pre-game interview that Liz did, saying, okay, maybe this player can bring a fire to this team. Maybe he can be the difference maker to make sure when they're up in these man advantages that they can actually convert.
I do really like seeing the
hopefully
rookie players,
DGZin's mental is in check, because, brother, if I dropped 32 kills in my game and I was doing all this work and we lost like that, bro, I don't know if I can recover.
There has been like some sort of hope if you look back at the start of Vinny when it was
11-2 first bloods, 200 damage around, 32 kills
really good attack side
against
here
2G.
on Pro. But overall, again,
Up 4-0,
I don't think it's just
and they
necessarily on him.
lose.
They really need to work
Man.
as a unit. They're going through a lot of
That's
roster changes,
devastating.
communication, structural issues, maybe that Fraud's mentioning so far. That's a lot of pressure for a brand new IGL rookie coming in to call up for our team. So there's a lot that probably is behind the scenes that we don't know about that adds a lot of pressure to Vinny in the calling.
I mean, you're asking for Digizine to bring the fire again. We know 100 Thieves bring the ice as always. Digizine will have to contend with Cryo today. He dropped 54 last week. That was 7-0. Not just 7 first kills, 7-0 in first kills his week. And there are some maps, of course, like in the rotation where we see Cryo go to a duelist, right? There's some jet maps lurking around there. But in general, right, the chamber play on Fracture, that's a unique part of 100 Thieves. Not many other teams are going for this style. The Sage on Split there as well.
I hope Cryo's a big game.
Dangerous. Just complete Thanos in the server. Like, it just wasn't even close. Like, EG had no chance, and I know, like, we just saw EG get smacked up, but no one from Sen was doing what Cryo was doing. It was like a one-man army over here. And I don't know, seeing this head-to-head of him against DGZine is just going to be so wild to me, because 7-0, we had 16 and some 7 or something from DG.
It was amazing for him.
It's going to be a matchup for the ages, I feel like, especially with the respect.
We're not even talking about the main duelists from this team.
I know.
We went through Cryo.
That's how good. Asuna for sure. That's the thing. And there's just going to be so much util and teamwork around 100 Thieves that they all have to deal with here for Loud. And that's going to be very difficult coming in for Luxia, right? Just coming into this roster, coming into the Sentinel world. We know that he's good. He's able to anchor around, but it's a big test against a team like 100 Thieves to play against.
2 years, like one of the longest lived players on this roster. Massive shoes to fill, but Cryo and the rest of 100 Thieves increased the tempo versus Evil Geniuses last week and just ran it down. They were busted. You know what I mean? It's like they were
busting. Okay.
I missed that cue. They were busting.
I mean, this is obviously after a bit of a rough start to the state. They had to play like Sentinels, right? They had a great Haven in that series, but here they look so much better in this series. Now we know perhaps Evil Geniuses are being, I don't know, hammered by a lot of great teams here, but still they looked so much better, so much more confident as a unit.
Yeah, the aggression was what was shining for 100 Thieves in this series. The set plays on their
What can we see here, chat?
Their attacks that
I think Loud's been picking Lotus, right?
We're on attack now. We're just gonna run it down. No, they were running it down on defense.
Yeah.
Like,
Lotus.
EG could not breathe.
And that's something that they also did like during kickoff as well. Just Asuna on the knee. On
Second
E.
ban on Lotus. Crew's very good on Lotus, though. I'm supposed to.
Let me try to stun around, get some space. And then also on the other side, as Fracture, for example, you have Crowd
Lotus
playing as a
floated.
They're really good
So
at
like
locking things
Haven,
down to make
Lotus.
sure that the aggression that comes out from Asuna and the rest of the team gets the best value out
Yeah,
of
they
it.
really like Haven and
That's
Lotus.
the biggest thing is Asuna just has a gravity towards him. Wherever he's going, he draws so much attention that Cry literal aura. Oh yeah, great. Wait, which one is that?
Let's check that one out.
It's right there.
Changing their ban up, so they play 7.
And Cryo is enabled because of that. That's the recipe for 100 Thieves success.
And again, we're delving into 100 Thieves. We want to know where their heads are at today, and for more on them, we're going to head back over to Elizabeth. She managed to check in with none other than EU.
Now, you had your first win of Stage 1 last week. What were the key takeaways from that match that you're going to take to this match today?
Thank you.
I think we improve a lot match to match. So our big takeaways from the EG game was that micro fights together for us are really easy and comfortable, and it's something that we can fall back on instead of forcing individuality. So we're going to try to bring that into the Loud game since they're all really talented.
Best of luck today.
Ow.
Now, we know these guys are kind of cooking, but 100 Thieves, they released some of their comms from the Evil Geniuses match, and take a listen here to what EU sets up and what he has to say. This is kind of wild.
Oh, that would be fire, Carl. What'd they say?
Opping left side short, dash away. Nothing else say, He left the A line. Waylay left the A line. You guys still want to see? Walk C though,
That's a really good comms. Wow.
I'm holding for you, Kel. Yeah, fine. You're good.
No. Yeah, they're doing a mid trap.
3B, guys. 3B, 1C, 1A.
This is the Hunter's Fury play.
I'm facing garage. Can you guys get ready to push ceiling? No. Are they flooding or no? No. Yo, Deathcom people, calm everything. Okay.
Deathcom.
Let's go with Dan ult, okay? Yes, I'm gonna ult for you guys. Are they there? Get ready to vulnerable. Not yet. Vulnerable ceiling, like in the B, Matt, okay? Do it now. Do it now. Yeah, there. Nice.
Matt, time.
A upper, guys.
I'm gonna run around for you, Matt.
Yeah. I'm just gonna stay here, hold spawn.
Yeah,
spawn.
I've
Yeah,
got
we're
you.
perfect.
Just take blitz.
Yeah.
Those are great comms by EU. What the fuck?
Save C long, guys. He is not.
Yep, he's saving. Never mind.
Let's go! Good call, Dan. Good call, Dan.
You guys
you like a little calm in 35?
Good boys. That was actually insane.
That was literally crazy.
What is it you calling to him? He said, dead players calm everything. What is he saying?
That's the most important thing in that whole piece. Is EU knew he wanted to set up that Sova ultimate play, but in their communication structure, the players that are dead are the ones that need to step up and actually call when the timing, the timing of it, to when to pounce, right?
Yeah.
And that's what he was calling for in that moment.
What do they see that he doesn't? They're expecting other players?
Yes, so they're on the POV of assumably Cryo, hearing the footsteps and whatnot, and just jumping the gun for EU to pop that Sova ultimate all the way in the back. But big heads up play from EU to communicate that in the first place and set those whole steps in motion.
Because it's a 3 versus 5. He's in the window. He hears this information. They know what was happening towards the A side. It's weak towards C. As he calls to pivot around, then you know you're going to play around that undercut here from Cryo, that he's going to throw that debuff. And you need those players that are dead. The timing that you have on Dan to be, or EU, sorry, to be able to pull out the Hunter's Fury, and the other one to combine with that. It came into a double kill instantly off that beam, and then you're able to push as a team right after. I think this is just good comms, but does it mean that it might get too convoluted in terms of conversation if it gets very hectic against a team like Loud, who also loves to play very aggressive and chaotic?
I mean, it is definitely elaborate, right? But it's kind of crazy that they're able to put such a thing together on a dime. Like, it is thick comms, but they're working out beautifully. Earlier today, actually, just now in EMEA, Loud's former IGL Sarhak of Carmine Corp scored a big win with that team. In the post-match interview, he gave us a bit of a message for his old teammates here in Americas.
Ooh, what? We didn't get to hear this.
My former team. Guys, I love you. Please win a match, please. Win, please. Giving you all my energy for this upcoming match, of course. Fight well, always. And yeah, that's it. Good luck. I love you guys, and please destroy them.
We can carry this
Damn,
energy
good guy
over to
set
that.
up. Love
I think
that.
it's a good omen. It's a good omen. You win today.
Sounds a little bit like his comms when he was on that Loud roster last year. Please, guys, please win. I've got the deadlock and attack side Lotus. We've got to win this game.
I got a Viper Phoenix breach. Let's get it done on a set here. We can do it, please. Let's try something.
Come on, KO. I got a judge. Set me up. I just love how you have like Fraud, who's like, yeah, I'm not gonna coach for you, and also Sadhak, who's like, yeah, please win, but I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
Yeah. Starting to hate away from you.
Yeah.
You have to cross the pond for that.
Oh my goodness,
don't touch with the pond.
And he's glowing, you know what I mean? He's looking good. They got a win against
This task is
M20
coded.
as well. Seemed like a pretty straightforward game. Now, even in Loud's losses, we've seen Pancada step up big time in 2025.
banter.
This is a veteran. This is, I mean, a champion.
I love the banter right now.
He comes into this team that's starting to be filled in with some young players, and he now needs to step up and be the
Both
leader.
the broadcasts, they were hella funny.
Definitely.
EMEA
I mean,
and
he
this
is the
one.
veteran on this
Fuck.
team, especially for the new player, Luke Show, right? Like, he's going to be somebody that is looking
And
up to him.
pride.
So I just feel like, also the 1v4 that he got on this map of Pearl, it's just like, how did they throw this one
1v4
away
was
even with
nuts.
this being said?
That was the thing. We were talking about the
I thought that was gonna
decision,
make him win the
of
map,
Loud
I'm not
that
gonna
was,
lie.
For me, pretty bad here on Pearl. But it came down to not only one, but I think he had a second 4K going on to that. So,
Dude, normally when the favorites get a clutch like that deep in a game, the underdog just like withers away. I thought for sure Loud were going to close out the map after that 1-on-4.
Has been. 100%. I mean, he's been solid on every team he's been. I almost went.
Chat, you guys see this Yoru fucking...
Me and Pancada go way back. Me and Pancada go way back. I'm passionate. I'm a big Pancada fan.
What the fuck?
I'm reeling though, seeing 2 years get taken out of this team. Let's look at our predictions here as we sort of discuss this one, because for me, it never really felt like the issue.
No.
Maybe something internal, maybe they just want to give Luke Show a go, but this is an important game.
Damn.
You have to win this game, otherwise you just forget about playoffs. Why are you taking a risk now?
that's what I'm saying. You're
I remember you guys
taking
said
away
this
2Es
earlier.
who knows the game plan, who knows what he has to do as a
Oh, this
Sentinel.
guy don't know what
You're
he's talking
bringing in
about,
somebody
though.
like Lucio, who, yes, is also a very good Sentinel player, but you're almost taking away good firepower to bring in a good firepower that doesn't have really the playbook around Renault. We have to know how much practice has been put in. Maybe it's been less than a couple of days. He has to show up here.
And the thing is, though, with this move that Loud just did, I feel like it's a look to what they're going to be doing in the future seasons, right? In the future stages, right? Because if they're subbing in somebody now in the middle of stage one when it's elimination on the line, like you said,
Yo, you guys want some of this Krispy Kreme?
or at least you would think.
Right,
guys
I mean,
want some
but
of
then we've
this?
got question
You would
marks
hope.
about, like, is the
Don't want some?
IGL calling, is this enough? You said it's probably not what
April
you
Fool?
would like it to be.
I would fucking
So
punch
that's a
someone.
big question
If
mark.
I went into
The
work
mid-round stuff,
in
you're
an
looking to
office
see
and
the
that shit happened on
aggression,
April
also
Fool's,
check
I'd
with some
knock
great
someone out.
calling. But now, folks, it's about time to bring
I'd
out
be
our
so
teams.
mad.
These are on the uptrend. That's right. They're still looking
I would
at
be
playoffs
so
and
mad.
Loud need to salvage
I saw that on
their
my feed and I
stage.
was like,
Let's
no,
rebound.
that's crazy. That's a crazy April Fool's
Dude,
prank.
at this point, as you were mentioned before, guys, this
I would
is
eat the carrots, though,
please,
yeah.
please, almost like I said, you have to win Loud.
Everything else can stay.
If you lose this match
I would
over
take the
here,
ranch
this
cup
is
with
an
me.
0-3 going into split one.
Fuck that.
And your chances to try to make it into playoffs is even worse because the other teams that are like kind of joining them at the bottom, you have EG, which they have to play in week 5, but you also have 2G that they lost against.
And it's such a rough opening game as well for
Man.
the rookie. I mean, you're going against 100 Thieves.
We're
team
kinda
who
getting
look
hyped, Diff,
so
no?
dialed in their last match, full momentum going their way. And when they have confidence,
Or
I
a
mean,
diff, though, for
remember-
us.
Remember the Shanghai run that this team had, and yeah, you don't have Bang anymore, you have Xander.
Yeah.
But still, they're still so solid. And this meta, I feel like they can really take advantage of it.
You see a little bit of trash talk there, maybe exchange between Vinny and Boostio there in the middle of the
What
stage.
the
Yeah,
fuck?
we're looking at you, Kelvin. Don't worry. Camera's on you as usual, mate.
Yeah.
No
Nice
dramas. Yeah,
That's
crazy.
Yeah.
Zoomer kind of hairstyle. You know
I
what
love
mean?
it. I love it. I can't pull that off. You guys definitely can't pull that off.
Man, Cowan's without 2Es is Sag, actually.
I'm tired of getting slammed from
An
my
era.
We should be talking about this banger.
I don't really think about it
matchup
like
we're about to get,
that.
because we're about to see
Wow.
two aggressive teams.
That's kinda sad.
Face to face.
Fuck.
And I don't know. I think a lot of
'Cause,
this.
yeah,
is
I think
gonna
of them
be
as like
who
a
can get
pair.
The ball rolling first.
Dude, actually, you bring up a great point. Aggression for one team of 100 Thieves versus the other. I'm looking down the line of this 100 Thieves roster. EU could definitely play aggressive. Asuna as well. And then you have Cryo. Like, all of these guys are going to be shooter from A to Z. But I don't know if we're going to see the same thing coming out from Loud. They tried it last week when, you know, Kawadzine is pushing through smokes with everybody else, but they weren't getting those perfect trades across the board. So that might be one of those win conditions that 100 Thieves could take advantage of because they're not going to be as coordinated on Loud side to push and fight.
Here is our
Oh,
map set
Lotus
now.
ban.
Haven Icebox actually
Haven is
selected
picked by
here.
100
That's an
Thieves. They've been
interesting
picking
one.
this.
Very
This is
bad
Loud's
Loud,
second
and then
choice.
split around
Loud
after
has been
series. So Both these teams
I don't
actually
think they've shown
banned
this yet.
Icebox in their previous or in their first matches of this stage, but it looks like they're both ready to show it.
Yeah, I mean, Loud is prestigious on this Icebox map. I mean, keep in mind, completely different roster.
Yeah, I mean, that's like Sadok, bro. Okay, here's Loud's map pool this year, chat. You can see their Haven has been a roller coaster, right? Like, it is not treated them too well, but it's the crew three-peat. It's not like they're getting reps all across the board. What was our third, chat? What was our third map? I didn't see. No. What's third? Fracture? Okay, that's the chamber for 100 Thieves versus this comp for Loud. This was when Crew opened the series with this pick. I can't even believe Crew won this series, dude. Crew pick Fracture, get 13-3'd, and then Loud pick Haven and get 13-2'd. And then Loud go up like this and then lose. Just wild, man. All right, same comp here. Let's see what Luxo's playing. Probably Cypher, yeah. All right. Breach Teo Neon.
He's gone the Neon. He was playing Jet on this map mainly, like we were talking about.
This thing's really info light, right? No scan initiators, so they do have the Teo Breach look here, and Digizine is starting to play a little bit more Neon on these.
I've always fucked with Cruz Haven, even going back to fucking the LCQ comp with the Chamber Astra. Rest in peace, Davies, by the way.
5 years back, and somehow we've ended up here, man. I don't know. Don't.
That's a fire sweater.
Time's a flat circle.
Oh my god.
Yeah, or like a rotating circle, or a snake eating itself, or something. It could be anything you want, actually. But for this one, it's 100 Thieves Loud, and it's a matchup that is a must-win for Loud. As the desk has already been mentioning, you know, essentially it's all on the line at this point. Now it feels early days in stage 1 to be saying that.
Yeah, you shouldn't be in that kind of spot, should you?
You really shouldn't be, but Loud is
all on the line. Time is a flat circle.
They need it here and now.
What a catastrophic blow losing to 2G was as well. This is
I
a
don't
Brazilian
know.
organization, Loud, that used to be untouchable in their
boxing?
region. There was nobody else in Brazil that was even close, but at that point we're talking about completely different roster, a legacy that is, at this point, I mean, especially with 2Es now being shifted
Splitting
out
up
of
the
the lineup,
duelists.
seems
Different
further
look.
and further away.
Salvo's
Let's
on
see how we're
short
going to
and
get
long.
started here.
Info denial smoke.
Head-to-head
Keep an eye on
matchup,
Luxo.
Neon v Neon. Xander
Trap play here for the
primed,
Neon.
Ready. Held with the paranoia. He's looking for that contact off of Asuna to trigger it, but
That's a risky
wild
play,
trap
by the
here,
way.
so
Yeah, that's a wild trap
Expecting
play.
Asuna to take contact, then Paranoia.
Because like you're
and then
blinding
Asuna
this
runs up,
line
which
with
only
this
really
smoke,
works if it's
and then he's gonna what,
just
slide
the Cypher there. If
across?
there's more than one player.
Yeah.
with his drone, gets
There's more
broken
than
in time
one.
there. Boostio, quick reposition.
Okay.
Scuttles his way into the back of the site. He's got
Cryo.
Cryo for a bit of backup as well. This
Good
is
timing.
a cautious tail being woven by Loud, but it's them that are opening themselves up.
Take a look at Luxo. Here we go, round 1. He's managed to
Less
find a
junior
really
in B.
nice timing into B.
4v5, get the plan down as well. Digizine watchful
Digizine window.
The extremities is worried about being backstabbed into the process, but a flash play and forward to try and take these fights together here and now.
Well
that is the
done.
call being made out by Loud.
Show
Drawing
back
the blood
B.
out. It's 3 versus 3,
Damn.
pushing them back it away into the
That's not a good
open
start.
arms
We
of
do
the
not
Charger.
want to see that at the start.
We'll see it
We
attack.
do not want to
Xander
see that.
made his way onto the side here, forcing the issue forwards.
Okay.
As well as damage done. 4 bullets left. The right clicks. The bullets going wide. And the knives are coming out to play.
No! It's another Brazilian team knifing us.
It's silly already.
Why do they always knife us, bro?
What a
They
closer from
substitute
counting
players
control.
and they knife us and they kick us out of the playoffs, bro. That's what
We
they're
were
known
talking about
for.
some of the problems that we saw
What the
from Loud
fuck,
previously.
man?
And I felt like Vinny's calling was a bit of an issue for them in the 2G game.
Yeah.
Now, look at this round and how they start off with a little bit of A pressure, then they go
The
towards
ghost
C
of Chosen.
and then they call an audible in the mid round to go back over
bro.
towards B, because that's where Luke Shaw has found some space. If you have players, especially lurking Sentinel players, that
Tech?
can create you opportunities in the mid round,
Let's
it can
ice
really help
Luxo.
your idea.
We gotta ice this motherfucker.
So, a lot of what the desk was talking about was how Luke Shaw coming in, well, maybe that's a bit of an upgrade over 2Es on the
Replay,
Sentinel
right,
role, but
chat?
how is it really going to fix
Yeah, that's a replay.
the problems that
I
Loud
saw a
has
glitch
had?
or something, I
And
think.
there in just the
Yeah.
single round that we've seen,
Yeah, I saw
we have
the
actually
neon
seen
one.
an
mhm.
example of Luke Shaw
Yeah.
finding a really intelligent timing and making it easier for Vinny to call.
No, the Cypher glitch?
Because on paper, you know, you might be questioning, well,
Yeah,
calling's
Cypher
a
glitch.
problem. You're going to be making reactive moves. I mean, maybe the roles wouldn't have worked out, but I was under the impression maybe Vinny would be the one to go.
And then what, 2E's is playing Initiator?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really work in terms of roles, does it?
And then who picks up the IGLing?
Yeah.
But it is interesting to see a very young player joining the league, and a player with a lot of eyes on him as well. A lot of the Brazilian scene looking towards Lucio, expecting big things. He's very talented.
Yeah, gassing him up.
We've seen him play in the off-season events. And now we get to see him here on the VCT stage.
What is that, like a 60% keyboard?
And it is a tough spot. I really agree with the desk. It is difficult to just be thrown into
Very
Tier 1
difficult.
here, having basically just turned 18, become eligible to play, and then you have to...
I kind of wish...
Essentially, this is a must-win game. Like, you
I saw
have
his
to win
aim
this
on
one as
Peter's
Loud.
build.
Otherwise, your chances of getting through to playoffs are, what, maybe like 10, 15%? It's really low.
It's really low. Yeah, I mean, you're looking
2E's.
rough if you are Loud
2E's
here,
show.
but a good opener, winning out this pistol. We're getting this solved as well. Slight audio issue on stage round, just to keep you all honest.
No, they don't give
Yeah, we'll
glare
be
on
getting
the
into
screen
the game
now.
as soon as it's ready. And ahead of today's matchup as well, we ended up asking EU for his read on Loud star duelist player, Dijazine himself. Check this one out.
I think DG Zen has like a good system for the way that he plays. He doesn't like force too many bad engagements. He usually tries to take his fights on his own terms, and he has a really like consistent method as to like how he likes taking his fights. Like usually like front to back. Like you won't see DG Zen like dashing into sight and like 360 and clearing every angle or anything trying to entry. He's very like calm, composed, and confident in the way that he plays, and I think that's why he's really good.
We're getting to see Dijazine in the Neon versus Neon head-to-head here on Haven. And this is kind of new for him. We are used to seeing him play Jet on this map, pick up a ton of Operator on defense. I've got to imagine he's not going to be open as much. Once
That
the
low
sides
sense
swap.
turn.
Yeah, you might throw it in every
180
now and then, I
full
think,
mouse
just to add a
pad.
twist to the overall game plan, but you are right in terms of Neon. You want to be active, you want to be moving around. Rifle in hand, mostly.
And if you look at the way that Asuna tends to play on the defense side, 100 Thieves are the only real, like, solid, decent team on Haven that we've got in America's playing an ISO composition on Haven. There are other teams that have tried to run it, but haven't found too much success. 100 Thieves have actually found a ton of success running this idea on Haven. But if you watch the way that Asuna's playing it, he's mostly playing to rotate. He's kind of the flexible flood player. It looks like we're about ready to go back in, though.
Yeah.
What's new? Us against the world, whatever.
And only Asuna on
One of those
this
fans, by the
seaside, with
way.
a stun perhaps to try to stop Loud.
Make sure I'm not missing anything.
Wild plays, just trying to feign like they are doing a hard play, but just the stun itself,
baiting.
really enough to sell it.
Loud.
Loud are getting the hell out
Taking
of
the
there.
bait.
Yeah,
Maybe pushed
actually-
into the stack.
They're falling for the trap. Now, Kawanzi should be able to read this. There's been no follow-up, no carrying on pushing, no footsteps, and he drones and sees no one. So they've got to realize at
God
this point
damn
that was fake. And again, one of the players on Loud making it easier
They leave
for
Luke
Vinny to
Show
call.
over at A.
Asuna's going to overstage just ever so slightly for that information. He's going to get it, pays for it in blood. And my God, you got weapons out for that one. Now, Lucio's not going to give up too much. But of course there, just a ghost handed over to the opposition. And an open sight now for Loud as well.
Still can't tell.
Yeah, that's pretty fine.
Nerds has gone 1-for-1 both rounds.
We're taking a look at Cryo's ultimate, though. You do not really want to be building that one up. As soon as the ISO starts getting rolling, you heard Baby Bay talk about it. The first team to kind of hit the ground running here is going to have a big advantage because they're momentum-based, they're aggressive, they're fast. And as soon as you start ult cycling, it can be really difficult
I feel like
against.
Pancadas looked really good this year.
That kind of style of Valorant.
I know that's kind of crazy considering how bad Loud is
Really
played.
looked like Cryo was going to be able to get too much more than a single ult point for his death.
So they're going to be going down as well. Now the weapons exchanged hands earlier, so all three of them purchased in. Cryo will look to do some damage.
I mean, if he can get another, this is a huge spot to do so. He went absolutely bonkers in their previous game.
And he gets removed. He's got the one.
Oh, he nearly got another.
Okay, so
Okay,
bit
2
of damage
orbs.
to the economy.
2 orbs, not bad.
And also making some good progress towards his ultimate. He's only 2 away.
That's not bad.
Yeah, and he's 2-2. What kind of strategy has Loud got cooked up here then? This is our first time seeing them run this composition. Expecting them to have some ideas where they run a set strat off the rip.
Gotta make sure I'm not missing anything.
Garage and
Fucking
B here, bro.
Yeah, it is. I
VCT
mean, everyone from 100
broadcast.
Thieves is grouped up. Looking for a fast play over towards A lobby, and there it is.
Lobby.
You see the cage.
Suppressed.
10 out a bit of suppression, a bit of damage as well. Luke Shaw is
Audi.
barely alive, just
creep up in garage.
scrambling
Seems
back
pretty
over
good right
towards
here.
C now.
actually.
This is it. All eyes set towards that objective and sight. Loud moving forwards.
Trips are
Util
both
has to
up.
be clean, and
Trips both up.
diligence shown, I think, with their approach into this as well. They're being slowed down to a crawl by 100 Thieves, flooding straight back into the action. They want to try and take the fight straight to them, sliding in through the back
No
as well.
way.
Trades are in sight. Loud coming out on top. Get themselves access to this site and a plan, an extension now. Earned for out, 4v3 for 100 Thieves to be playing into this retake. It's a tough one.
Pancada, a little bit isolated from the rest of the Loud players in this post
That's
plant.
a really good call.
And that's going to be the first
The creep
target.
up
100
garage
Thieves look
like
for.
that after the
I
4A
would love
push.
to find an isolated 1v1.
I'll just get it. Wow, Vinny with the movement.
Oh, no.
Tap as well, Bulldog in hand. He's just swiftly dismissing Cryo, and the rest of the piece is going to be falling into the laps of these Loud players. Asuna realizing it. Wait a second. No money, no chance. Got to save the gun. And this is 3 in a row for Loud now, early on. Asuna might not even get to keep that gun as well. He's got to hear this one, surely. Tip tap of the footsteps. Round to the side. We'll stay alive.
Take this.
But that's a massive round to get on the board for Loud. They contacted all the way up. This was actually a beautiful bonus round setup. They
I feel like you
put down the
can't go
smokes
wrong
as if
with
they're just going through
Granuculus
C.
and Fancy.
So they smoke off garage, which allows them to walk up garage. Because Boostio's got the cam that spots through
Valo has some
from
great
the
play by
C
players,
side
though.
through
Like,
this
all of them
garage
are great.
connector. But he
It's a
can't see
hard
anything
game,
because
and
the
they
smoke is
all
down.
crush in their
So
own
a
way.
really nice bonus round idea that specifically works off. Again, you can see the same camera being
Like,
placed
I feel
here
like
again
Doug and
on the
Ender
C
also
side.
have like crazy height.
This one just
and,
got
like,
smoked off completely and
awesome
allowed the whole of
one-liners.
Loud to walk up through garage. A massive hole in what 100 Thieves were going
Like
for
Mitch.
Luke Shaw is almost playing completely
Both
separated to the rest
Mitch
of the
Man
team.
and Uber are great public players
In every
too.
one of these rounds, he's kind of working the opposite
Like,
side of the map.
Honestly, there's no going.
Make sure that he holds on to
all the
the
play
map
players in this game are
controls
so
like
good
you
at this
see.
point.
Slow start into the round for Loud. They don't want to run into any sort of these half-life stacks that 100 Thieves might be opting into. They show presence and they're stacking more and more bodies while they're at it. There is danger here. Loud opt to go into it. Util isn't quite clean enough, especially tucked up close to the corner. It's an off angle to be held, but okay, Luke Shaw got it anticipated. The rest of his team flooding straight back in to assist, and the feed
Lane
filled up
barbecue.
entirely. This is Loud in complete control so far in this series. 100 Thieves without any options. Now the next round are going to just be able to get the money together for another buy going for them, but at this point, need to start looking at some changes.
One off breach
What do they
ult.
go for?
One
When
off.
we heard from EU
God,
earlier
bro.
today, he spoke to Elizabeth and he was saying, we feel like our micro fighting is our real biggest strength. That's what we learned from the game against EG.
Oh,
They haven't
bro, I'm getting
honestly
so
had a team
scared
fight
right
this entire
now.
game. Apart from, you could argue, this one, where they have massively inferior weaponry. So I could see 100 Thieves going for something aggressive here and really trying to force the fight before Loud can
Timeout
find
for Zix.
the weak side of their defense.
Yeah.
Actually, not
Time
attacking.
paused. One of two options.
One of two.
I'm hoping it's just a tech timeout. 100 Thieves taking it.
It would be a very early time for a tactical timeout, though.
I don't know. I feel like this is a good
Very
time for
early
the
for that.
first. Because if you blow... Honestly, if they fuck up this
Round of
ult
God ending.
and they lose this round,
One away from
before
the breach
these
ultimate
ults
here.
build,
Alright. Just a
this
tiny little
run is
delay.
going to be brutal.
Who knows what?
It is going to be fucking brutal.
One away
They
from a
need
breach
this
ultimate.
round, chat.
But you're expecting 100 Thieves, or at least I am, to be trying to control the tempo.
High cam over his smoke.
Again, heavy push
Also
back
spots the
towards A
push
lobby.
into long. Good info.
They're looking for Luke Shaw. They're trying to find him on this classic Cypher default over towards
Yeah,
A.
100 Thieves has shown a lot of aggression through this smoke.
Try around as well with that
He's
trip
playing
to
off of
broken,
it.
stunned up close to the corner. Not sure if he's spotted whatsoever. Still, it's a lot of util being used to try and clear him out. And there it is. Thorn in the side removed. This site open for the taking once more. And 100 Thieves.
Dude.
Hello, what are they doing? Scattered to the winds on the minimap. They're just saving.
Yeah, I mean, it's round over. If Busio and Xander both fall like that, the round is chalked. And I think here you're starting to see a little bit...
Chat, they didn't even
First
touch
of
him.
all of the 100 Thieves players being
Bro,
isolated.
I'm going to crash out this game.
Again,
What is
EU said
happening?
we like doing our micro fights. We don't want to opt into individual kind of duels against a team that's so individually talented. They put that respect on Loud. As you
I actually would have fucked with that timeout.
Here,
Like, oh no.
Boostio just gets nuked by utility, and Xander's trying to flood in to help him, but they don't control backside. Boostio's in a
They're already hunting. All 3 people coming in these guys'
not
way.
really any attention apart from
Better hope these Teo missiles don't come online right now. I'm terrified.
Here for Thieves.
No, the hunt for the guns begins. 2 players grouped up, both of them spotted. We'll see if 100 Thieves can keep their hands tethered and attached to most of it.
Fuck!
Through the wall. Only keeping the 1.
Look at this though, Boostio's just stuffed in a corner, and Xander, as he comes through, has already lost the whole of backside. I mean, look at this from Xander's PO. Oh, well, he gets flashed as well. But even if he hadn't been flashed, Dijazine is on the angle before Xander is.
Did they contact up C long there?
They contacted up C long, the same as round 3, where they contacted all the way through Garage. So the game plan here for Loud is contact right up to Boostio's Cypher util, and then explode. And I think that this is really abusing the fact that 100 Thieves are running the Neon instead of the Yoru. Because if you run the Yoru ISO composition, then you can have a teleport ready to help Boostio and Xander immediately.
Absolutely. The TP is always by
if you're doing
C.
those kind of fast C hits, you are going to be hitting into 3 players.
That's a really good call.
But Asuna can't possibly get over there.
Great point out by Sideshow.
Loud coming out with a great game plan here to get 5 on the board, and probably 6, because they're on an anti-eco. 100 Thieves need an adjustment. I think now is the right time for this tack timeout.
Wait,
I think Ziggs has got to realize that they're doing this contacty kind of play. They need to be either Boostio needs to be jump spotting. They need to be trying to take.
What do I think 100 Thieves' biggest problem is right now? I think it's the same thing that I would have said last year when they kept picking Bind. When you pick the same map week after week and you're running like a comp with tells, it gets harder and harder at the pro level. It's not like the youngest active player.
Less than a month ago.
Yeah, obviously.
And then was kind of swapped from the reserve roster to the active roster very recently, and had a lot of the community wondering, well, what's he going to be doing then? Who's he coming in for? But was just a 1-for-1 swap.
It is fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
It's fucking slow start again for Loud. Again, they're up against the weaker weaponry. They don't want to give away anything too easily. No mistakes. Overall game plan, though, I have to say, is astoundingly good considering what I was really expecting from Loud. I think we both agree, Josh, highlighting the calling a bit of an issue for Loud, but they've really dismantled these opening game plans by 100 Thieves. Any ideas that they've had? We know Ziggs likes to call them up. Pistoran ideas, bonus conversion ideas. It's all been navigated quite
Why did I
nicely.
read that someone said that this kid's putting down Asuna?
It almost feels a bit too easy.
Yeah.
For Loud here.
Spam into the smoke, they know what's coming. Kills are going to be found. Dizazine's going to be hearing it. Cryo jumping around, hopping around. Min-max it, why not? Pancada, you're the last one to get your ult on the team. Go on, have a go.
Spike planted.
Cryo's had this ultimate, by the way, for the last, I don't know, 3 rounds, something like that.
Well, last round his fucking team got
Actually
blitzed at C.
trying
He
to
couldn't really
send it.
fucking use it.
This is so tough to get anything done. Yeah. You've got 2 sheriffs. And a Vandal in a 3v4 retake. They're going to try.
Oh, Boosty, what a shot! Series of them. Snapping back their heads, decapitating these
I
players.
saw this motherfucker.
This is suddenly much more winnable.
Salvos.
And they know the direction it came in. Cryo, good time to let
Tail
loose with the
ult.
ult. He's caught it.
He
Tail
got the ult off!
Time to fight it needs to be one out, but surely, hold on, time is ticking away, and Xander just about gets onto it.
Boosty
Yeah,
is
still
so
got a couple
fucking
of
huge
seconds
for
left
that.
there, I think, in the
Let's
tank.
go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
What a call to make for 100 Thieves.
I have no idea how Boostio got those 2 kills. I mean, he just jumps out heaven with the ISO wall, and I think he hit a 180 flick on the player in hell.
Nuts.
What?
Absolutely nuts. Let's see how we got into this spot here. There's
What's up,
one.
bitch?
There's the
Damn!
Pancada just throwing out some util to try and delay them. Expecting most player to come from the link area.
That's what you need from Boostio.
That cryo that
Huge.
you were saying, well, okay, it's good in that scenario.
Great use of the
Checkmate.
ult.
It is.
Great use of the ult by
Thieves get on
Cryo.
the board.
Alright.
Managed to
Won't
evade
suppress.
the
He's
check.
sitting on it. He decides not to use it. Insta stun from the Neon.
Cam, really fast play. Completely changing the tempo.
What a bait and
So
switch.
far
Motherfucker,
forward,
this kid's
guy
good.
does not care. Welcome
Insta
to the
ult
big
in the spawn
stage.
is-
Hunter's Fury, reactionary EU, hold on. 80 damage and a kill already claimed. This one, much more winnable once more for 100 Thieves. They've stemmed the bleeding, but they have to deal with Dijazine.
Dude.
Working his way, wriggling into the 4 positions, and he's heard all the sound cues. Ready and waiting with a rifle in hand. Asuna going to be dropped.
I knew.
How do you play this if you're EU and Cryo?
I mean, you just never expect the Neon to be lurking B like that. And now they're worried about this player behind them. How do you focus forwards?
Forwards with the wall. Forced out of Rolling Thunder with the tap, but going to be stunned up, caught in towards the back. Shield won't save you there.
Bro, this whole time we were worried about Luxo's lurks.
Left guessing as to where EU
We should have been worried about the lurking
but
Neon.
Man, it's not. 6-1 here for Loud. The abundance of ults they're building up. It's one of the key and core win conditions, I suppose, of their composition as well. Once they get that ball rolling.
A great adaptation again, though, from Loud. This was the first round that they'd lost, round 6. And
Why would I hype up the new kid?
Instead of contacting through.
Have you seen him?
Play through Garage. They catch Boostio in a position where he's just put the cam down and then take a bit of a brawl. And Lucio gets 2. Coming back in to ping pong off his entry player.
I did not make him into this. I could take no credit.
Broken the eco again of 100 Thieves. Barely had guns.
Nice shot,
To the sides. Zizazine, you're alone playing in that way.
It's a
Asuna
very hard shot.
plucks him out of the picture. The money's a little bit all over the place, but a couple more kills like that, you can do some serious work.
There's a gap on that side of the cage. Boosty knows it. He takes it.
Taking liberties. Take the sound cue.
Not what he was after there.
No.
My eyes are down.
All walking up towards A long.
This time though, 100 Thieves are actually in the right position.
Ooh.
This is rare. Normally when 100 Thieves have been doing these contact plays,
One
they found the
short,
weak
3
side of the
long.
map.
It looks like they might
This time they're
opt to
contacting
go.
into 3 players who are
Yeah, they don't
ready
have
to defend.
util to go back,
This
I
one
guess.
should not
In a
go
drone
quite
this,
as
surely.
well.
Surely drone
Worrying
sight.
spot, actually.
50 seconds left.
This will be a hard sight to take, though. Neon ult.
And honestly, you're seeing so much util being used. Okay, they just want to press the advantage. What they think is there. Here and now, still Pancada forced forwards. Lucio again, dominant on his position. He's just trying to take the names and rip them off the board. Still Cryo.
2v4.
Turns a favor.
Not a lot of guns, though. I'm a little worried about that.
An ult on top. Northeft is going to be revealing all in just a few shy moments. Vinny's left to be the last one alive.
All right, 100 Thieves looking really good on the scrappy buys right now.
Can't quite dodge the paranoia as well, so quick and easy cleanup there for 100 Thieves.
And this is one of the rounds where it feels like what Vinny was calling against 2G, you know, they didn't really put pressure anywhere else on the map.
I
They
know,
went A,
I
lost
know.
Digizine early.
I looked at their schedule.
Carried on going A.
Yeah.
And 100 Thieves had a 3
Even-
player stack there and end up winning on a thrifty round, or at least a half-buy round. Loud have got themselves...
So 100 Thieves' remaining schedule, guys, looks like this, which doesn't seem like as hard as it could be, obviously, but Crew is going to be very difficult. And I think 2G plays a similar game to them. It's going to be so high variance. Like, I don't feel great about that matchup. A team just, like, throwing haymakers with 100 Thieves left and right.
Away.
Like, new 2G, they don't give a fuck.
They're really anticipating this to be a B finish.
Apparently, they're owning scrims,
Played
too.
Since the beginning of the round, first 20 seconds, all stacked up in a high.
If they win today, they're good, but...
Not moving away. Asuna is...
I am not going to feel good if they
danger
lose
here.
today.
That's why he's looking towards his back, because he's like, well, we have no A-long control. And he's isolated onto the side.
Posture for just an A hit. Peter here solo.
Should be arriving. I mean, Asuna's
Cryo
going to need the
rotating
help.
in.
Here's the drone. Smokes bloomed, blossomed. The Cryo's trying to get himself all the way in as a paranoia.
Nice,
Forward.
blind.
Digizine isolated out into the fight. The dart up above. That was a least.
Great util by
Great reveal.
Xander here.
And 100 Thieves flooding in.
Holy fuck.
Beautiful work.
Xander had some fire
Looked like they
util.
potentially weren't going to be ready in time for it.
Okay. They're rolling.
They took a long time with that triple stack over towards B, and yet still had players in the right position. I think credit to Asuna for that wall that he throws that just cuts up the site, allows the rest of 100 Thieves to flood in behind.
Cryo is
Perfect
playing
flood
really
wall
well
there
on
that
that
he
A
throws from
wall.
the Neon. And then Xander's paranoia, I think, sets
Like
up
the
Cryo for
offhang.
the first kill.
There's that wall.
And as soon as the wall drops, you can just be on any angle. It's really difficult for Loud. Where do you look? I mean, they could be behind the cover, or they could be out in the open.
It's actually really cool.
It's a shooting
Because
gap.
while that wall's up, Xander's smoking long, wall drops, those guys are
Loud
in the
definitely losing their
blender.
grip on this game.
Yeah, it's that mid-round, right? Take a bit of space at the beginning, but they don't really know what to do.
Doesn't look like Loud has a lot of depth on this attack half right now, right?
Just go back to what they were doing previously.
There's like creeping on A,
Contacting up over
fake presence
then
A,
again,
creep
I
up
mean, if they did
garage.
go for the
Like,
contact up
they
towards
don't look
C
like
this
they have the
round,
depth
you
yet.
see Boostio and Cryo both holding that.
Trying to set it up in a
timing
high
here.
low. Asuna again is isolated here. Very much alone.
Oh.
Again, that same wall, using it to try and by his team. A bit of space to get back in. The back of the side. It's Digitine though.
That's rough. He just slid at the wrong time.
Xander somehow finding a pick in the midst
Peter
of all
almost
of it.
had that spot on the wall. Counter aftershock for the flood. It's going to make this really difficult. Cryo's going to ult one.
Aftershock already
Xander's going to blind and we're going to go.
Cryo holding on. He's got a big ult to use here. Digitine though is
Hellguy's still up.
from heaven and Cryo left alone.
Broke shield with that jump. God damn it.
Find the jump spot.
Oh no, he did it.
Kawazine, happy feet. And the rest of his team just cleaning up around him.
This time Loud find the opening. Digitine deciding to contest that, fight through the neon wall. And a lovely individual play by Kawazine, as you highlighted there towards the end too.
This is a nice one.
Just when it looked like it might have been starting to slip for Loud. I mean, Digitine is basically sliding right into his face there, isn't he?
You and me.
Right in the same place in time.
I have so many memes, but I'm not memeing on my boys.
Thieves are trying to get a bit... They're trying to cheat away from the A site at the start of the rounds, because Loud have not been running those fast A exits.
High low on B.
And again, 100 Thieves are really banking on the fact that there's going to be some mid pressure. They're
Hide the
hoping they can
pain.
catch maybe just Luxo.
Try, you know, suppress those emotions. Don't ever really face them.
Stray spam, bullets
That's
going
what
their way.
I should do,
Drone
right?
in.
Stuff
Loud
those
though,
get in
eyes
there
of all day long
emotions.
once more. The goal was the A split. Before, what worked for them was speeding up the timings in between. And after it's been dropped anyway. Still, reinforcements are going to be arriving rapidly at that. Xander's already in through the back. There's a dart to try and help and supplement, but Luke shot is no denying this guy. This kid steps up onto the big stage and delivers them. Nice concoction out through the back. No Rofeft as well, revealing that last remaining player, Boostio. No hope left. It's going to be handed and offered up. A couple of mistakes and misplays, I think, from Loud, and they're just not in a move for it. Especially not Luke Shaw. This kid is showing up big time.
All right. Double duelist comp on attack though,
Round.
Chad.
So much confidence. And he's up there near the top of the scoreboard, 13-7 across 11 rounds. And this play's
Classic,
lovely.
bro.
He's just running through the opposite side compared to the Digitine. So while the Digitine gets shut down by Xander, Luxo is just
I even said in Discord, y'all are like, oh, he's jinxing. I'm like, there's no jinxing this kid. There's no jinxing. What I saw in Ascension was like, this kid's a slam dunk. Like, he's a slam dunk star player.
Weaponry not entirely.
Literally toddler less. I'm not even trolling.
Done more with less though in the past still. 8-4 going to be the best that they're hoping for. Quick break at the camp. Luxo's going to be communicating that, I think, to the rest of his team. And this time, Lucio,
he's just so calm.
For the jump spot, so he's getting that information.
He's like never panicking.
Trying to play a bit more aggro on top of it. Dodging, juking at least.
The stun catches him.
Wave, but he not enough to take care of that stun.
Fucking caught.
They do clean up. Luke Shaw on the opposite side of the map. 100 Thieves trying to get into position now to do some real damage onto this retake.
goes back to hold the flank. He immediately ran back and held this flank. Oh my god, he's going to catch Peter on the garage entry, isn't he?
In B
Motherfucker, he's going to catch him on this timing.
is playing these spots really weirdly.
Game of timing. Game of timing and a crosshair placement not
How many more jinxes I got in me?
Asuna taking him out.
I think they're all spawn.
Kawazine taking point on
Yeah, that guy's not there.
The site. Narrowly sidestepping along most of it, and these kills seem to be flooding in. Pancada still EU. Answered straight back. Gliding into your face.
Oh.
Good luck dealing with that. There's no aim routine that can help with
that could have been so disastrous.
4 rounds, 100 Thieves. They will take it at this point.
4 is okay. Yeah, 4 is okay.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one. 100 Thieves have been looking for that, where they hunt down Luke Shaw early on and then play the retake. Vinny died to a shock dart there too. Little bit of chaos, but I think Loud will be very happy with the half overall. An 8-4, where most of it, like the rounds 1 through 5, and then round 7 as well, basically all off a really good game plan.
Yeah.
Call it the game plan, call it the anti, whatever you like.
Does Nadeshot not stream the games anymore, chat?
Serious success early.
Absolutely, a lot of momentum as well. We'll see if 100 Thieves can answer back on the other side.
Oh, dude, Floor's op is so insane. Let me find it real quick. Dude, this shit was wild. Is this still one? Yeah, I think this is still one.
Huh? Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
Where's that?
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Someone link me? How can I find it? It was against Navi, right? Oh, I found it again, but it's Sliggy's stream. Whatever. We'll watch it anyway. I hope he doesn't get mad at me for this. I don't think he will. Sliggy's pretty chill with that shit. I try not to normally post. Let's see. I think I was... Motherfucker! It was time-stamped. 1 second.
No. Dude, I was looking at Vova just thinking like, man, that's a rough position to be in.
That shot is crazy.
Oh my god, what is that?
I can't believe I just saw that.
Dude, this shot is so crazy.
I was looking at Vova just thinking like, man, that's a rough position to be in.
Bro, she headshot Koala like through the fucking floor right there.
Oh my
No pun
god,
intended.
what is that?
I can't believe I just saw that. Replay that.
That's
Maybe even
crazy.
now. Screw the round.
So then she goes back into mid.
That is so crazy.
This clip is wild, bro.
All thanks to Fluorescent.
Oh, please win
The
it.
way she plays this situation is so good too. Flash the sight for this player to come out spawn.
Yeah, yeah. Oh
That's
my
so
god,
fast,
please.
bro.
Holy shit.
That was such an... Okay, big pistol.
Because both teams want to fight over this lane.
Here's a face as well.
Great movement, Peter.
With the movement. My god.
Oh, no.
Asana's trying to get quirky with it still.
Damn, the insta-smoke window, the reaction from Loud was really fucking good. Really good. This was a quick B play. Look at the double
Sum it up
smokes.
if you are 100 Thieves. Here it is, round to the side as well. Cryo could return to that
3 on
fire once
2.
more still. To really push back that player disadvantage, but as I say that, Boostio straight back into it, flick to the side and away. 1v1 now, and Cryo should be set up with the advantage. You've got to think as well. Shield inside, taking away too much damage in the process. Though,
Oh
18
man,
HP.
come on, Cryo, come on, Cryo, come on,
Barely
Cryo,
getting the
come on,
hell out of
Cryo.
there. Him versus Kawazine. Just like that, the advantage flips on its head.
Kawazine already got the better end of it inside one of these ults earlier on. Be a devastating loss here if Cryo lost it. Especially considering he had that shield at the start of the 1v1. Oh, he's gone for the tap, trying to bait Kawazine in.
That was heard. Kawazine.
But he's slow.
Right now, chat, Cow unseen.
Actually a full committal, but does he clear
Cow
this corner?
seen?
That's the question.
No fucking fuck!
Poking out wide. Couple of bullets, not enough for the kill. Kawazine lucky to be alive, and he's following around.
30 seconds left.
It's a wild chase is occurring. Cryo, open access, salvers are online, 20 seconds left. It's getting whittled down at a moment's notice. Drone forwards, cancelled. Kawazine again, there's tap and mind games that are being played between them. 13 seconds left, Kawazine taking the peek out wide, down full committal by Cryo. It's all about this one fight that's taken now, and into the timing, Kawazine wins it out.
Oh, fuck.
He's at his number today.
Oh.
And Kawazine's had some big moments too. Feels like everybody
bro.
on Loud finding their spot, able to step up when it matters. And that has just catapulted them into a spot where
Oh, bro.
the map at this point. It's a great one.
Dude.
He's got a shield here as well.
Yeah.
Once
The
ISO
shield
starts
did him
rolling-
dirty on the window fight because it's one of those things where, like, the pill of the shield, you know? Woo. Like, he's peeking window, so he sees the shield. It's one of those scenarios. Oh, damn, the pop-up. Damn. Oh, fuck.
Kawazine, listen, talk to him.
Wow.
100 Thieves.
They're, like, really vibed out.
I'd love to get off to these early starts with a bit of momentum behind them, winning out these pistols. So far, this map has not gone their way.
What is this?
Here, not quite all in, but they're just going to be sending it flying
Don't
forward
judge
now
my
into
drawings,
Lotus.
please.
Seaside reinforcements
I'm
arriving in
already
through the back as well.
self-conscious
Gotta
about my
know
drawing,
exactly where
please.
these players be
Please,
laying
no.
weight. Boostio, not much you can do from this spot, unfortunately. Kawazine, very aware.
This is the kind of round that Thieves could never really put together on their defense side. You see here how Luxio didn't get overwhelmed. He had constant people flooding in to defend him and help him. And Vinny was there to deal with Asuna, who looked like he might have been able to overwhelm Loud's side anchor. And part of the reason for that is because they got the kill on A so early. When Xander dies over towards A, it then becomes a lot easier for Loud to justify.
No cope though. 100 Thieves has actually been pretty good on Icebox in the past.
Cryo, though,
Split, I am worried
and
about.
If anybody was going to get 100 Thieves back into this game, it would be Cryo. He had a monumental performance. Every
By the
time
way,
he's been to ISO on this map, he's been dropping crazy numbers.
Where's his Cam? Oh, his Cam is here.
Today,
this kid is
the
playing
team's
here early round
performance is
listening. That's what he was just doing.
like
He was
the
just
game's gonna be over
listening
before he
here.
can get there.
He played this little corner, just looking into the wall,
He's
listening.
also lost some important 1v1s.
And now he has Cam as his first contact.
Diligent start to the round though for 100 Thieves.
They have a trap play for Garage. Honestly, more structure than I would have ever imagined.
We were all hearing. Calzine.
They have an early line for the Neon.
Spam onto the corner. 100 Thieves now looking for
Full
a
shields are good.
All grouped up towards A. No way. Dizine had a hell
Surely
of
we
a
get
hell out of
destroyed.
this one. He's stand-up Asuna,
No.
so
No.
option for the chase, not really quite there. Still with Outlaw in hand. Could be in a danger zone, and here's the speed up called for here by 100 Thieves. Paranoia gliding through, trying to set the stage, and a bit more on top of it. Asuna! Rapid with a flick to the side, and a flick
Nice.
to the 100 Thieves. Viral their way through and in.
A little bit preemptive, all good. Don't give a fuck. Don't let it phase you. 1 on 2. Low HP on Cryo. Fuck.
Luke Show, off to the side, looking to the side. EU.
He's
a bullet
16
to
and
the
9.
side.
Oh my
This is
God.
Cryo. Barely alive at all! And one bullet is all it takes!
What a debut! Dijazine on his feet. I mean, what a hype man to have beside you in a spot like this. I don't feel like there'd be anybody better to have on your side.
I fucking told you guys this guy was toddlerless. I fucking told you, man. It's literally like Brazil just clones the same fucking insane players. How do they do it?
To have a chance in your stage 1 playoffs.
And Luxio's been great. He's top fragging for them. 17 and 9, finding timings, avoiding being punished, creating constant pressure.
Yeah.
And the vibe looks good over there.
It does.
Bro.
11-4. 100 Thieves have got enough money to be able to scrap something
Brazil
together.
has
This is
such
the last
insane
chance.
talent. That's why I was like, bro, last year, I literally said at the end of the year, I was like, this is the worst Brazil as a region will probably ever perform. Because I feel like a lot of their talent was like 17 turning 18. DG played in Challengers. I was like, why the fuck is DG in Challengers? Like,
Yeah, it's not like they knew because of the ult. that it-
honestly, all of the shit was, if Spike was playing, man,
It has to land.
I think 2G would look
for it
different.
To be useful. Yeah. And now you don't have it for being
Furia,
able to open up this round.
they don't
for
count.
example. And if we're
But
being
actually,
honest, the ISO
Furia-
on the attack side is the biggest part of this.
Furia
plan.
lost M-Dub,
And you are
so...
supposed to get into good situations, use the Sova utility to set up for good ISO ults, and just chain them together. Try to get like 3.5.
Havoc's actually looking kind of
These
good
have
though
never
this
had the
year.
chance, though.
Truthfully, I actually think Havoc's looking a
All
lot
the
better this
momentum
year.
from beginning to end. Listen, pistol rounds going away of Loud. Take
But
the
yeah,
wind out
like
of the sails of
Sato
100
and
Thieves.
Spike,
Probably- listen,
next
in a
up.
game like Valorant, first to 13, it's a big deal. 100 Thieves put a
Okay.
lot of stock.
We're hiding the
trying to
breach
win
in
our pistol
B
rounds
with the early
rookie
fault
ideas.
line. Did he do like the neon
No
hop
Loud
hop?
though today, so far.
Yeah, he did.
Buying up with guns here, 100 Thieves. Same play as what we saw prior. What a shot. I mean, Xander's about quite wide there. Lucio still collects it.
You just expect the side hand anchor to be jiggling.
Can we up the age limit to 19 or some
You do not
shit?
expect them to be wide swinging and killing you.
I think there's too much violence in this game.
Quick re-clear as well from Loud. They want to try and regain control out towards Garage. So they expect Asuna to be tucked close. Not quite. With Cryo being dropped, but they're putting the squeeze on him now. Yet fully aware of it. Look,
Dude!
It's too easy. Loud looks significantly
No,
better.
Tui's is no. It's not Tui's. It's Luxo. It's not
Rounds
Tui's.
where it looks like their performance against EG.
it's been rough for them. It's up to Boostio and EU to see if they can dig their way out. A very sorry situation. Jump spot, just seen the cape, I think, perhaps. So Lucio should be aware. There's the flash, and here's the peek as well.
Seen the
Dodge not
flash,
quite
pretty
insane.
good.
Neither are the bullets, but you gotta know what these 100 Thieves players are. And it just makes it that much sweeter and that much easier. Up to 12 for Loud. One more is all it's going to take.
And how many kills can Luxio get up to? This is a ridiculously good debut. 20 kills across 16 rounds.
Yeah.
It's astoundingly good. Look at that.
He's just out in the open.
In the open. That's so risky to go for something like that. What if Xander had a friend?
He probably would one-shot both of them.
Alas.
Truthfully.
100 Thieves, all of that kind of team coordination, rifling, everything's been going the wrong way for them. And Luxio cannot put a foot wrong.
No. At this point for 100 Thieves, you're thinking about Icebox, to be honest, at this point.
They're going back into him again here, Brent.
They are.
May God save the NA teams.
Set up towards A long. Asuna.
This kid is going to destroy us for many years.
Hold on. Walking at the right moments. They do spot out the util. TP up
the double TP.
So these trips
Ooh.
finding too much value. Open sight. And
That's
access
a quick
now
play.
towards A for 100 Thieves. Get that plant down. Just barely spotting the top of his hat.
So much of this is going to be on EU back here.
And there
He's
it
going
is.
to hold off the flood, the flank.
Pressure applied. Calls for help. Cryo seeking to help him out as well, side by side here. An attempt being made by Loud. Nice swing all together now. Kawazine collecting. That's two. Armageddon sweeping through and away. Paranoia gliding forwards. An attempt to readjust by 100 Thieves. Flipping the sight in the process, but the spike is on the other side of them. They are well and away from this. Damage done to Xander. Into the 1v2. Kawazine. Surely not. Time ticking, and with that circle shrinking. Looks pretty at the end.
We're good. Okay,
but
we're
100
good.
Thieves, they are still alive for now.
12-5, I believe.
They
I
are
believe.
alive, but at what cost? Every player falls. Kawazine with 4 kills. And the money's atrocious. And they've all got like 3,500 credits, something like that, to buy armor, all of their abilities, and a gun. And look at what they're working with right now. You know, EU doesn't have a drone.
What a
Cryo
debut,
doesn't have a
bro.
vulnerable. You know, these are rough sacrifices to have to make.
Break's over. Go, go, go.
And all it's going to take is one round here for Loud.
Right, dog. Right.
Similar start again for 100 Thieves. Trying to break this
Look
trip
at this
in
play.
for
This cool
Garage.
play. Vinny sitting probably fault line or
Breaking it,
flash
but not actually
out.
breaking it.
Off pink out his contact. He would have used something. Couldn't tell.
Not having a drone on
Maybe
a round
use
like
fault
this
line
is
early.
a
Yeah, I
nightmare
didn't see.
for 100 Thieves attack macro. EU's just going to hope to
Info denial smoke on B.
Yeah, I mean, 100
hope
Thieves.
that makes
You
sense.
see,
Claim
these
the
guys are
trades
worried
on
about
Mike
clearing it
Kawazine.
out.
Forward still. Too
Great
much to
kill.
overcome.
TG, a lot to do up here.
TG's in a weird spot here.
Really is. It's a wall. It's going to be tracking. Where the hell is Asuna playing, man? Stern off to the side as well. Good collection. Xander's there, though. Supplements it. Necessary.
Good wall from Cryo, too. Keeping himself safe in that spot. Now it's actually Loud who are in a bit of a weird position. If you want to go for
How
a
did
save
he
in
get
a
there?
spot like this, you're in a
He's doing the
3v5,
shit where he
very
jumps as
difficult
Neon to
make
default
anything
and
happen,
then
no
top of
flank
default
potential.
onto the short box.
They are, they're just going to save. So one of the more difficult rounds for 100 Thieves to convert on because they were coming in with a Bulldog and lacking some major util like the drone from EU. But they make it work. And mostly just to do with finding a particularly awkward timing for Kawazine. Left alone and out in the open at A-Long.
All right.
Guns are picked up for here for 100
Pretty
Thieves.
smart save by Loud, actually,
Like I said,
though.
Loud
Considering
opting
it's
into the save as well.
12-5, like, not
Difficult
throwing
decision
these
to make, I
guns
think,
away
when
to get
it's
as
low
many
for 100
chances
Thieves,
as
but they don't want to get the
possible.
ults rolling.
Like, they're not playing with
Thing the
overconfidence.
100 Thieves are running. It's one thing that will get them back into this map, even though it seems pretty far off from now at this point in terms of a 6-round deficit. Loud up to 12.
Yeah, it definitely can ult cycle to some degree, but I think that requires Cryo going absolutely bonkers. And DG, he's bringing out the operator.
Okay.
Gonna be
Yeah, they
taking it
both
down
played in
short.
Ascension.
Look at Boostio.
Go, go, go.
GG up on A.
No,
Looks like
taking it
deep
down
cam
A-Long
C.
as well. Still with Boostio in his sights, most likely.
Here's that same trap play, chat.
Same opener. Okay, that's a bit of a difference maker, though.
Nah.
Boosty drop down over towards A. Walking up behind us. You know, the
Put
trip's
this
been there.
next.
Definitely
Double duels
prior.
entry on C. The
Sure
rotate's
gonna be
coming in,
feeling
though.
the heat. soon enough. And well, just oh my!
Thank God.
Around, shooting around, barely able to get a control of this
Good
one.
son.
Asuna puts him to bed, puts him to rest. In through the site now. 100 Thieves get this plan down. Forward aggro positions, almost like they wanted to go for another attempt at a refight, but with EU playing his ult as well, they could go for it again.
Yeah, they might be going for a solo role play here.
He's playing ult chat. Here we go.
Have the vulnerable still. Here's that Hunter's Fury. Ult's layered down, and there it is.
Gotcha, bitch.
Lining them all up. Dodging,
that
juking
was-
off to the side. Still 2v2. In the midst of all of this one with the body peeking. Ever so slightly out, Xander.
Oh, man.
As he stays alive, though, that's the danger. The dart.
Hold that, Kawazine.
Missing this one. Shockey's raining in from above. Kawazine having to dodge to the side for most of this one here. Kills are flooded in, and Loud are the ones winning it out.
Man.
In control from beginning to end. What a turnaround. On a map that they picked against Crew just a couple weeks ago and got utterly battered.
Yeah.
And now here.
Team name Loud. Fucking opposite effect of the VCT arena. Shit's like a fucking library right now, bro. It's so quiet. Oh my God.
18 and a month old. Coming out dropping 20 with nearly 300 ACS. If this is the version of Loud they're going to get for the rest of the series, then they are in a great spot to recover their stage 1.
Yeah, they certainly are. Wonderful beginning here for Loud. Bit of a twist as well overall to the series, I think, with a lot of our expectations.
I don't even know like what the changes are though. Like, I don't know. I'm like,
Be heading into familiar territory for them.
I don't think so. I still have faith in them. I really do. They have immense skill, but they like misplay a lot of situations. Peter got caught a lot at A. I'm waiting for the stats to come in to see the first bloods that first half. They were doing like solo Neon A, bro. Like, what the fuck?
This Brazilian order.
Absolutely. Unknown quantities, really, just circling around, I think, the rest of the series. But beginnings for Loud looking so far so
Hold
good.
up. While I get the stats up, it's just necessary right now.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Just before you guys leave,
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
All right. Now that we got that out the way, I know I'm fucking salty. You don't gotta rub it in. Okay. Now we can look at the stats. Holy shit, bro. God damn, man. Look at the fucking first bloods, man. Xander and Peter had a rough one on the first bloods. This is the true problem. Like, let's see, on defense. Yeah, it's all on defense too, man. Like, this was a big problem. It's not even that he had a bad half, dude. He averaged 111 damage a round. And he's like, he got first blooded 5 out of the 12 rounds. So he only lived through the first engagement fucking 7 times this half. And he still had over 100 damage a round. Like, he wasn't playing bad. He was just solo A against a fucking hit. Ay, ay, ay. Double pistol, double bonus is like so rough too. Luxa went 4-0 on the first bloods, 175 damage around. 2011. What a debut, man. Highest ACS. Actually slightly behind in damage, shockingly. Shockingly enough. It's kind of crazy. DG outperformed him there. But man, 4-0 first bloods, man. He was like stepping up and taking the fights he needed to. He never overextended, really. He played his role. That's exactly what I saw at him at Ascension. I'm like, this guy doesn't play bad Valorant. Like, he's not like a lot of rookies that are like raw. Some rookies are raw. They overpeak stuff. They don't place util right. They don't coordinate double swings. They overextend. Like, this kid is just like a great player out the gate. Pisses me off, actually, bro. Fuck. Can't believe it actually happened, man.
Here, the coach of Loud, a dominant stolen map. Now, I want to ask you, Luke Shaw obviously had an incredible debut on the stage today, but I want to kind of rewind a little bit. Why did you take the risk in putting him in this week where it's a must-win match for you all? I mean, obviously he's playing great, but it is risk.
He's a really young guy, and I have like an appointment with him, and I said like, bro, I think that once you are ready, you're going to play. And he has practiced with us for a lot of weeks. He's like developing a lot, so it's time for him. I think, and he's a guy that will have a lot of success in his career. So in a big matchup like this, start like that, being MVP of the map. So he's the GOAT, the future GOAT.
I mean, clearly, best luck on map 2. I don't know if you need it, but...
Fuck. Liz.
I mean, I'm not one to say I told you so, but I warned you about the young thug Luke Shaw. You know what's crazy about that guy? He wasn't even the best player on his team. You want to go see his old duelist? Come join me on Tuesday on Valorant Challenges, bro. Sato dominating at M80. Only the real OGs know. A great debut for the guy. He's so, like, it's about his, he's young. He's hella young, but comes out here and shows that he's just a mechanical god for this whole Loud team in general. It's not just one player that turns this into 13-6 against the Thieves, guys. This is pure dominance.
So many questions answered from what we're trying to expect going into this game, and we were talking about how we wanted to see more communication coming out of Loud, more teamwork coming through, and I think you just saw the neon slide. It complements their
It's hard to believe
playstyle
this was
quite
100
well,
Thieves map.
where DJZine's creating that space. Calzine's the second guy coming through, but overall, as STK just mentioned with Elizabeth, it seems as though with Luke Shaw practicing a few weeks, not just 1 week, it shows that he came in ready for this game.
Hey, Dre, he just served up a fat L to the guy who knocked him out of Ascension in Xander.
Yeah, that's something that we missed. Like, we totally forgot to touch on the history of Xander and Luke Shaw. Yeah, completely eliminating him from that Ascension run. And now he gets his first match debut. Like, I don't know what these young kids eat nowadays, bro, but people back in my day used to get nervous.
I mean,
now all of a sudden,
Havoc wishes his debut went like that, bro.
I swear, bro, like, people used to choke. There's no such thing anymore. All this new talent coming in, they're so good, and you heard it from STK. This kid is the future for this Loud roster.
And there are so many incredible players waiting to be surfaced in that region, but this guy's definitely one of them. And like, you can tell he was nervous. He's like got his eyes closed. He's breathing deep, but I mean, the pressure comes off him so quickly. It's 3K after 3K, like dominant stuff. He's got his biggest cheerleader to the right of him. But he's also having an amazing game, by the way. Getting up there, he's loving it. I mean, you could not ask for a better way to ease into competition at the top level. 18 years old, not a care in the world.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing was what me and Vans, we were talking about when we were watching this. He's not only going for those lurk kills, but he's the second entry, which is something that I feel like DGZ needed, because he does get the first blood a lot of the times, but he needed somebody to trade him. And now you got Luke Shaw.
Neon, right? You didn't need to trade that.
And now you got Luke Shaw stepping up, and he's the new guy.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of layers going into the strategy around Loud, because yes, if it's not going to be Luke Shaw as a second entry, you had Kawadzine, but that's Luke Shaw understanding his role perfectly in this team. Some rounds he's going to be lurking around, gets a 2K into the garage, but other rounds he's moving into the site with everybody else and also stays within the site to fight with everybody else. And that gives a lot of save, because you have moments where you think Luke Shaw's playing inside the site, we could rotate around, it's going to be easy to kill. But yeah, these two guys together, you now have a tip of the spear and an anchor to play around, and now you also have Kawadzine in between. I mean, it's a good sandwich. It's a good sandwich.
Nothing could be more Loud than starting to win out when there's the chance that you can't even qualify, right? You go 0-2 and then just have a ridiculous stage. It's just, they've always seemed to do this. Yo, I'm not going to lie though, your boy Zix got cooked by the young god and the rest of this Loud team. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of map number 2.
You're the coach of 100 Thieves. Now, obviously, your map pick of Haven did not go your way. Quite the opposite. In fact, just frankly, what went wrong that map?
Honestly, it just felt like we had a very slow start. Like, people were very inactive in comms. So, first pause, just made sure to add in, like, just basically, you know, that we have to wake up, we have to be, like, way more aggressive, make a lot of, like, micro fights, basically, like, force fights. And started going better a bit. We adapted kind of poorly on the macro afterward, the last 2 rounds of the half, but going back into attack, then once again, we kind of slowed things down again. So I'd say, honestly, it's really hard to win a map if you lose pistol and bonus of both sides. So that obviously plays a factor into all of it. But yeah, a lot of that I would attribute to just us needing to be more proactive, us needing to actually like play our game, which I definitely instilled in them going into this next map.
Best luck on map 2.
Watch how Zix tries to crack his knuckles when he says instilled. I definitely instilled it. Icebox is up next. I mean, 100 Thieves did ban this in their first
Thank
game.
God
of the
Uber can make
stage.
me
And
laugh.
historically, right, this is
Thank
where Cryo
God.
moves to the Jet and
Oh, but
Arsenal's
yo,
on
thank
the
you for the
KO.
7 months.
Xander on the M80. This was their best map in challenges. He was an amazing Viper player. What should we expect going forward?
Well, they also had a time there at Icebox when they were playing a Gecko meta, which now Gecko is not really picked at all going into 2025. So my expectations going to this one, you're starting to see players that
Yeah, if
are
you're not
going to
laughing,
be
you're
more into
crying.
the groove, and Asuna playing a buff KO that we talked about top of show. That could maybe be one key factor that could maybe help a team that maybe doesn't, if you don't evolve with the meta and you're still playing old meta or an old.
Bro, if I see like a double duelist, like fucking Reyna comp or something. I'm gonna be fucking crushed. I'm gonna be crushed if I see like a double duelist Reyna comp right now.
Win condition for 100 Thieves. They have to start off strong. It's something that they couldn't do. Remember losing pistol, losing bonus, and they're just going to get rolled over if they play like they did on
Sometimes you
Haven.
feel like you can't get into the game, which is fine, but there's only so many opportunities here to stay around in this series.
Dude.
We might expect Loud to go for a double controller look here. We probably won't
Actually,
get that from,
low
100.
key, the first time 100 Thieves runs these double duelist comps, they're like insane usually. So if they did do something like that, it would probably be nuts. But they would win the map and then they get baited and run again, and then they get crushed. Man, I am in such doomer mode. I'm sorry, chat. I'm in doomer mode now. Oh, man.
Well, we will be getting into the game soon enough as well. Icebox is where we're going to be heading to as well. It's a map where we haven't seen both of these teams play. Now, I've got a bit of a hint and a spoiler look at the agent select. Listen, I don't want to reveal my hand too early.
Yeah.
We're waiting for it to come up onto the stage, but there's some funny business occurring.
I mean, there's always going to be funny business occurring on Icebox, I think, especially, like we said, there's a bit of a mystery here in terms of what the teams are going to be playing. I mean, you can see a glimpse of it there as well, because it's like Mitch was talking about on the desk. It's somewhere that 100 Thieves have run a Gecko in the past, but like Van Zilli said, not many teams running Gecko at the moment.
No, not really.
It's getting played a little bit on this map because it's always been good to run something that helps with getting the plant down, whether that's a Harbor or a Sage or a Gecko, something like that. But it is going to be a real unknown quantity, this one. And I think so much of it is going to come down to whether 100 Thieves can force team fights, because I think that's where they want to thrive. And I think for Loud, it's going to be about trying to break up those team fights and pick off a bunch of individual 1v1s by harassing 100 Thieves before they set up for a big site exec.
Well, here's the agent select. Now, okay, yep, Gecko.
Cryo Jet as well, though, which isn't something that we've really seen so far. We've seen him playing on the Chamber, we've seen him playing in the ISO, but haven't really seen Cryo Jet.
Okay.
And there is Dijazine playing Reyna.
Yeah. Reyna's been getting some play, actually, on Icebox every now and then. I mean, the flashes are nice for trying to take peeks against offline angles. You can play one-and-dones as well. It's a nightmare to try and clear out.
Say go 100 Thieves.
Spots on Icebox, to be honest, the way that the map ends up working out, the way that it's designed.
Oh, that's not good.
Now, also, if you think about Loud's composition, has double drone. So if they were going up against a Reyna, they wouldn't have too many difficulties with it, because you could clear that out. Whereas 100 Thieves, what, you've got a drone, a recon, and then a wingman, but you don't really want to be using the wingman for info in the mid-range. You want to be mostly saving it for getting the plant down in the exec. So, yeah, I think this is a game where most eyes are going to be on Dijazine once we get on the defense side. And again,
it's over.
Teams on the attack side, I think.
Oh my God!
The crew strategy.
I'm not rooting for that. Stop! They did not say that. They did not.
Strategy. Now we have an audio issue on the stage. I'll be up front. I'll be honest. I'm not going to lie to you.
That's a diabolical lie.
Just who it might be.
How could I possibly? Well, actually, I mean, I can see a bunch of people gathered. So. Could potentially be Luke Show. Could potentially be Luke Show.
They caught him cheating?
Definitely in the loud cam. Anyway, we'll be getting into it.
Yeah, he got
soon.
cheat.
You know,
They caught the
Josh
cheats,
is saying
right?
About 100 Thieves on their attack side.
Vanguard got him.
Trying to go for the exits, try and play to their strengths. Well, they're not on that side to begin with. They're on the defense
Vanguard
side,
needs to save us here.
Yeah, and I think
We need Vanguard as a 6th man right now.
again, if they want to focus on micro,
Are they gonna try to
team fight
fucking
kind
kind of juggle these?
That means you're going to be playing for retake a lot, because otherwise you don't really have those big brawly kind of setups that often on Icebox. I mean, you could play A for a pretty heavy flood, but I think 100 Thieves have got all the pressure on them to turn this one around.
Yeah, well, that's what we're waiting to get into this one as well. Throughout his entire VCT career, we've seen Boostio.
I didn't even see 100 Thieves
wins
comp
as
yet.
well
Is
as
he playing
Tattoo.
Gecko?
And here's a story
I
behind
haven't
some
seen
of
a
his-
Gecko yet this year, I don't think. All right, Jet, Gecko, Sova. Oh, what's this?
I'm gonna be honest, like all my tattoos besides like 2 of them are all anime because I just grew up watching anime when I was like, 6, 7 years old. Shanks and Luffy from chapter 1, like the ending panel, I'm pretty sure. Hope I'm
This
not
is
wrong.
a cool segment.
Ichigo, it's like a custom drawing, it's not like from anything. Gon from Hunter x Hunter. Flamel from Fullmetal Alchemist. And then I have like a very large Goku Shenron on my leg. I have Chopper from One Piece as well. I think
That's
this
a
is my
pretty cool
favorite
piece.
tattoo. Actually, it's my second favorite tattoo because my knuckles are my parents' birthdays. And like, I remember when I was like 8 years old, I always told them like, I don't know why when I was 8 I wanted tattoos, but I said I was always gonna get their birthday like tattooed somewhere on my body. So I'm glad I got to do that last year.
That's cool.
It's quite interesting. I mean, what's the meaning?
I want to know what
behind
DG's tattoos are.
My tattoos,
Yeah.
my anime tattoos.
the
that I
ones that
have.
we can't show on broadcast.
Oh right, yeah, the barcode on the back of my head.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that.
What happens if you scan it?
Yeah, you get free rotisserie chicken from Costco. Does look like Luke Show's starting to pick some of his stuff
Gearing
up.
up, audio's seeming okay. Wasn't holding him back on the last map.
No, it certainly wasn't. It certainly wasn't. Certainly wasn't. This one though, if you want to focus in on Luke Shaw a little bit, he's going to be on the Killjoy. He on defense side again. Once we swap sides, is pretty limited. I mean, that's just the life of a Killjoy.
I describe it as purgatory.
Yeah, a little
on
bit.
Icebox.
Playing
You're
defensive
kind of stuck in the
Icebox.
middle. You have to stay. Okay, well, I'm going to lock down mid.
But on the attack side, you can actually get a little bit of freedom. And I would imagine, given the amount of lurking that he was trying to do on Haven, they might even have him do some like double lurks with Pancada.
Cosmic.
Sometimes he's up tube or controlling some aggression towards mid. There are options.
Well, the time is nigh. We're heading into Icebox, and yeah, time ticking down.
Yeah, you're required to wear in-ears under the headphones. So that the helicopter headphones you see, those pump white noise. They're pumping white noise. Bro, Wyatt.
Under a bit of pressure, nice and early.
Yeah, this is a rough setup for 100 Thieves immediately.
Let's go! All right.
Great shot, though.
Take me back to 2023, baby.
All sorts of distractions, and the drone just not quite
I'm
clear.
on the spaceship. I'm in the time machine. I want to go back.
This was a problem with 100 Thieves, though, on Haven. They weren't proactive enough to split away from their stacks. This time, though, within the first 20 seconds, they are double pushing with Cryo and Asuna, and then starting to send some rotates back. And here's Luke Shaw going for one of those lurks. Just like he did, actually, on round 1 of Haven.
Missed,
okay,
thank
Bo's
God.
gone wide there. All he needed was 2, but 1 to the dome will work as well. Now,
yeah, caught,
whistle
bitch.
down very, very low, so the traded sight from EU.
4v3.
Lurk pushed through.
Out
Turret broken.
loud. New pred coming in.
They're aware that it's a possibility. The rest of the 100 Thieves fully focusing now, trying to play this retake. Wall in their face, Pancada, Fuel, running low.
Asuna has Flash, has Wingman for Spike. They should be able to throw the Wingman on and then push forwards.
All right,
Here it
5
comes.
minutes
Wingman
shot.
already sticking this one all the way throughout with the defuse. And listen, kills need to be found. On top of that, you need to be taking out that
Got it.
Wingman, but just a little bit
Got it.
short of the mark there
Oh
for
my
Pancada.
God.
100 Thieves steal away a pistol round.
Let's go. The little rat got the
Great example of some of the
defuse.
things we were discussing. Luke Shaw going for that lurk mid-timing. Asuna finding value out of the Wingman, which he'll be trying to do on the attack and defense side. And also 100 Thieves.
Look, Wyatt, I might have snitched about our office water cooler talk. I sold you out as a sports bettor.
So very different look here.
You turned to the
on
dark
Xbox.
side.
100 Thieves with an opportunity to generate a little bit of
It was
momentum.
literally like
And we're
a
straight
fucking
back into
skit the way it
the
played
first
out.
7 seconds is up to you.
Like we were working in the office. We just met at the water cooler, the kitchen.
Now, still, oh my, up top nest! You've just given away a gun.
There's no way.
On round 2.
There is no way that's what we're doing. Okay, save us,
Stop
Peter.
them. Where they're standing, pushing past this. It's going to be causing issues, slowing down Loud for now. Chaotic beginnings to round 2. All drops down, and so do the bodies. Luke showed them. Okay, he's still finding kills. 2v3 turns into a 1v2.
Bro, rename the team 100 crash outs because I'm losing it every fucking game.
Whether or not it's going to be caught. And
What are we doing, bro? What are we doing?
Kawazine picks up the Phantom that EU dropped in Nest. Does dirty things with it. As does Luxo, just with a Sheriff. Hit 2 blinder shots
doing, man?
from his position around Maze to make that one winnable for Loud.
How?
I just don't think it's ever justifiable to be playing solo in that spot as a... I mean, maybe if you're playing like a Reina or something, but even then it's a little bit risky in round 2.
I'm sure they were going... Oh, don't laugh like that, please.
I can't believe it.
That's like a maniacal laugh.
Handed it to Loud, essentially. All that talk about how good the pistol round was going to be for 100 Thieves.
I feel like they're trying to get confidence by like over peaking. This is what I was saying. Like the whole philosophy of like the playmaking.
They have a chance and they squander it immediately.
It's a reset.
God damn it, man.
The next run.
It's like all the good things 100 Thieves does are negated by all the bad things.
Nice and quick there with the movement. It's broken though. Not too sure how much it ended up spotting in a refight called for. Flash over the top is broken. Slower tempo. Bit more of a tempering being put in place here by Loud. Still, they might be punished soon enough.
I think...
Gonna face this, yeah. Multitude of players. This is Loud not shying away. They don't want to walk away from this stack of players.
Like fucking
so much danger
groceries.
potentially, but it's all navigated in time.
Put them on the belt.
Fair enough, I guess. Loud managed to
They
work
can't
their
even
way
get to
through
the
it
belt,
despite
they
the 4
tried.
player stack. They had
That's just
Pancada on
Loud's.
the opposite side of the map. They could have realized that there was a stack there and decided to disengage. But all good.
Make him self-scan.
Try and hunt for it. With his death, he's going to be building up the ult and reclaiming the gun on top of it. So this is good for Loud. As far as beginnings go, the ults are starting to generate. You're snowballing it. 100 Thieves only just getting their feet back underneath them with the money to buy up. And Cryo, he's got a big one in his hands. Nice operator. See if he can push back what Loud are doing.
Damn.
Luxo's aim just looks so calm in those spots.
It's so calm. It's so calm, bro.
The young less, perhaps.
Stop.
He'll be making a name for himself, honestly.
Cryo's going for a walk down tube. Vinny did sprint up tube in round 2. And it looks like Pancada... Is he going for something or did he just throw the orb? Yeah. Just threw the Viper orb. Now going to monitor B. So Cryo doesn't have early picks necessarily.
Going for the repeak.
I'm actually
He does
scared.
walk down tube.
Don't go on tube yet. Now go down, yeah.
Peak. He's just missed his chance.
That wasn't a chance,
Roots
bro.
up now over towards A for Loud.
Maybe a chance at a first death.
Boosty. Oh my god, your entire kit's going down, and that's the go button. They're sending it all the way forwards. Digizine, it's not slowing down. Up
How
top,
many
has
slow
to
blinks have I
covered.
had this game? What's the count? Like a
Inside,
million?
Vinny, plant, down and out. Shock dart tanked. Second one coming, but he's quick.
Okay, good shot.
Straight
good
out
shot.
of there. Digizine, deep. Backside position, wants to try and take the fight straight to them. It's all about how he gets cleared out here and now, but the question is, can they do it? Not quite.
Slimed into the corner because
Boosty
Boosty had to evacuate the site because
benefits
he got
you
tagged.
really have when you're running
Tragic.
the Reina. Can be
Fucking
aggro, can be as
tragic,
aggressive
bro.
as you like. 'Cause if you get that kill and you've got that confidence, causing issues now for 100 Thieves.
Wow.
Snakebite scattered down, and
Wow.
there it is. Dismissed straight back and away. Bullets through the walls. This guy cannot be denied. And time ticking away from them. Snakebite with the salvos. It's a
So
deadly, deadly combo.
So much post-plant util here as well from Loud. You know, they've got the Snake Bite, they've got Shock Dart, Salvo, Teo Ultimate as well online. And in
Bro,
the
he's
next round, if
yapping.
Luke
What
could
is he
manage to
talking
get up
about?
to an orb,
I
he's gonna
I
have
wish I
his
could
ult
speak
online
Portuguese,
before
bro.
EU. So that means a potential for a free lockdown.
I bet he's
here to
talking
just
mad shit.
completely snowball the half for Loud. In fact, I don't think 100 Thieves are going to be able to even buy. They saved.
No, he's fucking. He's
operator
not
and
talking
Vandal,
shit. He's
but
like, I'm the goat. I'm the
they're not gonna be able
goat.
to buy up
He's
anything
not talking
around it.
shit. He's probably just saying I'm the goat. He's feeling it.
That's really what they're going to be working with. And Bit of prayers as well, hoping that somebody's going to walk into Cryo's line of sight angle.
Oh my god.
Aggro with the salvo is nice and early here. My god, you got a flash out in your hands, the Jazine. So damn lucky to be alive. And up top, not expecting this one. EU finally taken out with a trade in sight. Rifle aim, or not quite. The op shot just going wide. Unconventional. We've seen better from Cryo. Just seems to be a bit of an off day for 100 Thieves potentially here with the lockdown now placed down. You can hear it. Footsteps scurrying away from 100 Thieves. Can't play towards this one. Asanova stays as welcome, just ever so slightly, will be detained in the process, but he got them a pick.
If 100 Thieves can find a pick on DG while he's playing aggressively here, it might be doable.
All grouped up towards Rafters. The Jazine off to the side, just sees the shoulder.
Yes,
Fading out his
my
shots.
God.
This is beautiful work by Asuna.
Good shit, Peter.
Slowly whittling his way into a possible win con for the round still. Luke Shaw, how do you deal with this guy up top? Down low, and Wingman denied entirely. Pancada. Tidy little three-piece. Puts a bow onto that round, and now it's 4-1 for Loud.
Dialing things back to the beginning of the round, I think 100 Thieves absolutely had their opportunity.
Dude, God, that's so unlucky.
From Cryo with the op. He had to hit those. The first one, it kind of looked like DG did the Fosbury flop over the top of the op shot. He jumped over it completely.
Yeah, man, like both of those shots were like weird.
And then the second one, he's moving as he takes the shot, so
God.
it just flings it wide.
Like he was there, he was in the right spot, right time, he had the shot, he always hits those.
Pipes. Space has to be conceded and given up, makes it a bit easier.
Lurking
Look,
rain in too.
So did Luke Shaw into that spot on top of it.
Do you have anything to set this rain
He's
up?
had a lot of contact in this defense already. Got caught by the Tejo drone, remember, a couple rounds ago.
How's he going to deal with this
pistol,
turret?
even though he
What's
did
happening
a
here?
good job there.
Don't think Dutcheson's going to expect that angle to boost. He is playing.
Is he going to play super patient? I'm terrified, bro. He's going to play. No way he's playing this patient,
There it is.
man.
There's the timing. Spotting just the foots, and
He walks.
Jazine backs himself out and away. He's in the danger zone. But attacked up potentially by the turret. Still dropped down, and Aston has been
Looks got the kill
found
at A.
in the midst of
Great.
all of this
Just
chaos.
lovely.
Pancada. Take your pick at a site that you really want at this point if you are.
Yeah,
Loud
just use
Salvos.
ult. Love
It will
that.
come back online, gives a bit of peace of mind, but the plan needs to be defended in time, and it will be just that.
Let's
From
go,
on
Chad.
high, Cryo denies. Kawazine, nice little two-piece once more, and EU.
It's
just
fucking
you
cooked.
in this spot, really. Just see if you can save this gun.
EU
Man.
ulted, by the way, and he's about to get cleaned up by Luke Shaw as well.
Yeah.
I might be
Cryo
wrong here.
Bladestorm,
We
please
didn't
save
quite
us.
catch it on the camera, I don't think, but I think EU ulted A, possibly, thinking that that was an A finish because of the pick that happened.
Oh,
with
it's a
Aston.
finish.
It feels like 100 Thieves have lost the
I'll
plot.
finish fucking
Now, I might be
split
wrong.
when we
He
fucking
might
lose
have
this
been
game.
over towards Boiler. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, so it was over towards B.
Damn, nice shot.
Just trying to deny the plant.
Yeah, and put a
Fire's
load of
coming in.
pressure, just kind of relieve some pressure from Xander.
Yeah.
But he was so far away. I mean, he was playing over towards like Boiler at that point. Two players dropped instantly, though. Dude, Luke Shaw is playing so well, though.
He really
He's-
is, man.
He's alone in a lot of these
He's playing
spots like
better
that
than
now.
I even
He's
expected.
just alone over towards A, and a lot of players will play a solo very passively because they don't want to accidentally run into someone on an off angle. There's like 10 different angles that a defender can be posted on. Luke Shaw's just wandering up, and he's just like, yeah, where's the fight? I'll have it. Why not? And he just wanders in, kills Asuna.
Damn, bro.
Again, playing the complete opposite side of the map to the rest of Loud.
They need value out of this
Very rarely with the
Bladestorm.
team.
Like, really bad.
They're almost always doing these 4-1 kind of setups.
It's a simple thing as well, on top of what Loud are
Where's
already
he
doing.
going with it?
Actually saw Crew doing it as well.
Wow, first Gecko
earlier.
Henry,
There's
no?
that Diet Milk, Josh. You were talking about that the other day when we were in
Alright.
Yeah.
rehearsals.
He's gonna
Diet milk.
jump the pipes.
Also known as skimmed milk.
Yeah.
What is that ping for?
Semi-skimmed milk?
Semi-skimmed milk, potentially.
I feel like a
I guess
dizzy?
skimmed
Like he's
milk
gonna
would
throw
be
a
like
late
Milk
dizzy
Zero.
like over here that
yeah,
floats?
we're not going to go down this path
No.
because if we do, we're not stopping. And listen, it is a half.
We've got an
round.
eco round.
Yeah, you know, it's time.
I mean, Cryo, though, is going to try to get something done with the Bladestorm. I feel like a lot of the times we're looking at what, I mean, EU, this is the third round, by the way, out of 7 that he's
I'm
tucked
always
himself
gonna
into
say
this
it.
nest spot.
I'm not counting. Who's counting?
That is an unusual thing to be so determined to make work.
Big setup. Oh my god, just drop it straight down. As a molly at your feet, still the players are lined up nicely for Pencada. Drops them in place. Cry going for the repeat now, but forced to dash himself out and away. There's a gun, reclaimed, picked up. Asuna ready and waiting now, and he's got his ult in the back pocket on top of it.
3v3 doable. Peter has ult.
Danger here for Loud at least. 100 Thieves if you look for a moment like this.
Full kit on EU. Very doable.
Cryo has a
no leers for like a wide swing.
Much on site than he actually is.
Waiting for missiles probably. Keep an eye on the missiles coming back online.
Having not been timing, he's pretty confident they're just going for the normal re-hit. Thrash. 40 seconds though. Still plenty of time for Loud to go back into this.
They baited out. Good play, Peter.
Going to be going down on top of it.
He baited it out because he knew it would just get broken, so he can retrieve it. He
Time's going to be a problem. For Loud to try and play around. Force the issue now. Don't know how much fuel they've really got.
3, 2,
Waiting
1.
and kicking. Flash up and over towards the top. Here's a Blaze Storm.
Let's go, Cryo. Okay.
Listen, the Jazeen could have been a happy accident
those
there.
two
I
big
think with
ults.
the Blade Storm dished out. He dismissed right into the line of sight of it. Still, if you're 100 Thieves, you're taking it.
Absolutely. They need it around like that. They're still 5-2 down.
I agree
They
completely.
need Cryo to activate. He's missed a couple of shots with the operator, but
Cryo had a round right here.
this has previously been his map.
I truly don't think Peter's mental is shaking at all anymore. Like, yeah, I think Peter's locked in all the time now when I'm watching VCT.
Sometimes single-handedly.
They needed that.
Like, he overheated a couple weeks ago. And on Haven, I felt like he was put in some rough situations.
And the stack
but I don't
is
think
A.
he's shrinking, like,
the major difficulty, though.
aim-wise or whiffing or anything like that.
Fight doesn't look like with Cryo holding on to the operator.
Interesting call here. You know that A is going to be stacked,
bot
so you go through mid instead.
Sorry, Viper can only watch one side.
So easy to get
you have the
caught
turret
in
holding both
uncomfortable
sides.
positions.
Killjoy kind of playing off of it, tucked away.
Both drones being used just to see if they can cement themselves into that spot. Clearing out Luke Shaw as well. No one following up, just a tag, and he overstays his welcome on top of it.
Yeah, he
looks like
being aggressive. He's just been tagged by a drone.
Looks like they're gonna get a plant in A.
In fact, taking a bit
the
more
question is does Pencada have like the like this pit that gives him this spot, and then
Salvo's up towards the rafters. The dart has to be covered in time.
Nice shot, Cryo.
Shot, quick scope, straight to the chest. The Drazine's going to be dropped onto the side itself. Flash up and over the top. Quick reactions, yet still 100 Thieves
33.
Gonna be toppling here. This is Loud, not to be denied this side. Another tap as well. Seeing if they can
He's
force
trying
these
to
players
ult.
out wide.
He can't get
into
into
these
the
personal
screens.
engagements, close quarters,
Fuck!
potentially at it, and they're just plucking these players out and away. So much damage done to Kawa. Oh, so weak. He's seen a spike. He's been spotted off to the side there, in through, back. Need to clear these players out to the side. My God, how? Are they so
3
damn
on 5,
capable?
perfect
Pressure
conversion.
applied to these Loud players, and they're just
Done.
thriving in it.
Really nice discipline in spots like this too. They don't rush to get the spike planted. They just hold.
Yeah.
Forcing 100 Thieves to be the ones that make the mistake. It's a great shot by Cryo. I mean, that is what you're looking
Why
for
are they flooding
from
in?
your upper. But as the time was running low, 100 Thieves' hands were forced, and Xander and EU just couldn't land the shots. It all could have gotten.
They didn't want to let KJ ult
retake
retake that?
there. Yeah. 7 HP with the spike at 410.
Now, this opener that Loud have been doing over and over again. Salvos on pipes, in through main, dart to the side. It's been causing all sorts of issues for 100
Someone
Thieves.
named Joy.
Go for a refight
Man,
at
I
any point,
hate
but
one. For real.
Weaponry's not ideal here. Just
When you got someone named Joy typing the word hate, it's cooked.
Crew were doing something very similar when they played Icebox the other day. Might see another fight to be taken.
Last time Loud were on an anti-eco like this. They forced it through A, even though that was where 100 Thieves were stacking. And it worked. They still got all of the kills. But this is another situation again where Tejo drone used, now Sova drone used. They're going to confirm there are a few players here. Yeah. They're still going to go for it.
The Flash going to be doing too much here. Oh, revealed straight behind the gen, and that's an Swarm at your feet. Vinny! Oh my goodness. Single digits, I think, but vulnerable up, out to the side as well, pushing these players into awkward spots. Loud.
Oh my
Listen, it might get
God.
chaotic, but they slow it down at the right moments.
I hate that they're just good enough, so that way I never check out. That's what I hate the most about 100 Thieves. They're just good enough to string me along
Their play off each
indefinitely.
other has been a lot better than 100 Thieves today. And that discipline, that patience you're talking about, it does feel like a bit of a...
They literally are in the
thing for Loud.
perfect spot in global VCT to keep me bought in forever. Like, I'm never checked out. I'm always having hope.
Really feel like we've seen...
It's
very
crazy,
much that.
actually.
No.
I think instead what we've seen is Loud playing quite a lot of slow rounds.
It's like the way they lose is so
well.
crazy. It makes you feel like, oh, it's not going to happen next time.
Opportunities provided
Oh,
to
but
them from people like Digicino
it was
and Lucho.
fluky. Like, they overheated it in the, like, the man ups. Oh, it's
12 and
fluky.
3,
Like,
by
the
the
Neon
way,
was
up
solo
towards
A.
the top of the scoreboard.
Oh, it's fluky. Like,
Again,
over.
Lucho.
Bro.
It's being pushed forwards. Place into these
Oh,
forward
it's fluky. They
positions.
lost
Again,
both pistols,
same
both
neutral
bonuses. You
combo.
can't win games that way.
You can't disrespect it if you are 100 Thieves. I was wondering if you were going to go
They,
for
like,
a
string
retry
me
to take
along,
Mayo.
man.
Talking about it, but when you're
I
Sentinel
hate
steps all the way
it.
further back, the Nano Swarms at least, you're just trying to play it delay.
Just let me down, you know? Let me down.
Take potentially.
Let me go.
Difficult. It's not a lot going right for 100 Thieves here, but at least you have the guns in your hands.
They'll probably come back and win this map. They'll probably come back and win this map.
That much either.
They love that.
If they have been playing retake, it's been like players.
They actually love winning this map.
They haven't been fully falling off the A
From
side,
here,
trying
they
to
love winning.
Group up and go for big team fights. Whereas, I think this is the round to do it. See if Cryo can get a pick as Loud or execing.
Probably like a
and then
flawless round coming
play
in.
back in with the lockdown.
I've seen this team too much, bro. I know.
Cooldowns again. You can see Tamale ricocheting in through the back. That's going to be clearing
Oh,
out to towards
one.
Jenny, but Sliders are winners of
Okay.
opportunity still. Cryo, he overstays it. He's wanting to do more.
They're playing to fight. They're playing to flood instead of playing the retake. There goes the lockdown.
And they are dropping like flies. One left to stand towards the back of the site. All the movement in the world not going to be saving you from that second player swinging out wide. This is Loud on an absolute tear.
Cryo needed to take that one and leave, but they're feeling desperate. They're overextending.
And I just think that's the wrong call. Cryo gets one and chooses to re-peek instead of dashing out because the call for 100 Thieves is, we're going to stay, we're going to fight. And I think when you have a lockdown in that spot, the play is just to play the 5v4 retake. Xander gets one.
Big and ISO some more of these fights, but Digicino steps up to the task.
They're getting smacked around here.
Yeah.
This is the
KJ
team
ult.
Loud that
Guys, what do you want us to do with the KJ ult? How can we possibly retake with these ults, guys? We gotta fight them before they plant the spike. We gotta show them how fearless we are. We've gotta kill them all before they plant. Otherwise, how can we win?
But
This is
100
a mental
Thieves themselves
game.
were talking after the EG game like they'd fixed something.
I'm
They were
fucking
like,
losing
oh,
it,
man,
bro.
we've really figured out what's going
I'm
on.
fucking losing
We're
it.
going to hit our stride now. We're going to really settle into things out here. And this is... Am I wrong in saying this is the worst performance we've seen from 100 Thieves this year?
It feels...
After the Sen game, how can you even say that, man?
Trying to be gentle around it, but... Yeah, it's not good. And 100 Thieves taking this time out now. They need ideas. They need
Actually, the Sen game wasn't
to
that
work
bad.
around this. They do have double initiator.
Fuck it, I'm just so salty
Calling
right
it.
now,
When
man.
they go for that
I'm so
salvo
salty.
dart take towards the front A, and they pause, waiting for the salvos to come back on cooldown. You can go for a refight.
Okay.
It's a good call.
I'm done with the salt. No more salt. I can't be let down anymore, so it can't be more salt.
Your options are just even more limited. You've got 2 rounds left.
Yeah. Ziggs is taking the tactical timeout. One of the things he was talking about in the coach interview between map 1 and 2 was about
How
being
it feels
proactive.
to be a 100 Thieves fan.
I have instilled this into them.
Cracking the knuckles.
Yeah. But have they been that proactive? Are they going for those reclears? Are they trying to catch Lucho when he's
literally.
solo lurking A? Are they doing any kind of
Oh, they're saving
walk
us.
in the mid-round
We got to
flank
map 3.
I feel like they're playing a very basic game of Icebox here and just getting destroyed by
bro.
mostly this standard A exec.
Yeah, it's a standard
We
A
won
hit.
the pistol. It's hard to remember how frustrated I was on that
Into it
eco,
by
though,
Loud, don't get me wrong.
because
with
it's
the
really
util,
just
but
scaled up from there.
It's nothing crazy.
And now every ult is online for Loud.
Wow, it's an early lockdown.
5v5 on the eco. Well, I mean, I guess
Listen,
Bro.
we want to be
left.
winning it.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what this feels. Bro, Nate Shot's probably crashing out.
Back up. This is Xander taking space off the back of it. Have this drone for the re-clear on top, though.
Well.
So instead of using the lockdown in the previous round to play retake A, Boostio rips it in the first 20 seconds.
Stop! Stop
play
talking,
offside
Sideshow.
1B.
Stop talking.
Really? Armageddon. Trying to push these players straight into you, and my god. Works to perfection, doesn't it? Digicino just lands the one. Asuna able to trade this
Oh
one out,
my
but
god.
You're working with barely anything at this point, and the timing just about missed there. Vinny, hold up. Up towards top there still. finally got a handle on it, and EU, not long for this world, I don't think. 22 health. Shock darts have to be avoided. It's long-range artillery, man. EU's going to be struggling to find any sort of way to get back in here.
Does get this overall, even with his death, which is an inevitability at this point. Round
Bro,
11 goes the way of Loud.
the life sounds like it's gone from
He's
Side
traded a lockdown there, or a lockdown from Luke Shaw and the Teho ult from Vinny. So I guess in some sense you could call that a positive for them heading into the final round of the half. But we are clutching at straws to get any level
This
of
is like
out here,
the
bud.
MacGyver of
Loud have
Cope.
been utterly dominant, utterly in control.
Bro literally looked around.
He's having a fun time.
He's 15 and
Never
down.
mind. Never mind.
He's dominating.
Having a fun time on that VCT stage.
Daycare.
This is it. It's all in for this half of Icebox 100 Thieves. So your map is going to be relying on all of this here and now. Hunter's Fury in for the back, and that is perfect. Tracking Cryo taken out, cleaned out. And here it is, dropped down to the floor there. It's going to be a response and an answer. There's that refight.
9-3 curse?
We were discussing the attempt of all of this here. Asuna up towards the top. Dropped down to double digits and off towards the flank as well.
Oh my God,
Tap goes
thank
the
you.
rifle. Boostio cleans up Kawazine in the end.
This is one of the first times where 100 Thieves have threatened the flank. Double pushing out there. That does now make it a little more difficult for these Loud players.
We must
These
fight.
Are both of the
We
top
have to
fraggers
fight.
from
We have no
Loud.
choice,
Good job,
chat.
Pancada.
We
Can
gotta
they be
double swing
stopped?
this.
Hilo set up. Trying to flick of the wrist off to the side. EU puts a stop to that. So 9-3 is going to be where we're standing for this first half of Icebox. Again, it's not ideal for 100 Thieves. For Loud,
Man.
though, what a turnaround.
Yeah, they're looking immaculate. The only cope you
Two
could
pies.
throw out there for 100 Thieves is
Coming.
that sometimes this map can be crazy attack-sided.
Yeah.
If a team just doesn't really understand how to defend, you can get mad runbacks. And in theory, I think 100 Thieves should be opting into these big team fight executes. But they're going to have to deal with Dajazine on Reyna, and he is going to want to try to find those early picks.
Absolutely. Let's send it down to Liz. She is standing by with some special guests.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now I'm here with recording artist Miko. And if you don't know who he is, you are so talented. Like, genuinely such a talented recording artist. Your song, Good Luck, Have Fun. You know, I was stalking your music, absolutely insane. But you do play Valorant. We were talking about it a little bit before. And I asked you before, since, like, you know, agents often have a song that comes out with them, if you had to design a dream agent for one of your songs to come out with, what would that dream agent be?
Well, y'all already got a Filipino, so I don't know if I can claim that one, but I don't know. I feel like my music is made for people that like kind of have a lot going on in their lives, but like they just kind of put their headphones on to drown it out. So I feel like, I don't know, something like almost Baby Driver-ish, like somebody that has a lot of drift features in there. Okay. Maybe like an ult that's kind of rhythm-based. That would be super cool.
That'd be actually really, really cool. And also, we all got a lot going on.
Bro's actually
We all got a
cooking.
lot
He
going
like
on.
has
It's
the
all good.
Asian design. He actually went crazy
We love
with
your
it.
music so much. Now, you are from Toronto, or Toronto, as the Canadians from Toronto, right?
Oh my God, Liz.
So, are you going to be at Masters Toronto, though?
If I'm in the city, probably.
Hey, let's go. But so now I think a lot of us will be visiting Toronto for the first time. Do you have any advice for those of us who are going to the city for the first time? And do not say go to Tim Hortons.
I was not going to. Anyways, I think definitely there's an amphitheater actually super close by to where Masters is going to be. Bud Stage. Cop a ticket for a show there. There's a lot of great artists that play there, and lawn tickets are only about like $40. So.
Oh, nice. Well, we support the arts, but we have a game to get back to, folks. Let's send it back.
Love that. Yeah, supporting artists.
That's pretty cool.
All the rest here.
It would be a long,
Chat.
long road.
I don't get it. Why did he ult there? So,
Pronouncing the T at the end there. That is going to get people riled up, Josh.
like, why does he ult? So they push A off barrier, right? The dart scans, and then he just goes in ults? Like, but there's no one to capitalize off of it. There's nothing. Was he trying to draw the Silva ult out? Is that all he's trying to do?
DG is going to be trying to fight before 100 Thieves can set up.
Oh my goodness, it's so damn aggro. Boostio. Matters into your own hands. Hold on. Wow. Reload in opportune time, but he's got help arriving in space. The rest of his team having to clean it all up. So at this point, put the pistol around in the bag, man. It's going to be over. Ooh. Oh, Pancada.
You'd have to win a 1v5 ace, though.
Yeah.
In order to turn the tide of this round.
I don't think they're going to be able to cast the cursor that much.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Great idea, though, from 100 Thieves, just picking up the Sheriff. Go for those double body shot kind of plays at the beginning of the round to take out people who are trying to fight aggro. High-low setup as well from these two in the corner. I want to see the Boostio replay. How's he got that one done? He was hitting some nice shots on map 1, actually, which is kind of weird to say because
we're so back. We're so fucking back. Over the course of this Here's series, the comeback.
Boostio, he ends the first half with 3 kills and then gets 2 on the pistol. And basically, he's like winning it for his team here.
A couple of body shots. Gets the job done, though.
It does. The Sheriff on the pistol, a Gen G strategy from 2024, and both teams opted into it. Now, 100 Thieves are going into the stack here from Loud.
We've won both pistols.
And again, we saw Loud do this actually a lot.
So as expected, we're down 9-4.
Kind of patiently held their ground.
We've
Dealt
lost.
with the stack instead of pivoting away from it. What does 100
Okay.
do?
Okay.
Spray them all down, I guess.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Not
Here we go.
ready for Cryo to be that deep onto the line, apparently. We love a good eco ace. We love a good eco ace. The Jazeen. It's like, oh my god, how do I avoid this guy? How do I avoid this guy? Snappy.
Let's go. We're so back. We are so back.
That's hashtag unlock your ace as well on socials as well.
Bro, we're so
Free PC
back.
giveaway for the first ace of the week and $100 Riot gift cards and $100 in iBuyPower rewards every time there's an ace. Let's just see it again.
I mean, this one was so fast. How's he managed to spray down 4 in that spot? I only even see 3 players on the screen. But yeah, you can follow at iBuyPower on socials, hashtag unlock your ace. Now, Cryo's got a Blade Storm up already, but it doesn't actually matter that much. They're headed into the bonus.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Rifles anyway, but it's always nice.
This is our fucking bonus, chat.
Here's a play on B, though. We're watching the action on A.
The double lurky B. The big lurk.
Oh, they want to go for it. They heard the reload, I think. Yeah, here's the swing and here's the fight. Cryo.
All good. The lurk is the play. We don't really care about him too much.
And there's that fight. Watson it.
Trade is good.
By Pancada.
Trade is good.
Face. This almost gets both.
There's that proactive re-clear fighting that you were asking 100 Thieves to do when they were on the defense side. This time Loud do it on A. Timing for EU. It's not really going to work. He's going to run into all of Luke Show's util.
Salvos at your feet. Still spike goes down. Hold on. Does he see that on the rope? Not quite. Asuna. Safe for now.
I'm surprised that didn't pop up on minimap.
Safe for now.
Okay. Guys.
Well,
Shut up, sorry.
And there it is.
I'm just kidding.
That's going to be the danger player. Stood it deep up towards top nest as well, causing heads on a swivel. Luke Show trying to really dig his way out of this one. Somehow has landed with just Asuna up top and alone. And Luke Show, man, he's just a one-man army.
That's a round and a half from him.
Bro.
I mean, he's clearly been the best player in the server today.
Really has.
You heard Mitch say it. If you're looking at players coming up through Brazil, there's plenty of people. You're not just looking at Luke Show. Brazil has got a bunch of talent, but the 3K in the round is so important. Now, having said that, because Loud only kept a couple players alive, their eco is massively damaged. And so despite winning in round 15,
this guy better start learning English. Why? You think we're going to take him?
Just trying to make sure that
what do you mean by that, actually?
100 Thieves to break their economy fully and start running something back.
Xander might be in trouble here.
This is very aggressive from Loud.
The net is
oh.
2 angles to watch for if you're Xander, and he realizes that there's a lot of danger here. You can't give away this gun.
Oh.
He's walking steadily out and away.
No.
Bullet straight through the box, and he needs an evacuation play. Here and now, he's squaring up. He wants to try and take this fight. Lined it up as anything still.
He got none.
Falling,
how?
Toppling. Luke
I actually thought they lined up. I thought he was going to get like 3K.
High ground plant down on top of it for 100 Thieves, but there's he's back in if you are Loud.
Incredibly important double entry there from Cryo.
Really important. Loud, really good econ management to like light by here.
Clears out most of dice. Triple holding this one together. Digizine's the one with the rifle, but he is the lowest player. And they hear it, the rumble
good double
of the
swing.
footsteps.
Good double
those
swing.
timings ever so slightly.
Whoever calmed that, thank you.
Wide, pressing the advantage, pushing
Let's
forwards.
go.
100 Thieves making sure that there's no gaps in the play.
That one was an eco round for Loud, though, remember. Only a couple of Vandals that they brought in there.
All right.
But they are going to be going up against the Thrash. Asana's got now this pretty sizable attacking ultimate online.
Wait, we're going back here, bro? What is this glaze?
And 100 Thieves are headed back over to the A site. So just like on the pistol, where Loud were trying to contest the space,
So salty.
and 100 Thieves were getting set up for an exec. Actually, this time Digizine not looking to fight aggro, just hiding on top of screens.
Good opening.
Gotta be careful of that one. Well, Snake by Shock, full front A control. Giving up over towards 100 Thieves. Gonna use that Thrash
Get
to
him,
see if
little
they can
shark.
pave the way in.
Get him.
Cheeky with the movement. Very cheeky with the movement, and you have to sidestep it.
How do you
Drop
dodge
back off that high ground angle to Jazine. He's eager to take that engagement and that fight. Swinging through into the back of the side. Oh
God
my,
damn.
It's getting messy and it's getting scrappy. Ults offloaded. Empress now, Jazine trying to make a go of it.
9 HP on Kanzine.
He could pave a way forwards. Ash broken. Take it out. Moment of respite in between the round here, but not for long.
All right, Ospa spot. Good
Look
offense.
at these
Oh,
teams
God.
playing. They were just waiting for the cooldown. Start. Salvo's in through the back. Cryo! Still with the indicator. He's going to be dropped down to the missiles. And Ashley, you have to do it all. Time ticking, though. Still potentially a win con for them to play around entirely.
My goat.
Swinging round and
My
away.
goat.
Pancada. He's
My
got another
goat.
rough position, but that spike plant. Unorthodox up top. Pancada sticking. He knows he needs half. He knows he needs it.
Yeah,
He
run,
hasn't even
bitch,
got it.
run!
It's Asana who plays it well in the midst of all that
Let's
chaos.
go!
100 Thieves, that's 7th round.
Holy.
That is a scrappy round.
Holy.
I thought Loud
Oh.
had that one wrapped up, especially when Cryo gets caught by the salvos, not repositioning properly. And Pancada was on the flank. But yeah, it's Asana who does.
They are
drive
really
in
lifting
chaos
us
like
up
that.
one more time right now.
Tucking himself into hell, being able to pick up both of the players that were close
Please
to the
don't do this and
defuse.
lose the series,
And
boys.
I'm not sure if they had a read that Pancada was on the flank, but his positioning was perfect to avoid getting.
Yeah, don't give me hope.
Now Louder on another eco. It does feel like 100 Thieves are running this one back.
4 here, though.
The ults, though, are going to start to get up here for Loud. If they want to run some kind of, lockdown retake.
Early drone sniffs out this A push.
Tejo ult,
Hunters
salvos
immediately
to deny
bounces.
flat.
Loud
There are
reading
ways
that.
that this could get
Oh, dear.
dangerous for 100 Thieves here, even on an anti-eco.
Yeah, these are some serious fucking ults.
Where are they going? Straight back and over.
We leave A.
Not leave someone on A.
We leave A. We have no A presence. We have no A presence. So now we're going back into the total unknown. We hear this drone. Bro.
Just as the Sova drone disappears.
That's
but
a great call.
You've got to be a little bit worried.
It's
that
all good,
GG
though.
has pushed
It's all
up.
good, though. This is just where we want him.
False
It's all
information
good.
for Kawazine. Still, he might be
Take
able
me
get
back to
kills. This
2023.
isn't Cleared
No.
properly, appropriately.
Yes.
And Cryo. It's lovely. Just crouches and swings straight into the fight. And all the danger just evaporates like that.
2 orbs for the GOAT.
And now in a 4v5, almost certainly don't want to be using any of these ultimates. You also don't want to be giving ults to 100 Thieves.
Very aggro in through the back of the side here with the salvos drop down. Might be set up for a nice and
Cryo's
awkward
warming
fight
up.
indeed.
He's
Cryo
shooting right now.
was handed a challenge. I'll happily take it and give you the goods.
22 and 14.
It's a round for Xander to hunt. Just so that he can get the pit online, but he's not going for it.
Pancada.
Hunt him, Peter. Get this
Just
orb.
doesn't miss. Still, he's trapped. Tucked close to the corner here. He'd love to try and keep this rifle forward. Snake bite. Narrowly avoided. Pancada! Why does Pancada never miss, Josh?
I don't know. It's been a mystery for years in the
Man.
Brazilian Sea.
These
No one
fucking
can figure it
casters.
out. Why Pancada never missed?
No, just kidding.
Why?
God damn it.
13 and 9.
They're so good.
Silver lining for 100 Thieves, I
God,
suppose.
the way they played
It's
that
closer
fucking
to
joke
40
was
ults,
pretty
I'm
fucking
saying.
good. I'm not gonna lie.
Xander should be
These
hunting
two
for
have
the
such
last
good
dive. He does
synergy.
get that ult online. One step away as well. For
Why
Aston
does
Martin.
Pancada never miss?
1 point away, and it's forces time
These
out of Loud,
fuckers.
so breathing room.
Memeing on us. They're memeing on us, chat.
It's already been lost. for
Oh,
Loud, even though
God.
Still leading by 2 rounds. It's 10-8.
But if they lose this round, it's probably drawn level.
Yeah.
Because this is an eco swing round for Loud. If they lose this, then 100 Thieves are going to be with the weapon advantage, and it probably goes 10-10. So this is, I mean, I would, you know, it's somewhat the right time to take a tactical timeout, but I would have liked it even a round earlier. I always prefer taking it in the eco round before the big round, because I think when you take tactical timeouts right now,
you fucking snitch, Mike.
To think, all right,
The
well, we know
hell?
Loud are going to do something different. So how are we going to
Talkers get walkers.
And so 100 Thieves can pull some, you know, set strat out of the playbook and really try to disrupt the adjustment that Loud are going for. Harder to build that game plan if you do it a round earlier. Now, are we really seeing nobody playing on the A side? Full A retake setup?
Ain't no way you preemptively just type 10-10.
It does look like it.
That might be a fucking
Just gonna put
10-hour ban
maybe?
if they lose this round.
Lucio has been standout, so okay.
Pancada got into a hard anchor position here though, but oh, he's gonna hit.
Straight down main.
Hit lineup with an alarm
Sealing
bot
up a
inside.
decent chunk of the map away from 100 Thieves.
What about top side to
That's
guard?
a nasty pit. It does leave the entire top section open.
Actually, it's quite good. I'm not gonna lie.
Deep drone as well. Digizine's been pushed into that forward position.
The crazy part is they put
A lot
this
of map control
nano
right now for
behind
Loud.
chat, and if you don't break it,
Digizine.
and you go into the pit,
he's gonna get some action.
Imagine
You
if you
handle
get
it.
stalled and you have to
The
go
high ground,
back.
it's incredibly unorthodox, and yeah, just not anticipated by Boostio. Dropped away out of the fight.
Hard round with these ults,
Flash
by
on
the
top of it,
way.
100 Thieves are going to need to come up with a solution. Now the Spike is still sitting around A main. They're hoping
How
to
are they
fake
gonna
some
do
B
this?
pressure.
Wingman's
Pull
gonna go in
players
the
away that they can
pit.
get into the pit, I think.
Cryo's gonna go over the pit. This guy's
they hoping
over
that-
here guarding though.
Pancada full rotates. That's almost never gonna happen.
It's
That's
very awkward.
that's a great spot because this
40
is the
seconds
one
left.
guy that you know is guarding,
Still have front B control.
and you just drew massive fucking
She's
attention.
gonna have another opportunity here.
So you could see it like kind of
Another chance
moves
to get value
Kalanzine
out of the
over.
laner.
Drone clearing
Defense
mid
side,
now.
you can just play
They have
any
decent
angle.
timing now.
Yeah.
Vinny's
Just
ult
red
missiles are a
further in
problem.
advance. Listen, they're going to have a lot of ults, I think, Loud.
Planting
for
off
the
default is
retake.
very
Snowman.
smart.
Yep.
I like
Flash
that
into
a
the face of
lot.
Digizine, though. Out through over towards the top. Needs to be ready to contain and maintain composure. Thrashing through the back. It's a good connection. The dart and the molly. Armageddon offloaded. Gonna cut these players out.
Yes.
The picture.
Fuck
Lockdown's
yes.
going to be
Peter.
utilized. Just try and push them back and away
4v2.
here. This is
Holy
a very
fuck.
chaotic round indeed, but order position
What a fucking mid round. What a
firmly
plan.
gained here by 100 Thieves. They're not being budged. From Snowman, from
When
whatever.
Wingman
to
gets that
3-2-1
plant,
swing into
Peter
the
gets
back
all-
just in case they could catch a player unaware.
Man, that was gorgeous
Loud,
actually. That was a really fucking
Maybe
good
wondering
play.
what went wrong here. That was 3 ults invested from them into this round.
And I think the answer to that question, what went wrong, is that 100 Thieves had a really nice call of flashing and taking Snowman control.
Yeah.
Probably
Planting off
Asuna that goes
default.
for that call. Now, it might not be. Obviously, we're not inside the comms. But the way that Asuna led that fight, threw his wingman down for a plant position for Snowman, and then immediately flashed through the wall, it stopped DG from being able to have impact.
Well, the plant
'Cause
gave
they're
him the
already
ult,
past
I'm
it.
pretty sure. Either that or he
And then
grabbed the
this
orb on the way to B.
Yeah. And you just, good luck. Yeah,
Crazy
your hands
kid.
off the keyboard at that point. You can't do anything. You've been checkmated.
All right.
And Cryo is now top fragging. I don't know what, has he been doing that for the last few rounds maybe, but that's
Possibly.
it's a big turnaround. Because it's been Lucio and Pancada the entire map basically. And now they've slowed down a little.
Calm ult?
Loud's got a bit
Oh,
of
we're
weird
calm.
fights
We're
all over
calm
the place,
ulting.
really here. And
We're calm ulting.
appropriate discipline being shown by 100 Thieves. They're very, very ready.
Vinny.
The aggro A hold,
Vowdy.
dismantling it almost
Sorry.
as soon as they can get it set up here. Now, Kawazi not to be
Kalanzine.
dissuaded. He still wants
Cowan's
to hold
out.
close. It's a dart to the side. Doesn't catch him. He can do
What?
some damage here, and it's really all just on him, I think, as that playmaker up top. Luke Shaw just trying to play that high-low as well. Now backing himself out and around to a wave for 10.
Okay.
Not
Ooh.
anticipating it. Cryo straight up and over the ropes.
Farming. Just some honest farmers
It's
over
going to
here.
be that 10th
Lucio
round
getting
now for
ult.
100 Thieves. Earned up.
They're
Have
right
that.
back in the game. And this is the Cryo that was promised.
Yeah.
I was
yeah,
expecting this to
yeah.
come out on Haven because Cryo's ISO has been excellent every time we've seen 100 Thieves come out on Haven. But they got battered there, and he never really got a chance to get back into the game. He was losing his 1v1s inside of the ults. He was losing 1v1s. I think it was on the
How
pistol
are
round,
we
wasn't it?
simultaneously the best and worst team at the same
Outplayed
time?
by Kawanzine.
Absolutely, yeah.
And he
Blows
was
my
missing some
mind.
op shots at the start of this map as well when he was on the defense side. I thought we were just getting basically a bad day out of Cryo, and he has completely turned that on its head. Loud burning their second attack timeout in 2 rounds?
Yeah,
I think
it feels like it.
Did it right before round
3 rounds
19?
maybe? Yeah. That's tough. It's tough for Loud in this spot
Stop.
because you haven't. I mean, you put 1 round on the board.
Don't fucking put a question after the best and not say the worst, too. The best and the
round 15 was
only the best.
gun advantage. So, if you're talking about
See how it
even
is. You're
or
crazy.
disadvantaged rifling situations, they've just been getting destroyed. And it's mostly just Cryo. I mean, Asuna's had some big rounds too. He had a really important clutch where he tucked underneath Hell on A. But so much of this is Cryo, tip of the spear, getting into spots where he can find these early fights.
Oh my
and just
god.
ripping their lab players away.
Random chatter
Have we
was
seen
right.
EG pick up the op yet?
I don't think so.
I don't believe so, and he's
Yeah.
bought it here now. Whew. It is entirely feasible to run it on the Reyna,
Cryo is owning this half, man.
but he's where's he going?
Alright,
Is he
Boosty
walking down
solo
Q with it?
B.
No,
All over the place.
full rotating
No
to B.
or mid, chat.
Most of the danger's really been coming from this A site. If you are Loud, trying to play against this, it's that snake bite shot.
Going back to orb mid now?
Early pressure to push them off from grabbing up that orb, getting these ults online.
Yeah, he's orb mid now.
I would imagine that this is just going to be a bit of a default into Boostio ulting on A kind of round. Boostio's holding B for now. But Cryo and Asuna have full pipes control, and at any point here,
Okay, double face.
IGL of 100 Thieves can start coming around
Double
over
face,
towards A.
corner
and
right here by pipes.
clean entry.
Boosty has the alarm bot holding his
Double up
push.
side by side.
Jiggling T-push.
Thrown up and over the top. It's going to be broken onto the long range angles. Flash up and over. Dash straight back. 100 Thieves. No drawing of blood just yet. Trying to trick each other out.
Here comes Boostio. Ah, no, he's going towards mid, actually.
45 seconds left, and it feels a bit slapdash, doesn't it? What is the call? What's the play to be made? Are you going to use ults to try and get themselves in? Because they're still side by side. Close quarters. Him and Vinny up and over towards the top here on top of Pipes. Cryo dealt with. Slight jiggled as well. Luke show over to shoulder. To fire in line, apparently, is how they're going to be dealing with most of this.
2v4.
All in the form of Luke show. Young player, new to this stage. But my God, is he performing?
Time.
Are you realizing? Play for whatever wins you can get into this round here. Keep the gun. Try and
Money is very good. Not too worried about
this round.
This round lost.
Entirely lost in the process.
Problem
Loud
is,
bring
this
themselves up
ult
to
is
11.
built.
First round in a long while.
And was that because of the tactical timeout and an adjustment that they made? I'm not sure I can really give all the credit there to a big tactical adjustment. I mean, Cryo's entry didn't quite find the value off the first dizzy throw.
I think the goal might have been to refight over the Boostio lockdown. Because Vinny didn't use his salvos at all at the beginning. He was holding them for the time. He didn't want to be caught in a 40-second window where he couldn't use them to try and break.
That's what I'm thinking, though, because the lockdown, I mean, since the change, the salvos are not just getting evaporated.
Yeah.
Up in the B line.
But they had more players there. They had a shock dart or two, I
Well,
think.
that's what I'm thinking. But if you do Boostio's
lockdown
ult on pipes, it can be top or bottom.
Sure.
So then how do you know for sure to land
Yeah.
a shock on it? That might be what they're afraid of, for sure, like the salvo shock combo. But
they're doing the same again.
But this time Boostio's going up to pipes. So, but this is weird. Like putting it here, you know it's on the high ground. So now I could see them just using. I mean, Kawanzine has the ultimate this round anyway, so it's kind of it's a pointless discussion. But they're just allowing them to take the whole side.
Okay, all right.
They're playing for ult denial. Sorry, plant denial, presumably.
Big lurk on B, chat.
Straight
There's a
in
big fucking fight on
to
B.
the site.
Oh my god.
Nexus now for Cryo and a timing taken to Jazina. It's a bullet to the temple. He's no more. Salvos. Moving the wingman and the plant. Not going to be going down too easily at that. Shock darts ricocheting, just about missing, including these snake bites. Vulnerable up across the board. Hunter's Fury, no! And there it is, that double dice done. Tearing it through these 100 Thieves players. Seeking a bit of safety, backing themselves away. Trying to play this one a little bit more aggro as well.
My
together
goats, 3 on
over the
2.
shoulder. Brings it down to
10,
just 2
11,
players left
huge
to do
round,
it.
chat.
On the loud side
2
of things,
shocks
Luke
on
Shaw and
you.
Vinny
Lovely.
just not quite able to
Let's
handle it.
fucking go.
Cryo.
All right, they got a buy
No
though.
slowing
They
down.
got a good buy. Holy
29 kills. He's taken over completely. In that final little 2v3 scenario, Luke Shaw's taking a direct duel against Cryo. Cryo's holding the angle. He is favored in it. But those are spots earlier on where it felt like Luke Shaw could do no wrong.
Yeah.
And now it is absolutely Cryo who's hitting every shot. He's just winning almost all of the duels he takes. 29 and 16, carrying 100 Thieves to make this comeback a reality. After a 9-3 half.
Aggro util being used by Loud here. Just on top pipes, but it doesn't do enough to push them back. I mean, 100 Thieves are all the way in front section of A. It's all theirs. Trying to double face up, remove some of this util.
Chat, where the fuck are we at on this?
I'm guessing in the
Where the fuck are we? I need to know.
Rumble. I don't think Xander's
It's
gonna
been a
be hearing
roller
that,
coaster.
though. Still, he's got open access to kitchen.
Where's the turret?
Not too sure.
I mean, they didn't use a nanoswarm to break it at the beginning, so...
Oh, Xander, yeah. Filthy work, filthy work indeed. They are none the wiser.
Yes!
To see if they can clean.
My
and root
god,
this
he
guy
came
out
up
of position.
so big the last 2.
It's inevitable at this point. This is going to be that 12th round for 100 Thieves.
Oh my god.
Mitch was talking about it on the desk. This was a playground for Xander when he was in Tier 2. His map.
Yeah.
And this round, he just had the freest timing through mid. I mean, I'm not sure we'll be able to get a replay of what happened to the turret.
We are so
but
back.
Usually, I would expect it to be like, you know, nanoswarm lineup that's thrown over towards kitchen and it takes down the turret really early on. But Boostio still had both of his ups, so I genuinely don't know what happened to the turret that round because it should have been watching for that. Maybe Xander broke it early and was taking a late reclear, but then Loud didn't react to it.
Yeah.
Strange stuff happening
Bro
here.
gets no credit.
Loud losing
map.
their grip.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just dominance from one half to the next. Both of these teams taking turns. So Jazeen will hope to keep this rifle intact. My god, dismissed!
Wow.
Okay.
Well played.
Keeps the gun in his hands here, but it is 100 Thieves up to 12 nevertheless.
Oh, here's what happened to the turret then, right at the beginning of the round. It's thrown out.
Yeah.
And then it
Yeah,
vanishes.
Don't know.
It vanishes.
He recalled it, 'cause he was out of
Schrodinger's
range.
turret.
He recalled it? Or what?
No, they must have made a play to get rid of it, and we just missed what happened.
What happened with
But
it?
presumably that was a nice play from 100 Thieves to set Xander up for the lure. Here's Loud fighting over this.
Oh, it's full aggro. This is it. All in. Why not? Throw everything together and see if you can come on top and top of the carnage. 100 Thieves trying to win these fights out.
Holy
Oh my
fuck.
god. It's a bloodbath. Loud were trying to put them into the blender. Got turned right back onto them. Kawazine, it's got to be snappy and more so than that to stand a chance. Tracks it onto the side, and 13-11 is where we end here with Icebox. 100 Thieves straight back.
Chat. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? I know this team too well. What did I say? I knew it. I knew they would win this map. I knew it. Now we lose. Now we lose. Dude. Oh my god, I hate this team so much, bro. I hate this team so much. I fucking hate this team, bro. Oh my god, they're actually gonna do it again. I'm losing my mind right now. If it's a fucking 13-1 again, I am going to I will never root for them again. Dude, if this is a 13-1, it'll be a generational crash out in this stream.
If Cryo can keep up this form heading into split, 100 Thieves have got a serious chance.
Yeah, and it's time for a quick break. When we get back, the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down and getting us nice and ready for the culmination.
My god, I can't believe they brought this shit back, bro. Oh my god, they actually fucking did it. Wow, bro. What a comeback. What a comeback, man. Holy. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how these rounds played out. My mental, like, can't even handle this shit. Damn, crazy good map from Lotus, too. Holy. That is crazy. Attack stats. Holy, 278 damage around for Cryo. 430 ACS, 21 and 7, plus 14. Oh, that is so top heavy. Oh my god, he hard carried them. Dude, look at the difference between the attack paths. I mean, Lotus still had 243 damage. Like, wow. Wow, bro. That I'm at like a loss for words right now. That is crazy.
Meanwhile, Cryo crunching in from short, but Cryo's waiting on the other side! Cryo wins it out for 100 Thieves!
Cauazinho tá com medo ainda de plantar, ele tem míssil também. Vamos ver se ele vai querer gastar ou se vai resolver na mira. Cauazinho! 4K!
All right, we certainly had a bit of an idea of which way this game was going to
sorry,
go.
that was a bite. That was a
banana
bite.
time. We would not be consuming this potassium if it wasn't
that was a great timing on that bite, Xander. I love that.
Oh, we wouldn't be consuming these. These guys would be having sadness bananas. I don't know what the equivalent is if you lose in 2 maps. Do you get bananas at all? Do you get dinner?
No dinner. Definitely no dinner.
Maybe.
Somehow play no dinner for 100 Thieves and lost that one.
Something bad. Something, you know, not good for you.
Common gruel. You eat some of that sat out of the back there.
You gotta peel little potatoes.
The reason why you're looking at our mugs again is because 100 Thieves have been able to bring things back after a 9-3 deficit. I know. At
100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, 9-3.
It's a thing, man.
It is.
But come on, like the grit, the determination that you need to display in order to make this happen, especially against a team where everything is going right, has got to be recognized, right? Digizine is powering through, but Luke Show is, Sideshow said it, the best player in the server at one point on his debut, but the gas is starting to run out.
Exactly. I'm not sure if it was the gas running out or Cryocell's just waking up. I mean, that ace got him fired up, and he just took over the rest of Icebox after that.
The whole game, when you're looking at how 100 Thieves play to kick things off on a defense, though, it's like Cryos not hitting shots, just like we all witness at this point. But even just the macro, you're like, oh, 100 Thieves are just playing their same comp from 2024. This has to be figured out. I mean, why are we still picking Gecko? Because Gecko is not picked anymore. But
that's my line. Your job is to answer the question. It's not your job to answer the question. No,
I was continuing.
Listen, the Gecko is something that we haven't seen, like you said, since last year, so it throws a lot of players off, even on the pistol round. I mean, you know, the defense of 100 Thieves, it wasn't good. They only won 3 rounds, but this was one of them, and it was because of this guy right here on your screen who's defusing the spike.
The wingman, for sure.
We love him.
And I think the reason why, again, to answer that question that you want to tee me up that I stole you from, but it's why we see a Gecko now, and maybe it's just the pure Teo coming in the new meta, right? Teo's been so good. He's got good moments. I mean, when you were looking at, Vinny play the Teo on the denial of the plant from the wingman, Teo's still very good, still very impressive. You had good map control in terms of the Armageddon, and it just pound for pound on paper looks like it's really good to help you create space where maybe the Gecko doesn't. But now maybe that's the key thing for 100 Thieves, because not many players or not many teams have been using Gecko. Maybe they just forgot how to play against a type of composition where maybe it helped out.
What edge are you trying to tack though by playing Gecko instead of Teho or KO, for example, or other agents at NNO?
It's the same thing that 100 Thieves tried to accomplish on Split by running the Sage. It's a character that has been out of the meta. People aren't used to playing it, and you think you can get the one up on him. I mean, it happened here in a way, even though, I mean, without Cryo popping off, it doesn't happen really the same.
Yeah, we don't want to fixate on the Gecko pick because it's not what gets in this win, but it's just an odd one to see.
Yeah, it's definitely. Very
I mean, we got to talk about Cryo here a little bit more in detail. This is one of those maps where we get to see him come out on the jet, right? Like, just take up the duelist role here. This ace here is
Insane.
Pretty insane.
Yeah.
This is the danger of, we have pistols, let's group up, let's do something. But if one player like Cryo gets online because of something like this, I mean, you're wishing that you would have maybe just died to a spike. Maybe not let this guy get on a bender that he went on. I mean, he was literally destroying everybody instantly. And he wasn't overheating either while he was doing it. Like, he was playing by the book.
Controlled, no overheats for sure, because after that ace, the following rounds, entry after entry, and also the combination that you had towards the A side hit when they combined it with the Hunter's Fury towards Jail to try to take down Tajazine. He didn't try to rush down to get the pick. He just simply crosshair placement, wait for the Hunter's Fury to push the opponent out, boom, instant headshot. And he's been landing, and it was no way that Loud could answer that.
Can we cast our eyes to the last map in this series? You might need a reminder. We're off the split here, which, I mean...
I don't need a reminder for that one.
It gets floated here, but obviously...
I want to forget it.
100 Thieves, like, you know, expected to be decent. This is where they bring the Sage on this map, right? Which is nobody else is doing that in Americas right now. Whereas, like, we know in the past, Loud have played just the Teho Breach, pretty, like, straightforward looks here. Like, what should we be expecting, and what are we looking out for coming to a map like this, where lots on the line for both these teams still?
First thing for the side of Loud, I don't think we're going to see any compositional change going into that one, because yes, we've seen Luke show and we hyped him up being such a good Sentinel player for the team, but he already has good experience playing as a Viper as well over Galeris in Tier 2. So I think just pound for pound that kind of meshes well with the current status of Loud, and you could still play this double controller Raze with no Sentinel. But on the side of 100 Thieves, the reason why I wanted to say that we forget it, yes, maybe, the Sage coming out, not many teams played against, and Sentinels did. They played against again. What happened? 13-1 for Sentinels over 100 Thieves, and you wanted to forget that one. Exactly. So now it comes down to what can you cook up this time around for 100 Thieves if you want to maintain this, because that could be one of those, hey, one-offs, like an EG style, that the next time it's figured out, you'd have nothing to do.
I will say, though, when you get 13-1, I mean, was it really the comp at that point? Because, I mean, on any other day, it would at least be semi-competitive. Okay, maybe you get blown out because you get anti to 13-8, right?
Yeah.
A 13-1 is just such a one-off performance, like you were stating, that I think even if they went in with the same comp today,
you just
not
throw that
saying
result
they will.
away. Like,
you have to. You have, because there's so much that goes into getting 13-1 that's outside of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, and we heard it after those interviews, after Sentinels, like we just weren't playing our game, like we were just whatever,
Yeah. So, the question still lingers. Can this new Loud roster score their first win of Stage 1? We're going to find out after this. Don't go too far. 100 Thieves and Loud. The conclusion is on split after this.
Okay. All right. Wait. No, you're kidding me. No. You're not saying Sage Column, right? Wait, we're Fracture, right?
Like we just weren't playing our game. Like we were just what?
What is being
Well, here it
cooked
is,
here,
yeah.
bro?
Split is where we're going to be taking a look at
Split,
between both
right,
of these
split.
teams here. In fact,
Split.
Loud, I mean, really just highlighting the
Where did my cam
importance,
go?
I think, of trying to get
did
their
it
first win.
die?
Mitch was just saying before he sent it back over towards us. But that string of rounds that they ended up losing towards the end there, not great for them, to be honest. All the momentum that they potentially had coming out of map 1, leading forwards into that first half, just dwindled immediately.
Yeah, when you get up to 10 rounds by round 15, it's 10-5. You expect to be able to convert those kind of spots. Hopefully they're not rattled heading into map 3, because like you've said, this is such an important series for them. And they started so well, but now look at the smiles on 100 Thieves. Like, they're feeling good, they're feeling back, despite losing their map pick on Haven.
I think it was the first coach interview that I think we did with Ziggs after map 1, saying that, it's not our day, it's a slow start, we're not communicating, we're not coming properly.
Yeah.
Whole load of issues.
Felt like Cope when they went down 9-3 on Icebox.
Yeah, but they've shaken off the rust, haven't they? I mean, if the rust even existed in the first place, it's only been a week since they last played, but
right.
They,
talking about a week since they last played, Split. Now we have seen 100 Thieves running the Sage composition
over and over again.
Surely you've had enough time to change this up, haven't you?
It's the same comp. I mean, listen,
it worked one time.
I had to switch cams,
and then they 13-1 to 100 Thieves. The last time they played on Split, they got 13-1. And one of the main adjustments that Sentinels made was
it's 100 Thieves third map cosplay. I'm shrieking.
Positions where we can get caught.
I'm tiny.
Stun and jump on us combos. it really wasn't anything massive that they adjusted.
Bro,
but
I'm
I do
struggling.
think there's going to be some pressure on
It's
Luxio
a
here
struggle.
because the Viper is the player that they tend to jump on. So maybe this will work out.
Bro, we're going wide. I'm going. Whoa! I'm a big boy right now.
I remain a skeptic though.
No!
Got destroyed 13-1 last time.
Let's see how well they do as we head into split here. Pistol round on map 3. The beginning surely, just from the mini-map positions as well. But taking a gander at that, but it seems quite.
Yo, I'm huge.
Moving fast and loose off the beginning.
I'm huge.
No, I mean this composition on defense just has a ton of tools.
I'm
Pull, slows, nades, salvos,
I can't fix this yet. I can lock
you
in.
don't have
chat.
to really force the issue.
Yeah. Calzine up the gut with a self drone. It's got broken, so didn't really take
Saving the
too much
wall
space.
for late round. Ooh,
100 these
spicy
players looking
actually.
for that reclear. Boostio has to slightly adjust that with a fault line. There's going to be util up into his face and might be feeling that heat.
It's a good stun though from him. It buys time for Cryo and EU to come and help reinforce these
rotation.
positions. And look at how deep Asuna is down mid. I don't think he's going to be able to hear this. There's a stampede of buffalo, but it's a little bit outside of the footstep range, I think.
Trying to find some pasture.
Somewhere on the internet, someone made a Sean Garage meme a long time ago. It was posted everywhere. I don't remember where it is. It doesn't fucking
As
exist
his
anymore.
fight ball
Probably.
goes up, Xander's going to have a question. Do you swing through it and try to get some info?
I think they could be in spawn.
Just spotted it. Okay, smokes it up. Paranoid up, and a kill being caught as Asuna dropped straight in through mid. It's going to make this retake much more difficult. That's shocking.
Let's go!
Xander slow to a crawl there. This is a 3v5 now. Rapid
No, I've
play
just been
by
lifting,
100
team.
Thieves.
What's good?
Looking like they wanted to take it a bit.
Yo, Austin, thanks for the
faster,
huge
but
raid.
top line offloaded. Now
Appreciate
the
you.
drone here. Cuts it up close. Spots out Pancada. Flashed up. Salvos. Not long for the world. 100
2v3
Thieves.
doable.
Looking for a way to pave their path potentially to success. They're slowly getting themselves in through the side, tip-tapping away.
Man.
Ghost in hand, Luke Shaw is not slow down.
Vinny with a nicely called pistol round again. Going for that mid-round audible call after the A push failed. But I think Ziggs is going to be looking at that pistol round and silently raging at 100 Thieves. They stacked 3 players A off Boostio's stun, and then EU's just sat there with a drone, not re-clearing A main. If they had used the drone 10 seconds earlier, they could have started stacking the B side, knowing that Vinny had called that rotate. They need to be more proactive if they want to get a read on where Loud are finishing. Because right now, we're just seeing Vinny find the right site way too often because 100 Thieves are not actually gathering information on defense.
Don't do this to me. Come on,
Tech.
Don't do this to me. We're going to see it soon enough.
Sometimes I just think the players like trolling.
Yeah, potentially. Oh, there it is.
All right,
Escape it.
got ourselves a tech pause.
Yeah, we're seeing it. It's looking like a bit of a monitor issue.
Yeah, the glitch.
Fiddling around with it.
They used the
See if we can
glitch
get
to win the
setup right.
pistol. Replay it.
And hopefully back into the action soon enough on top of it because
Yeah, it's a known bug.
It's
been happening.
The audio,
the monitor,
Yeah, the one.
and yet still
More we see him
performing
through the
good.
walls and stuff. And
Arguably like the best player. I mean, Cryo did dominate on Icebox, but
Yeah.
aside from that half from Cryo, it has been all Luke show. And this round, in round 1, he was once again the solo lurk player in mid who caught Asuna as he was rotating out. The timings on these lurks have been lovely. He's not just a mechanic.
I mean, make that player put his
He's
shoes
actually
on.
been finding really, really nice timings and like macro awareness too. So this monitor issue has been resolved and we're going back into the game.
That's what I want to hear.
Looking for proactivity in the mid round for 100 Thieves. Doesn't necessarily have to be right off rip. But on a round like this where you stack 5 players B,
Okay.
probably are going to be doing something aggressive off rip.
And okay, catch the contact, stun, nades. Pancada's not going to be giving up a gun if he does end up going down. He's just going to be looking to delay. He's called it, so open access to the A site. Got to be careful here.
Yeah, does he
Yeah, that's so weird.
I mean, a smoke like this is just so weird unless the omen is right there.
Oh, who the fuck is Luxa? You're trolling.
Slowly creeping.
Don't make us
forward
glaze.
into the
Stop
storm.
that.
Crouch walk.
And we're going to put everybody
Don't
to
make
sleep.
us.
Get the blankets out.
Was put to sleep earlier.
Oh my
Fnatic
God.
Vitality earlier on today.
They're feeding
Their
him.
slow attack side rounds.
How does he not get 3?
How many does Luxio get here?
Shut up.
Over under 3?
1 to 5 in the chat.
I would say over. Okay.
Yes!
Okay.
Under, bitch.
Still cleaned up though in time. Well, you're losing some guns. Yeah, they're never going to be able to reclaim one of these.
I'll take the little wins, you know?
They've lost at least
The
one.
time's ticking.
Oh, you've got to
He's
run
got a
into
long
that.
way
Run!
to row, buddy.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He just gets there in time.
Did I gotta get a gun? No.
No, he didn't.
So that was...
Okay, so they did actually lose quite a lot there.
Yeah, they did.
Holy shit,
Maybe,
man.
Bonus round significantly worse for them.
I'm not gonna lie. That seems like something that should have happened on the third map, and it probably has in the past when I've watched these games, low-key. Fuck.
Buying into it.
Me, a common cold.
I can't believe he died to it. I'm so happy he just died to that spike.
Well, here we go. Bonus round for Loud.
That's the type of wild shit that happens.
Early salvos. Push back onto the B line, so Sander not able to stand his ground there. Gives him access towards it.
These kind of spots where you're playing, where Luke Show is right now, this is where you could run into
Well, he wouldn't have gotten
a stun salvo
gotten
play
death
at one of
money.
these rounds from 100 Thieves, like a big set play.
Okay.
There's Cryo online early. Vinny solo walking up mid, really weird.
That's strange.
Really
Can't be that
weird.
distraction, some kind of noise being made elsewhere on the map.
This angle is dangerous that he's trying to play at, but drop it off.
Oh man, he caught off
Slightest
timing on that
curves, but
swing.
Drazeen not to be
He did not
straight
expect
up
that.
into the A site now.
He tried to
Zaffron wanna
out-strafe
try and
the
take a
fight,
peek.
like pop and swing it.
Great shots going his way.
Planted for main.
He's going to rebound, some decent damage. Not much else with it. 4v4. Still with that heaven control. Digizine's going to be that late backstab as well. They have not cleared him out towards ramp, so that's the real danger for them. And this is being slowed to a crawl. Salvo's back online, looking to delay.
Come on,
And Asuna missing his timing. It's a
Peter.
critical kill at that to try and find Digizine.
Wow. What a
Wins it against
shot.
the counterpart. Bankada round.
Oy, oy,
The bodies
oy.
topple and fall. This is Loud with a bonus round conversion. Despite some odd beginnings to the round.
Yeah, very strange beginning to the round. I'm not sure what Vinny was doing in mid there.
Yum.
But also, 100 Thieves at no point really
Wait a sec.
started a retake.
Hey.
They waited for Asuna to die in heaven before they decided to go elbow. And where was the util? I feel like there was nothing going on the site.
Yeah.
Wait.
Everybody from Loud was just able to take a normal gunfight. 7-1, Luke Show. A fitting scoreline for a new Brazilian player.
Don't even start. This guy's not going to be let Loud straight back into Brazil. Cryo.
Hey, good
getting
first
cheeky.
blood. Raise out of the
Rattles
way.
one across there with Digizine taken out. Few issues that Loud might face.
It's a good situation right now. Cryo one off ult in this eco. Like this round.
Kind of solo. Pretty big read here that 100 Thieves are not going to be fighting mid.
Like he could flip the round.
Walk a solo
At this point.
Just spotted, and he's trying to take a timing past that one still. That's going to be an abundance of util thrown.
Shut the fuck up.
No way.
Luke Show trade in sight. They were desperate for that kill. It's a crazy one to open.
Dude, he's so
Good
good.
play from Vinny as well. Running in, defending his new player.
TP up top. Trying to capitalize in a
overcome
little bit of the chaos, I suppose.
Again,
when
though,
Flam was
Cryo
going
can
down.
flip
Maybe
the
a player
round.
could have been occupied.
Crowd gets a kill,
Might be a
reses
chance here if
the
Cryo
3
can
on
get some
2
ridiculous shots.
flips.
That's going to be tough. To clear out most of the way. Pancada showing presence up towards heaven. Has a gun.
Not the one he was after.
No, just a stinger.
No, and no fight
Rather
this
have
way.
Cryo with the sheriff.
Now moving away and around. A bit of running gun, backing himself out. Pancada will go down in the end, but they know exactly where he is. Crowd's just trying to bait the shot out.
Might be able to play exits here. But they're going to exit via screens. So, nothing that Cryo can particularly do in this spot.
7-0.
It's a rough beginning to this half from 100
Oh, you
Thieves.
mean one of
They've
the
been in
who's
this spot
7-0?
every single
Zine?
time so far in these maps today. Slow starts.
I thought it was going to be a change of pace, to be honest. Not necessarily in
Nice
terms
shot.
of how fast 100 Thieves were taking in the beginning of these rounds, but just, I don't know, I thought that string of rounds that they managed to pull together, we wouldn't see this kind of flattening that we've been seeing on the halves. It's been a weird game, honestly. It's been a weird game.
Well, I think it's also, if you think about it, 100 Thieves have actually only played one half of Valorant well today.
Yeah, and it was Icebox.
It was the attack half of Icebox,
Okay.
though. It wasn't even the defense half. So it's 1-1 in the series right now. But 100 Thieves put everything into just one half of Valorant. So now we're seeing them back on defense again. Defensive Haven and defensive Icebox. They looked like there was nothing going on. They looked really
Where do we want to go?
And the same problems are happening again here. It's early days though, and it's
see
very
some
early days
control?
to be taking a tactical timeout.
Watch
and
this.
Ziggs talk to the rest of the team.
Yeah, certainly is.
But I think there are already
Watch how they pause right here.
some warning
This is almost
signs.
laughable.
They're giving up mid for free.
These are all the rounds I don't get to break down because there's such limited time. Bro, they just chill here. We'll just hang out here. You guys got any tents? Anyone pitch a fire? No, we can't pitch the fire yet. The ice is on the ground. Oh, fuck. The spider came in. Let's just wait here, though, for a little bit.
A bit more active, maybe.
Oh, let's not use any counter util, though. Fuck that.
Active, right? And I think
all right,
cool. Know that from watching
all
bots. Can't be being too all in like they are right now, actually, in front of the barriers. 100 Thieves have been doing a lot of big set plays.
Bro, there's a lot more of this.
Seen the first time they played against
I'm like, bro.
Sure. Where they
I could have broken down the whole half if they let me.
Big fight. That looked awesome. I think this comp is also really good.
I was like rewatching it like PTSD, man. So trust me, I know what the comp's capable of. Let's say that.
Expecting them to be doing something different coming out of the tag.
Fucking
all the way back here, and that means if they run some kind of set stun down this line, or if they did a re-clear through a ramp, he wouldn't get caught.
Every time, no, while I was building out the show, last time I worked the 100 Thieves game.
Cut up the tempo ever so slightly.
When I have to do a telestrate, I have to find a round to telestrate. So I go through and I look for the best round.
Luxio's going to be.
I think about
take a timing of his own. There's a minute.
Whether I want to show like a round like that, like a bonus, or if I want to show them play an eco or a full ult round.
That wall is really nice from Cryo.
I went with something different.
You got like 30 seconds there where it just blocks off B Heaven, and Cryo can help Xander.
Xander spots it. Here the orb, you see it, all coming through now with a showstopper on top of it. Round to the side!
Oh, wow.
My God, just about collecting that kill. Still, equivalent exchange. Paid for in blood, and this wall, no sign of that one breaking. It was used pretty late, as we were already mentioning. And where's the pivot options? You don't have A control?
No.
30 seconds left.
I don't think they realized.
No, I don't play initiator,
Luxio
Natty.
was supposed to give them an option. They're going to
I
sound
like
the retreat.
controller and
do a
duelist
re-hit
mainly,
as soon as
not
the wall
fade.
breaks. Do they think about Luxio? He's the only player that can cause chaos here.
He has to be the danger player, but straight through main, man. You've just been obliterated, and Luxio cleans up in the end. EU is having a field day here. Driving straight through into the side. It's Vinny versus the world in a 1v2. Quick wrap around. He's trying to tap this one to pull these players out wide and open. Just can't
my
quite land that one
initiator.
shot. 5 seconds
That's my
left, and they
initiator
already
right
know
there.
it.
That's him.
Getting a run on, getting a move on. Asuna
Yes.
going to play for his life because
Has
no matter
ult now.
what, it's a round collected.
First time where 100 Thieves have managed to get the stack in the right place and utterly crush Loud's attempt at getting on site. And I think so much credit there is because of that wall and the timing of it in the mid-round. I was talking about proactivity, going and gathering information in the mid-round, but that wall serves a similar purpose. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily find you info, but it just cuts off a lane on the map so you don't have to worry about it anymore. And it still functions the same way where you can overstack onto a different area.
It's a big deal with these B hits as well. Normally you have to worry about potentially the pincer. We can talk about that a bit later.
Asuna looking to fight over mid. 100 Thieves have been playing mid very softly.
We got Peter with the spot on mid. Xander with an off angle on B. Slow out for B if they pop B.
It's tough to play vents against a breach.
Pivot slows mid. I like that.
Salvos.
It's very dry with the jiggles, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Okay, the fight taken by 100 Thieves. This is what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, that's nice. And then a wall up as well.
Yeah, this map conditioning nice and slow, like they haven't been going for these plays, but a reclear like that gets them the information, gets them the wall up, pushes Loud back into that uncomfortable territory.
Once more, if Loud want to win the round, it's all on Luxio. The rest of these players have to take their time breaking the wall in mid. And Luxio not spotted by that Teho drone.
No.
But they're going to be aware of the gap.
Off to the side.
10
wow,
and
he's
3.
just locked straight
11 and 3.
To multiple targets.
He's too good.
Damn,
And this is
man.
Boostio. Left alone to his devices onto the A side. He's revealed his hand here, but a paranoia in your face. Fault line round to the side. A util. It's being used to try and bail him out from afar. And he's seen or at least heard that these players are coming through, and here it is. Reinforcements arriving in a form of
This
cryo.
Rez would go crazy. Get him up.
High.
Yes.
And a Rez in the back pocket
Peter
as well.
won
So
off
Asuna
ult.
brought back into the picture. Let's see what can be done about this
Big
one.
kill.
Hakata barely able to wrangle that rifle back in control. Xander, full control of the one extremity where there could be
Peter has
problems.
ult.
Clean in the end by 100 Thieves.
Great res.
And despite
the res made them want to push screens actively since they knew 2 were controlling like this area right here. They took a risk, tried to trade that kill at worst. That was a massive kill by Xander.
Instantly into a 5v3 scenario.
100 Thieves aren't shrinking right now in the moment, that's for sure.
That's the proactivity that Ziggs is talking about.
Yeah.
And a good timing for it too. Not straight off the rip, so that Loud
Loud
can immediately
timeout.
make a game plan and react. You know, like 20 seconds into the round, something like that.
And force the timeout out of Loud at this point as well. But you're exactly right in terms of the window of opportunity and when you choose to strike with this comp, because you can be proactive.
CK spitting.
It was a beautiful one by 100 Thieves. Cleared up all the question marks that might have been.
In my opinion, if I were him, chat, I'm saying they're fighting the fuck out of us right now, guys. Like, look at the way they're jiggling mid and shit. Like, they're not even playing really to stall. Like, if Loud were to slide in some of these angles in like double face high lows, they could punish a jiggle peeker really, really easily. That's like kind of a hard counter to the way 100 Thieves is playing, like a very pouncy style.
Do not give this man a penguin. Do not put him on any conservation efforts.
Yeah, this penguin gets abused every week, bro.
The Lucio has been unreal, to be honest. For an opening performance on the stage when Loud needed a turnaround, 11-4, and a lot to be asked of. Still
oh, I never went back and watched that Xander round. That's a good question.
He's got the opportunity to take individual fights. And the timings he's finding are really nice. He waits until his team tells him exactly where the breach and the Tejo are so that he doesn't get caught by stuff. This round, though, playing with the pack.
I wonder if they're going to do what I said, like double slide up and pounce.
Maybe something a bit dicey.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, they're fucking flying out of it.
Straight past it, but it's a half clearance. Cryo was stunned up.
Cosmetic.
And Digizine removed from the fight. Deep B main control gives up an orb as well. These are a lot of ults that are just accumulating now for 100 Thieves. And immediately going for that reclear up into A heaven. This is super proactive.
The classic Tay writes that down.
Yeah, I like the stack of
the notebook full of fucking random ass shit.
I would assume they're not going to be looking to use ults.
Incoherent scribblings.
They know that they're in there, yeah.
Huge notebook. Fucking huge. You are caught, motherfuckers.
That's what they were waiting for, but yeah, they just missed the timing on it. Ever so slightly. So
this trap fight never catches anyone.
Rolls his way forwards and through. Rolling for the buy a bit more time. 45 seconds left. And with the salvos to supplement, that's a perfect combination.
What's up, bitch?
Close to the corner. Asuna unexpected into that spot. Pancada was looking to see if he can relieve that pressure onto the B Heaven players. 100 Thieves in complete control of this round here.
Oh, yes.
The Kawazine, but everyone's watching for it.
Double ultimates expended though.
What's up, bitch?
Get some back in the game, sure. Third round on the board. It's all really important. But now they have less tools to work with.
Austin is actually fucking crazy. Some of his kills are just so mind-blowing.
I like the idea, but DG with a half clear over towards the left
wasn't
side.
Even a bad call, I'm not gonna lie.
Nice shot. He's 10-4. Again, it's Cryo and Luxo.
Yep.
Who are at the tops of the scoreboards. But this round is going to be an important one. And are they just sending it down mid with a showstopper right at the beginning of the round?
Oh yeah, that's a slow warp down towards Sewers. Sewers in the chat, but a very passive play by Loud, I should say. Looking to contain most of this space. Goodness me, man! That's just sending it! Blind as a bat!
Speak of the devil.
Okay, buddy.
Speak of the devil.
Sighted.
It's okay.
-8.
Yeah,
that is not a -8.
Hold on for a moment there while
I don't know what that means. I don't even know what he's talking about.
He doesn't really have a good idea of where.
Oh, orbs.
To even, shoot it while he's blind.
Maybe just hope the traces would spell it out.
I thought it was some like Dungeons and Dragons reference or some shit. I don't even know what Brent's talking about right now. I'm not gonna lie.
2B2A could still be around here for 100 Thieves.
That one went over my head.
I'd like to see them get.
Fuck. -8 is kind of crazy.
I think they're gonna be too late though.
Why he do him like that?
Xander is playing in the discipline box.
I mean, this is very forward Full angle here, ult in through the back of the side. That's Pancada full committing, full sticking, and stun doesn't really do anything into that spot. Xander's been revealed, and he needs to try and find his way out. This guy is just a danger right now, still for the two.
My goat.
Flashing through, trying to wrangle control with a spray control. It's just not quite there. Damage done though.
Oh, I bet you wish I had the
comes
spike.
into the open, and it leads
Wow,
into
a
1v1.
veteran against this child has to be shaking.
Yeah, it's a swift breeze that will just end either of them, and a pit dropped down.
No.
Any level of spam,
You should be
a classic
scared.
right click, anything.
Busio doesn't want to return the fire.
No,
He's low
Busio's good.
himself, and he's just holding perfectly.
No way, dude!
What? You can't lose that as Busio.
No shot.
He had the perfect read on what Lucio was doing. And somehow, I don't even really understand how. Was he moving?
Mate,
I don't know where the bullet goes.
Where
there.
did the
on the back wall there?
I gotta see that again.
Yeah.
Please, God, show that.
That happened to me in ranked. I'm clipping that immediately. 0.25. I'm going crazy.
Honestly, watching the replay, I think he's just late.
Yeah, it's just late.
He's holding a pixel angle, and his reaction time's just not good enough.
Stop! Shut! What?
Look into the heavens. Because that did come down. Into the wall.
Lucio's going to be sickened by that because he really did have the read. Loud though, grouped up, putting pressure on Xander.
Fucking punch to the gut?
Salva's up towards heaven as well.
Get
Xander!
fucked. Oh shit! My god. Oh, he dodged it.
Removed, not to be outdone. This is an
That was
complete
insane.
collapse onto the Loud approach.
Let's go, Xander.
100 Thieves look really good when you run a fast play into them. The protocols are absolutely there for dealing with that. Sick first shot from Xander, and he sidestepped the breach ult as well. Really nice reposition.
What's Cry doing?
Mercado's on the outside looking in. Has no hope.
No.
Why is
Just
he
kill all
looking
5
that
of them,
way?
and then you'll have your Omen ult, and then you can TP and get the spike.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Very
Is
true.
he gonna say like TP's over it?
No, it's going to be a long 50 seconds as we look to talk about something.
Well, I mean, this is the emotional roller
Yeah,
coaster.
this isn't the comp you want to fast at against,
these
right?
kind of
Like Breach, Teo,
matches, isn't it? You
Sage,
just get
Astra,
high
like
on the elation of Luxo winning a
right, like
a
the
spot
whole
that he
comp gets
probably
shot down to
shouldn't be
hit.
favoured in at all.
For sure.
And then you immediately call a fast hit and just get
30
booed.
seconds left.
And 100 Thieves cut the gap down to 1.
Weapon
And
of
this is
stream
now
layout.
ecoed
My
out
main
too.
cam died.
Yeah, they have minimum loss
Like
bonus.
sometimes when I do these really long broadcasts, for some reason,
Quarantine, Vinny, only
the charge from my
150 credits.
USB
100 back
isn't
into this.
Yeah, steadily.
enough to
And
keep
slowly
the
they
battery.
are
It
clawing their way
slowly
straight back. I mean,
drains.
they're not equalized just yet.
So
but
if my stream's like 10
at this point,
hours
with the
or
string of
so,
rounds
it
that they're
dies.
managing to put together, it's looking nice.
Yeah, they should be
Yeah.
in just a moment.
There's no hunting for this
Like
guy
I was
either,
doing
so
EMEA
Take
before.
time to run some replays.
Yeah. And important to note there, the 3 of the players on 100 Thieves couldn't really afford to lose a gun either. So that was a massive eco swing round.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, that's great.
What a shot, bro.
Beautiful shot.
That is
Xander looks
insane.
super confident and sidestepping
That
all of
changed the
breach.
entire round. If that entry goes their way,
That's hard to do.
he got past all the
Hopping in and
util.
out of Astral form. Dead in the smokes.
The breach ult would have
Straight back
fucked
into it.
everything
Yeah,
up
all
at
looped
that
up.
point. Oh
Just
man, that was a
do it
huge
again.
kill.
Okay. They're like, surely
Again.
they don't get slowed again. Surely Xander can't do it again. Admittedly, there's going to be less support available for him because he's in a very forward off angle.
Yeah, extremely aggressive.
Here it is, smoke in your face. No one clearing
Oh my
him
God.
into the corner. Slow warm. Counterintuitive ever so
slow.
slightly, but Cry's just trying to help him
Oh,
out
good,
with a
he got-
nade. Rebounding out forwards
No,
and
we
away
weren't
back
aware
alley.
of the TP out.
Past this one. Quarter cheeky timing, but it just can't
Good satchel,
quite
Peter.
catch the kill. It's Asuna who returns with that fire. There's the, okay, boom, it's getting cheeky.
Fucking
It's getting
working,
awkward.
Vinny.
Show.
Double swing, 3,
Also
2.
Just stare down the barrel of the feed there. 5 to 5, 100 Thieves. It's been some rapid rounds that we're taking a look at.
Yeah, and both of those rounds are, in my opinion, really never going to work against 100 Thieves. Because you're going into...
Cryo on Heaven, on B.
Yeah, Cryo is just going to have full Sage slows to work with. You're going to be
Chat.
running into potentially Raze Nade or Salvos coming through afterwards as well. But
This is so big. I got this one.
unless you run down Xander instantly...
One sec.
Even then, Cryo is still going to be B-Heaven shooting at you while you're all slowed up. So I think that round was just a bit of a throwaway from Loud because they didn't really show anything different. And now they're going to come in with their actual strategies for winning.
That's crazy, bro.
Oh, snap drone. Slightest
That's
gaps, but
crazy,
it doesn't
man.
clear out through vents. Tight missed on that one. Luke shows out, but the Armageddon. Hold on, how the hell are you going to get out of this one? There's a slight gap. And Asuna, oh my goodness. No, he's a thief in the night. Just manic.
He knows that Luxio got the kill over towards A, so he knows that Loud are going to be pivoting in that direction.
Pushes straight past. Luxio is just trying to buy some time, but the rest of
the
team back in with a snake bite.
EU's in a great spot. They're not going to expect him here, I don't think.
Tucked up. This is Benji Fishy. The angle he likes to play. My God, man! And he's on the collections. And inside the chaos, 100 Thieves thrive.
Winnable, but difficult for Pancada. You'd have to isolate one of these
Okay.
but he's got
1 on 2. Oh my God, dude. Big off angle.
You just
Lovely off angle.
And he's more than ready. Primed on the position. The lead being taken by 100 Thieves.
The bag?
That
Wait.
is such a nice play by Asuna. That's a crazy play.
No, it is.
There are so few people that would go for that. So look what happens. Luxio gets his kill on Boostio over towards A. And realizing that Vinny is going to call a pivot to A, Asuna just jumps over the boom bot and kills 2 of them in the back.
That's nice.
I mean, that is so
an
rarely going to get a
insane
spot
play,
like that,
bro.
and so rarely going to have a player who's mad enough
Yeah.
to take the opportunity.
Yeah, a moment of hesitation, that doesn't work.
No.
A moment's hesitation.
Bro, he's like,
Final
what are they
round and a half
doing?
here. And a big
He's
set
like
play.
so
Looking to
pissed.
try to put pressure on
Here it
Luxio.
is, straight up. There's no
my
slowing
God.
down, is there?
Peter's
Finally,
ult?
who were hinted towards it to punish potentially on Luxio.
Yeah, I like that from 100 Thieves. And they've only done it 1 time in the entire half. So that really caught Luxio off guard. He was ready for it earlier on in the rounds. You saw him holding really passive positions. But now after catching Boostio in round 11, Boostie's like, do not let this guy get anything more.
Denying that space that he's just been walking up. Loud are handling this one correctly, though, I would say. I mean, they break the wall in through mid.
Can they dodge that?
If they dodge the timing, okay, it's just been broken potentially by the one player. But
The little stick bug.
yeah.
Stick bug.
Boostio. It's an off angle, taking a peek and gets the info. Fault line and a swing. Got to be brave for a play like that. Still, it has disjointed, disconnected to Jazim from the rest of his team, yet he still finds a kill.
Yo!
To no avail.
Caught.
Send it flying forwards here, and Armageddon as well. It's going to be rolling out that red carpet and pushing these players forwards and away. Up from the high ground,
Yes, and the
Cryo!
res, dude. If he goes to
Oh
plant,
my
we
goodness.
res.
He's got a res available on ramp as well. Pancada's going to find
Okay,
himself
now
in
we
a
res.
3v1.
Boom.
Yep.
Here's the
and
tap, we
Cryo, here's
res.
that plan coming off. There it is. 1v3 for Pancada.
Interesting
Trying
choice.
to bail himself out, obviously being out into the open
Sorry, it was
with
just like
any
low-hanging fruit and I had to
available
say it.
But he's going to try and ISO these fights and do it now. All drops down. Deep positions. Baiting it with a couple of footsteps and a drops down. Good angles to be held.
I'm kidding.
7th round.
I'm kidding.
For 100 Thieves. They had a dire start to this map, to be honest. A dire start to the series overall as well, but they just managed to find their foothold.
I say it all the time in
Gotta
my
give them
games.
credit. That's a fantastic resurgence in this half. Since round 5, they've only dropped a single round. They've won
You don't
7
even
out of
say
the
anything
last
else. You just go, interesting choice.
And I said earlier,
Okay.
he's only played 1 good half of Valorant today. Well, add
Oh
on to
my
that,
God.
because that defensive split, they were more proactive. They took control. Really nice adaptation.
There's tension in the air between these two teams, of course. Loud need their first win.
Ambitious.
But there is an
I would have chosen the other one,
Thieves
but
standing in the way.
I'm sweating, dude. Why did I say that? Is that 5-0? Really? Dude, that would be so funny if you listen to 100 of these comms and Peter just drops a interesting right there on the res. God, I would die. That would be so funny. Oh. It's like my favorite troll in St. Teresa's. Just like an open-ended like couple words where you're not truly saying anything like, but you're saying everything.
Well, momentum has been just a bit of a cornerstone, I think.
No.
So far. We've seen just
No good teammate would do that, but Peter would say it as like a troll.
This one, though, as we finally
and he would get away with it, and everyone would laugh because that's just his personality.
But the point still remains that Loud are sitting 0-2 so far in stage 1, and this match here has always been genuinely heading into it. I think a must-win for them to even stand a chance of making it into the playoffs of stage 1.
Yeah, going 0-3 is so brutal to try to dig yourself out of that hole. And if you think back to yesterday,
Man, 100 Thieves have shown a lot of heart to end up back in the series.
2G,
I'm not gonna lie.
Dejazine drops 30. They lose on Lotus.
Still not over yet,
Dejazine
though.
then drops, I think it was like 19.
7 of 8 to close it out, though. Down 4-0.
And delivered
Cryo, another
performances all day.
giga banger half.
Louder to lose today on his debut.
But huge plays across the board from everyone,
Loki. Before. Don't know if it's going to go the same way, but
the Xander holds.
Last time, 100 Thieves, they take it up through A Heaven. In through mid, and they want to squeeze this Viper player with Xander.
Heaven turns into an A-pop or what?
We'll see. Wall's going to be dropping down. They spotted the player out. Nade rebounding. There's the aftershocks, and it's a cheeky one. Wow. Nowhere to stand here. Lucio's going to be under tremendous amount of pressure. The fact that he even gets one, to be honest, is good. It's impressive because he...
Solid offense right now, I think.
Now Vinny, slightest of off angles, and Aston's not slowing down the pace whatsoever. Yapping away at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and he manages to lead the team into a bit of a death trap. No attempt to slow down, and Vinny making a name for himself in this round. 13. All but sealed up now for Loud themselves.
He's doubled his kills too.
Yeah.
Both of the Breach players with 3 and 9.
I feel like when
half.
I've noticed this in pro games, when teams reverse clear vents and come up heaven,
get value out of your util.
They're less likely to clear this off angle.
With a triple face in mid too.
Because they get this kill like over in this zone, or they get baited by a guy top middle, or they hear the rotate spawn, and they're so concerned with all this other shit that they don't clear the angle.
Sentinels, and they're gonna do it again, where they try to put crazy amounts of pressure
on normal mid defaults. That gets cleared like every time.
I suppose if Vinny's just gonna get 3 from an off angle like that, Louder gonna
be fine. Very common mistake with teams. I knew that off angle was good right there.
Looks like a stun salvo play.
Yeah.
Based on the pings.
Seeing the pings, aren't we?
I don't think Xander's going to get caught by it. He's able to back out.
Just catching onto the corner. Meanwhile, the Jazine full control.
This could get way crazier, though.
Down mid comes in. Oh, he's already just anticipating it. Peek down to the sides.
Cover going out.
Jump spots. No early shots baited out by Pancada.
Conditioning extremity pressure, right? You know that Pancada now is going to try to take a fight. He's not just going to be jump spotting and playing passively.
Yeah.
You know that they're going to be fighting with double initiator over towards A. Louder trying to make it feel like they are going to be taking the fight to 100 Thieves. We'll see what they actually do when rifles come back online, but that's certainly the impression they're trying to give here.
Bit of a min-max round here on the eco for 100.
I think it's a comment.
At this point, they know
it's like
they have no chance.
Whoever's IGLing or coaching not drawing attention to it, but also in the moment, the comms from these players. You gotta think they've put like heavy 4A pressure early around, and they're reverse clearing vents. So they hear the rotate all going A, and then they hear it all running back. And they're trying to beat this rotate back. Like this is very pivotal to the
Such
BT.
an important game so early on.
Wow. What is that?
They can't afford to let this one slip.
No, you cannot. Still, Salvo's down onto the floor. Cryo, my God, rapid run around. Picks up the gun. Spike in their hands. There's 18 seconds left. If Cryo gets a pick, that's all just being watched. Okay. The plant, though. Okay. Not a lot of damage done to Loud in terms of the economy, so they're going to be coming into the next with a healthy bonus.
Man.
But 100 Thieves.
He could go like kill us for the rest of the fucking game and have a crazy debut.
So not too bad. On all accounts.
I'm looking at what Louder got cooked up for the next round. We saw them go pretty aggro over towards A main in the previous. They don't have any ults online. But if you were to do something unusual, round 15 would be the one to do it, to throw it out. A triple push down mid, for example. Maybe, again, a really heavy fight out through A.
It's going to be a B main fight by the looks of the minimap.
Yeah, they got stunned.
Dude, the kid is just making him laugh, bro. He's just laughing.
Fault line nades, salvos left and right. It's going to be a very awkward position, I think, that the 100 Thieves have forced themselves into. Might have util of their own, though. Fault line, waiting off to the sides, and yeah, kills collected.
Good trade, good trade, good trade.
slightest of gaps,
Both
I think, for
raises are
himself to
gone.
play in, and he collects that trade, so...
He took so much damage, though. He's going to get healed up, but he's only on 100 health.
Could have been much more dangerous. Now, what's the call now for 100 Thieves on top of it?
They want to re-clear this.
They have to.
Is Vinny gonna swing that? That's not gonna work, right?
It's
not a good swing by Vinny.
Left. Damage done.
Yeah, that's not a good swing, dude.
Appropriate position.
No, you don't do that. That's
Those
not a
are
good
big
setup.
kills for 100 Thieves to get. No utility.
That's
He's walking in.
no, that's horrible.
And Cryo, even after being aim punch,
I knew
headshot,
that was gonna work.
Still finds the first one.
Yeah, Paranoia sweeps its way through. Gonna be
good
watching for this lurk. There's a occurring off to the side. What is that? Crazy shot. Hands are not even tagged up into the process. So dismantling the play that Loud were trying to cook up.
It's a nice idea from Loud. I really don't mind it. They did a ton of damage early on. But when they held this crossfire in B main, I think Cryo just does so much here. If he goes down...
Yeah, Vinny shouldn't be
it's
second
pretty likely
contact.
Because
Vinny is swinging to someone that would be to his right that he can't see. So he's swinging to a guy like right side main over here and a guy potentially holding this angle. So like the only guy he knows is this guy, and he's swinging into this guy, but there's like two other people, and that's how it always works. Like when you play B main. That guy shouldn't be first contact.
As well, though, it's just to give 100 Thieves a bit of peace of mind and sow a bit of unknowns, I think, into the minds of these Loud
Not
players.
in that particular setup. There's no way.
B main control.
Unless he had like util planned, which he didn't. Like,
no,
there's other ways to do it.
Play
It's
from
just
100 Thieves here. I was expecting them to do some kind of heavy stun double blast pack kind of setups, or looking to pressure Luxo in mid, but they're not actually playing around the Viper Orb that much. I mean, now the Viper Orb goes up, almost as a reaction to the salvos.
Luxo's ahead of most of this. The salvos clearing out through vent. Very aggressive positionings.
big double
spot
fight
Asian
here.
here,
Weird
I
place
don't
for the
think you
Teo.
expect Cowan to be tucked.
Yeah, this is very weird for a Teo to be here. Do they clear this?
Sees it, Kawazine.
No.
What more can you claim? Two ripped away. The blink of an eye, but dropping down. Just the slightest evacuation attempt here by Digizine.
Stall satchels are good.
Going up and over towards the top here. There's 25 seconds left into this round.
Very low
Snake
time.
bite, fault line, slowing them down to a crawl up through heaven as the only available option. They pulled
Forced
themselves
there.
off. They can't quite pivot even through mid. They are forced into the fight and forced into the gulag of their own making.
No.
And Luke Shaw, this guy has just been dominant start to finish.
And it's Luxo's information in mid. The fact that he doesn't use the Viper Orb until the salvos are used, which allows him to fully clear out mid, deny 100 Thieves that space they were looking for, and everyone on Loud can stack A.
Good, man.
And they can keep that bait and switch setup going. Because like I said, as soon as you spot DG in that kind of spot, you are not thinking there's another player tucked really close A main. And Gawanzine gets two, buys time for the blast pags, for the snake bite to completely deny.
Confidence
Yeah,
is a
look at
good
how
way to
Luxo is
put
playing
it.
this.
It's
He's
not even like
popping the Viper Orb, keeping
a lot
full
of like,
fuel until he needs
you know,
to
people
re-clear.
his age, like 18, it's like fake confidence, right? It's like they haven't been humbled,
still has
and they just have a good
Look, now he
mechanical
needs to
game.
re-clear, and he goes popping through.
Like the way he timed that orb walk through, he just takes like very good risks.
Good spam from the rest
His
of
risk management in
fight.
fights is super good.
Drone's being used to try and
And he
gain
has great skill.
semblance of info.
He's calm as fuck, and he's confident that he's doing the right play all the time.
All grouped up, slow and steady.
Loud still have good A ramp information. They've lost B main and mid.
They're here to drop down now in through vents. It's a bait by 100 Thieves, looking to see if they can pull players over towards A potentially.
Oh, this is where Vinny got the 3K on the pistol.
He's right in this one once more, and just hopped up. There's a
How is he
trade.
playing these
It's there
offenses?
instantaneously,
Fucking
in fact, by
whack.
Cryo.
He's not even playing utilities.
Pancada is going to be layering down some smokes now. They've lost control over towards B
Catching
heaven.
these off, but that was a good trade.
Pancada just has to wait for the rest. This is going to be a full retake setup.
They don't have side control. Pancada reveals his hands. Laying in wait in through the spawn. They don't quite know. That smoke is really causing issues for them. But eventually they clear most of the way. It's bought so much time now for the
Good
retake to
plan.
actually occur. Fault line, aftershock. It's going to be combined. For now to slow it down though, so the plant
One off res, but the bodies are mid.
Tucked behind default, 3 versus 3. Into this retake now to Jazeen.
Damn.
Xander.
Xander on
the name
these
of the game.
fucking satchel out kills.
And already just swiftly dismissing any opposition. 100 Thieves.
Holy. They're in a good
Control
spot,
of every
chat.
situation there.
Xander's had some really important rounds. The couple of kills he gets there, listen, he's not at the top of the scoreboard, but he's getting important kills right when his team needs them.
We get a
in even
timeout.
scenarios. Dodges that breach flash, swings back around and deletes to Jazeen and Vinny. Really well played. 9 to 8, 100 Thieves clawing an advantage and putting a lot of pressure on Loud's economy. They have 4 Vandals and a Sheriff.
There it is, straight up the gut, right through mid. I couldn't get it off chance.
Good trades, good trades, good trades. I don't think we need a res yet. Maybe we should actually gun around.
It's not going to matter though when the rest of 100 Thieves are happy to clean up behind you.
He gets the res back, right?
Res immediately. There needs to be a step up in heroics. Were ordered. Luke Shaw can only do so much though. It leaves Vinny in a very uncomfortable spot. Minute 15. We've had a couple of rounds now like this where it just ends immediately.
I think this is what I was expecting more for the series overall, though.
Yeah.
And we haven't had as many as I was expecting. 100 Thieves chose to fight mid with the Showstopper at the same time as Loud, randomly, just decided to fight mid.
Already 4 on the next? God damn.
Max in with the ults. Building up towards it. Looks like the priority is Asuna, despite the fact that EU Boosty were close themselves.
Yeah, they're playing for the
Vinny's
late
gonna be
game,
looking to
man.
Survive.
Honestly, the management of the alt economy is
This is
kind
a
of
bad,
nice.
bad round for Loud to lose, though. They forced into this. Kawanzine, I think it was, only had a Sheriff. And the round was over within 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And now their economy is pretty chalked. I mean, Vinny's going to stay alive. And he's still got full armor. Luke Shaw might be able to buy, but I mean, do you want to force in a spot like this? I don't think so. So you're probably going to end up going down 11 to 8. And at that point, the game is slipping away from you. And 0-3 might be on the horizon for Loud. Sadak's pleas from Berlin going unheard.
There's that fighter we were seeing.
I mean, Asuna is so happy to just send it in spots like this.
Yeah.
To his credit, he is a selfless player.
He is. He'll play like the sacrificial lamb. He knows his team have got him back in that particular spot as well. I mean, there's a firing line behind him.
Maybe? Yeah.
He's had some wild showstoppers today, though.
I just want to draw attention to like how much better the Sage res is this game. There's literally 4 clips here where they didn't use the Sage res properly in this game.
They'll be back on a 5-on-4.
Like, dude, I mean, all the like, look what they did with the Sage res right here, chat. They get a 5-on-4 and they just send the Sage res into A to die, right here. Like, this is the first time they actually made a play with the Showstopper ahead. The Sage res is fucking in mid. Like, what are they doing this game? This round. They do this play. This guy gets out. The Sage res goes up in mid. Both the Raze Rocket and the Sage res both die on the re-aggress mid because they just dry challenge super close. So the Sage wants to res. That's why the Sage is close. But the Sage is so close that the Sage can die. One of these guys needs to be contact. They actually fucking figured it out. God bless. Oh my god, I would have fucking lost
Essentially doing what Cryo's doing on the other side.
They actually used it right there. Thank God. Okay, here we go.
Trap play in B main.
Yeah. So front line's going to be
I was so
coming
worried about
across.
that right there.
Contact to Pancada.
Big ults on the
Vinny's
board
worried
though.
though
Both
about
initiator
mid. No
ults
one's
for
really got his
Loud.
back. ADS up, swinging wide. Fault line's going to be delayed and late here to Paranoia, gliding all the way through. And okay.
He couldn't satchel out.
Tiger-rich environment, going for the reswing and a refight with a roll in front of Armageddon. Okay, this is chaos and anarchy. It's called up, it's ordered for.
Holy shit,
but how
they
do
got
you
out.
follow up on any of this?
And they've weathered the storm.
They wasted both
The
initiator
tail does
ults.
not cover all of this area, and now you've just sent all of your ultimates on the round where you have bad weapons.
To no avail.
I mean, maybe not to no avail. There is still a chance they win the 5v4, but they didn't get much of an advantage out of that. There's still a minute on the clock.
Oh my god, if 100 Thieves convert this round.
It's a lack of control across the rest of the map. 100 Thieves are essentially going to be forced into this B hit.
3 on B.
Don't have map control elsewhere.
The problem is like this guy's jiggling mid and getting all the info.
He's waiting for the timing. There it is. Cosmic Divide. Salvos. Cuts it up. Pull into the back lines on top of it.
Pull.
Flash to add just some extra worry onto themselves. Good kills to be found. A flash to try and supplement. Lovely movement. Xander always keeping it ajar.
Oh my god,
Just
they're
dancing
in a
around the
fucking
bullets.
fire spot right now.
Lands them to safety.
11-8. They just got both the initiator ults out.
Despite going into the stack, 100 Thieves weather the storm. Really nice composure from them in this round.
Wow.
They were under genuinely a lot of pressure in B main. There was so much going on. I mean, that's one of those rounds that never show that to a CS player. I mean, they wouldn't have a clue. They're not built for that kind of stuff.
The team will look to do a bit of
1v2,
damage.
it's actually
Away from the
winnable.
wait a second, these players are grouped up towards the back of the site.
They can play time here, though.
Yeah, they can. Slowed down 8.
Ooh.
Oh, it's left to work with.
What a
Kyle.
swing. I thought his movement was good.
But yeah, I think 100 Thieves do deserve credit for navigating what was a chaotic situation quite well there. There's all of that pressure coming towards them. Breach ult, Teho ult. I mean, the Breach stunned to start with as well. But they used every piece of util so early on. And now they don't have ults for the next round. I mean, they've still got Showstopper. The Jazeen has got to be the hero that Loud need right now. He has an op and a Showstopper. And he's staring towards 100
Sage be able to
Thieves in
slide
B-Man.
on her slows.
If Dijazine can't get this done, no one can.
It's a bit of a struggle for him.
Fucking
Tough
think
drone.
Sage is Elsa, bro. Like,
Connection, fault line as well.
build a
Just
fucking
bit of
castle
fear.
in mid. Why wasn't
The back of the mind of
crazy.
Xander. Clear is going to be caught for. That's Loud just pushing him back and away. Trying to get control again. Through mid.
Dijazine's walking up onto a slightly more aggressive angle in B main.
See,
And
Boosty is ready to punish
just
with that fault
judging
line.
roughly by people's
If
positions.
they aggress, he was
Looks like
he was
things are gonna be
ready
going
to just
away
do the
from it.
diagonal fault line into male ropes.
Spike heading over towards A main. And Pancada already making a move over to help support Vinny here. Putting a lot of faith
I
in
don't
Dijazine.
really know what
and now
Boosty.
footsteps
Oh
are-
god,
So aggro, and he's got all the information as you already mentioned.
bro, this
Jumping
guy's
across,
down mid too.
spotting it
Oh
out.
my god.
You know, the Jazeen is isolated. What is a call to be made here? There's a wall up in through mid, so
Dude.
no options there. And on through the flank, that's Luke Show. This guy is going to be
Doesn't hear Boosty. He
the
doesn't.
knife in the back, I think.
He doesn't hear Boosty!
He's going to get caught by Boosty. He's stunned up! He took too long with it. Armageddon paves a way forwards. And the spike picked up. The clutches of Xander. He'll try and get it back to safety. Try and get this plant straight back
Oh my
down,
god,
control.
Boostio panicked and literally just fault
Granted,
lined him.
Again given over to
Holy
100
fuck.
Thieves.
Dijazine has
I
one
think he
flashback
turned the
and a dream.
corner and just fault lined him. He had util
I think
out.
to really set this one in motion. He's
Oh,
ascending it.
he got
It's the 1v1. Pancada.
1v2.
Not gonna
He
know
has
where
smoke
these
for Spike.
Remaining players are just peeking straight through the smoke.
Hard
Risky
guess that
business.
both are out of sight
But at this
though.
point, risks need to be taken. Does he anticipate it? Planned spot that it's being placed in. Up for heaven. He's got a smoke to cover. Not even a tap. It's a full stick onto the half. Slowed down though. Stunned up. Salvos.
Sheesh.
And EU.
Great util.
Final line of safety nets. 12 to 8. 100
Oh my
Thieves.
god.
Dire starts overall to this series, but they've definitely managed to just
Holy fuck, man.
regain control themselves.
This team is
Yeah, their
fucking
composure and belief in
killing me.
themselves has been excellent today. Rough situation.
I knew it. He
But also
turned the corner
first
full
one,
and out.
really, that we've seen
He's like,
all day
what
from
the
him,
fuck?
Where he gets caught out in a spot like that.
He's
Best case
literally
scenario,
probably
he's
looking at
not
his
going
mini
1-for-1
map
in
too.
that
He
kind of
probably
position.
literally
But
saw him on his
they
mini
should have been able
map.
to calm.
He's like,
Dijazine
what the
should have
fuck?
had the calm that Boostio was going to be rotating late. He saw him with the op. What could be the
Full
final
line,
round here?
Swinging wide, and as you mentioned, could very much be that final round. Now 100 Thieves stuck in an awkward spot. All grouped up, all 5 of them. Stealth drones cleared all the way through B on top of it. Kawasin's getting info now. Does that
Ooh.
refight? Flash forwards, bullets spraying and praying down through the walls. There's a wall
Kill
in your
Peter.
face on top of it. And Asuna has dropped Pancada forwards again as the approach once more. It's an ult. There's no slowing it down. Blood in the water, and Asuna's like a bloody shark. Luxo, a last-ditch attempt. Just a one before the trade is online.
2v4.
But the site cracked wide open.
Oh my
Double
god.
face. Clearance up towards the top. Good shots to land. Xander's been finished. 2 versus 3.
One off. Great ults. Self-heal comes in.
Spot for Vinny and Coenzine, knowing that your season may hang on this.
Salvos. See if he can find an option. Anything
Nice,
at all,
Peter.
Asuna's got it all.
Holy fuck, man.
13-8 to finish that final match.
I cannot believe they ended up winning this series, man. What a roller coaster. Bro. Bro.
Completely in control. They won 2/3 of the rounds.
The best and worst team, both at the same time. They hurt me, but I love it.
And we were worried at the beginning of Split even, because they looked slow, like they were missing that proactivity, and then suddenly turned it up. And I think so much credit has got to be given over to Cryo, because my god, what a individual game he played today on map 2 and 3.
Yeah.
He wasn't really awake on the ISO map 1, which is unusual for him.
Oh.
But my god, he had a performance.
What a debut from Luxo,
Well
man.
from 100 Thieves. A lot of belief in themselves to know that they can do it.
What a
They were
sigh of
capable winning.
relief.
Dejected walk-off though for Loud.
Oh yeah.
They've now lost to their Brazilian
Oh my
rivals 2G
God.
and lost a crucially important close game that they could have 2-0.
That is a painful loss for Loud, because I feel like
Dreams for Loud are not entirely done and
they
dusted. There's still minor
really
percentages
should have won
essentially that
this.
They can make it if all the stars align, but
oh my
it's a rough spot to
god.
be in if you're Loud.
Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario, you're 2 and 3, and requires
We're
some
getting
mad
drunk
tiebreaker
tonight.
scenarios probably to even be able to get through. So
Holy.
they're in a really rough spot. But silver lining, Luke Shaw, the player that you're watching right now, had an amazing debut.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing. I mean, massively justified his signing, and also him being put in the roster over 2 weeks, which was a question that we had. Are you really going to fix the team with adding him in? And okay, they didn't get the round win today, but I got to be honest, their attack sides did look a lot better with him providing so many aggressive lurk opportunities. It made Vinny's calling look a lot better.
Yeah,
that's
But
true.
it wasn't enough in the end.
That's exactly right. Still sitting at 0 and 3, but for 100 Thieves, a
Wow.
lovely win to add to the tally.
I can't believe they still ran the Sage comp on Split.
I know, right?
And got value out of it. Like, they
Yeah.
actually changed up what they were doing quite a bit. Weren't running as many like fast aggro tactics, but still put some of them in there.
Sure. Yeah.
It was, yeah. It
That
looked
was
like
crazy,
it had,
man.
I thought it was going to be a one and done comp, and it looked like it might still have a couple legs.
Yeah.
God.
And it's
What a
elation
big
on the face
win
of 100
for
Thieves
the
players,
boys.
of course, across the board. I mean, how could they not be happy, I think, after that? Because it was looking over at a certain point, wasn't it?
2 and 1. A pretty decent record for 100 Thieves now, heading into week 4.
Exactly, and as well, we'll see how much more competitive their group overall gets. But for now, we're going to
We're
send
still
it down to the
behind on
stage.
these stats.
Liz
I don't
is
know what's
standing
going
by
on. It's
for
9
Verizon
to 8.
post-match interview.
See what I
Don't go
mean?
anywhere.
Like, what is this shit?
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Crazy
I'm
stats
here
from
with
this kid.
EU from
Holy
100
fuck.
Thieves. Give it up for EU.
Cryo series, great.
You just said something very interesting to me.
Jesus
You
Christ,
said
plus
that my team
23.
did that, not me. Talk to me about that team performance. Cryo really just kind of popped off EU, but you played well as well. But like, talk to me about, I mean, you did, but talk to me about that team, how, with the change from map 1 to map 2 to map 3.
Yeah, my team really brought the energy today, I'm not gonna lie. They had insane comms, everybody was playing really good. I'm definitely not proud of how I played today, but like my team definitely had me. Cryo as well with like the 30 kills on Icebox as well. Everybody's comms were good. I mean, I would say like we played really good as a team today, so.
I want to get your perspective on something. I talked to Zix after the first map, and he told me what he told you guys, what he reinstilled in you guys. I want to hear from your perspective what Zix said to you after the map 1 loss.
Ooh. Oh, shit.
I'm
Good
not gonna
question,
lie.
Liz.
I think the only thing that I remember him saying is for us to play like standard and like we shouldn't overthink things, because it did feel like on map 1 a lot of the things that we were doing was kind of like overcook, I guess is like a good way to put it, when in reality we should just play simple because they were playing simple. So yeah, that's the only thing I remember.
That's why I think we were seeing the
ask you
solo
about
Neon
is
A.
kind
I
of
think they were
this,
overcooking.
Confidence that we're going into. This is now your second stage win in stage 1. Moving into 2G next week, who you'll be facing, and they looked pretty damn good against Loud last week. What are your thoughts moving forward? Are you more confident in yourselves? Do you feel like you still have a lot more to work on? Where is that confidence level right now?
I think this year's stage 1 feels a lot like last year's. It doesn't feel like we're just winning this game because like, you know, we're like good players or anything like that. It does feel like we're learning a lot match to match. I said it after we won the EG game. Like regardless of the scorelines of these maps, as long as we
this
continue
series
to,
was a different
focus on what we've been focusing on, the results just help us. It just keeps motivating us to keep on going forward. But yeah, the confidence is definitely like going up and up and up with every match win that we're getting. So, you know, hoping it stays up against the 2G game.
Well, you actually bring up something because you talked to me before the game and you said that you learned a lot from your last match. What did you learn? I know it's obviously hard to know right after the match, but what are your kind of key takeaways right now from this game against Loud?
I think when we play teams like this that are like really talented mechanically, so like Loud has crazy players. Cowanzi's like one of the best initiators in the world. DG's in. I mean, all their players are insane. Luke Show played insane.
Back to back.
We realize like even though we are individually talented, we kind of have to fall back on our micro fights and make sure that we're not giving people like freebies, I guess is like a good way to put it. We can't give them what they want because they want the duels. So that's kind of what we learned from like the EG game going into Loud, and honestly, like we learned it in this game as well.
Do you think you applied that as the maps went on, like Haven versus, you know, Icebox? We saw you were meeting them where we're at on A site on Icebox completely. So like, how did you apply that this game, the map 2, map 3 specifically?
I think we still had the idea going into Haven. It's just Haven with the map details was, we kind of knew where they were hitting on Haven, for example, and we would stack 4 on the site, but then our microfights were bad because they have Teo Breach, and we tried turtling in the site, so like 4 stacking a site while turtling against Teo Breach isn't too good. But I would say like the process for it was still consistent throughout all 3 maps. You know, we want to understand where they're going because they play simple, find out where they're going, and then microfight them when they get there, or like try to refight for info and stuff like that. So it definitely was easier for us on the last 2 maps than it was on Haven because of their comp, but it's still the same.
I know Reddit and VLR are eating those answers up. Give it up one more time for EU, everyone. A well-deserved performance. Now we're gonna hit to the post-show because it is Xander and Boostio.
EU is a great interview. He always gives really good interviews.
Thank you very much, Liz. Yes, it's time for match point. I've got Baby Bait here and here with Boostio.
No way, Boostio's insane at ping pong.
Whilst answering our questions now, we've decided who's serving first. It's first to 7, so kick it off, guys. Baby Bait's got the first question to fire off.
Oh my god, this is a fire segment.
Brother, you're not even wearing your glasses. You can't even see. How are you going to beat Boostio right now?
He's going to destroy me. He's actually really good. Plus, I don't have my glasses on, but...
There's 1-0.
He's just gonna let me.
You're writing it on the board there?
1-1.
Let's talk Icebox real quick. You guys bring back the Gecko, which is obviously not something we're seeing a lot here. Like, what's the thought back? It seems like kind of just running back an old look.
Yeah, I think Gecko is just broken on the map.
2-1.
2-1? Oh yeah, I forget. What's it called? I think Gecko's really good on the map because, you know, everyone just plays like stop plants at A and B.
Dude, they're
especially
so
with
good.
tandem meta. So having Gecko to bait out the missiles and the mollies from like KJ, I think it's really
my
good.
God.
And the flash. Going over.
I got blocked and boosted.
We just made him play a best of 3 bundle.
I know, right?
I'm sweating even more.
My next question is, okay, there's a new player subbing in for Loud, Luke Show. He starts popping off on the first map. You guys are getting steamrolled.
Yeah.
What are the talks? Are you guys like, yo, this guy's just Thanos?
Well, I flamed him on Twitter, and then he does that. Like, that kid is nice. I'm not gonna lie. That kid is nice.
He's pretty good, right?
No, he's a goat for sure.
Did you guys have to like change your game plan in the middle of the match because he was just popping off? Like, is it like kind of a scenario where you like avoid this kid?
I'll be honest, on Split, I think Tony or Zix did say something about.
That's a boosty point.
Yeah, they only have 1 player on their team, and it's this guy. He has like 20 kills.
Yeah. Tony said they only have 1 player on their team. Just don't go towards the Viper, and nothing will beat it.
Yeah,
which is true. I'm not gonna lie. That kid was fresh.
I mean, Zeddy, you knocked him out of Ascension.
Oh my god.
What you were going back up against, I feel like, in this game. Did you have any words for the boys, like what to expect? Or?
I mean, I talked about it a little bit.
And maybe I'm cheating.
He got a point.
You got a point right now, so he has 3.
Bro, he's still trying to scam?
He's trying to destroy his own teammate.
He's trying to scam, bro.
You can have the win, Kill.
You know I need the win after that performance.
Nah, T, you would get fucking destroyed by
How do you feel about
Boostio.
that player qualification now? Feel like you've had a couple rough matchups already.
He's honestly
but you got
taking it
through
light.
2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. I think. I think we're fine.
I've
right?
watched
Fuji,
him in the
who's like
Sun
not good,
office.
and then what? And then Crew would be the next. Crew would be the next like real opponent.
They're not good.
Real opponent. I mean, I mean, they did take down Loud. You guys definitely
goes
struggled a
mobile
little bit
out
more,
there.
but that's fair. Oh my god! Look at this guy.
What a slam, bro.
Ball.
Ball.
It's 5-4 right now, by the way.
Yeah, it's a little close.
Jesus.
Yeah.
5-7.
Oh, what's
Closer than I thought it was gonna be. This guy doesn't even have glasses on.
Oh, shit.
I
Bro,
think
see?
Crew's really good.
He's warming up
I
now.
got it. I think Crew's really good, so, I mean, if we beat Crew, then I think we get first seed, right? As well, if we don't lose any of the other matches?
I think so. In your group,
Oh, no,
I think...
Sen, actually.
Shit, bro tried to play it off like that didn't count.
That was like,
No, it doesn't count?
No, that didn't count.
We're waiting.
But, yeah, I mean, Sen, I think we get first seed, right?
In your group, I think there's a good chance of it. Okay, that was a bit more respectable rally. There you go. 7-4, not too bad. Guys, good multitasking. We just had to play
Who's
hard.
it? That's so crazy.
That was a long game.
He's so good,
Let's
fresh
have a
out
look
of
at our
fucking
standings,
that
of course, today,
game.
coming
No
to
warm-up?
The close.
Pretty crazy.
And again, we can have a look and see how these teams in these groups are shaping up now as we, of course, in week number 3.
That's crazy, Dave.
It's about to pop up. There it is. Okay, so Team Alpha, or Crew Alpha rather, is 2-0 at the top of that group. And you can see here, 100 Thieves, 2-1, -7 differential. So yeah, win over Crew, I think, providing stuff goes right for you guys, puts you in good shape.
Bro,
Anyone
how
else that you're
crazy is
looking at
this,
on that
chat?
Omega side of things that you're, worried to go up against?
It's only 2G now, right?
Wow.
On the other side of the bracket.
So other
who
side
are
of
you
the
most
bracket?
impressed by? Cloud9, G2. I mean, obviously G2.
They're both
Obviously,
-7. Loud's 0-3.
Because Cloud9 in playoffs, you know they'll fail, and then 100%. They will always fail in playoffs. And then Energy, like they haven't had a real match. Like,
Wait, why is
Fury
100%
the last two matches? Like they looked horrible the first match.
Yes.
So like I'm not scared of Energy still.
G2 solid.
Lev is -26. Yeah, I don't know.
He's now just reading
Those are his boys.
I think MMBR is really good, but we beat them in kickoff, so I think we have a lot of confidence against them.
Okay.
To be honest, but Aspas is the goat, so.
100 Thieves shaping up pretty well here, I think, after a hard-fought win against Loud tomorrow. Make sure you tune in because we've got 2 great matches and an entirely different look for the show. We'll be hanging out on the lounge, there's TriCast and much, much more. It's going to be 2G versus Crew, and then G2 taking on NRG.
Oh, so what you're
Plenty to
saying
celebrate, plenty to
is
take away. We're going to be getting a bit
100
silly down
Thieves
and
are
we'll
better
with
than
it.
Sen.
Is NRG versus G2?
Yeah.
Oh my God, tomorrow's gonna be a good day.
Standings are standings. Stats are stats, and they don't lie.
So there it is. Stage is
Stats
set.
are
You guys
stats,
can
and they
keep
don't
playing.
lie.
It's like we're done here. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Well, no one
Here
said that,
for
but the
the
stats don't
Samsung
lie.
SSD
That's how it goes,
Fast
though. They're facts. Stats are facts.
3 of VCT America starts right now.
With a little bit more to be done, has to swing, and Bang's there to greet him. Much easier said than done. Bang with 3 as Sentinels pile it on. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
No, yeah, facts, no printer, exactly.
It's not gonna get any better,
Yup.
is it? No, it's
gonna get worse.
Celsius.
Holy shit. Man, we got saved from fucking actual full despair today, chat. Oh my God. They took me on a ride today. I went through fucking at least 7 stages. I was all over the place. Man. But they did it. Honestly, I agree with EU. They're showing like a new development. I feel like as I'm watching them, they would have never been able to get this win last year. Fucking never. I would have never trusted them to get that second and third map like that. That shows like a lot of resilience that they did that. Even if Loud has like a new player, it doesn't matter. Like you're still up against it. You gotta perform. These guys are hitting shots. They're vibing. They're mega confident. And 100 Thieves just fucking kept flying at them, man. Austin's aggression never stopped. Cryo stepped up so massive. Xander with those insane kills on DG. Great holds. It was like everywhere. It was all clicking. It was all clicking. God damn. All right. I actually have to run to my phone. My phone's in the kitchen. I have to check and see if there's some kind of production call or something. I'm on the broadcast the next 2 days, so no co-stream the next 2 days. I'm not on the broadcast next week, so let's see. Man, I can't believe I'm walking away from this stream feeling good about this. I can't even believe it. I honestly can't. It's crazy to me. Super happy for him. Fuck, man. I'm shocked. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. Is anyone streaming? Who's streaming right now, chat? Who's playing? Shit. Is Trevor streaming? Is he streaming? Same Path of Exile though. Oh, he's doing a 24-hour. Oh, I'm rating him then. If he's doing 24-hour, I'm rating him. That's pretty based. All right. God damn. All right. I'll see you guys on the broadcast tomorrow. I'm on a TriCast tomorrow with Doug and Ender for this opener. And then the next day I'm on the first game too. I think it's like Lev Fury or something for the first game the other day. All right. This was fire. Oh my God. Felt good to stream again. I'm not going to lie. Nice 10.5 hours. That was nice. That went by so fast. I'm not going to lie. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. Love you guys. Peace. G2 NRG co-stream. I'll have to see. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. That's a good question. I didn't actually check yet. Okay, fuck. I actually do have to read. I really got to see if someone I'm needed. Peace. I'll check it out and yeah. I'll see if I can. Adios. Tell Joe say hi.